use various methods to complement his battle strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were reclaimed by Spectral Soul. Fairy Ziwei and the rest fought against Heavenly Court while Qixi Ancestor battled Demon Immortal Qiju, facing a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Qiju had the secluded domain of heaven and earth. He resisted Qixi Ancestor, who cultivated Qi Path. The situation was critical. Fan Yuan could not use the dream realms to stop his enemies anymore. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out of his dream realm defensive line, directly heading for Spectral Soul. Boom, boom, boom. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, creating dream realms in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged them. He managed to avoid being trapped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wu Shuai moved Dragon Palace out of the dream realm circle through one of the gaps, with Myriad Year flying warship following behind closely. The intent of the two immortal goo houses was obvious. "Where are you trying to go?" Spectral Soul shouted as he got past the dream realms, approaching them again. Fan Yuan was his main target. He needed to be killed. This was a prime opportunity. Spectral Soul was going to follow Fan Yuan no matter where he went. Spectral Soul stared at Dragon Palace and Myriad Year flying warship, his eyes flickering with killing intent and determination. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year flying warship split up. They escaped in two directions. Spectral Soul was dazed. What should he do? When Myriad Year flying warship and Dragon Palace were inside the Ring of Dream Realms, they were isolated from the outside. Spectral Soul had no idea which one Fan Yuan was hiding in. There was only one Spectral Soul. He could not chase after both immortal goo houses. But Spectral Soul made his decision almost instantly. He shouted, "Demon Immortal Qiju, chase after Myriad Year flying warship. After we succeed, I will not stint on your reward." Demon Immortal Qiju chuckled as he used Shilan to absorb one of Qixi Ancestor's killer moves. He easily moved away and chased after Myriad Year flying warship. Spectral Soul went after Dragon Palace instead. After receiving his orders, Fairy Ziwei started to retreat. "What do we do?" Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Ziwei and the rest, saying without hesitation, "Kill Fan Yuan first." But the problem that Spectral Soul faced earlier was also happening to Heavenly Court. Which immortal goo house was Fan Yuan in? Do we just pick one and gamble on our luck? Qin Dingling frowned. Even though she was not willing to do that, Heavenly Court lacked Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. They could only do this. "I can help you people." Fairy Ziwei suddenly stopped her movement as she said, "I have a way to deduce Fan Yuan's location." Heavenly Court's immortals were dazed. "What method? How long will it take?" Qixi Ancestor asked. "With our help, it will only take a moment." Bing Sichuan's voice resounded. Everyone turned around, seeing that Calamity Luck Altar had arrived. They finally arrived. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air. She was obviously the one who asked the Longevity Heaven members to come. Earlier, Fairy Ziwei and the rest received orders from Spectral Soul to deceive Longevity Heaven and assault Heavenly Court on their own. But the situation changed too quickly. On the way here, Fairy Ziwei analyzed the situation and made the plan to use Longevity Heaven's strength. After getting Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Ziwei contacted Longevity Heaven immediately. As Calamity Luck Altar approached, Bing Sichuan said, "Our Lord said that this world does not need too many chess players." The immortals' hearts shook. Bing Sichuan's Lord was obviously Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. All the signs showed that this Venerable had deep aspirations. He still had abundant will and strength left in the world. In the current situation, Fan Yuan was the most likely person to become venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not want this to happen, thus, he changed his plan and decided to kill Fan Yuan before he could grow fully. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. She was stuck at a difficult contemplation. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path venerable, the latter was a strong foe during the Fate War. They were all responsible for the destruction of Fate. Ally with them? Qin Dingling only thought about it for a few breaths of time before she squeezed out a word. All right. Like what Bing Sichuan said earlier, there was no need for too many chess players in the world. Fan Yuan was destined to be their enemy. He was a walking treasure chest. Everyone wanted to kill him first. After that, Heavenly Court would deal with Spectral Soul and Giant Sun. Chapter 2035. Qin Clan's Revenge. Rough winds howled in the desert, while the oasis carried a warm breeze. Sandstones piled into a mountain as hot steam rose. There was a calm lake beneath the sandstones, green trees were growing as their leaves rustled under the evening wind, creating the scene of a paradise in Western Desert. Western Desert's Qing clan's base was situated at this oasis that was called the Qing Oasis. Qing clan's Gu immortals were all gathered in a hall. On the icy cold floor of the hall, there were several fragments of Gu worms. All of the Qing clan Gu immortals were fixing their gazes on these fragments. Qing Heng's life tablet Gu shattered? What is happening? Qing Heng died. He had left to hunt the southern border Gu immortal Mingyu. Did he really die at Mingyu's hands? Qing Heng was a rank 7 expert of Qing clan. Even though he was sent by the clan to kill Mingyu, the clan was very confident in him. Recently, for some reason, news that Qing clan obtained Divine Being Palace had spread. All the other super forces were probing them. With Qing Heng's death, Qing clan became suspicious about the truth. Was this a test by the Western Desert forces? Report. We have accurate information. Mingyu was the one who killed Qing Heng. He has great strength and acts ruthlessly. Qing clan flew into a rage. This Gu immortal from another region has gone too far. We need to kill this Mingyu. We will grind his bones to dust. We will show the other Western Desert super forces the consequences of offending our Qing clan. Before killing him, we should capture this Mingyu and invite the other Western Desert Gu immortals to watch. Only by pulling out his tendons and ripping his skin in public, to humiliate and torture him to death, can I feel satisfied from this revenge. Kill him. He is merely a Gu immortal from another region. He came to Western Desert alone. He actually dared to kill our Gu immortal. He truly has no fear of heaven and earth. Even though Mingyu was able to kill Qing Heng, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. If First Supreme Elder takes action, it would be too excessive. Rumors would also spread that our Qing clan is bullying the weak. In my opinion, we should send out Qing Jing and Qing Hualan. No, to play safe, we should send Qing Chen as well. With 3 immortals, they will definitely be able to capture that Mingyu alive. Let him experience regret and pain. Hurry! Don't let that scoundrel escape. Kill Mingyu, display the might of Qing clan. Mingyu must die. When our clan refines Divine Being Palace in the future, our Qing clan will stand at the top of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. These sentences echoed in Qing Chao's ears. The scenes of the past flashed in Qing Chao's mind. Different from its usual fragmented memories, this time, its memory was very clear and complete. At the same time, the hatred in its heart surged in a tsunami, rampaging in Qing Chao's entire body and mind. Hatred. Deep hatred. Feeling increasingly intense hatred, Qing Chou opened its eyes. Time flew by quickly. Countless years had passed since then. Qing Chao's eyes were bloodshot. It found that it was still lying on the ground, recalling that when fighting Spectral Soul earlier, it was sent flying to the ground, crashing and falling unconscious. Roar! Qing Chou roared as it stood up within the deep pit. The rank 9 aura of hatred Gu became even denser. The power of hatred surged throughout Qing Chao's body. Mingyu, Mingyu! Spectral Soul, Spectral Soul! Qing Chou roared towards the sky. Its eyes were covered in rage. Its hair was disheveled. Even though Spectral Soul had already gone after Dragon Palace, the power of hatred Gu allowed Qing Chou to locate Spectral Soul easily without a problem. Rumble! Qing Chou had a mountain-like tortoise shell, tiger claws and dragon tail, as well as a snake neck and human head. It flew up rapidly as winds surrounded it, charging towards the direction of Spectral Soul. As for Fairy Ziwei and the rest who were creating a formation in the sky, it ignored them. Among these Gu immortals in the sky, there was one elderly Gu immortal. He had wide sleeves and fluttering white hair. He was Fan Yuan's clone, Qi-Si Ancestor. Seeing that Qing Chou was flying away, Qi-Si Ancestor let out a breath of air, no longer worried. Earlier in Western Desert, even though Fan Yuan used Familiar Face to transform, he was still chased by Qing Chou. Qing Chou possessed hatred Gu. Because of the influence of Karma Divine Tree, it had an intense connection to Spectral Soul and everyone related to him. Fan Yuan's main body could not deceive Qing Chou while Qi-Si Ancestor was Fan Yuan's clone. He would definitely be sensed by Qing Chou as well. But now, Spectral Soul and Fan Yuan were enemies. They wanted each other to die. Thus, because of their changed relationship, Qing Chou no longer went after him. Even though Qing Chao's threat is gone, Fairy Ziwei is still a big problem. Qi-Si Ancestor cast his gaze at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei wore a purple gold dress. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist. She moved mysteriously as she flew in the sky, her fingers fluttering like butterflies in the sky, countless goo worms were sent out and used together, in the sky. An amazing wisdom path immortal formation was already taking shape. One could see its form already. Old man Jingyuan assisted at the side. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the other Heavenly Court goo immortals looked at Fairy Ziwei. They had complex emotions. There was hatred, anger, pity, and sadness. There was a round altar that was almost in contact with the wisdom path formation, floating in the sky. It had white jade railings and shining aurora. This was rank 8 Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Saichuan. He had a sharp gaze as he looked at Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals and Qi Ancestor, not daring to relax his mind. Calamity Luck Altar protected Fairy Ziwei and the rest, as well as the Wisdom Path formation. Longevity Heaven, who represented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, had already cooperated with Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect long ago. Fan Yuan has the potential to become a Venerable. We cannot let him do as he pleases. If such a person becomes a Venerable, it will not benefit any of us. Bing Saichuan transmitted. He tried to convince Qi Ancestor, Qin Dingling, and the rest, not knowing that Fan Yuan's clone was right here. Qin Dingling only listened to him. She did not reply. The winds howled around her, causing her cape to flutter. She wore a tight golden armor and was tall and grand. She had a valiant demeanor. She stared at the Wisdom Path formation at times, looking at the Dream Realms occasionally. This Dream Realm was left behind by Fan Yuan. He had originally tried to use the Dream Realms to stop his enemies, but Spectral Soul plotted against him instead. Fan Yuan had to escape from this battlefield. This Dream Realm was left behind, shining and moving on its own continuously. Where is Fan Yuan now? I only saw that Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship flew out of the Dream Realm and escaped the battlefield. There is a third possibility. He is still hiding in this Dream Realm. Qin Dingling thought to herself. Precisely because of this reason, she stayed behind to guard this Dream Realm. Fan Yuan was too crafty. Even though staying in the Dream Realm seemed stupid, there was a chance that Fan Yuan might do this purposely. Seeing that the Wisdom Path formation was completing, Qi Ancestor felt increasing pressure. I can't wait anymore. Thoughts collided in Qi Ancestor's mind, he thought. Looking at Fairy Ziwei's attitude, with Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxia at the lead, this formation might likely deduce the main body's location. The main body does not have much foundation in information path. Otherwise, if we could break our connection with Bai Ning Bing and He Lu Lan, even 3 of Fairy Ziwei combined would not be able to do anything. Fairy Ziwei and the rest have great strength, with Calamity Luck Altar's defense and Bing Saichuan's wariness towards Heavenly Court. If I attack now, I will not be able to destroy the formation. Heavenly Court would instead get suspicious of me. The Qi clone was powerful, but he could not turn this situation around alone and suppress everyone. The key person now was still Qin Dingling. Qi Ancestor listened to Bing Saichuan's words while asking Qin Dingling in secret. Looking at this situation, Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven think highly of this formation. But can we trust them? Regardless of whether Fairy Ziwei can deduce a result successfully, the formation is still under her control. If she tells us a location, how do we ensure that it is right? Will Fairy Ziwei hide anything from us? The Qi clone started to sow discord. He could not let Bing Saichuan ally with the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals too. Otherwise, the main body would face the pressure of Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court. It would be too much. If this was the Heavenly Court from Fan Yuan's previous life, they would definitely have no inclination to work with other forces. But Fate Goo was destroyed by Fan Yuan. Heavenly Court lost their greatest spiritual banner. They also suffered many setbacks and lost a lot of reputation. One could say that their title of the #1 human force was already undeserved. They faced a lot of criticism. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were all elites. They learned from this lesson and started to change. Qin Dingling was the leader of Heavenly Court. She started to gather help and put down her pride. Earlier, when Qin Dingling took the initiative to help Qi Ancestor chase away Demon Immortal Qiju, it was the best proof of this. Thus, the probability that Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven would work together was not low. The Qi clone's words were very effective. Heavenly Court and Fairy Ziwei could not trust each other. This way, even if Fairy Ziwei's deduction succeeded, it would not have any meaning. Qin Dingling was silent for a while before transmitting to Qi Ancestor. I would like Ancestor to go and chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul. Qi Ancestor was slightly dazed. Do you know the location of Fan Yuan already? I don't. Qin Dingling smiled at Qi Ancestor. The Chi-Si clone looked at Qin Dingling deeply in the eye. He realized that Qin Dingling knew what she was doing. She had never trusted Shadow Sex Fairy Ziwei or Longevity Heaven. Trusting them was stupid. The reason she stayed behind was to guard the Dream Realm and also rest and recover. Heavenly Court lacked a peak rank 8 battle strength. After leaving Heavenly Court, they also lost their territorial advantage. They seemed powerful and had great morale, but if they were careless, they would suffer huge losses. Heavenly Court could not afford to lose anymore. Qin Dingling had to be vigilant and careful. Right now, Spectral Soul was chasing Dragon Palace, Qin Cho was chasing Spectral Soul, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju was chasing Myriad Year Flying Warship. Qin Dingling knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who had Qi Land, was Qi-Si Ancestor's greatest counter. Even if Fan Yuan was inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qi-Si Ancestor would not be able to do anything to Demon Immortal Qi Ju even if he went there. Instead, if Qi-Si Ancestor chased after Spectral Soul, he would be able to influence the situation. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Fan Yuan was someone who needed to die. Shadow Sect or Longevity Heaven were enemies as well. But Heavenly Court's strength was not like before. They were very weak. Even though Qi-Si Ancestor was on their side, he was still not their member after all. Qin Dingling sighed deeply. Fan Yuan is too crafty. Even though him splitting up seemed simple, it allowed the pressure on him to decrease greatly. We have no choice but to stay behind and temporarily stop chasing him. Spectral Soul is stronger than Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If he kills Fan Yuan and gets everything, this former demon venerable will rise up again. Qi-Si Ancestor, we hope you can think for the sake of everyone in the world. Let these two demons fight it out while our righteous path remains victorious in the end. Qin Dingling was a talented leader after all. Even though she was leading a weaker Heavenly Court, she had never given up. She made plans to try and raise their chances of victory as much as possible. Chapter 2036. Strong Weak. Go! Fairy Ziwei called out as her fingers moved rapidly, producing countless shadows. The killer move activated. 1,000 goo worms flew out and turned into a vague purple shadow that filled up the final blank area of the Wisdom Path formation. The Goo Immortals watched were all first-rate Goo Immortals in the entire 5 regions. Seeing this, they could not help but admit that Fairy Ziwei was very skilled at setting up formations. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air, perspiration gathering on her forehead. Her eyes stared at the formation before her. At this point, it was time to add in the core Immortal Goo. This situation was quite peculiar. Fairy Ziwei was setting up the formation in front of many strong foes. There was a chance that these Goo Immortals might attack her during the process. Thus, Fairy Ziwei used a rare method for this arrangement. She first placed the Mortal Goo and set up a bare framework first, before filling it up with Immortal Goo at the end. Fairy Ziwei temporarily stopped her actions to catch a breather. She looked at Qin Dingling and Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was shining in brilliant light. The Goo Immortal controlling the Immortal Goo House, Bing Saichuan, knew about her worries. He transmitted. With my protection, you can rest assured. Quickly set up the formation. Fairy Ziwei did not have Fan Yuan's formation flag Goo, otherwise she would not need to set up this formation each time. She knew that time was running out. After hearing Bing Saichuan's words, she started to put Immortal Goo into the formation. Each time an Immortal Goo was placed, the formation would shake once and shine in a beautiful purple light. The scene was incredibly beautiful. It was a pity that none of the Goo Immortals had the mood to appreciate it. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan stared at the formation, guarding against any potential threats that would attack. He broke the silence as he said, Hey Lu Lan, you have been with Fan Yuan for a long time. What do you think he would do in this situation? Hey Lu Lan was standing right beside Bing Saichuan. Even though she was a woman, her face had strong contours. She possessed sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a heroic aura. Hey Lu Lan heard the question. She thought about it and said, Fan Yuan only has 3 options: Dragon Palace, Myriad Year Flying Warship, or to stay in the Dream Realm. Hiding in the Dream Realm is too risky for Fan Yuan. Not only can Spectral Soul take the Dream Realm away, Heavenly Court also has ways to deal with the Dream Realm. If I were Fan Yuan, I would not stay here and wait for death. Of course. Hey Lu Lan smiled helplessly. This is not guaranteed to be the case. Thus, Heavenly Court chose to stay by the Dream Realm. Fairy Ziwei has also stayed behind to make deductions using the formation. She is also observing the Dream Realm. She is a Wisdom Path great expert. She knows that she cannot interfere with the 2 Immortal Goo houses. She is most needed here. Myriad Year Flying Warship is faster than Dragon Palace. This can deceive the enemy. but I do not think that Fan Yuan would hide inside it. This is because Myriad-Year Flying Warship is still slower than Spectral Soul, but its defense is lower than Dragon Palace. If Spectral Soul chooses to chase Myriad-Year Flying Warship and attack it, Myriad-Year Flying Warship would not last as long as Dragon Palace. Lu Lan smiled coldly. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan lost his 12 Zodiac battle formation. If it were still around, he would likely escape in Myriad-Year Flying Warship. Thus, I think that Fan Yuan is most likely hiding inside Dragon Palace. Lu Lan had an eerie gaze. Spectral Soul likely thinks the same too. That is why he chased Dragon Palace while asking Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to go after Myriad-Year Flying Warship. He made precautions for both situations. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body originated from Spectral Soul. He also has all of Spectral Soul's dream realms. If Spectral Soul can kill him and reclaim the sovereign immortal body and the dream realms, he will rise up once again. Even though we want to kill Fan Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. Even though Shadow Sect is working with us now, they have ill intentions. After all, Fairy Ziwei managed to deduce the fact Fan Yuan was in Heavenly Court, but they kept it from us, allowing Spectral Soul to attack Heavenly Court alone. Only when they needed our reinforcement did they call for us. Thus, in my opinion, we should just watch from the side and exert influence on the situation. If possible, it will be best if we can take down Spectral Soul, Fan Yuan, and Heavenly Court in one move. Ha! Bing Sichuan laughed loudly, praising. Good analysis. Quite impressive. Northern Plains Hay Tribe was too disappointing, but you live up to Giant Sun's bloodline. I'll tell you the truth, after I woke up, I received information about you. After observing you for some time, I can say that you are a genius. It was just that your life was quite tough. You were schemed against by your father and suppressed by Fan Yuan. You merely lacked an opportunity to develop, otherwise, you would not be in this state. Lu Lan heard the praise, her gaze focused on Bing Sichuan's face. Bing Sichuan had a tall body. His face was gentle, but there was an ugly scar extending from his right ear to his left cheek. He originally had a cold expression, but now, he looked at Lu Lan with admiration and satisfaction. Lu Lan's heart jumped, an intense feeling appeared in her heart. Bing Sichuan's appreciation towards her ability was probably the most valuable fortuitous encounter in her life. After realizing that, Lu Lan did not hesitate anymore. She stood straight and cupped her fists. I will listen to Lord's orders. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly, before stopping as he looked at Lu Lan with a solemn and serious gaze. Good, Lu Lan, are you willing to rebuild Northern Plains Hay Tribe? Northern Plains Hay Tribe had been taken down long ago. It was now occupied by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to develop his tribe. Hay Tribe's Gu Immortals even became members of Bai Zhu tribe. They were simply the disgrace of the Huang Jin bloodline. Lu Lan expressed her willingness to do so no matter what. But I am currently too weak. Lu Lan purposely showed a hesitant expression filled with difficulty. Bing Sichuan waved his hand as he tossed her a Gu worm. Lu Lan quickly received it. She saw that this rank 7 immortal Gu looked like a black and gold beetle. It was very heavy. Lu Lan did not recognize it at once. Bing Sichuan explained. Lu Lan, you have the great strength true martial physique. You should cultivate Soli's strength path. Your future will be very bright. You have our Huang Jin bloodline. You are a Northern Plainsman from birth. I am sure you will not disappoint me. We will not stint on your strength path resources from now on. Take this strong Gu first. Even though it is Rule Path, it suits you very well. Strong Gu? Lu Lan's body shook. Alright, Fairy Ziwei's formation is ready. Go inside first. Bing Sichuan instructed. Lu Lan left Calamity Luck Altar and went into the formation. She had a plain expression, but her heart was filled with deep emotions and turbulence. Strong Gu was recorded in the legends of Renzu. It had a close connection to the great strength true martial physique. Bing Sichuan gave this legendary immortal Gu to Lu Lan. It showed how much he wanted to nurture her. Lu Lan realized in her heart. It seems that my life is going to undergo a huge change now. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 31 states, Renzu lost Freedom Gu. He was anguished and only recovered after a long time. Renzu was troubled. He asked Cognition Gu. Oh Cognition Gu, how can I obtain Freedom Gu again? After what happened last time, Freedom Gu will not approach me anymore. Cognition Gu answered. Oh human, why do you desire Freedom Gu so much? Renzu replied irritably. Don't you know the reason already? I am searching for freedom in order to break free of the restraints of fate. Cognition Goo answered once again. Then I have nothing much to tell you. Haven't you told Fate Goo the answer to this question already? Renzu was dazed before he recalled. Before he went insane, he met Fate Goo. When he was harmed by Fate Goo, he shouted at it that he would use his own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. He would eventually break free from Fate's control. Renzu's eyes brightened. Oh Goo, I remember now, thank you for the reminder. I need to rely on myself to break free of fate. I already have my own strength, what I lack is my own wisdom. I need to let Self Goo eat a mouthful of Wisdom Goo, just like how it ate a part of Strength Goo in the past. But where is Wisdom Goo? Renzu asked Cognition Goo. Cognition Goo. I do not know. Wisdom Goo has been to many places, its location is not fixed. You can find wisdom in countless places, so human, you need to find it yourself. Renzu nodded as he set off on his journey again. He walked and walked and walked. One day, he saw two goo worms chasing each other along the road. One goo worm was white and tiny, it escaped ahead as it begged for mercy. Stop chasing me, I do not want to be eaten by you. The other goo was clearly larger in size, it had thick armor and said in a deep tone. I want to eat you, I want to eat you. No matter where you escape to, I will eat you. The tiny white goo was about to be caught by the larger goo behind, it suddenly saw Renzu and hid behind him. Oh human, I beg of you, quickly save me. Renzu saw that this goo worm was so pitiful, it was chased by another goo worm, unable to fend for itself, he felt like he was seeing himself. At this instant, a new heart grew in his chest, the heart of sympathy. Renzu stretched out both arms as he stopped the larger goo. Stop chasing it. The armored goo shouted. Hey human, are you obstructing me? No, you cannot stop me, you are unable to stop me. Why is that so? Renzu was curious. The armored goo explained. I am strong goo, that is weak goo. Since time immemorial, the rule of nature is that the strong prey on the weak. Thus strong must eat weak, weaklings are the food of the strong. Renzu sighed as he tried to convince the goo. Then why don't you let it off just this once? Look at how pitiful it is. Strong goo sneered. Not even once. In the eyes of the strong, weaklings have no stature, there is no sympathy for the weak. This is because heaven and earth will never pity the weak, it will only marvel at the incredible feats of the strong. Weaklings are born to be subdued, controlled, and devoured by the strong. Renzu saw that his words fell on deaf ears, he could only deny strong goo forcefully. I have already saved this goo, go and eat others. Strong goo knew that it could not beat Renzu alone, it could only fly away in dissatisfaction. I will be back. Chapter 2037. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest. Bai Ningbing, Ing Wuxie, and the rest went into the formation one by one. Finally, Fairy Ziwei also went to the center of the formation, activating it. The deduction was beginning. Qixi Ancestor did not move, he stayed at the original spot. If I take action now to destroy the formation, will it help my main body? Qixi Ancestor analyzed, he estimated his chances. Once the formation was damaged or even destroyed, the goo immortals inside would suffer backlash, but Qixi Ancestor could not be certain of the exact effect. Furthermore, if Qixi Ancestor struck now, the secret that he was Fan Yuan's clone would be exposed for sure. If only I could convince Qin Dingling and the rest to strike together. Qixi Ancestor sighed internally. Even though Qin Dingling was not a wisdom path great expert, she was not so easy to deceive. Qixi Ancestor did not even dare to say anything out now, otherwise, Heavenly Court might find out the truth instead. Ancestor, time is pressing, you need to consider the big picture. Qin Dingling was secretly sending transmissions to him, trying to convince Qixi Ancestor. She wanted him to chase after Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul, but Qixi Ancestor started to talk about payment instead. Qixi Ancestor sighed. Fairy Qin, precisely because of the big picture, I am being shameless in asking you for the 3 Qi Immortal Goo. My methods are all known by the enemies, only with these Immortal Goo can I gain a boost in strength and catch the enemies by surprise. For the sake of the people, for the righteousness of humanity, I hope you will consider the big picture and give those 3 Immortal Goo to me. Qin Dingling mentally rolled her eyes, this Qixi Ancestor was not just shameless, he was incomparably so, using this opportunity to ask for huge compensation. He wanted 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo at once, the cores of primordial origin's true inheritance. He was simply too greedy. But Qin Dingling had many worries now. If she fell out with Qi Si Ancestor, Heavenly Court would not have any peak rank 8 battle strength. They would likely be targeted by Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven. Qi Si Clone purposely chose this current situation to exert pressure on Qin Dingling's side. Qi Si Ancestor, why must you force us now? Back then, in Eastern Sea, who helped you to resist Demon Immortal Qi Ju? Qi Si Ancestor replied, if we want to talk about favors, I am sure you all owe me more. I have already gotten rid of Heavenly Court's biggest threat, the Qi Harvest Fruit is gone now. Also, in this battle, I have never slacked off, I took risks alongside all of you. Qin Dingling was silent for a while before she replied solemnly. I can give Heaven Qi and Earth Qi Immortal Gu to you, but Human Qi Immortal Gu is out of the question. This is the bottom line of Heavenly Court, please understand our circumstances, Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor accepted the result. The truth was, the Qi Si clone did not think he would get all 3 Qi Immortal Gu to begin with. They were all rank 8 Immortal Gu connected to primordial origin true inheritance. They were too valuable, far beyond the value of the supposed payment. Heavenly Court could have used other resources to pay him, but because the situation was really urgent now, the Qi Si clone fought for the greatest benefit. Of course, the fact that Qin Dingling gave the 2 Qi Path rank 8 Immortal Gu to Qi Si Ancestor on the spot caused all of the Gu Immortals to gasp in amazement. Qi Si Ancestor obtained 2 Immortal Gu. He said his goodbyes to the Heavenly Court Immortals as he chased after Dragon Palace immediately. I finally got him to work. Qin Dingling felt very tired, but this outcome was not too bad. She would not give all 3 Qi Immortal Gu to Qi Si Ancestor, she had to keep at least 1 to use as bait against him. Furthermore, Qi Si Ancestor obtained 2 Qi Immortal Gu, he only needed Human Qi Immortal Gu to be able to use the killer move Triple Qi Retraction. This temptation was probably even greater now that he had 2 of them. Dragon Palace flew rapidly in the wild winds. In the Dream Realm earlier, Wu Shuai got sufficient time to put all his effort into repairing Dragon Palace. At least from the outside, it looked restored. The damage to the core Immortal Gu cannot be resolved quickly, this is already my limit. Wu Shuai was very worried. Behind Dragon Palace, a female rank 8 Soul Path Immortal was chasing it relentlessly. It was Spectral Soul who was inside Lady Cold Ash's body. He emanated black chi as he surged with killing intent. He locked onto Dragon Palace without any signs of hesitation or giving up. You cannot escape, Fan Yuan. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul had just said that when his pupils expanded. Wherever Spectral Soul's gaze landed, smoke that was pitch black appeared, quickly reaching Dragon Palace. The smoke expanded rapidly. With a soft sound, it turned into a round spiral that had an immense suction force. Wu Shuai was controlling Dragon Palace. He was caught by surprise as Dragon Palace's speed fell. It fell towards the black smoke spiral. What move is this? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead as he tried to move Dragon Palace to the sky. Ever since they fought, Spectral Soul's soul path methods had been endless. It was hard to guard against them. Especially when Spectral Soul was such an expert with abundant experiences, he could use these soul path killer moves beyond their usual limits. Dragon Palace turned around with difficulty, attempting to fly away from the black smoke spiral from above. Spectral Soul sneered, he pointed his finger. Black light quickly gathered on his finger, it shot out, instantly hitting the area around Dragon Palace. The tiny black light expanded rapidly, turning into an immemorial soul beast. Seeing that the immemorial soul beast was about to pounce on Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai was shocked, his pupils expanded rapidly. If Dragon Palace got hit, its movement would be obstructed, it would fall into the black spiral along with the immemorial soul beast. In that case, the precious time that Fan Yuan obtained through this tactic would be completely wasted. At the crucial moment, Wu Shuai shouted, his eyes shined with mysterious, dazzling light. Dragon Palace reacted to it, golden light erupted. A wave of pink smoke rapidly gathered, easily dragging the immemorial soul beast away, into the depths of Dragon Palace. The powerful immemorial soul beast could not resist it at all. Spectral Soul was not surprised. This was the Dream Path killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Wu Shuai got rid of the immemorial soul beast. Dragon Palace managed to fly far above the spiral. At this time, Spectral Soul's body suddenly appeared near Dragon Palace. His eyes shined with cold light. I have been waiting for this. At the same time, Spectral Soul, who was far away, faded into nothingness. Spectral Soul slammed with his palm, the silhouette of a soul mountain appeared and pressed down on Dragon Palace. This soul mountain was huge. The top was beyond the clouds. Looking from below, Wu Shuai's entire vision was obstructed. It covered the entire sky. But the soul mountain's appearance was very familiar to Wu Shuai. Isn't this Danghun Mountain? Wu Shuai was shocked and uncertain. Bam! With a loud sound, Danghun Mountain crashed down on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's beautiful roof met with a devastating blow. Countless tiles shattered, many goo worms died at once. And even worse was that due to the impact, even though Dragon Palace struggled, it was slammed into the black smoke spiral by the giant Soul Mountain. The spiral surrounded the entirety of Dragon Palace. An immeasurable suction force started acting on it. Dragon Palace spun around along with the spiral, losing its sense of direction. Wu Shuai had to leave his throne as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation, but it was hopeless in the short term. Don't tell me this is Spectral Soul's true strength? Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul unleashed several killer moves in succession. Wu Shuai was very tired in trying to deal with them. The great rank 8 immortal Goo House Dragon Palace could not put up a resistance. With Spectral Soul's array of killer moves, he managed to suppress Dragon Palace forcefully. Wu Shuai stared with furious eyes. He had to try and delay for time. He instilled immortal essence to try and fix the immortal Goo House, wanting to maintain his defensive position. In this situation, the main body's safety is in my hands. But how long can I last? Wu Shuai was completely unsure at this point. Fan Yuan's main body was deep inside Dragon Palace. The Heaven Path Dao marks prevented him from doing anything now. The unlimited Qi killer move he used earlier against the primordial Qi wall was also prepared for a long time. He used human path methods to find a gap in the restriction of the Heaven Path Dao marks, allowing him to make one move. But with just that action, after breaking the Qi wall, the Heaven Path Dao marks reacted and started to obstruct Fan Yuan in another way. Thankfully, Fan Yuan did not get greedy and quickly stopped using his killer move. Otherwise, the strong interference would cause his killer move to fail. He would suffer intense backlash. Fan Yuan only found that human path could resist Heaven Path. Dream Path might be effective, but his attainment in Dream Path was not high enough. Ever since he obtained Heavenly Court's Heaven Path research results, Fan Yuan had been researching on them. He was fighting against time. It was possible that a minute's or even a second's difference would lead to either surviving or dying. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Human executing Heaven's work. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan's will mixed with Heaven's will, he sensed various Heaven Path Dao marks. Refine them. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. This killer move was meant to deal with Heaven Path Dao marks. Fan Yuan did not care about the cost. He expended rank 8 immortal essence rapidly. He quickly refined 3 Heaven Path Dao marks successfully. Wu Shuai, persevere, I have already made a huge breakthrough. The moment Fan Yuan transmitted to Wu Shuai, a change occurred in the immortal aperture. Fan Yuan's success infuriated Heaven's will. The Heaven Path Dao marks were like angry beasts. They were originally scattered all over the place, but now they gathered together. Rumble! Thunder rumbled as lightning roared, dark clouds formed as wild winds blew. The Heaven Path Dao marks triggered a huge change. In just a few breaths of time, a tribulation was formed. At that instant, earth shook as mountains rumbled, lightning flashed and shattered rocks. The earth was crying out in sorrow. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Don't tell me that forcefully refining Heaven Path Dao marks will anger the Heavenly Dao and cause a tribulation to occur? Or maybe the killer move I used has a problem? Lightning clouds continued to form and spread out. Soon, they spread over 100 li, several thousand li, tens of thousands of li, and over 100,000 li. Millions of lightning bolts flickered continuously. This was like a huge forest made of lightning bolts. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction, lightning forest. It was not an earthly calamity, a heavenly tribulation, or a grand tribulation. It was actually a myriad tribulation. Only a rank 8 Gu immortal could face such a tribulation. It was a myriad tribulation. They put fear into most rank 8 Gu immortals. Chapter 2038. Internal and External Problems. Fan Yuan immediately frowned, as if a huge rock was weighing on his mind. His expression turned grim. He did not think that a myriad tribulation would occur. Rank 8 Gu immortals stood at the peak of the Gu immortal world, but for each one of them, every myriad tribulation was a troublesome hurdle. In the current Gu immortal world, most rank 8 Gu immortals have not gone through one myriad tribulation. For example, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang were like this, even Prince Feng Xian was the same. Back then, why did old ancestors Shui Hu try all means possible to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu? It was to deal with his first ever myriad tribulation in this life. It was a pity that he created a huge commotion and ended up with a huge loss. Not only did old ancestors Shui Hu fail to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, he even lost the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Western Desert's 1,000 transformations ancestor had gone through one myriad tribulation. He survived it by a hair's breadth. He was forced to recuperate for a long time. During the period, his beloved fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fan Yuan, yet he could only send dancer Hong Yun to investigate it. Beast Calamity Immortal died after suffering heavy injuries from his first myriad tribulation, leaving behind Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. Duke Long was 2. Throughout history, both of them were top-tier experts merely below venerable level. Even though Fan Yuan possessed over 1,000,000 Dao marks after becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal, the truth was that he used the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's specialty to annex Grotto Heavens. He skipped all his myriad tribulations. Thus, Fan Yuan had not gone through a single myriad tribulation. In his case, myriad tribulations were still huge problems. And the biggest issue now was that this current situation was really inappropriate to undergo tribulation. Fan Yuan could not estimate how long Wu Shui could last. After all, Spectral Soul was a terrifying foe that they could not assess. I need to refine these Heaven Path Dao marks as soon as possible. Only after that can I face Spectral Soul. But to refine Heaven Path Dao marks, I need to undergo myriad tribulation? Fan Yuan felt like there was a tsunami now. He went up the mountain to avoid the flood but found out that this was actually a volcano. And now, this volcano was about to erupt. Externally was Spectral Soul, internally was the myriad tribulation. At this moment, Fan Yuan fell into the greatest predicament of his life so far. No, I still have a chance. Even in this situation, Fan Yuan remained calm, he was not flustered. At the same time, at another area, Myriad Year Flying Warship and Demon Immortal Qi Ju were escaping and chasing respectively. Suddenly, Fan Yuan flew out of Myriad Year Flying Warship, using his killer move with ferocity as he forced back Demon Immortal Qi Ju temporarily. Demon Immortal Qi Ju immediately used his investigative method. After confirming this, he transmitted to Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan is here with me, I can't deal with him alone. Come quickly! Otherwise, he might escape. Spectral Soul heard the news and got stunned for a moment. Is Fan Yuan really not in Dragon Palace? Spectral Soul thought rapidly, his attacks also slowed down as a result. Right now, even though Dragon Palace was trapped, it was still a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, it could last for a while. Fan Yuan was rushing against time, Spectral Soul was the same. If he wasted time with Dragon Palace, even if he destroyed it, Fan Yuan would escape, then this entire pursuit would fail because he could not meet his goal. Victory in battle was never important, only the benefits behind it mattered. Combat was just one of the ways to gain benefits, the glory of victory was completely irrelevant to Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan has familiar face, he can create a will and give it immortal essence and immortal goo to create a false impression of being the main body. Spectral Soul knew about this information, thus he was quite troubled now. Even though he was strong, far beyond other Gu immortals, he could be called the number 1 in the world, but Fan Yuan was crafty and hard to catch. This situation was quite vexing. Spectral Soul knew he had to be vigilant, otherwise, he would follow in Heavenly Court's footsteps. This Fan Yuan was just too good at escaping. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was facing countless lightning bolts. Ever since the myriad tribulation formed, it had been attacking non-stop. Mini's southern border suffered severe damage. The Heavenly Dao sought to balance deficit and surplus. Which area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was the most developed? It was undoubtedly Mini's southern border. Thus, the Heavenly Dao created this myriad tribulation that targeted Mini's southern border. Myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest! Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, doing his best to make arrangements. He ignored Spectral Soul who was outside now, he let Wu Shui try to stall for time. Rumble. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was completely broken apart into countless pieces by the lightning bolts. There were 8 desolate beast cloud foxes living on the mountain, and 11 desolate plant spear-tip bamboos. They were completely wiped from existence by the lightning bolts. Cloud cheroots, white-hair ginseng and a vast number of ordinary spear-tip bamboos were all destroyed too. The 7-colored cloud soil inside the mountain were also affected. They were scattered all over the place. After the damage from the lightning, their value fell drastically. Cloud Bamboo Mountain was originally taken from southern borders Qi clan by Fan Yuan. It had the weakest defensive formation, thus at this moment, it was completely decimated beyond recognition. Soon, the other resource points started to face problems too. I need to solve this internal threat as soon as possible, Fan Yuan thought to himself, but the power of the myriad destruction lightning forest was terrifying. He could not do anything about it. Each of his actions were still restricted by the Heaven Path Dao marks. Thankfully, there was a bunch of Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Among them, Shui'er, Shi Shiqing, and Mo Tan Sang were nurtured by Fan Yuan to become the new leaders of their variant human tribes. Their cultivation level was too weak. Asking them to help out was simply sending them to death's doors. I will help. At the moment of crisis, an elderly Gu immortal stepped up, emanating rank 8 aura. Since when did Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture gain such a powerful expert? This elderly man was none other than the sole rank 8 in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the current generation Combat Beast King. Ever since Fan Yuan's plan succeeded and he annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, all of the Gu immortals inside were turned into his subordinates. After that, Fan Yuan gave them the true method of Gu cultivation. During the Fate War, most of the rank 7 Gu immortals were sent out to fight. Until now, Fan Yuan did not have any time to recall them. They were still wandering around in the 5 regions. Combat Beast King was a different case. Because he had been cultivating inside Star Collection City, his strength rose greatly. This was Fan Yuan's backup plan during the Fate War to guard against people trying to invade his immortal aperture. During the Fate War, this situation did not occur, and now that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a myriad tribulation, with Fan Yuan unable to make a move, he could only send out the Combat Beast King. Winds blew, starlight shot out. The rank 8 Star Sea Snail corpse was taken out by Fan Yuan, handed to Combat Beast King. The Combat Beast King did not hesitate. He immediately used his killer move and turned into a giant covered in starlight armor. The giant roared as his body flew up towards the sky of lightning clouds. Crack! When the giant reached half the distance, several lightning bolts combined into one. The pillar-like bolt shot down on the star-armored giant. If this were in the past, Combat Beast King would definitely die from getting hit by this. But after this period of cultivation, he had already learned how to use immortal killer moves. Thus, the defensive killer move was used by Combat Beast King before he moved. It managed to resist the lightning bolts. But the giant's advancement was also halted at this moment. The giant landed back on the ground, its majestic body shivering as sparks remained on its body. Combat Beast King's limbs were going numb. His movements were greatly affected. Myriad tribulations are truly terrifying. Combat Beast King was tongue-tied. He spoke with deep shock. Fan Yuan frowned tightly. Earlier, the lightning bolts combined to target Combat Beast King. That was the work of Heaven's Will. The Heaven Path Dao marks were too densely gathered now. Heaven's Will was naturally being produced. With the manipulation of Heaven's Will, the terrifying myriad tribulation became even more adaptive. It led to despair. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation. I can even get rid of Heaven's Will in dream realms. Unfortunately, I cannot use it now. Fan Yuan sighed to himself. He needed to refine the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had to mingle with Heaven's Will and use both Heaven Human Sensation and Human Executing Heaven's work to capture the location of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After that, he would use Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to refine the relevant Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Heaven's Will was necessary. Once Fan Yuan gets rid of the Heaven's Will, he would also not be able to refine these Heaven Path Dao marks. But the Heaven Path Dao marks gathered and created a myriad tribulation. This greatly affected my refinement of the Heaven Path Dao marks. My efficiency is less than 1% of before. Originally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were scattered all over the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They were like divided troops. Fan Yuan could refine them group by group. The refinement was very effective. But now that the Heaven Path Dao marks gathered into one tight group, Fan Yuan would have huge problems in trying to target them. His refinement also started to have no progress. With this speed of refining the Heaven Path Dao marks, how long would it take? Fan Yuan's circumstances were really precarious. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, Wu Shuai shouted loudly as he requested for Fan Yuan's help. This Dragonman clone was also in a bind now. Veins were bulging on his forehead, he was sweating profusely. Dragon Palace was trapped in the black smoke spiral, it was taking huge damage at all times. With cracking tiles and pillars, the whole of Dragon Palace was visibly shrinking. Wu Shuai could only do his best to repair it, but his speed could not match Spectral Soul's destruction. Seeing that a crucial area was about to be destroyed, Wu Shuai had no choice but to ask for help. Fan Yuan knew that his clone would not ask unless he was desperate. He sighed to himself as he switched his attention to the outside world. After inspecting the situation, Fan Yuan immediately took action to help Wu Shuai with the repair of the Gu house. They managed to alleviate the situation, but it was not enough. Suddenly, Wu Shuai gasped. "Why are Spectral Soul's attacks getting slower?" Fan Yuan realized at once. He said, "I created a fake main body over in Myriad Year Flying Warship. It seems to have worked. Spectral Soul is hesitating now. He has always been worried that I would escape. He has no idea that Dragon Palace is about to collapse. He thinks the rank 8 Immortal Gu house can still last for some time. If my main body in Myriad Year Flying Warship escapes during this period, even if he manages to take down Dragon Palace and kill you, his plan will fail regardless." Wu Shuai's eyes shined. "It will be great if we can deceive him now." Chapter 2039. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, Wanshao Air. "It'll be difficult." Fan Yuan sighed deeply. Almost the same time as he said that, Spectral Soul, who was outside, attacked even quicker than before. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, "Fan Yuan, you are truly a disappointment. How long are you going to hide? I'll tell you the truth, Fairy Ziwei has already deduced your location earlier. And trusting your hope to deceit, this is the way of the weak. I gave you Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it was truly a waste. Come out and fight me. In this case, even if you die, people of the world will not say that you were cowardly, being afraid of the strong while bullying the weak. Damn it!" Wu Shuai's hope was dashed. He could not help but grit his teeth. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, frowning and not answering. From his perspective, what was the point of reputation? What he cared about was whether Fairy Ziwei really succeeded in her deduction. Was Spectral Soul trying to deceive him now? Was it all an act just to bait out Fan Yuan? The Qixi clone had already left, so Fan Yuan did not know about the situation over there. Even now, the Wisdom Path formation is still working. We cannot forget another possibility. That is Fairy Ziwei trying to delay Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven's action by telling Spectral Soul about the results secretly in advance. Sigh, I can't care about it now. Fan Yuan sighed as he quickly tossed away this question. It was not that he found out the truth, but Dragon Palace's current condition was too dangerous. He had no choice but to take action. Fan Yuan opened the door of his immortal aperture slightly, letting out the immemorial year beasts that he had prepared. Several immemorial year beasts roared as they charged out of Dragon Palace, attempting to destroy the black smoke spiral, while a few of them charged towards Spectral Soul. "Your efforts are futile." Spectral Soul made his move. Black smoke spread out from his body and whipped up a dark storm, shrouding the surrounding over an immense range. He pointed repeatedly with his finger. Each attack only carried a trace of smoke, but it was incredibly fast. The power was overwhelming. When the black smoke hit the immemorial year beasts, it immediately expanded into countless dense smoke chains that binded the immemorial year beasts. The immemorial year beasts struggled, but the black smoke chains were boosted by the black smoke spiral. They became thicker and tighter. The immemorial year beasts could struggle at first, but soon they became unable to move. They were swept away by the spiral without resistance. "These are just petty tricks. You are truly a disappointment, Fan Yuan." Spectral Soul flew up into the sky as he looked down at the black smoke spiral. The great rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was like a toy. Once its details were exposed, it was completely toyed around with like a harmless object. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth, activating the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. Spectral Soul chuckled, spitting out several soul balls. The tadpole-like soul balls had tails. They moved rapidly in the air, quickly entering the immemorial year beasts. Thin black chi appeared around the immemorial year beasts' bodies. The black smoke chains fused into the black chi and caused it to become much thicker. The three immemorial year beasts regained freedom. They growled angrily as they attacked Dragon Palace. One of the immemorial year beasts directly jumped into the range of Dreamy Light Smoke. Their control was actually taken over by Spectral Soul. Dreamy Light Smoke swept away one immemorial year beast. Wu Shuai felt powerless. With Spectral Soul controlling the situation now, he had ample time and initiative. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer pose a threat. It was just a small problem. The soul path killer moves that Spectral Soul was using now were all unheard of by Fan Yuan and Wu Shuai. They had never seen any moves like these. The foundation of a rank 9 venerable was truly unfathomable. High in the sky, the Wisdom Path formation continued to operate. Fairy Ziwei stayed at the central control area. She showed an appearance of working her hardest to make deductions. Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Courts Immortals surrounded the Wisdom Path formation. Qin Dingling silently looked at the Wisdom Path formation. Just earlier, Heavenly Court transmitted news that the few Gu Immortals staying back successfully suppressed Di Zhangxing. Di Zhangxing was hit by Primordial Origin's Qi Path killer move. Its condition was slipping rapidly. When Fan Yuan escaped, he abandoned it to its own demise. Now, it was not strange that Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals suppressed it. This point alone showed how anxious Fan Yuan was. He even gave up something like Di Zhangxing. It showed that he was at his weakest point. And this fact amplified Qin Dingling's killing intent towards Fan Yuan. This was a rare opportunity that could not be lost. After suppressing the evil dragon, the remaining Gu Immortals started to repair Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. They quickly fixed the holes. Heavenly Court's crisis was finally alleviated. This also allowed Qin Dingling to let out a sigh of relief, but she still had other worries. Qixi Ancestor has just left recently. With Dragon Palace's speed and direction, it should have already reached Intestinal Gorge, right? Qin Dingling thought to herself. Fan Yuan escaped in Dragon Palace, moving out of Immemorial White Heaven and into Central Continent. This enraged Heavenly Court and also caused them to be worried that the aftermath of the battle might cause severe losses. Intestinal Gorge was the northern entrance of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was created during the Olden Antiquity era when a Beastman expert died and fused with the surrounding mountains. It was under the control of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Black Heaven Temple. Qin Dingling had already transmitted the details to Black Heaven Temple, asking them to send out their immortal Gu House and move along Intestinal Gorge. If there was a chance they would strike. If the enemies were too strong, they would abandon Intestinal Gorge and preserve their strength as the main goal. After receiving Heavenly Court's orders, Black Heaven Temple went into an alert state. They mobilized all of their strength and started to move out. But after waiting for a long time, they did not see Dragon Palace nor Spectral Soul. Qin Dingling did not know that Spectral Soul had already intercepted Dragon Palace along the way. They were still above the sky of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range was huge, extending over hundreds of thousands of li. Compared to other mountain ranges, it was relatively gentle. The resources here were not abundant. Most of the mountains were barren. Thus, even though it was in Black Heaven Temple's territory, they did not care much about it. This place mostly produced wind path resources. In the past, a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor came here to cultivate in seclusion. He managed to break through to rank 8. It was Old Man Bei Feng. It was a pity that his life was filled with hardship. He first got captured by Fan Yuan during the Fate War, and became enslaved by Dragon Palace. In the intense battle earlier, Old Man Bei Feng died already. He was not the only one. All of the 4 dragon generals died in this battle. Even the strongest of the enslaved, Di Zhangxing, was now suppressed by Heavenly Court. On a certain mountain of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, several youngsters were herding sheep. They got into an argument. A youngster was being bullied. He was the weakest and thinnest person here. He took several steps back amidst the argument. Wang Xiaoer, this mountain is occupied by us. There is no place for you here. Scram now, get lost from our sight. Several youngsters wore thick leather jackets. They had muscular bodies and vicious expressions. Wang Xiaoer's clothes were patched up with many tattered areas. He looked like a beggar. He resisted weakly. But my sheep need to eat. If I do not feed them sufficiently, uncle and aunt will beat me up when I return. The youngsters laughed loudly. The strongest one struck and pushed Wang Xiaoer to the ground. Go to the other mountain to herd your sheep. There is still some grass there. Scram now! Otherwise, I will break your leg. The muscular young man threatened viciously. Wang Xiaoer struggled to get up. He did not resist. He only moved his small group of sheep and left the mountain. He walked with his thin legs, crossing rivers and steep paths. There was no road on the mountain. Wang Xiaoer often fell down and suffered bruises from the hard rocks on the ground. Only the sheep behind him were traveling without any problems. Wang Xiaoer finally found a small patch of grass. The sheep got tired and thirsty after running around. Even without his command, they went forward and competed to eat the food. Wang Xiaoer was so tired he laid down on the rock and watched the sheep fighting to eat. He sighed to himself. Recently, the sorrowful winds in the mountains are getting more violent. There is less and less grass available. That is why they chased my sheep away from that grassland. The patch of grass was tiny. It was completely gobbled up by the sheep after some time. The stronger sheep ate the most food while the remaining sheep growled in hunger. Wang Xiao'er shook his head. This mountain had little grass. It was scattered all over the place. If he wanted to feed all the sheep, he would need to head to another mountain. It would not only waste time but energy as well. Oh sheep, at least you guys have food. In order to feed you all, I will definitely have to return late. I will definitely be beaten up by uncle and aunt. I will have to eat leftover rotten food. Even though Central Continent was the most developed among the 5 regions, most of the mortals still lived difficult lives. It was common to starve. Right at this time, there were suddenly rumbling noises heard. Wang Xiao'er raised his head. This was a strange situation. Why was there thunder rumbling in this bright sky? After that, he slowly opened his mouth and saw a shooting star falling from the sky. The shooting star became larger and larger in his vision. Winds became stronger, the rumbling sounds were deafening, even the temperature of the air rose. Wang Xiao'er was completely stunned. He froze on the spot. The surrounding sheep sensed the danger. They started crying out and running around. Not just the sheep, the wild beasts on the mountains were also scrambling. The originally quiet mountains suddenly became very lively. As the shooting star got closer, Wang Xiao'er finally got a good glimpse of it. This shooting star was actually a mountain-sized beast. The wild beast crashed down with a loud sound. Coincidentally, it was the mountain that Wang Xiao'er lived on. The mountains collapsed as rocks flew, earth shook as the mountain trembled, dust clouds rose up rapidly. The village on the mountain was instantly destroyed. There were anguished cries of people mixed with the growls of beasts. Wang Xiao'er could hear these sounds spreading through the air currents produced. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Wang Xiao'er stared with a frightened gaze, terrifying cracks were spreading on the ground. Soon, the surroundings of the mountain peak also cracked. They fell apart piece by piece. The youngsters who chased Wang Xiao'er away earlier all met with a disaster. Am I going to die? Wang Xiao'er sat on the ground helplessly. He seemed to have lost all of his strength. He could only watch as the dust clouds devoured him like a hungry beast that ate everything in its path. Inside the dust clouds were countless rock shards carried by the wind. One of them hit Wang Xiao'er's forehead. Before he fainted, his final thought was that of confusion. Why did a giant beast fall from the sky? Chapter 2040. Qing Mouth. Above the clouds, in the sky, Dragon Palace barely managed to create a golden light to shield itself, but it was trapped inside the black smoke spiral, resisting against the ferocious attacks from the outside. Only 3 immemorial year beasts that Spectral Soul took control of were left. The rest were all defeated by Wu Shuai using Dragon Palace. As for their fallen corpses and what mountains they destroyed, how many people they killed, nobody in this battle cared. They could not afford to bother with the devastating disaster that a mortal boy like Wang Xiao'er experienced. The remaining 3 immemorial year beasts regained their senses after the black smoke dissipated. They fought against Spectral Soul once again. But Wu Shuai had a heavy mood. These immemorial year beasts were collected by Fan Yuan in an attempt to restore his 12 zodiac battle formation. At this crucial moment, he had to use them for battle. The result was that due to Spectral Soul's methods, they became used by him instead. After the fight earlier, the remaining 3 immemorial year beasts were all injured. They could not be used to break out of this situation. Spectral Soul easily managed to resolve Fan Yuan's method. He dealt with the situation without breaking a sweat. Not only could Spectral Soul control soul beasts, ordinary enslavement path methods were also useless against him. He could use it against the enemy instead. Wu Shuai was deeply worried. At this rate, how long can we last? Fan Yuan frowned tightly. His opponent was Spectral Soul now. He was trying hard to maintain his defense. But inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the myriad tribulation was rampaging and causing destruction. After this short while, Mini Southern Border lost many resource points. His losses were rapidly increasing. The bigger problem was that even if Fan Yuan gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, he could not break free from the myriad tribulation. This was because the heaven path Tao marks that created the tribulation were very special. They could move around. He had to endure the myriad tribulation forcefully to get past this biggest hurdle. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with cold light. He did not chase after his enemies and attack Dragon Palace again. Instead, he looked away. In his vision, a black dot appeared. Soon, this dot expanded as a legendary immemorial beast showed its appearance. It had a tortoise shell, for tiger paws, dragon tail, snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled and it had a twisted expression filled with insanity. It was Qin Chou who had caught up. Spectral Soul did not avoid Qin Chou's pursuit. Instead, he started to smile coldly. Since you are here to court death, that will be the best outcome. However, when Qin Chou reached Spectral Soul, the corner of its tortoise shell split open as a pair of bat wings formed instantly. This was very similar to the wings of the green claw ghost-winged lion. Immortal killer move, Qin Mouth. Qin Chou opened its mouth, as it had a human face. Its mouth was not big, but right now, its mouth opened to form a huge green-black hole. The hole expanded rapidly, it shot out and devoured Spectral Soul in one mouthful. The hole rapidly shrunk as it entered Qin Chou's mouth. Qin Chou swallowed as it gulped. A ball could be seen flowing down its snake neck, into its stomach. Good chance! At this moment, brilliance flashed in Wu Shuai's eyes. This move was left behind to deal with you, scumbag! Qin Chou roared loudly in joy after devouring Spectral Soul. Memories surfaced in its mind again. What? All 3 Gu immortals we sent were killed by Mingyu. Impossible! But that is the truth. Mingyu first pretended to be weak and got injured on purpose, causing our 3 immortals to split up to look for him. He ambushed them at a corner and found the opportunity to launch a shameless sneak attack on them. Out of carelessness, all 3 immortals met with their demise. Qin Clan's hall turned silent. They wanted to restore their reputation, but they ended up suffering even greater losses. A rank 7 Gu immortal was not easy to nurture, especially when they were elite rank 7 Gu immortals of Qin Clan. The losses were really huge for Qin Clan. Their foundation was definitely shook. Mingyu deserves death. We were too careless. This lesson is very important. We need to remember it and pass it down to the future generations. I am going to deal with him personally. Qin Clan First Supreme Elder said. The immortals were silent, nobody expressed their objection. Sending a rank 8 Gu immortal against the rank 7 Mingyu was really not something to be proud of. But Qin Clan could not afford to lose any more. All of the super forces in Western Desert were watching them like a joke. However, when Qin Clan's First Supreme Elder was about to set off, he received a challenge letter. This letter came from another Western Desert super force which had deep enmity with Qin Clan. They requested a battle with Qin Clan First Supreme Elder, wanting to use the result of this battle to decide their territorial boundary. Damn it, at this juncture! Qin Clan's Gu immortals shouted immediately. They are doing this on purpose. But the territorial boundary determines the ownership of a resource point. The benefits involved are too much. What do you think? Qin Clan First Supreme Elder hesitated at this moment. I will go and end Mingyu's life. Qin Clan's Second Supreme Elder stood up. You! The First Supreme Elder hesitated. Second Supreme Elder smiled. I only have rank 7 cultivation level, but Mingyu is heavily injured. He needs to recuperate. We have already learned of his details. Even though his methods are innovative and peculiar, they are mostly soul-related. My immemorial desolate beast Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion is his nemesis. Not just that, I created an immortal move called Qin Mouth. I gained inspiration from the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion and created it. Once used, it can devour souls. Don't worry everyone, I can definitely take this southern border Gu immortal's life. Alright, go ahead. Be careful on this trip. Eventually, First Supreme Elder nodded and agreed. With Second Supreme Elder taking action, we will definitely succeed. Mingyu is as good as dead, he is not a threat. Our problem now is still this challenge letter. Second Supreme Elder, you must avenge Qing Hua Lan and the rest. I finally took revenge for all of you. As his memories faded away, Qin Chou could not help become choked with tears. Hot tears started to flow out of its red eyes. Revenge was finally taken, it felt relieved and free. Such a familiar sight. Spectral Soul spoke in a casual tone from within Qin Chou's stomach. Qin Chou's body instantly froze. Next, it felt bitterness. Deep bitterness. Intense bitterness. An indescribable and unendurable bitterness. Bitter, it was too bitter. Ugh. Qin Chou's expression turned pale, it gagged as it almost wanted to vomit. It quickly gritted its teeth, enduring desperately. The taste of bitterness surged like a huge tsunami, it crashed towards the limits of its endurance. Qin Chou growled in pain, its entire body was shivering from the bitterness, it could no longer fly as it fell towards the ground. While descending, it started to feel hungry. It was as if there was an empty space in its stomach. No, it was not just hunger, it was a sort of loss. It was as if its entire body was experiencing a loss. Now you should know how Qing Clan's second Supreme Elder died in my hands? Indeed, I purposely got hit by Qing Mouth Killer move. Do you know why I am so confident? Hee hee. Spectral Soul chuckled from inside Qing Chao's stomach. Long ago, when Spectral Soul was still young, before he went up against Western Desert's Qing Clan, Ming Yu, who was extremely successful in life, met with a wild green claw ghost-winged lion and suffered a terrible defeat. Impossible! The soul path I created actually failed to beat a beast. Even though it is an immemorial desolate beast, my soul path. How can my soul path be so pathetic and weak? Ming Yu, who was tired after a long fight, fell to the ground. He stared at the green claw ghost-winged lion with a crazed expression of disbelief and indignance. The green claw ghost-winged lion stood on 4 legs. It looked at Ming Yu, who was on the sandy ground. Its entire body was casting the shadow of death down on him. Next, the green claw ghost-winged lion lowered its head as it opened its bloodthirsty mouth. Plop! With a soft sound, the green claw ghost-winged lion bit off Ming Yu's leg. Ah! Ming Yu cried out in pain. After losing his entire right leg, blood poured out of the wound. The intense pain caused him to curl his body, twisting around on the ground. Soon, the surroundings were dyed red from blood. After biting off his right leg, the green claw ghost-winged lion swallowed it and felt annoyed by the moving Ming Yu. It stretched out its right claw and pressed him firmly on the ground. No matter how Ming Yu struggled, he could not resist the strength of this beast. The green claw ghost-winged lion lowered its head and bit off Ming Yu's left arm this time, swallowing it. Ming Yu cried out in pain again. His eyes turned white as he almost fainted from pain. The pain was even more severe this time. Earlier, when his right leg was bitten off by the green claw ghost-winged lion, it was a quick action, but this time, his left arm was torn off forcefully. There was still a small chunk of flesh left on his shoulder. The white arm bone could be seen with the naked eye. Ming Yu resisted. He used the Soul Path Killer move with his full strength, but all his attack only impacted the green claw ghost-winged lion slightly. It did not move back at all. Because of the attack, the green claw ghost-winged lion lost its patience. It opened its mouth for the 3rd time and ate Ming Yu entirely. It started to move its teeth and chew. Ming Yu's body was pierced and minced. His bones were all shattered. His brain was not spared either. Blood matter and brain matter mixed together, along with his minced flesh. They were all swallowed by the green claw ghost-winged lion. Only Ming Yu's soul was left. However, the green claw ghost-winged lion could not digest human bodies. It only ate souls as food. Ming Yu's soul could not escape from the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach. He was rapidly broken down by the gastric acid. The shadow of death loomed over him. Ming Yu's soul shook intensely. He realized that death was approaching him. Am I going to die? Dying in the mouth of a mere beast? Damn it! Indignance. I am still too weak. I can do much more. I can definitely do more things. I have just created Soul Path. But his Soul Path methods were countered by the green claw ghost-winged lion. This immemorial desolate beast was simply the natural nemesis of Ming Yu. I cannot die here. I will not accept this outcome. There must be a way. There has to be a way. My immortal aperture is still inside my flesh body. It is still with me. My goo worms are around too. But Soul Path is useless here. I still have Food Path. But the Food Path Killer moves he had could not resist the green claw ghost-winged lion. Otherwise, he would have used them already. He would not end up like this. If existing Food Path Killer moves are useless, I will create new Food Path Killer moves. This was wishful thinking, but for Ming Yu, it was his only hope, even though the hope was extremely slim. Ming Yu did not think about the unlikeliness of this action. He only focused on thinking, doing his best to create his concept. Never before was he so concentrated on something. His soul was still eroding. It became smaller and smaller. His thoughts were producing at an increasing slower speed. Soon, even his thoughts could not move anymore. I cannot give up. I have to think. I got it. The Legends of Renzu. That's right, didn't Renzu get eaten as well? Chapter 2041. Bitter Taste, Swallow Loss. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 32. Renzu continued on his journey. After a while, a huge predicament entered Renzu's vision. Strong goo was inside this predicament's body. It laughed. Oh human, I am back again. This time, I have help. Let's see what you can do. Renzu had to stop walking. Even though the predicament before him was huge, he did not fluster. Long ago, Renzu had been chased by a group of predicaments as he escaped, but after he gave his heart to Hope Gu, those predicaments, which feared Hope, escaped in panic. "Oh Hope Gu, I need your help." Renzu summoned Hope Gu, but the light of hope did not scare away this predicament. What was going on? "Ha ha!" Strong Gu laughed. "Oh human, this predicament has gained my help. It will definitely be the greatest predicament you have ever met in your life. With just hope, how can you possibly defeat it?" Renzu could not think of a way. At this moment, weak Gu that was shielded by Renzu spoke in a soft voice. "Oh human, thank you for protecting me. Don't worry, I have an idea. Let's scare this predicament away." "You can scare it away?" Weak Gu shook its head. "Oh human, even something as weak as me has a method to survive in life. Against those that want to eat or bully me, I will often put up a deceiving disguise, to make others think that I am very strong. This world favors the strong. Even if we are weak, we need to disguise ourselves as strong beings, or we will be bullied everywhere. Oh human, you can do it. Don't you have fear, Gu? Isn't attitude Gu on your face?" Renzu heard weak Gu's suggestion and decided to try it. He first twisted his appearance using attitude Gu, revealing his teeth and showing a fierce expression. Next, he used fear Gu to scare the predicament as it bore its teeth, sprawling on the ground and staring at Renzu vigilantly. Renzu was dazed. "Why didn't we scare it away?" Weak Gu urged. "Didn't it jump earlier? This means that my method works, but we need to put in more effort. Oh human, why don't you put attitude Gu on top of self Gu? What is the best form of deceit or disguise? It is to deceive even yourself. By doing that, we should be able to deceive the predicament." Weak Gu continued. "As long as the predicament thinks that you are strong, it will definitely let you pass. That is because predicaments often take the initiative to give way to the strong." Renzu took off the mask on his face as he placed attitude Gu on self Gu. However, it was pointless. The predicament did not run off in fear. Renzu realized at once. "I understand now, when a person faces a huge predicament, putting up a facade will never solve the real problem." Strong Gu laughed. "Oh human, stop wasting your effort. With me here to remind the predicament, how can you guys possibly deceive it? You should not have saved weak Gu. Weak people often like to jeer and taunt others, showing a ruthless demeanor to conceal their own weakness inside." Renzu was helpless, he could only stall for time temporarily. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration as he said to Strong Gu, "You said that the law of survival is for the strong to eat the weak, I agree with that. But how do you prove that you are strong while we are weak? If you cannot prove this, on what basis are you allowed to eat us?" Strong Gu was dazed. "It is because I am Strong Gu and that is weak Gu." Renzu shook his head. "Just your names alone cannot prove anything. Moreover, other than both of you Gu worms, myself and this predicament are also here." Strong Gu smiled coldly. "Then I have a good method to prove it. We will eat a portion of each other. Whoever fails to persevere to the end will lose. Whoever is weak deserves to be eaten." Renzu saw that he could not stall for any more time, he had to take a risk. "Then we will do that. Don't regret it. However, which of us will eat first?" Strong Gu was confident in its strength, it chuckled. "So what if I let you go first?" Renzu assessed the predicament with his gaze. The truth was he had never eaten any predicaments before. Renzu thought about it before he had an idea. "Then I will eat the head of the predicament first." Thus, predicament took off its head and gave it to Renzu. Renzu only took a bite when his face became distorted, he almost vomited on the spot. So bitter! It turned out that this was a huge bitter head. Not just that, even though the predicament lost its head, it was still standing. The neck that was missing a head did not bleed at all. There were no issues at all. "Ha ha!" Strong Gu laughed. "Oh human, you chose wrongly. By just eating bitter heads, you cannot resolve any predicaments. Moreover, whether you are capable of eating this huge bitter head is another question altogether. If you cannot eat it, it means that you are a weakling, you deserve to be eaten by us." Compared to the predicament's head, Renzu's body was very small. Renzu knew that Strong Gu was right, he could not afford to lose. If he lost, not only would he fail to protect weak Gu, he would even lose his life and become the food of the predicament. Renzu could only frown as he opened his mouth, continuing to eat the bitter head. After taking dozens of mouthfuls, Renzu suddenly stopped. He opened his mouth and almost vomited. Hope Gu encouraged him. "Oh human, don't vomit. If you grit your teeth, you can devour any hardship that comes your way." Humans do not just need to eat food, they also need to taste bitterness. Renzu nodded as he continued to eat. Halfway through, the fear goo on his body started to shout. Oh heaven, when will we ever finish eating it? Renzu also felt a trace of despair. Courage goo quickly said, Oh human, you cannot be afraid of tasting bitterness. Don't fear bitterness, suffering is only temporary. If you start to fear suffering, you will suffer for life. With the help of Courage Goo, Renzu finally managed to eat all of the bitter heads after great hardship. Renzu wiped his mouth as he looked at Strong Goo with difficulty. You can choose now. Strong Goo smiled. Then we will eat your skin first. Renzu had to pull off the skin on his body as he threw it to the predicament. The predicament had no head, it stuffed Renzu's skin down its neck. Renzu's skin was completely eaten, but its huge belly did not expand at all. Strong Goo asked again. Oh human, what are you going to eat next? Renzu was troubled now. He had just eaten the predicament's head. It was too bitter. Even though he endured the process, his stomach was almost full now. As for the predicament, even though it had no head, it was still alive and standing. What should I eat now? I ate too much earlier, my stomach is reaching its limit. If I have to eat a lot, my stomach might burst and I'll die. Renzu thought to himself, he had to eat the most important and fatal part of the predicament's body. But which part of the predicament's body was the most important? After thinking for a long time, Renzu finally had an idea. He said to Strong Goo. Then I will eat the part that you absolutely do not want me to eat. Strong Goo snorted coldly. Then you can eat some losses. It took out all of the losses from the predicament's body and gave it to Renzu for consumption. These losses were not big, the quantity was not large either. Renzu was quite surprised, because after these losses were taken out, the originally huge predicament shrunk by a lot. Rules and regulation Goo started to explain for Renzu. Oh human, this is not strange. Predicaments vary according to people. Since you ate such a huge bitter head earlier, you will have less losses to eat, thus, it became smaller. Renzu became happy. This is great. Even if I eat all of these losses, I will not reach my limit, it will not fill my stomach completely. Renzu opened his mouth and ate a small loss. It was so spicy. Renzu could not even speak at this moment. Continuing to eat. Renzu opened his mouth as he breathed heavily. His empty eye sockets also started to tear up uncontrollably. Eating again. Renzu's entire body was covered in sweat that merged with the tears flowing out of his eye sockets. The most uncomfortable thing for Renzu was that budding flames started to appear in his heart. These yellowish flames resembled chicks, they gathered together in groups. The more losses one ate, the more flames of resentment they would feel in their heart. The more flames of resentment they had, the more uncomfortable it felt. Even Renzu's several hearts could not take it, they were going to be incinerated soon. Right at this moment, the heart of nobleness grew in Renzu's chest. Compared to the other hearts, the heart of nobleness was able to endure the most flames of resentment. With this heart to bear the burden, Renzu finally managed to endure it. Renzu ate all of the losses. Strong Goo looked at Renzu's bulging belly as he smiled coldly. Oh human, you are almost at your limit, it is time for us to eat. Renzu breathed roughly as he asked. What do you want to eat? Strong Goo said. I want to eat your flesh. Renzu was helpless about it, he could only let it eat his flesh. Renzu's skin and flesh were inside Predicament's stomach, he only had his bones, organs, and hair left. In this deep and eerie darkness, only Mingyu's thoughts were flickering with much difficulty, radiating the light of hope near the end of his life. I can do it! Come on! Come on! Food path killer move, bitter taste. Food path killer move, swallow loss. The green claw ghost winged lion was flying in the air. Suddenly, its body shook as it fell towards the ground with a pitiful cry. With a loud sound, it crashed into the desert, creating a deep pit. The green claw ghost winged lion struggled intensely, causing the sand on the ground to turn into a huge sand wave. It could not endure the immense feelings of bitterness, the flames of resentment burned intensely in its heart. It knew that Mingyu was the one causing problems in its stomach, it stabbed its claw into its stomach without hesitation. After spending a long time struggling, it slowly came to a halt as its life force dissipated. Using the hole that its claw created, Mingyu's soul flew out like a trace of smoke, bringing along his immortal essence and goo worms, escaping from the stomach of the beast. I actually survived. Even he did not think that this would be the outcome. His soul was dim. After floating and moving for some time, he collapsed onto the ground. Only after resting for a long time did he recover slightly. Looking at the dark sky, Spectral Soul, who was still a young adult, snorted coldly before laughing to himself. Pathetic, truly pathetic. However, in this world, who does not struggle at death's doors? I swear! Spectral Soul's figure was blurred and vague. He seemed to be pointing at heaven. He used an extremely firm and determined, yet incomparably weak voice to shout with all his strength. This is the last time I will struggle before death in my life. From today onwards, only I can cause others to struggle in the face of death. The 5 regions and 2 heavens can bear testament to my words. Heaven and earth was silent. Going back to the present, his memories faded away as the battlefield reappeared. Qingqiu was rolling around in the air. Finally, it could not take it any more as it vomited out Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body was like a phantom, moving rapidly and reaching Qingqiu's back. He raised his right arm as his 5 fingers turned black like ink. It was quite peculiar. His 5 fingernails were longer than his fingers. They were white and sharp, emitting an icy and terrifying aura. Go ahead and struggle to death. Don't worry, I will not let any of you feel even the slightest hope of survival. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with a dark light. His 5 fingers stabbed at lightning speed. Roar! Qingqiu's body shook, all of its strength surged again as Spectral Soul quickly absorbed everything. Notes. The Chinese phrase for suffering hardship is written as bitter head literally. Eat loss is the literal meaning of the phrase that means suffering a loss, being disadvantaged, or ending up in an unfavorable situation. Chapter 2042. Venerable Spectral Soul. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, causing destruction to sovereign immortal aperture. Mini southern border was ravaged by the myriad destruction lightning forest to a pitiful level. Countless mountains collapsed, the earth cracked as deep crevices formed. Combat Beast King was bathed in blood as he fought. His injuries were getting more severe, the situation was getting tougher now. He was using his life to forcefully hold on and maintain the situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, so what? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in sovereign immortal aperture. He gained a lot of knowledge and his strength rose greatly, giving him a boost of confidence. But now, facing the myriad tribulation, he could feel how tiny and insignificant he was. The range of the myriad destruction lightning forest expanded again. Because Fan Yuan's main body had to deal with the fight outside, he was at a disadvantage. Against this myriad tribulation, even if Fan Yuan put in all his effort, it would still be a dangerous process, and yet half of his attention was drawn away to deal with Spectral Soul. This was a myriad tribulation. Countless rank 8s had faltered at this hurdle. Fan Yuan's situation was quite unique. This was not his first myriad tribulation. He had not just skipped 2 myriad tribulations, this current one was created by the 3,000 heaven path down marks in his body. A myriad tribulation created this way was extremely rare even in the long history of humanity. Forced by the situation, Fan Yuan had to multitask. He dealt with the situation outside while simultaneously observing sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the heaven path Dao marks that transformed into lightning path and cloud path to create this myriad tribulation. He suddenly comprehended something. I think I understand something now. At that instance, he realized the origin of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he knew that calamities and tribulations were controlled by the heavenly Tao. It cared about balance, to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. Every Gu immortal and immortal aperture was a mass congregation of Tao marks, thus, the heavenly Tao had to take measures to maintain the balance. Every once in a while, the heavenly Tao would unleash its might, creating calamities and tribulations for Gu immortals. But how could it create these calamities and tribulations? Fan Yuan did not know. Right now, this question in Fan Yuan's heart got answered by the scene before him. It turned out that matter what kind of tribulation, it was actually created using heaven path Tao marks. The heaven path Tao marks could transform into any path, thus, there were the flying frost jumping lightning tribulation, for inferno cloud tribulation, dragon roar tribulation, heavenly drum thunder tribulation, wind flower calamity, snow moon calamity, profound white flying salt calamity. These tribulations were of the various paths. There were many types of them. Gu immortals could not guess what would come, thus they faced huge difficulties. The heavenly Tao would even mimic venerable methods, for example, thieving heaven demon venerable's formless hand. All these different tribulations were merely the manifestation. In essence, they were all heaven path Tao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Tao marks they would have, and the bigger the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heaven path down marks would be drawn to them, and the stronger the tribulations they would face. Nobody in the world could cultivate heaven path. Even if a Gu immortal passed the tribulation successfully, they would not gain heaven path down marks. These heaven path down marks would transform into the down marks of other paths and fuse with the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Thinking about it, back in Kray's demon cave, the heaven path down marks derived many strange and peculiar small worlds. After these worlds were destroyed, they transformed back into heaven path down marks. As for the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fan Yuan obtained from Langya sect, it used the same logic. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement target, using the killer move to connect the immortal aperture with the 5 regions world outside, influencing the calamities and tribulations and using it to temper the immortal aperture itself. Langya blessed land was once located at Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Around the vicinity of Crescent Lake were water path and refinement path down marks. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move was often used to deal with the calamities and tribulations. Most often, water path and refinement path calamities would occur. After passing it, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path down marks. The true effect of this move was to effect the transformation of the heaven path down marks. In Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritance, there were also luck path methods to weaken tribulations. For example, dog shit luck and fortune rivaling heaven. He was using luck path down marks to interfere with the creation of tribulations by the heaven path down marks, causing a favorable change to occur and weakening the might of the tribulations. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there was Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation Killer Move. It limited the transformation of the heaven path down marks, thus each tribulation turned into a transformation path Beast Calamity instead. The Exposing Heavenly Secret Killer Move that Fan Yuan obtained from Shadow Sect could precisely deduce the content of the following tribulation. Exposing Heavenly Secret Killer Move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core. Very evidently, it also targeted the root source, the heaven path down marks, to make its deductions. Thus, each deduction was extremely precise about the content. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, Luck Path Methods, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, Exposing Heavenly Secret. Fan Yuan had all of these methods. It was a pity that he could not use them now. The heaven path down marks restricted his actions. He could not activate any of these moves. Only by using human path methods to resist heaven path could Fan Yuan gain some time and opportunity to activate other killer moves. Like earlier in Heavenly Court when he used Unlimited Chi Si killer move to deal with Primordial Chi Wall. Fan Yuan had a human path formation in Sovereign Immortal Aperture that used the Thousand Wish Tree as the core. But Heaven's Will was not stupid, it knew about Fan Yuan's information. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in Mini Central Continent. It was attacking the human path formation, making Fan Yuan trapped in a tighter spot. Roar! Beast growls resounded. A large group of soul beasts moved out towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged relentlessly without any concern about their own lives. These were all soul beasts. Most were desolate beasts. There were some ancient soul beasts and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were all captured by Fan Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, the immemorial soul beasts were enslaved when Fan Yuan helped Fan Clan to obtain Divine Being Palace. These soul beasts were usually kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fan Yuan was facing a crisis. He had to make use of them. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were completely defenseless. In just a while, 100 desolate level soul beasts perished from the lightning bolts. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fan Yuan's heart was cold as ice. He did not waver. The soul beast group had already served its purpose. It drew the firepower away and took away the pressure, allowing Fan Yuan to gain some time. This included the immemorial soul beasts. Without Immortal Gu, they were just high-tier cannon fodder against the myriad tribulation, but they were still useful as meat shields after all. Fan Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts against Spectral Soul. The truth was, after Spectral Soul took control of the ear beasts, Fan Yuan gave up on this aspect. A huge amount of strength flowed like a tidal wave into Spectral Soul's body. Qing Cho struggled intensely, using killer moves to attack itself manically. However, Spectral Soul endured Qing Chao's attacks forcefully as he continued to drain its strength. Soul Beast existed in this world because Spectral Soul created Soul Path. Spectral Soul understood Soul Beasts too well. Not only could he make them loyal to him, he also has methods to extract strength from them to replenish himself. Qing Chao's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou with great satisfaction. The hatred goo within its body was already reaching completion. This fool was simply sending itself to death while contributing treasures as well. Spectral Soul suppressed Qing Chou while keeping his attention on Dragon Palace. All along, he did not relax. He stared at Fan Yuan's main body without looking away. The entire situation was still under his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, winds blew as the air rumbled. Two giant hands slammed towards Spectral Soul from the left and right. One hand was black while the other was white. They were grand and majestic, containing deep profundities. It was the Chi Path Killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer Hands. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan's Chi Path clone arrived. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, black smoke spewing out of his body. From the smoke, two immemorial soul beasts flew out and slammed into the two Chi Path giant hands. The Chi Path hands grabbed as the two immemorial soul beasts growled in pain, but they did not die just yet. Qi Ancestor could neither let go of them nor continue grabbing them at this moment. If he grabbed onto them, his offensive momentum would be halted. If he let go, these two immemorial soul beasts would still attack him later. Qi Ancestor shouted as he waved both hands, letting them fly far away, bringing the immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral Soul's goal was achieved. He used two immemorial soul beasts to restrain Qi Ancestor, while also wasting his energy. After all, Qi Ancestor had to sustain the two Chi Path hands to trap the immemorial soul beasts. Qi and Spectral Soul's first round of fighting ended up as a simple exchange. Spectral Soul used two immemorial soul beasts while Qi Ancestor wasted some mental energy, immortal essence, timing. Both sides were evenly matched. In fact, Spectral Soul lost a bit more. After all, the immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the big picture, Spectral Soul's gains were slightly higher. He still continued to control the situation. Because he controlled Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven secretly, it had many immemorial soul beasts. Losing two was no issue. In contrast, Qi failed to use this opportunity well. He originally wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul but was interrupted. This chance was wasted. Spectral Soul made use of his advantage well. He continued to absorb Qing Chao's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou. On the whole, he had gained a lot from this first round of combat. This round was just a tiny projection of their fight, yet it showed Spectral Soul's abundant and rich battle experience. His vision loomed over the entire battlefield. His control of combat was so precise and flawless, even someone like Fan Yuan felt stifled. Fan Yuan was not giving up obviously. He focused on repairing Dragon Palace while asking Qi Ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul focused on three things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the black smoke spiral to damage it. He absorbed Qing Chao's soul beast strength. He also used killer moves to resist Qi Ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Qi Ancestor, these were three entities with top-tier battle strength in the world, yet they could not turn the situation around even by being on the same side. To speak the truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too impressive, but he had the complete dominance over Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chao's abilities, and he even knew about Qi Ancestor's information. His soul path methods are used in succession, the moves complement each other and are tightly connected. This is an exceptional combat system. In contrast, my Qi clone has only existed for a short period of time. He has too few methods that are all easily countered. Fan Yuan's main body understood the reason. Qi clone's most common offensive method was Yin Yang Great Killer Hands and his main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. His foundation was too low. When observed by Spectral Soul, after just a few exchanges of moves, he would be able to create a countermeasure easily. Be it battle strength, knowledge, or experience, Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. After all, he was once the invincible demon Venerable that dominated the world. Among the generations of Venerables, Spectral Soul was publicly recognized as the one with the deepest killing intent. He had gone through intense battles, he fought his way to the top, he was an expert that carved out his own bloody path through countless hurdles. Under his venerable throne, there was a mountain of skeletons and sea of corpses. Chapter 2043. Dragon Palace Escapes. Qi Ancestor, how is the situation over there? Amidst intense battle, Fan Yuan's clone Qi received Qin Dingling's transmission. Qi Ancestor did not speak, he recorded the scene of the battle using an information path goo worm and sold it to Qin Dingling in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court soon gained an understanding of the battle situation. Qin Dingling was slightly shocked internally. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her initial estimations. It seemed like Qi Si ancestor could not restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul might likely kill Fan Yuan and defeat Qi Si. He would also absorb Qin Chou. He would be the greatest winner in this clash. This was something Qin Dingling did not want to see. Fan Yuan and Spectral Soul were supreme demons. It would be great if they both perished. The best scenario would be Longevity Heaven going down with them. That was the result Qin Dingling most wanted to see. We have our immortal goo house. If we join the fight, we can cause some changes to it. Even though Qin Chou is strong, it is a mistake to use it against Spectral Soul. Looking at Spectral Soul's actions, it seems that he is sure that Fan Yuan is inside Dragon Palace. Then has Fairy Ziwei already succeeded in her deductions and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Dingling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating Wisdom Path formation and Calamity Luck altar beside it. If Heavenly Court could exterminate Fairy Ziwei and the rest, that would be the best. Clipping Spectral Soul's wings prematurely would result in fewer variables in this battle. It was a pity that Calamity Luck altar was here. Most of Longevity Heaven's experts came along with it. Qin Dingling was not confident of taking down Fairy Ziwei at this moment. Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Among the Heavenly Court goo immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven most deeply. Back then, she was forced to become Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She endured this humiliation and successfully switched to cultivating Luck Path. She eventually participated in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Giant Sun Immortal Zombie's attack tilted the balance of the final battle in his favor. Longevity Heaven, I will settle the scores with you one day, Qin Dingling swore in her heart. Right when Qin Dingling was thinking, a rank 7 Immortal Goo House flew over. This Immortal Goo House was owned by Spirit Affinity House. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were inside it as they brought along an important person, Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang, quickly retrieve the Dream Realms before us, Qin Dingling ordered. Yes. The door of the Immortal Goo House opened as Feng Jinhuang stood on the steps, quickly using her method with a solemn expression. She had Dream Wings Immortal Goo and the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was created by Fairy Ziwei's deductions. As Dream Realms turned into human form, they flew into Spirit Affinity House's Immortal Goo House. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven were stirred. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with brilliance. Old Man Jingyuan quickly asked, Fairy, do we take action? After all, these Dream Realms belonged by Spectral Soul. His attainment levels were inside them. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. We will wait for now. These Dream Realms are just a small portion. They are not important. Fan Yuan is our main priority. At the moment, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. At this rate of development, Shadow Sect was greatly favored. Fairy Ziwei did not want to upset the balance now and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Jinhuang was just a rank 5 Goo Master. She was not even a rank 6 Goo Immortal. But her status was quite unique. She was Feng Jiuji's daughter. If anyone attacked her, it might cause Feng Jiuge to come. Feng Jiuji's future self had likely disappeared, similar to He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. But even so, with Feng Jiuji's own strength, he could participate in this fight. He was an uncertain variable. Especially when this variable was not favorable for Shadow Sect, Fairy Ziwei wanted to have less problems if possible. Calamity Luck Altar's Bing Saichuan had the same thought. He did not make a move in the end. Feng Jinhuang was heavily protected by Heavenly Court's immortals, as she gradually collected the Dream Realms. Qin Dingling had a complex emotion. She eventually made this move, using Feng Jinhuang and thus, Feng Jiuge indirectly to intimidate their opponents. Since when did the Great Heavenly Court fall to such a level? The pride in Qin Dingling's heart pressured her, but the logic in her mind told her to use all of the resources and influences they could gather. Qi Si ancestor transmitted information again, requesting for Heavenly Court's reinforcement. Qin Dingling rejected his request politely, asking him to persevere some more time. Thus, Qi Si ancestor changed his request. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple. Why don't you ask them to send an Immortal Goo House to patrol the periphery of the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Fan Yuan, we can still rely on Black Heaven Temple. Qin Dingling thought about it but did not tell Qi Ancestor about her orders to Black Heaven Temple. She rejected. Black Heaven Temple is not strong enough to participate in this battle. Qi Ancestor replied angrily. This is a prime opportunity. If Heavenly Court hesitates and loses the chance, either one of these two demons getting stronger will be a problem for the righteous path. Qin Dingling sighed. Why wouldn't I know that? But Heavenly Court is not as before, we need to act cautiously. If we send Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals there, they would only die in vain. Please understand our plight. Qi Ancestor felt a little dejected. Since Heavenly Court's leader openly spoke of their weakness, they were really not the Heavenly Court of before. Their style of action changed. Fan Yuan could not make use of them easily anymore. While Qin Dingling and Qi Ancestor spoke secretly, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was also asking Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan's main body is here, why aren't you coming here? Fan Yuan placed his will in myriad year flying worship. He also left behind Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence. Under the effect of familiar face killer move, he could disguise his will very well. Demon Immortal Qi Ju told Spectral Soul about this, but the latter continued to fight Dragon Palace, not showing signs of leaving. This made Demon Immortal Qi Ju quite suspicious. Spectral Soul directly replied, Don't forget about Fan Yuan's familiar face. We cannot be sure of his location. Demon Immortal Qi Ju became increasingly suspicious. Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me? Spectral Soul replied, Don't worry, just continue restraining myriad year flying worship, you will get your due remuneration. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not fall for it, he smiled coldly. Don't worry indeed, I have a brilliant plan to find out which is Fan Yuan's main body. Saying so, he suddenly stopped dealing with myriad year flying worship as he flew towards Spectral Soul's direction. Myriad year flying worship was stunned for a moment before quickly pulling away from Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he quickly transmitted, Qi Ju, don't do anything foolish. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju was firm. Sometimes, we need to take a chance, right? Or maybe, you can tell me the information that you just obtained? Spectral Soul snorted but did not reply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju turned silent as he flew into the sky with an increased speed. In a few breaths of time, myriad year flying warship appeared behind him again. Seeing this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly. Oh Spectral Soul, look, I found out the truth already. I can be certain that Fan Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace now. If Fan Yuan's main body was inside myriad year flying warship, he would have flown away already. But now, myriad year flying warship returned to stall Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It showed that Fan Yuan's main body was unwilling to see Spectral Soul gain reinforcements. He had to stop Demon Immortal Qi Ju from leaving. At this moment, Fan Yuan's plan to deceive his enemies by splitting up has failed completely. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was a famous demon in history. His seniority was higher than everyone here, including Spectral Soul. After sensing something wrong, he quickly tested his method to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, showing displeasure. With Demon Immortal Qi Ju's move, the situation got out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was just using Qi Ju by promising benefits. They were wary of each other in essence, their relationship was merely because of mutual gains. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want Demon Immortal Qi Ju to come over was because this uncertain variable could possibly get greedy and fight with him over the immense benefits of killing Fan Yuan. Right now, from Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions, it showed that Spectral Soul's worries were well justified. Demon Immortal Qi Ju definitely had his own ideas. But Spectral Soul did not fluster. Back when he lured Demon Immortal Qi Ju to join the battle, he had already thought of this. But there was no helping it. Spectral Soul had just regained his strength. Shadow Sect was still very weak. Because of the many variables in this battle, Spectral Soul had to increase the strength of his side. It was thanks to Fairy Ziwei communicating with Longevity Heaven earlier, to rope them in with Shadow Sect temporarily, otherwise the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Sichuan have no such intentions either? Was he really going to watch Spectral Soul kill Fan Yuan like that? Of course not. Fairy Ziwei was a Wisdom Path great expert, she had deep considerations. She created the formation in front of Heavenly Court, it was to restrain them as well as Longevity Heaven. This battle to kill Fan Yuan was not as grand as the Fate War, but it involved 4 parties, tens of Gu immortals, and almost all of the peak experts in the current world. These people plotted against each other, and schemed deeply. Spectral Soul could sense acutely that his control over the situation was slipping. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Wall. During the intense battle, Chi-Si Ancestor pushed with both hands as a colossal Chi wall formed instantly. The Chi wall was like a mountain as it pressed towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they blocked the Chi wall. But Chi-Si Ancestor shouted suddenly as he raised his right fist. He spread out his fingers as his palm targeted Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul seemed to have sensed something as black smoke appeared around him in a ball shape, shielding him. The moment Chi-Si Ancestor's killer move was ready, he moved his palm away and targeted the black smoke spiral instead. Immortal killer move, Great Chi Hand Explosion. Bam! Following an intense explosion, the black smoke spiral was completely torn apart as black chi flew all over the place. Dragon Palace, which was greatly damaged, moved quickly as it drew a golden trail of light in the sky, rapidly escaping. At this point in the battle, Dragon Palace finally broke free. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Chi-Si Ancestor found this small loophole and quickly made use of his opportunity with some luck. Spectral Soul looked at Chi-Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent, there was also praise and admiration in his gaze. Chi-Si Ancestor had made a brilliant move. Now that Dragon Palace had escaped, Spectral Soul had to keep up with it. He had to abandon the heavy Qin Cho. It was such a pity. Spectral Soul was only a bit of time away from completely subduing Qin Cho. Chapter 2044. Leaving stealthily. Fan Yuan, where are you trying to escape to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly, black smoke oozing out of his body. An immemorial soul beast as large as a giant python flew out of the black smoke. It pounced at Dragon Palace with strong winds around it. The orange-golden light flickered on Dragon Palace as a trace of pink smoke flew out. With the movement of the smoke, the immemorial soul beast easily got suppressed inside Dragon Palace without putting up a resistance. It was Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Spectral Soul was only afraid of this method from Dragon Palace. But now that it was used, he immediately used the opportunity to move with increased speed, approaching Dragon Palace like a specter. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Wall. Chi-Si Ancestor pushed with both hands as winds blew wildly. A giant Chi Wall appeared out of nowhere and blocked Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, breaking the Chi Wall but losing his battle opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions. The aura of dreamy light smoke became denser again. Behind it, Qin Cho roared and wanted to chase them, but it was powerless. In a few breaths of time, it was left in the dust. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Chi-Si Ancestor fought while they traveled rapidly in the sky. Chi-Si Ancestor played the role of a nuisance perfectly. He prevented Spectral Soul from succeeding multiple times. Spectral Soul became annoyed. He started to attack Chi-Si Ancestor aggressively. But at this time, Dragon Palace suddenly retaliated as it shielded Chi-Si Ancestor. Especially with the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke ready to strike at any moment, Spectral Soul could not act too aggressively. Thus, the situation went into a deadlock. Spectral Soul had not returned to his peak condition. Thus, when fighting against Dragon Palace and Chi-Si Ancestor, his battle strength was not much higher. Once they cooperated and assisted each other, even Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not fight against both enemies. Targeting one of them would allow the other to act. It was hard to take action now. At this time, Spectral Soul could not help but think of Qin Cho. I should not have weakened Qin Cho to this extent. If it still had some battle strength left, it would disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt a little regret. He was all alone and did not need cooperation, but Fan Yuan and Chi-Si Ancestor were different. They had to work together intrinsically to resist Spectral Soul. Qin Cho was overwhelmed by rage. Once it joined the battle, it would ruin Fan Yuan and Chi-Si Ancestor's cooperation. Spectral Soul would have a lot of opportunities to strike. But what Spectral Soul did earlier was not wrong either. If he could subdue Qin Cho completely, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise. He would almost certainly claim victory. It was a pity Chi-Si Ancestor ruined it. He was merely a step away from completely subduing Qin Cho, but just that bit of time would allow Fan Yuan to escape from them. Spectral Soul could not take the risk. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being undercover. But what about next time? Once Fan Yuan becomes cautious against him, would he have another chance? Even Spectral Soul could not be sure. Despite Fairy Ziwei's deduction method, would Fan Yuan be unable to counter it? Heavenly Court was the best example. They could not capture Fan Yuan despite countless efforts. What was the outcome? Fan Yuan got stronger and stronger. He fought his way to Heavenly Court and destroyed Fate Gu. Even though Fang Yuan was backed by many individuals who paved the way for him, what made all of these people invest in him? Were there no better candidates? Even for otherworldly demons, there were many of them in the world. Fang Yuan was used by Heaven's will and all these people. He was obviously someone who was unique and had great value. Forget about the rest, just his ability to escape was something even Spectral Soul felt admiration towards. Fang Yuan's attainment in escaping was very deep. He had a scheming and crafty mind. He was most skilled by borrowing others' strength. He could escape under the thumbs of many powerful forces, quickly raising his strength over time. Spectral Soul had such rich battle experience. He knew deeply that someone like Fang Yuan had to be dealt with seriously. Once he struck, it had to be a fatal blow. He could not give Fang Yuan any time to rest or recuperate. This enemy was too good at making use of opportunity. He could easily gain a new lease on life and turn the situation around. Fang Yuan was the type of person who could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of water, or create great problems with just a bit of time. Indeed, Spectral Soul was wary against Fang Yuan. Even he had to admit this truth. Because he saw a trace of himself in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, defending will lead to your eventual loss. How long can you last? I will definitely kill you, Spectral Soul said coldly, not forgetting to exert mental pressure on Fang Yuan. Qi, after this battle, even if you hide, I will find you in Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Qi and kill all of your subordinates. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Qi ancestor. Qi clone replied calmly. The so-called demon venerable is actually resorting to trash talking. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Qi ancestor's expression quickly changed. Black smoke appeared around him as it started to invade his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Qi ancestor. Even though this was not a weakness, in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was enough to create an opportunity for himself. Qi ancestor quickly evaded it as Spectral Soul wanted to pursue him. Dragon Palace flew over and blocked Spectral Soul, bearing some of Qi ancestor's burden. Qi ancestor exerted all his strength to alleviate the problem on him. After regaining his footing, he went back into the battle. It was a deadlock once again. But this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Qi ancestors showed no carelessness. Like this, the three sides fought and whipped up countless storms, the impact of their clash spreading towards the northern direction. They flew past Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, entering Intestinal Gorge. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestinal Gorge. Several immortal goo houses were concealed around Intestinal Gorge, leaking no aura at all. Seeing that the battle far away was approaching them, Black Heaven Temple's immortals immediately turned excited. Coming! They're coming! They're finally here. The battle is so intense. Is that female immortal Spectral Soul who is using the body temporarily? Dragon Palace has been heavily damaged. Fang Yuan has no battle strength left. I've never seen him in a more pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate Gu would not have been destroyed. Be it Spectral Soul or Fang Yuan, they deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth. They had a different tone when speaking of Qi ancestor. When we take action later, we should avoid Qi ancestor. It was all thanks to him that Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit was completely removed. He is our alliance mate. He does not know that we are here in ambush. We cannot harm him. Even though Qi ancestor and Dragon Palace were working together, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals did not feel surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong. They had to work together to resist him. Precisely because of Qi ancestor's hard work, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were still opposing each other, expending their energy. Close, they are close. Let's do it. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals were ready to strike. Pew! Right at this moment, Spectral Soul unleashed an aggressive killer move. Black smoke rumbled as dark winds howled. Several mountains were affected by the winds and instantly got disintegrated into dust. Bam! Qi ancestor had to unleash Qi wall killer move to resist the dark winds. Dragon Palace released intense golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar to fight offense with offense, attacking Spectral Soul. Right when the pillar was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, evading the light pillar easily. The light pillar tore through the sky. It was over 1,000 feet long, creating a huge trench on the ground. At that instant, smoke rose as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new artificially created earth trench appeared before the eyes of the Black Heaven Temple immortals. After this eruption of attacks, Spectral Soul no longer had a chance to attack. he quickly stopped and continued to fight against GC and Dragon Palace as they flew away. The Black Heaven Temple immortals hiding in the immortal goo houses were silent. The battle they saw earlier shook their minds and bodies. So this is their real battle strength. Many people understood this and broke out in cold sweat. Nobody spoke about attacking anymore. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed and broke the silence. He purposely mumbled to himself. No wonder Heavenly Court's Lady Qin asked us to wait here and observe this situation. Indeed, Lady Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Let's continue waiting in ambush. They did not discover us. Maybe we will get a chance again. That is right. Even if we do not gain any opportunities, we can't come here and do nothing, right? We must collect information about this battle and inform Lady Qin at least. Rumble! Right when the Black Heaven Temple immortals were discussing, the intense battle in the sky erupted again. At once the sky turned dark, earth shook as mountains rumbled. The aftermath of their collision created huge air currents that surged out. Trees were uprooted as mountain rocks flew, while beasts cried out in pain. It was the sight of an apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals watched with wide eyes as Spectral Soul unleashed a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace evaded it. The soul ball fell into a nearby valley. There was no sound at the instant. With the valley as the core, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains and valleys turned into black dust that flew away with the wind. The originally lively mountains vanished soundlessly, only a huge crater was left. Gulp! Someone swallowed their saliva. It was clearly heard by the goo immortals. What was that killer move earlier? It is so strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange that Spectral Soul is able to use such powerful methods, but if it landed on us. Not just us, even our sex immortal goo houses might not be able to survive such an attack. Let's leave? Lady Qin asked us to act according to the situation. We are allowed to retreat if needed. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before turning to the First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was extremely dark. He said with a solemn tone. We need to preserve our strength. We cannot waste it here. If we die now, who will look after Black Heaven Temple? Lady Qin will not blame us. We are planning for the future. The result was, Black Heaven Temple's immortals came stealthily and watched as the battle in the sky flew away. After that, they stealthily retreated without a sound. Chapter 2045. Myriad Tribulations Transformation. Fan Yuan, this is as far as you go. Spectral Soul chased for some time before attacking again. He was very confident this time. At once dark winds howled, black clouds filled the sky. It was like an immensely thick wall appeared before Dragon Palace. This is. Quickly retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression turned nervous. He noticed that this was a Soul Path battlefield killer move. Black clouds spread out as Dragon Palace and Qi Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move, Soul Taker battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this move to kill countless enemies. Once the battlefield was activated, dark blue soul beasts would be formed within the dense fog. There would be countless soul beasts that appeared unceasingly. Living beings who died in this battlefield would have their souls taken and transformed into soul beasts, under the control of the killer move's user. When Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke spiral, there was still hope of escaping. But if it got trapped by Soul Taker battlefield, the chances of escaping would be close to zero. Fan Yuan had Shadow Sex true inheritance. Soul Taker battlefield was included in this inheritance. He knew a lot about the move. But now, Spectral Soul used this move openly. It was likely that he had already modified and improved upon it. In fact, Fan Yuan's knowledge might be a trap from Spectral Soul. At this moment, Fan Yuan and Qi Ancestor did not dare to continue fighting. They quickly focused on escaping. Spectral Soul rode on the endless black smoke as he chased after them. When ordinary goo immortals used battlefield killer moves, they would need to cancel it if it could not trap the enemy. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used the split move technique to split Soul Taker battlefield into many parts. The first part was the black smoke. Spectral Soul could sustain it and move it around without any problem or weakness. Soul Taker battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days. He used it until the later part of his life. By then, he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million Slaughterfield. Why isn't he using the stronger killer move? Unless he does not have the necessary goo worms? Fan Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan has been going north. Where is he trying to go? Northern Plains? If it is Northern Plains, which location is he going to? Crazed Demon Cave? Now that the 5 regions were united and the regional walls vanished, Spectral Soul had a huge advantage. Without the regional walls, Fan Yuan only has several ways to shrug off these pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions. He guessed Crazed Demon Cave at the first try. Even if Spectral Soul could not be certain, he knew that stopping Fan Yuan from going to the north was a wise decision. Thus, Spectral Soul moved his black smoke to spread out across the surroundings, forcing Fan Yuan to change directions as he flew back to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. At the same time, in another battlefield. I'm done! Feng Jin Huang panted heavily as she stopped her killer move. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Using pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move like this placed a huge pressure on her. But it was done now. Under the supervision of Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven, more than 10 rank 8 Gu immortals watched as Feng Jin Huang kept all of the dream realms away. Fan Yuan was nowhere in sight. Fan Yuan was not hiding here after all. The Gu immortals were disappointed but also sighed in relief secretly. Qin Dingling immediately asked as she moved her immortal Gu house closer to the Wisdom Path formation. Fairy Ziwei, I've given you so much time. Right now, tell me, where is Fan Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved ahead as it blocked Qin Dingling. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded from within. Slow down, immortal concubine from Heavenly Court. He called Qin Dingling an immortal concubine. He was referring to her past as Giant Sun Immortal Venerables Woman. But soon, Bing Sichuan changed the subject to Fairy Ziwei. But I hold the same suspicions as immortal concubine Qin. Fairy Ziwei, I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer. Bing Sichuan could not wait either. Because after such a long time, Fairy Ziwei still had not given them an answer. It was not like what she said to them earlier. Fairy Ziwei stopped using the Wisdom Path formation as she collected the Gu worms. She made up an excuse on the spot. The situation is different from last time. Fan Yuan is prepared against us. However, I found his location after all. Where? Qin Dingling asked immediately. Fairy Ziwei had already kept away her core immortal Gu, she answered. Fan Yuan is in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. Trying to keep Fan Yuan's location a secret now was pointless. Demon Immortal Qi Zhu had his own plan. He was already heading towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind it. From one glance, it was obvious where Fan Yuan's main body was. We will pursue them, Qin Dingling ordered. Heavenly Court's immortal Gu houses started to fly together, as they guarded each other. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed suit. But the 3 parties were quite spaced apart. The atmosphere was a little tense. Fairy Ziwei's side was quite helpless here. She wanted to stop Heavenly Court here, but the alliance with Longevity Heaven was not reliable. They were only allied in name. As for Heavenly Court, Qin Dingling could not confirm the truth behind Fairy Ziwei's words, but since Fan Yuan was not inside the Dream Realms, he had to be in Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship. Looking at Spectral Soul's actions, it was more likely that Fan Yuan was inside Dragon Palace. Before they found Fan Yuan's main body, Qin Dingling did not want to target Fairy Ziwei. It was too much of a waste of time now, and in this period, if either Spectral Soul or Fan Yuan claims victory while Heavenly Court was not around, it would be a huge loss. For Longevity Heaven, Bing Sichuan also wanted to see how things progressed. He did not want to act rashly. Because their strength was not enough to suppress everyone, he needed to use his timing well and target Fan Yuan. If he managed to kill Fan Yuan, the gains would be immense. All 3 groups targeted Fan Yuan. It was really a rare chance to kill Fan Yuan. The opportunity would not present itself twice. Boom! With a loud sound, Dragon Palace crashed into a mountain like a shooting star. But Dragon Palace did not stop there. It went deep into the mountain's interior as a result of the huge force that sent it flying. Qi Ancestor quickly used Qi Wall to obstruct Spectral Soul from chasing after it. But Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He moved around Qing Chou. Instantly, Qing Chou's eyes turned red as it attacked furiously. Qi Ancestor's attacks were stopped by Qing Chou. Using this chance, Spectral Soul flew downwards. At the moment of crisis, a heavily damaged Dragon Palace flew out of the smoke, dodging Spectral Soul's assault. Not long ago, Qing Chou joined in the battle against Spectral Soul, but it was made use of instead. Fan Yuan fell into danger again. Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It was about to break. It could only escape and stall for some time. The outside battle was tense, but inside Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, a change had occurred even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging. Fan Yuan sacrificed his soul beast group resolutely. Not only did they bear the brunt of the tribulation, Heaven's will's attention was also drawn away. The pressure on Fan Yuan lifted by a bit. There was finally a chance for him to activate the human path formation again. The human path formation erupted with great might as a grand white light pillar shot into the sky, into the depths of the lightning clouds. At once, the myriad tribulation's lightning clouds froze. Using this chance, Combat Beast King attacked, scattering countless goo worms in the sky. Fan Yuan's divine sense enveloped them as he set up a formation rapidly. In order to make this counterattack, he had made ample preparations. With his deep formation path attainment, he quickly created a formation in the sky. Heavens will reacted after that, sending lightning bolts to attack together. Combat Beast King roared as he intercepted the lightning bolts without dodging. After over 10 breaths of time, his star armor shattered, he fell to the ground while bathed in blood. With a loud sound, he created a pit on the ground as he fell unconscious, either dead or alive. Lightning bolts shot towards the formation again. At the critical moment, the formation setup finally succeeded as it turned into a huge basin. The basin shot out profound light that had a mysterious attractive force. It absorbed all of the lightning bolts that shot out. The myriad tribulation was very fierce, but the basin successfully absorbed and turned it into a pool of lightning plasma. The lightning bolts continued to attack while the lightning pool grew in volume. The lightning pool was not special, it was a common resource point for lightning path cultivators. Almost all lightning path goo immortals would create one in their immortal aperture. It was like how light path goo immortals would create a 5-light mountain. But this lightning pool's appearance was a huge help to Fan Yuan. It bore the brunt of this myriad destruction lightning forest tribulation. It was even more effective than the old Combat Beast King. This was because this lightning pool's core was not ordinary. It was a rank 8 immortal goo that Fan Yuan had, lightning goo. But good times did not last. Heavens will controlled the myriad tribulation to target the newly formed lightning pool. As the water level of this pool rose gradually, it was about to overflow. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. Fan Yuan directly used this killer move on the deep blue plasma in the lightning pool. The plasma seemed to be made of lightning path Dao marks, but it was actually formed from a small portion of those 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. These Dao marks were restrained by the lightning pool. They were sitting ducks. Due to Fan Yuan's killer move, they were quickly refined. The efficiency was much higher than before. 1, 2, 5. 10 Dao marks. The water level of the lightning pool stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the sky suddenly ceased. Heaven's will was not stupid. It knew that continuing with this would lead to failure. Fan Yuan would gain much more instead. It started to transform the myriad tribulation. Heaven path was inclusive of everything. It contained lightning path. It could turn into countless lightning bolts. It also contained other paths. It naturally had all sorts of forms to take. Since Fan Yuan made a countermeasure, Heaven's will immediately stopped and changed its method to cause destruction to sovereign immortal aperture. For ordinary myriad tribulations, the content would be fixed once it appeared. But Fan Yuan's myriad tribulation was special. It was made of over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. Heaven's will controlled it personally. It could change forms at will. This undoubtedly raised the difficulty of Fan Yuan's tribulation by many times. This is too much. As the old Combat Beast King woke up gradually, he had already separated from the Starsea snail. Deep within the pit, his old body was buried in the fragments of the Starsea snail. He looked at the changing myriad tribulation as this old rank 8 goo immortal showed a deep expression of despair. At the same time, in the external battlefield. Spectral Soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had finally arrived. Spectral Soul gained reinforcements, but he had an unhappy expression. He only snorted in reply. He knew about Demon Immortal Chi Ju's true intentions, but now was not the time for internal conflict. Chapter 2046. Falling for a trap. Demon Immortal Chi Ju arrived and immediately attacked Chi's ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Chi Land, was too powerful against Chi Path. Chi's ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest help. Now that he was restrained, Dragon Palace's situation became more dangerous. But soon Myriad Year Flying Warship arrived too and started to join the fight. Even though Fan Yuan faced much difficulty, he managed to drag this fight on. Spectral Soul yelled, his body moved like a specter, his palm landed on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast silhouettes appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace like a series of still images. A portion of Dragon Palace shattered, it was damaged both internally and externally. Dragon Palace unleashed dreamy light smoke, Spectral Soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju pointed at Dragon Palace suddenly. Chi currents gathered, they exploded instantly. The exterior of Dragon Palace had already been blown to bits, only the main hall was left. Now that it suffered this powerful attack from Demon Immortal Chi Ju, a huge hole appeared on the roof of this main hall, it could be seen from the outside. Spectral Soul saw this and smiled coldly, not holding back his praise. Chi Ju, well done! At this stage, everyone knew that Dragon Palace was in grave danger. If they worked harder, they would be able to shatter it entirely. Fan Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor could cooperate, Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Spectral Soul could do the same as well. After Demon Immortal Chi Ju joined the fight, he suppressed Qi Si Ancestor and cooperated with Spectral Soul. Even though they did not have close coordination, these two had abundant battle experience. They could find ways to work together. And this cooperation pushed Dragon Palace beyond the brink of destruction. When Fairy Ziwei, Qin Dingling, and Bing Sichuan arrived, they saw that Dragon Palace shattered into countless fragments as they scattered everywhere. Fan Yuan and Wu Shuai, who were inside Dragon Palace, were exposed, but they quickly went inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, which came to pick them up. Myriad Year Flying Warship was significantly faster than Dragon Palace. It immediately moved away and escaped. The three groups of immortals were stunned before feeling great joy. Quick, Fan Yuan is done for! Dragon Palace was actually destroyed. Even though Myriad Year Flying Warship is fast, in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must kill Fan Yuan. We must restore Heavenly Court's reputation. Fan Yuan destroyed our Imperial Court blessed land. There is deep hatred between him and Longevity Heaven. We will kill him and take all of his true inheritances and goo worms. We will pull out his soul and torture him for all eternity. Fan Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We will kill Fan Yuan first before we compete among ourselves. We must not let him have any chance of getting away during our conflict. The immortals rushed up, they pursued Fan Yuan with great enthusiasm. This was the greatest predicament that Fan Yuan had ever been in since his rebirth. He was currently chased by the top 3 super forces in the world. Most of the world's strongest experts had gathered behind him. Qin Dingling, Fairy Ziwei, and Bing Sichuan were goo immortals that left a name for themselves in history. There was even a fearsome being like Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan, you cannot escape. Spectral Soul smiled coldly to himself. When he saw that everyone's target was Fan Yuan, he did not chase them away, he allowed everyone to pursue him. Stay attentive, defend against Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling instructed. This was truly an amazing sight. Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect joined forces to pursue Fan Yuan, but because of their mutual wariness, they did not go all out. Fan Yuan did not create a situation where the 3 sides clashed because they all were not simple characters. At the same time, Fan Yuan's grudges with them were too deep, the wealth that he held was also too alluring. Even if they held back, they were still sufficiently strong, their killer moves were all strange and unpredictable. Not long afterwards, Myriad Year Flying Warship became covered in damages, many goo worm corpses fell off it while it flew and escaped. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted. Main body, our road to the north has been blocked, we can only go southwest now, this is hopeless. We cannot last much longer, Myriad Year Flying Warship is much frilier than Dragon Palace. Fan Yuan's main body was sitting down and dealing with the myriad tribulation, he instructed. Go underground, see if there's any hope underground. Myriad Year Flying Warship was maneuvering in the sky, dodging Spectral Soul's Black Soul Ball, but a large number of killer moves still landed on it. The white ship defended against the barrage of killer moves. Soon, a portion of the ship turned dim as the white color turned to gray, it floated in the sky. Next, it vanished into thin air after intense winds swept it away. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like an injured flying fish, it dived downwards, almost crashing to the ground. Follow it. This ship will break with 3 more rounds of attacks. Fan Yuan must die. If we cannot obtain it, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture along with him. We cannot let others benefit from this. The 3 forces made similar decisions as they ordered. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship dived down underground like a white meteor. As dust clouds rumbled, Earth shook, but it could not scare off the pursuers. They followed the hole that myriad-year flying warship created as they dived in. Bam bam bam. Many killer moves continued to land on myriad-year flying warship. Myriad-year flying warship was starting to break apart. It was in a critical state. Ha ha ha! Fan Yuan made a foolish move. This is the underground. Myriad-year flying warship can't move easily while we can hit it with great precision. He can neither go up or down now. Fan Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered innocents and harmed the world. Today you will face retribution. This is all just desserts. Offending us will lead to your pitiful end. The immortals roared in anger. Seeing that Fan Yuan was escaping in distress, all of the immortals' morale surged to a peak level. They just needed to put in a bit more effort to see Fan Yuan die right in front of them. Within myriad-year flying warship, Wu Shuai was covered in blood. With such intense attacks, myriad-year flying warship could not be repaired in time. Rumble. After the immortals made their preparation, they started to attack again with a new wave of moves. Countless killer moves were unleashed with some distance between them, trying to avoid nullifying each other. The terrifying wave of attacks swept towards myriad-year flying warship layer by layer. Die! Bam! At the moment of life and death, myriad-year flying warship crashed into the rock in front and barged into a huge underground space. Myriad-year flying warship had room to maneuver. It dodged most of the killer moves and escaped destruction. It was like a drowning person suddenly breathing in some air. What happened? We entered Earth Abyss. Is this Fan Yuan's intention? Chase him, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned before charging through the rocks, arriving in the underground space. It turned out that while Spectral Soul chased Fan Yuan, they went towards the southeast from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. Demon Immortal Qi Ju came from the east. He cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fan Yuan to go southwest. Finally, because Fairy Ziwei and the rest came from the south, Fan Yuan had to go west in the end. After traveling west for some time, they arrived in Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects. It had a long history. One of Ancient Soul Sect's territories was a huge underground abyss. The underground abyss was at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The space was extremely large and the underground world was deep and secluded. There were all sorts of caves and tunnels. Some were like labyrinths, some had giant underground lakes while some had flat ground. Countless lifeforms lived here. In Fan Yuan's previous life, endless beast tides emerged from Earth Abyss, attacking the surface and bringing disaster to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years before they were finally able to eradicate the beast tide from the surface. Afterwards, both righteous and demonic path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals moved together to explore Earth Abyss. In the end, they found that this Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. It had layers after layers. By the time Fan Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada, they had already discovered 107 underground layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers were still left. The environment here is complex. There are many lifeforms. The lower we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are. This is the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was within myriad-year flying warship, realized at once. Using Earth Abyss, myriad-year flying warship's situation started to improve. But Spectral Soul and the rest also understood Fan Yuan's scheme. Many Gu Immortals stopped attacking with their full strength. They were wary against each other, but after getting so far, nobody wanted to give up. Fan Yuan's circumstances were dangerous. Even though myriad-year flying warship was not taking as much damage as before, it was still slipping towards the abyss of destruction. Fan Yuan and Wu Shuai cooperated. They planned to the best of their ability, using the terrain, but still could not shrug off these pursuers. The only difference was that these pursuers were now grouped into different categories. The first and closest person to myriad-year flying warship was Spectral Soul, followed by Qi Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qin Chou. The final group was Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sex Fairy Ziwei, and the rest. Boom! Myriad-year flying warship, which was about to be destroyed, charged through the rocks again as it went to a lower layer. Countless bats flew and escaped in panic. In this layer, there were countless bats living around. It was like a huge black tide that had no end in sight. Ordinary bats were turned into pulp by myriad-year flying warship, while alerted immemorial black bats attacked while moving against the tide. In this layer, black bats were the absolute rulers. Because myriad-year flying warship disturbed them, they were going to punish this daring invader. Oh! Spectral Soul followed closely behind. He saw the endless black bats. He became joyful and surprised. Fan Yuan, even heaven is not helping you. It seems that this lair will be the place you die. Spectral Soul suddenly howled. As the howling sound spread out, innumerable black bats died. Even ancient black bats were not spared. Only immemorial black bats survived. They tried to move with difficulty in the air. Once Spectral Soul's howling ended, countless bat souls appeared from these bat corpses. These souls quickly fused with his voice as black smoke enveloped myriad-year flying warship from all directions. Myriad-year flying warship quickly disintegrated from the invasion of the black smoke. It could not hold on anymore. Retrieve the core immortal goo, we will abandon ship. Fan Yuan's main body ordered. Like how they sacrificed Dragon Palace earlier, they took back the core immortal goo with all their effort at the end. Dragon Palace's core immortal goo dream token was already successfully retrieved. But this was a dangerous move. When immortal goo houses faced destruction, the goo immortal retrieving the core immortal goo could only do their best and leave the rest to chance. There could even be times when they were too hasty to take out the core immortal goo, causing it to be severely damaged instead, eventually resulting in the immortal goo's destruction. At the next moment, myriad-year flying warship broke apart entirely. Fan Yuan and Wu Shuai got exposed to the black smoke. He's here. I will block him. Wu Shuai stood before Fan Yuan. I said this before, your struggles are futile. Spectral Soul approached as he spoke in an icy tone. Qi Si ancestor, and the rest had just arrived with the rest. He saw the overwhelming black smoke that shattered the silver-white light. Spectral Soul was attacking Fan Yuan's main body. No! Qi Si ancestor could not help them from this distance. He could only shout out in his mind. At the moment before death, Fan Yuan suddenly smiled. You fell for my trap, Spectral Soul. Chapter 2047. Carelessness. When Fairy Ziwei and the rest arrived, they could only see an endless stream of black bats. In this layer of the underground abyss, black bats were the sole rulers of all the living beings. Right now, they felt provoked. They went into madness and rage. Immemorial black bats commanded ancient black bats, while ancient black bats commanded desolate beast black bats. These desolate beast black bats controlled the countless ordinary bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court arrived, the furious black bats poured their anger that had nowhere to be vented at these three parties. Even though the three parties contained the strongest goo immortals in the current world, they could not help but freeze in their steps. Why are there so many black bats? We need to kill the immemorial black bats to get rid of these beasts. There are too many of them. These black bats are simply endless. We cannot waste time here. Our primary goal is still Fan Yuan. The three groups charged into the black bat groups. They tried to move in this dangerous environment. All of the goo immortals were top-tier rank 8 goo immortals in the current world. Even though there were countless bats, they were still unable to match the immortals in actual combat. But by the time the immortals got out of the bat groups, they could not see myriad-year flying warship, Spectral Soul, Qin Chou, or others. What happened? Where are they? There are no clues left behind at all. This is impossible. We chased them according to the traces left behind from their fight. The immortals were shocked and uncertain. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden radiance, melting the surrounding bats. A huge space was created immediately. From within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's impatient voice resounded. Fairy Ziwei, tell me, where is Fan Yuan? Old man Jin Yuan snorted coldly. Why would we know? Qin Dingling sneered. Shadow Sect, do you really think we are ignorant of your tricks? You waited and did not chase them. Wasn't it because you were trying to disrupt us? Qin Dingling spoke in a sharp tone. It seemed like she was sowing discord, but it sounded like the truth. Shadow Sect got into a predicament immediately. Fan Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qin Chou, Qi Si, and Qi Ju all vanished. It was just too strange. The three forces chasing them became extremely anxious. Fairy Ziwei was also frowning deeply as she said, We have lost contact with our master. I believe that other forces have interfered. The important thing is to find them now. If we fight among ourselves, this external force will succeed in their goal. Bing Sai Chuan spoke in an icy tone, not concealing his killing intent. Then show me the capabilities of a Wisdom Path great expert. Humph, just you watch. Fairy Ziwei said as she started to activate her killer move, making deductions rapidly. Qin Dingling did not speak, but her killing intent was not concealed either. If she found any tricks from Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court would definitely attack them immediately. Creak, creak. The surrounding black bats approached again. The goo immortals hesitated for a moment before quickly attacking and resisting the black bats for Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's body was shining in a purple gold light, aurora spread out constantly. Fairy Ziwei's expression turned increasingly pale. Immortal essence was expended rapidly until her body started shivering. Afterwards, she opened her eyes, purple light filling her pupils. As the purple gold light faded away, Fairy Ziwei's pupils returned to normal. Her aura was significantly weaker now. It was clear that she had done her best in the deduction. Under everyone's supervision, she let out a breath of air. I deduced it. A battlefield killer move enveloped all of them, causing us to not sense them anywhere. Battlefield killer move? Who is ambushing them here? Humph, do you have evidence? Fairy Ziwei sneered. As a wisdom path great expert, she would naturally not end up empty-handed. She immediately split the bat groups apart as she directed the immortals to a trace of earth path aura that was about to dissipate. After sensing the aura, the immortals started to analyze it. It is an earth path killer move indeed. It really seems like a battlefield killer move. Watch me, I will find it. A certain goo immortal of Heavenly Court made his move. He was very confident at the start, but soon, he returned without any progress. Soon, this trace of earth path aura dissipated. Only the bat groups remained to fight against the three groups of immortals. The immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious about Shadow Sect, some were thinking about ways to find the enclosed immortal battlefield, some were forced to fight against the black bats. Longevity Heaven's Bing Sichuan still held some suspicions. Fairy Ziwei had the heaviest mood. She dealt with the black bats as she asked Heavenly Court. You should be most familiar with this earth path aura. Heavenly Court, what do you think? Qin Dingling was silent for a moment before she said, Indeed, this resembles Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. We have the same idea now, to find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder. Bing Sichuan realized at once. In history, among the 10 Venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled at using immortal battlefield killer moves. His capability in this aspect was publicly known as the number 1 among Venerables. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still existing in Central Continent, owned by the 10 great ancient sections. Why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force take action? None of the immortals here were surprised. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were on opposite sides. Everyone knew that. Back then, Spectral Soul slaughtered everyone in his way, causing great terror and chaos. All of the people in the 5 regions lived in fear. The righteous path was weak while the demonic path surged. Ever since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable started cultivation, he worked hard to turn this trend around. He restored peace to the world and suppressed the demonic path. He brought fortune to the world. Because of the ideologies of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they had always conflicted. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty is just. Bing Sichuan shook his head. Even an expert like him hesitated and felt troubled. Why would Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force take action? And why would they wait here in ambush? A goo immortal asked. This question made Fairy Ziwei's mood even heavier. A dark cloud loomed over her, shrouding her face. It must be Fang Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Ziwei still said that with great confidence. She had fought against Fang Yuan too many times. She was basically the loser each time. This feeling of defeat was too common to Fairy Ziwei. She had experienced it countless times. Each time she thought that victory was close, Fang Yuan would turn the situation around. This current situation was also the same. Fairy Ziwei felt very familiar with it. Qin Dingling agreed with Fairy Ziwei's deduction. We chased after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, he was leading us here. While chasing and escaping, this route was planned by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force and created this situation, it is indeed the easiest way. But why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it ourselves. Is this really Paradise Earth's force? Or rather, which force under Paradise Earth is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the closest venerable to the current era. He naturally left behind the highest number of forces. Different from other venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had never intentionally focused on developing any single force. Heavenly Court had Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was developed by the 3 of them through painstaking effort. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Grotto Heaven. It was the foundation that he had left behind. Shadow Sect was operated by Spectral Souls Split Souls for many years. It used Zombie Alliance as the front to slowly accumulate influence and strength. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different. He helped and assisted many different forces. For example, the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea. It was because he did not want to see the merfolk get bullied. There was also Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise. It was made because he did not want to see the Mushroom Men get slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the ability to turn an immortal aperture into a paradise. He helped many Goo immortals in his life. He altered many grotto heavens and blessed lands. He even helped to enlighten many legendary immemorial beasts, for example, the blue dragon whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans, or even other living beings that were in need. Thus, he was the most loved Venerable and also the most merciful. Even though Heavenly Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped out countless living beings, he was mostly focused on helping nature and repairing habitats. The other Venerables all had offensive methods, but only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind his true inheritances in various places. Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, their leader, Southern Borders Goo Immortal Lu Wei-yin, was also called Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute it. Before the Fate War, Fairy Ziwei even went to the Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Goo. All the immortals could not think of an answer now. Because of Paradise Earth's actions, many forces and Goo immortals were related to him in some way. There was no way of knowing which force it was exactly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable focused on removing Spectral Soul's influence his entire life. He was a merciful and benevolent person who brought peace. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? It is not impossible. Didn't Heavenly Court cooperate with me temporarily as well? Fairy Ziwei's heart was filled with a solemn emotion. The more she thought, the worse she found the situation. The reason why Heavenly Court worked with Shadow Sect was so that Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul would fight each other. It would be great if these two demons were killed at the same time. If Paradise Earth's force and Fang Yuan cooperated while having such thoughts, why would it be impossible? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do something like laying in ambush. But the Immortal Venerable had died already. Nobody knew the temperament of the force that he left behind, or even his inheritor. This situation must have surpassed Master's expectations. But there can be a worse situation, that is, Fang Yuan planned all of this. He gave up on Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship just so he could lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the truth is, I need to do my best to save Master. Fairy Ziwei sensed something amiss. She was very anxious. As a Wisdom Path Great Expert, any changes in her emotions needed to be assigned great importance. Spectral Soul had an advantage against Fang Yuan, of course, but against another Venerable's force, it would not be so certain. And most importantly, this was the Venerable who purposely went against Spectral Soul in history, Paradise Earth. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surrounding sand, his expression turned cold as ice. Good, very good. So you are Lu Wei-yin, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Goo immortal stepped on a yellow cloud. He cupped his fists at Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is very perceptive. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged, Lu Wei-yin, I lured him here already. Don't expect me to take action now, show me your sincerity. Ugh. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped speaking as he retreated rapidly. It was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly arrived in front of him using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you are too careless. It is a pity you got this far, but go and die now. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand as he grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Fang Yuan stared with eyes wide open. He could not break free. Chapter 2048. Illusory Sand-Shifting Shadow. Spectral Soul was indeed the demon Venerable who killed his way to the top. Any other person would be wary at the first moment and defend against an assault. But he had abundant battle experience. After falling into a trap, he made perfect use of an opportunity to attack instantly. Undoubtedly, he chose a great timing. Fang Yuan was pursued by 3 parties. The pressure was huge. After getting into this safe area, it was not strange that he would relax his mind. Spectral Soul distracted him with words while preparing his killer move. This move had no aura or commotion. Only Wu Yong in the current 5 regions could match him in this aspect. Once used, Spectral Soul turned the situation around. He grabbed Fan Yuan's neck tightly. Spectral Soul's move was also extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used at an extremely close range. It was a close combat method. In Gu Immortal battles, close combat was rare. Most engaged in long-distance combat. Only few paths like Transformation Path or Strength Path would focus on hand-to-hand combat. Soul Shattering Hand had an extremely close range. It was very limited in usage, but Spectral Soul still held onto it without discarding it. The reason was because this move had incredible power. Once it struck the enemy, it could easily decide the victor of the battle. At the next moment, Soul Shattering Hand activated. A smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face again, while Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. The Fan Yuan in his hand quickly turned into sand and scattered with the wind. It was actually a puppet made of sand. As yellow sand flew in the air, Fan Yuan's voice could be heard as he praised. "Spectacular indeed! Lu Weiyin, your effort and time spent to specially create this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not in vain." Fan Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly as he looked for traces, flying past the sand and arriving in front of Fan Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again while Fan Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Fan Yuan scattered into countless sand specks again. It was a rare sight as Spectral Soul finally frowned this time. Lu Weiyin's voice was transmitted. "Fan Yuan, you are too kind. The truth is, friend, Spectral Soul is too strong. I had to set up my strongest battlefield killer move. I won't hide it, even though this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has been modified by many generations, it has many changes done to it. The sand puppet double earlier can deceive the enemy's senses and lure away firepower. Lu Weiyin, do you want to lose your southern border Mushroom Man paradise? To think my shadow sect let you off purposely back then." Spectral Soul called out coldly. He stared at Lu Weiyin's sand puppet fixedly. He knew that Lu Weiyin purposely spoke to target his morale, to exert mental pressure on him. In a battle between experts, every word was a contest. Especially against Information Path Gu Immortals, every word they said was sharp like a blade or spear. The enemies could not be lax against them. Fan Yuan ignored Spectral Soul and continued to speak with Lu Weiyin. "Even though I used up 2 immortal Gu houses to lower this old monster's wariness, this battlefield killer move has such power, it was not a waste. Now it will depend on you." Lu Weiyin knew about Fan Yuan's tribulation. In fact, the Heavenly Mar killer move that Fan Yuan had was also given to him by Lu Weiyin. As a matter of fact, Fan Yuan did not trust Lu Weiyin. His original destination was not Earth Abyss but Crazed Demon Cave instead. Fan Yuan did not know a lot about Lu Weiyin's background. There was nothing much about him in the 500 years of memories either. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul stuck in the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fan Yuan was the same. Fan Yuan's 2 immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, were also destroyed. He lost many Gu worms, even the few core immortal Gu that he retrieved were all injured. Spectral Soul snickered. "Fan Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Weiyin will let you out." Hee, but it is not a problem. Paradise Earth died long ago. His Earth Path battlefield cannot trap me for long. Once I decipher this place, it will be your time to die." Lu Weiyin did not answer. He activated the battlefield. From the yellow sand flying around Spectral Soul, a figure flew out. It was Fan Yuan's Qi clone. Qi ancestor saw Spectral Soul and got stunned. It was as if he had just charged through the sandstorm and did not expect to see Spectral Soul here. But at the next moment, Qi ancestor made his move, unleashing Qi path methods on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He blocked the attacks and wanted to retaliate but saw that Qi ancestor got enveloped by the sandstorm, vanishing into thin air. Spectral Soul immediately chased. He went into the yellow sand, but he could not see any sign of Qi ancestor. Another figure approached. It was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul was about to speak when he saw that Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression was strange. He became wary. As expected, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked him at the next moment. Spectral Soul resisted as he called out, "Qi Ju, what are you doing?" Demon Immortal Qi Ju snickered. "Qi ancestor, since you provoke me, I will show you the true power of Qi path." After hearing this, Spectral Soul became stunned. He thought, "Don't tell me this Earth Path battlefield has another ability to confuse enemies?" Since Spectral Soul could perceive the sand puppet as Fan Yuan without realizing so, it was not strange that Demon Immortal Qi Ju would get deceived and mistake him for Qi's ancestor. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qi Ju fought for over 10 rounds. Demon Immortal Qi Ju suffered injuries as he got devoured by the sandstorm again. Next was Qin Cho. Spectral Soul, I want you dead! I want you dead! Qin Cho was still insane. The rank 9 aura on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped upon sensing it. Like this, at times he fought Qi's ancestor, at times he fought Demon Immortal Qi Ju, sometimes he even faced the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qin Cho. They started to appear and disappear in the sandstorm, engaging with Spectral Soul while taking turns. Spectral Soul had outstanding battle strength, far beyond them individually, but whenever he gained some advantage, Lu Wei-yin, who controlled the battlefield, would swap opponents and leave Spectral Soul helpless. Even after several rounds of attacks, Spectral Soul could not break free from the yellow sand, he could only fight them. Far away in the battlefield, Fan Yuan was focusing on his tribulation. Wu Shuai guarded him with a vigilant expression. All around him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow ball, shielding him and Fan Yuan from the outside. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. Water levels rose, engulfing 10,000 li of land. Fan Yuan's 5 regions were all affected. A large number of small-sized resource points were completely destroyed. Mini Central Continent's Spirit Spring Forest, Mini Northern Plains Bone Burial Field, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini Western Deserts Eerie Fire Dragon Python, Sand Gull Soil Beach, Mini Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, and Mini Eastern Seas Jade Root Lake were all heavily damaged. As for the few resource points that Fan Yuan defended heavily, they also met with a huge impact. Fan Yuan's losses were severe. There was no helping it, he had done his best. The good thing was that his hard work and sacrifices were not in vain. He had already refined more than 20 Heaven Path Dao marks. Against the initial myriad tribulation, myriad destruction lightning forest, Fan Yuan came up with a countermeasure after great effort. Due to Heaven's will's manipulation, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the tribulation, causing Fan Yuan's previous method to become ineffective. If this happened to most Sku immortals in the current world, it would lead to despair. But for Fan Yuan, each time the myriad tribulation transformed, it was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret allowed Fan Yuan to accurately predict what the next tribulation was. Even though he could not prepare for it amply, it was still an opportunity he could use. After all, the greatest problem and danger of tribulations was that they could not be predicted. Once they were known beforehand, their threat level would fall by many times. Of course, even if myriad tribulations could be predicted, they were still myriad tribulations. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fan Yuan's losses were huge, but it was not a bad thing entirely. The myriad tribulations' power continued to fall, because the essence of the heavenly Tao was to maintain balance. The more losses Fan Yuan suffered, the weaker the tribulation would be. Even if Heaven's will was here, it could not defy the natural operations of the heavenly Tao. More and more Heaven Path Tao marks were refined by Fan Yuan. His speed of refinement was getting faster and faster. The first step was the hardest. Fan Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to create an opportunity in this biggest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Despite the myriad tribulations rampage, Fan Yuan already managed to regain his footing. He was slowly turning the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Wei-yin controlled the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, causing him to be in an extremely passive spot. Qi's ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qin Cho, and even Lu Wei-yin could attack Spectral Soul at the same time. Qin Cho was overcome by rage. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but in here, Lu Wei-yin could relocate it easily. Spectral Soul had no opportunities to do so. As intense winds blew, a sandstorm brewed. Suddenly, all of the sand gathered into rocks. They flew around in their own vortexes. Instantly, countless flying rocks enveloped Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand as smoke flew out. Some of the flying rocks melted in the black smoke, but most of them pierced through it and shot towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the other end of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but after these flying rocks flew into the sandstorm, they turned back into sand. After that, The sand turned back into yellowish flying rocks that shot towards Spectral Soul. This move is called Flying Sand Turning Rocks. Please evaluate it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Wei Yin's voice resounded from within. Child's play. Spectral Soul howled as his body shook. Black smoke rumbled with him as the center, spreading towards the surroundings with rapid speed. Spin! As Spectral Soul vanished within the black smoke, he shouted again. At the next moment, the black smoke turned into a vortex that started to rotate. Spectral Soul was at the center. He released black smoke while simultaneously absorbing it. As the flying rocks flew into the black smoke, they corroded into sand before the black smoke swept them into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Seeing this countermeasure, Lu Weiyin praised. Brilliant, as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, I specially chose the location of my battlefield on this earth vein. No matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield can draw more earth chi from the earth vein as replenishment. Thus, unless you can deplete the entire earth vein, these flying rocks are endless. These words did not affect Spectral Soul. The former demon Venerable sneered with deep killing intent. Lu Weiyin, did you think this move only countered your flying sand turning rocks? Oh no. Lu Weiyin's expression changed. There was no time to react. At the next moment, all of the flying sand in the sky fell to the ground. A portion of the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was corroded by the black smoke. It returned to being a flat yellowish landscape. Shifting sand illusion was actually broken so quickly. Lu Weiyin's expression was ugly. Spectral Soul hid his true move deeply. He seemed to be dealing with the killer move, flying sand turning rocks. But his real target was shifting sand illusion. Now that this move was broken, there were no longer any sand puppets left. Demon Immortal Qiju broke out of the illusion, while Fan Yuan's real location was exposed. Fan Yuan, how long are you going to hide for? Spectral Soul flew towards Fan Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai fought to resist him, but the defense of the army ants became torn apart instantly by Spectral Soul. A black soul ball shot out. After a few breaths of time, it reached Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan remained seated on the ground. He opened his eyes as he smiled lightly. I don't need to dodge. Rumble! An immortal goo house suddenly appeared, shielding Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan. The black soul ball landed on the immortal goo house, erupting with immense might. However, this immortal goo house remained still like a mountain. It did not move. You still have an immortal goo house? At this moment, Spectral Soul's pupils shrank. He frowned deeply. Chapter 2049. Spectral Soul's Anxiety. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. There were clear layers on this mountain from the bottom to the top. It was smooth on the surface, so it resembled a tower made of dozens of giant drums. This immortal goo house was yellowish-brown. There was also a misty layer of sand covering its surface, giving it a strong feeling of sturdiness and peace. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was obtained when Fan Yuan explored the Dream Realm. It was different from most Immortal Goo Houses in essence, because this Immortal Goo House did not have any core Immortal Goo. Its core was made of Immortal Killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves. The most important one was Accumulated Soil Mountain. This move was very special. It did not have offense, movement, healing or other aspects. Using this killer move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo worms to allow them to form an Immortal Goo House. This could be done even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had 0 attainment in formation path itself. Gaining this killer move was also the same as gaining the foundation of the Immortal Goo House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even for the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, because the Earth Path Goo worms used were different, they could gain various forms and abilities. Fan Yuan had created this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for some time already. He obtained the complete blueprint from the Dream Realm. He also gained a large number of Earth Path Immortal Goo from the Blue Dragon Whale. The truth was, he had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Goo House before the Fate War. Right now, Fan Yuan took out this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to change the situation. Spectral Soul's assault did not work on Fan Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Qing Chou, and the rest could force him to divert his target to them. I thought Fan Yuan was lying earlier to put up a front. I thought he was forced to abandon Myriad-Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace. Now it seems, he intentionally lured me into this trap. Spectral Soul's heart sank a little. The truth was, Fan Yuan's act of giving up the 2 immortal goo houses did lower his wariness. After all, without myriad-year flying warship or dragon palace, Fan Yuan really seemed like he was at his wits' end. To think that he had such a trump card. Lu Weiyin also felt surprised, thinking to himself, Fan Yuan was willing to pay such a huge price to lure Spectral Soul here. Is this a form of trust? Or is he testing our first cooperation? The truth was, Fan Yuan had no other choice. Even though he had been keeping this peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress a secret, it had one huge drawback. Its speed was too slow. If there was a list of fastest to slowest immortal goo houses, this peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress would definitely rank at the bottom without doubt. Honestly speaking, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was the tortoise among immortal goo houses. Its speed was only superior to immortal formations, it was simply helpless. But such weaknesses came with great advantages. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress had an incredibly powerful defense instead. If Spectral Soul or Lu Weiyin knew about peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress weakness, they would understand Fan Yuan's plight. If he took out peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress earlier in the battle, he would not be able to get far, he would only be a target board, attacked by everyone. Even though Fan Yuan would have some temporary safety, the other forces could mobilize their people and gather to kill Fan Yuan together. Thus, he could not stay at one spot. This was Central Continent, Heavenly Court's territory. Even though Heavenly Court was weak now, it was still governing the 10 great ancient sects. But here, when Fan Yuan used peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul had to defend against the attacks of Lu Weiyin, Qi Si Ancestor, and the rest. He did not forget to attack peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress in the meantime. But peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress remained unmovable. It was a true fortress. Even someone like Spectral Soul started to be emotionally affected. His main target was Fan Yuan from the start, but to get to him, he would have to destroy this immortal goo house. This huge obstacle was causing Spectral Soul to feel anxious internally. If Spectral Soul ignored Fan Yuan and dealt with the enemies in this battlefield, Fan Yuan would gain more time to recuperate. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. During the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked towards Qingqiu, thinking of using it to create an opening. But Lu Weiyin sensed it quickly. Once Spectral Soul showed signs of targeting Qingqiu, he would use the battlefield killer move to teleport Qingqiu away. Qingqiu only targeted its greatest enemy, Spectral Soul. It knew that Lu Weiyin was trying to help it instead of Spectral Soul. It would not attack him abruptly. Spectral Soul's plans were thwarted in advance. He transmitted to Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, focus on destroying this immortal goo house. I will definitely satisfy you with the reward. Demon Immortal Qiju hesitated. Spectral Soul, you have higher battle strength than me. If you can't succeed, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Who says I can't do it? It will merely take some effort. We lack cooperation. The best move now is for me to deal with these enemies and the battlefield while you target Fan Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and earth, as long as you pay some price, how hard can it be to destroy the immortal goo house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fan Yuan, but now, he had to look away from his target. Firstly, this immortal goo house had high defense, destroying it was too troublesome. Secondly, Spectral Soul and Qiju were just working together, their relationship was quite shallow, Qiju was not reliable at all. Asking him to attack was guarding against him. If anything happened, Spectral Soul could still break out of the battlefield. It was a relatively safer option. Spectral Soul had the strongest killing nature throughout history, but he was not a fool who lacked wisdom or logic. He was not overwhelmed by his desire to kill. Demon Immortal Qiju also did not want to be trapped in this battlefield. He did not doubt Spectral Soul's decision to destroy the battlefield. He thought about it for a while before laughing. My Shilan can break this Earth Path Immortal Goo House, but the price is very steep. After all, I cultivate Chi Path and not Earth Path. After I succeed, it is likely that my Shiland will be destroyed. But this deal is not impossible. It will depend on you, Spectral Soul. What price can you pay me to make such a huge sacrifice? What, you think I can't afford it? Spectral Soul asked. You are a venerable, you have immense foundation, I am quite looking forward to it. But until now, the true inheritances that you gave me are high in quantity but lack quality. I am quite disappointed. Humph. You mean to say, only venerable inheritances are good enough for you? Of course. Demon Immortal Qiju spoke openly. Only venerable true inheritances are of value to me. In fact, I am interested in your true inheritance too. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was an old demon. In this situation, he actually wanted to extort Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritance. This was a really shameless thing to do. Spectral Soul was not willing to take this loss, he replied firmly. Chi Ju, don't forget about our goal. If you do not put in effort now, how can you kill Fang Yuan? We might both get trapped in this battlefield, ending up as their prey. Demon Immortal Chi Ju became silent. The situation was quite tense now. This Earth Path battlefield had unfathomable depths. He had not understood it completely yet. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was merely testing him earlier. Seeing that Spectral Soul was firm in his stance, he decided to work together and get over this hurdle first. Even though Spectral Soul broke one layer of the Earth Path battlefield, the combination of Lu Weiyin, Qing Chou, and Qi Si Ancestor still placed a huge pressure on him. Even though Demon Immortal Chi Ju countered Qi Si Ancestor entirely, due to Lu Weiyin's control, Qi Si Ancestor did not fight against Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Qing Chou was actually quite useful here. This beast fought without regard for its life. It created huge problems for Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but usually, after they were activated, the Gu Immortal would gain a huge advantage in the domain. Enslavement Path and Formation Path could allow one to fight against many enemies. It was because these two paths could allow one to gain huge strength if used well. As for this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, it was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, modified by generations of inheritors. It was very threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was created in Earth Abyss, combined with the Earth Vein. It had an unceasing amount of Earth Chi. Spectral Soul and Chi Ju were troubled. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Myriad Tribulation was still continuing. The Myriad Tribulation changed again. It was a flood earlier, now it turned into a blazing flame, raising everything to the ground and creating huge heat waves. I have already refined more than 50 Heaven Path down marks. Fan Yuan made some new progress. Each time the Myriad Tribulation changed, it created danger for him. But danger was accompanied by opportunity. Chapter 2050. How do we fight this? Along with his gains, Fan Yuan also paid a hefty price. Mini Southern Border, which was the most prosperous of the 5 mini-regions, was half devastated. Immortal Succession Mountain was destroyed, washed away entirely by the flood. This mountain was a mid-sized resource point obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It once had the ability to help mortals ascend to immortal. There was also Heaven Ceiling Mountain. This mountain was created by Fan Yuan. It was small and unassuming. Within the mountain itself, Fan Yuan had once set up a formation to seal his strength path immortal zombie body. Other than them, there were also up to 100 mountains and valleys. The greatest losses were Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, and Bone Bird Peak. Interior Rain Mountain's peak was always shrouded by a layer of dark clouds from where light rain continued to fall. The drizzling rain was not ordinary rainwater, but rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This was a resource point that produced waterpath immortal materials. Now it was in ruins. Copper Seal Mountain was no longer whole. It used to have a red and squarish shape. It was like a large seal was standing upright in mini Southern Border. This mountain did not have even a trace of soil. It was completely formed from all kinds of copper. There was mortal-level copper like Chaotic Sky Copper, Pragna Copper, Snow Flower Copper, and so on, and immortal copper like Profound Gray Copper and Ascending Dragon Copper. Copper Seal Mountain was so special. It was heavily targeted by the Myriad Tribulation Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest. Now, half of the mountain was destroyed and charred, giving out dense smoke and sparks. The entire mountain had turned into a molten state. It emitted a terrible smell. This mountain once produced Domination Copper, that was a rank 7 immortal material. It was a pity that the tribulation struck, it could no longer produce any. As for Bone Bird Peak, it used to have a large number of flower-winged white boned birds, filled with vitality. Now, the entire mountain had collapsed too. All of the flower-winged white-boned birds died from the lightning bolts. Lightning bolts destroyed mountains, floods destroyed forests. Fan Yuan had originally obtained a large amount of musical trees from Heifan Grotto Heaven. He created mini Southern Border's primitive forests using them. After this myriad tribulation, what forests could survive? Not to mention the beautiful Chi-Death birds or the fragrant tea streams. Mini Southern Border was almost completely devastated. Only several areas were heavily protected by Fan Yuan. Among them were the Coiling Thread Caves, Stalactite Caves, and the Dark Inkstone Mines. These resource points were all underground, it was easier to preserve them. Furthermore, the rockmen lived in these places. Firebird Mountain was an exception, because it was quite isolated, it escaped this disaster. This mid-sized resource point had firepath birds of all kinds growing in it. At the top of the volcano were fire phoenixes that were suppressed by the formation. The sunset parasol trees on the mountain absorbed lava as nutrients to grow, branches extended as leaves grew, they gave out the beautiful light of the setting sun, it was an amazing sight to behold. Other than Mini southern border, the other 4 mini regions were also affected to some extent. Mini northern plains shallow rock beach was obtained from annexing Han Dong blessed land. It was completely washed away by the floods, all of the pinkish-red spirit snakes living in it died. Mini western desert's hound desert was obtained from Lu Yung blessed land. There were more than 20 desolate hounds there, they all died without a corpse remaining. Mini central continent and mini eastern sea, even the mini 9 heavens were implicated by the myriad tribulation. However, Fan Yuan could not care about it at this point. Myriad tribulations had taken so many rank 8 Gu immortals' lives. In the long history of the world, countless geniuses died primarily from them. If he was careless, even Fan Yuan could lose his life. Fan Yuan not only had to deal with the myriad tribulation, he also had to face the 3 forces chasing after him. If losing some resources meant that he could improve the situation, why wouldn't Fan Yuan do it? What was more important, his life or these resources? The answer was obvious. Only by staying alive could he have any hope for the future. In fact, even if all of Fan Yuan's resources were destroyed, even if he lost the sovereign immortal body and his clones, as long as he was alive and got through this predicament, as long as he had 1 breath remaining, he would accept the result. The most important thing was an unyielding spirit. How could mere success and failure determine his life? The loss of these resource points is actually helpful to me. The heavenly Tao seeks balance. With these resource points gone, the myriad tribulation has weakened proportionately. Thus, my efficiency in refining the heaven path Tao marks will continue to become higher. Fan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. With an intense sound, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress shook harshly. Hundreds and thousands of goo worms shattered and died. It was the move that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had been preparing for a long time. Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This old demon who had resisted limitless demon venerable in history, he had vicious methods capable of weakening and damaging peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. If he was allowed to continue attacking, he would eventually break through peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. It was not that Lu Wei-yin or the Qi clone did not try to stop him, but Spectral Soul's continuous attacks hindered them. Spectral Soul's body surged with black smoke, he attacked and defended at times, unleashing several immemorial soul beasts while using peculiar soul path killer moves. He not only protected Qi Ju, giving him ample time and opportunity to attack, he even probed illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield even further. He managed to break another layer of this battlefield. Lu Wei-yin, Qin Chou, and the Qi clone are attacking Spectral Soul, but he is still having an easy time. This current Spectral Soul is also just his remnant soul, he is still injured and has not reached the peak state he was in during the time he refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fan Yuan sighed internally. He could genuinely feel the depth of Spectral Soul's strength. I cannot let this go on. Wu Shuai, go and join the battle, deal with Spectral Soul, Fan Yuan instructed. In this current situation, Spectral Soul and the other 2 forces wanted Fan Yuan dead. On the other hand, Lu Wei-yin carried on Paradise Earth's will, he wanted to exterminate Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan was the focus, but Spectral Soul was also crucial. Fan Yuan did not feel great external pressure now, his wariness stemmed from Spectral Soul, he did not hesitate to use all his strength against him. Wu Shuai joined the fight. At once, army ants gathered and formed a river of ants, they swept towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his concentration and used killer moves to resist them. Wu Shuai was Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone, he cultivated enslavement path, even though he had not cultivated for long, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragonman race, as well as the actual Wu Shuai's true inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Wei-yin became hopeful as he thought. Even though Wu Shuai does not attack often, he has rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength is quite incredible. With him around, we can finally place pressure on Spectral Soul. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qin Chou could join the fight, not to mention Wu Shuai who cooperated with him. Wu Shuai soon mixed in with this group, their tempo became faster as they emitted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the world, but he had not regained his peak strength. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor could fight him for over 10 rounds even if they could not defeat him. With Wu Shuai's participation, a qualitative change appeared. It tilted the balance of both sides. Lu Weiyin and the rest attacked unceasingly. Their attacks did not stop even once. Spectral Soul started to get into a passive spot as he resisted their joint attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Upper-Lower Breathless Qi. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched out 2 fingers as he pointed at the top and bottom of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became immobilized. Fan Yuan, who was inside, had a change of expression. He could not breathe smoothly. Even worse was that his injection of immortal essence into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became choppy and inconsistent. Immortal goo houses required a lot of immortal essence to work. The same applied to Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. After getting hit by this move, its defenses became much weaker. A huge flaw in Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became exposed. It was just too slow. It had to resist most killer moves head-on. Of course, it had immense defense. It could waste a lot of the enemy's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was suited for a battle of attrition. Goo Immortals could heal up inside and analyze the enemy's killer moves while using the defense to waste the enemy's immortal essence. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked offensive methods. The truth was, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could ignore Fan Yuan and help Spectral Soul fight against Lu Weiyin and the rest. Fan Yuan was currently troubled by the myriad tribulation. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was of little threat to them in terms of offense. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around. He endured the attacks of Lu Weiyin and the rest as he pointed with his fingers. More than 10 black dots flew out. The black dots shot towards the top of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress before turning into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts crashed down onto Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, their mountain-like bodies completely burying the immortal goo house. At the next moment, boom! A terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot. Their sacrifices resulted in this intense explosion resembling a giant black ball. The black ball rapidly expanded. In a few breaths of time, it grew to over the size of 100 li. The earth and mountains shook. The entire battlefield started to shake intensely. Lu Weiyin's expression changed. He immediately went away to defend the battlefield. If this battlefield broke, even if one corner of it was destroyed, the entire situation would aggravate. Spectral Soul is so crafty. He actually had such a terrifying move. Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted, retreating to a safe distance. Soul explosion is not uncommon. It is expected that he would detonate the immemorial soul beasts. But how could he perfectly fuse the detonation of more than 10 immemorial soul beasts together like this? Oh no, I wonder how our main body is doing? Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor became worried. Roar! Qing Chou was also implicated and got quite injured. The greater the pain, the more maniacal it became. It did not care about anything. It attacked Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor had to follow suit. They could not allow Spectral Soul to absorb Qing Chou's strength. After using this move, Spectral Soul also turned pale. Against Qing Chou's assault, he focused on defense while trying to recover. It was evident that the move earlier consumed a huge amount of his mental energy. In truth, this soul explosion was very costly. Immemorial Soul Beast had rank 8 battle strength. Spectral Soul expended more than 10 of them at once. I wonder how Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress is now? Demon Immortal Qi Ju approached Fan Yuan. As the dust clouds faded away, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress appeared in everyone's vision again. They saw that this Earth Path Immortal Goo House was 30% shorter. The surface seemed damaged but no holes were created. Demon Immortal Qi Ju squinted as he sighed internally. This Immortal Goo House's defense is likely the highest of all Immortal Goo Houses that currently exist. Immortal Killer Move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. Within the Immortal Goo House, Fan Yuan injected Immortal Essence as he activated the Core Killer Move. Countless Earth Path Goo worms flew up in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering the Immortal Goo House. After 3 breaths of time, not only did Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress recover fully, its appearance also changed. Instead of being round like before, it became more like a tower now. There were edges and sharp corners. This Even someone like Demon Immortal Chi Ju stared at this with wide eyes. He felt a little empty internally. This was too shameless. Not only did Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress have high defense, its recovery speed was also this fast. In the current world, most immortal goo houses could not be easily repaired. When replenishing goo worms, those positions were usually fixed. It was also not as easy as placing goo worms into these specific positions. There was usually a need to use special goo worms or killer moves to achieve this. Immortal goo houses were a type of mobile immortal formation. To repair immortal goo houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence that these actions would have on the main structure. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was different. Looking at one example. Repairing other immortal goo houses was like stacking a Jenga tower. The goo immortals had to put specific goo worms into specific holes. During this process, the goo immortal had to use methods to stabilize the tower while placing the goo worms to try to prevent it from toppling. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the opposite. Because the core was made of immortal killer moves, no matter how many Earth Path goo worms Fan Yuan put in, they could easily merge with the tower and have great stability. In fact, they could even alter the properties of the tower. Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Spectral Soul spent so long dealing with Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. They had finally gotten some information about it, yet after Fan Yuan's modifications, the entire fortress was different than before. Spectral Soul and Chi Ju's probe had to start all over again. How do we fight this? Similar thoughts emerged in the minds of Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Spectral Soul. Chapter 2051. Giant Spectral Soul. Other goo immortals would feel despair at this moment. This rascal Fan Yuan is too good at turtling up. How can we kill him? Demon Immortal Chi Ju asked with a tone that contained anger and frustration. Spectral Soul also turned silent for a moment before he smiled coldly. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent seemed to condense and solidify, emanating from his body. Everyone could feel their limbs turning cold as they shook in their hearts. After suffering a setback, Spectral Soul's determination to kill Fan Yuan became even firmer. I will dismantle his tortoise shell. Go and deal with the rest, guard me. Spectral Soul said as his soul flew out and devoured Lady Cold Ash's body in one mouthful. A soul giant that was as large as a mountain appeared before everyone. The giant's body was black as ink, it had muscular limbs and bulging muscles. There were two heads, one was scary while the other was cold and aloof. The first pair of eyes had blood-red light in them, shooting towards heaven. The other pair of eyes was cold as ice, emitting a deep chill. It also had 600 pairs of arms that were raised up or lowered, some were tucked in while others were straight. It showed the stance of grasping the sun and moon. It had the potential to catch stars and whip up storms. Amazing giant! Lu Wei Yin's body shook as he praised, fighting spirit surged in him as he shouted. Then take this move! He used all his strength to activate illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew as yellow sand flew, countless rocks moved along, they slammed towards the Black Soul Giant's body like shooting stars. The Black Soul Giant only watched coldly as it raised its arms. 200 pairs of arms stretched out and stabbed into the sandstorm. The ghost hands stretched out their fingers as they grabbed towards the sandstorm. Unexpectedly, the formless sandstorm was grabbed onto like silk or threads in the sky. The Black Soul Giant pulled, snapping sounds could be heard continuously. The sandstorm was pulled apart, wind scattered as clear vision returned to the battlefield. Lu Wei Yin's eyes were bulging, his expression turned pale. Spectral Soul dealt with the battlefield so easily, he was deeply shocked. Let me! Chi's ancestor flew into the sky, staring at the Black Soul Giant at equal heights. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Rumble! A huge translucent mountain created from air currents descended and pressed down immediately. This move was once used by Duke Long. It was part of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. It managed to send Purple Mountain True Monarch flying. Right now, with Chi's ancestor using it, the power was not to be underestimated. Giant Spectral Soul looked at the mountain but approached it instead. He raised more than 100 pairs of arms. At once, the entire battlefield seemed to have hundreds of black trees, resembling a forest. The 100 pairs of arms blocked the Chi Mountain, emitting a loud sound. The 5 sharp fingers of each of the ghost hands grabbed. The Chi Current Mountain lasted for a breath of time before breaking apart. Chi's ancestor grunted. He was forced to retreat. But Spectral Soul did not let him off. The angry head roared loudly and spat out a grand soul river. The Soul River was made of countless ghosts and vengeful spirits. They cried out in agony and despair, causing the entire battlefield to freeze up for a moment. Seeing the power of this move, Chi-Si Ancestor understood that this move was extraordinary. Its might was many times higher than the self-detonation of the immemorial soul beasts earlier. At this moment, Spectral Soul had used his true strength. Not only did he turn into a black soul giant, he even changed his killer moves. Each attack became much stronger. They were all vicious and terrifying. Chi-Si Ancestor waved his hands. 2 hands flew out of his wide sleeves. His index and middle fingers stretched out and drew a circle in the air, causing wind and clouds to move along. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. A translucent Chi current flew out of his sleeves, moving rapidly. These Chi currents seemed weak, but they were extremely sharp. They drew an arc in the sky before gathering to form a translucent Chi current river. With a loud sound, the Chi current scissors river crashed into the vengeful Ghost River. The Chi current scissors was forced back, but the Soul River also suffered some damage. It still managed to move as it quickly approached Chi-Si Ancestor. Lu Wei-yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a rock shield that intercepted the Soul River at its weak spot. Chi-Si Ancestor's face was already flushing red. It was a tough contest of strength. He quickly used this chance to escape. Spectral Soul, why aren't you going to die? At the same time, Qing Chou shouted as it approached from the left. At the right of Giant Spectral Soul, Wu Shuai wordlessly manipulated his army ants that pressed down like a black cloud, attacking Giant Spectral Soul's head. Attacked from the left and right. Spectral Soul did not move. 300 pairs of arms resisted Qing Chou, while 100 pairs of arms attacked Wu Shuai. Qing Chou was fighting without regard for its life. It advanced relentlessly. Spectral Soul snickered as the fingers of his hands gathered into a sharp spear form. This move countered soul beasts. At the next instant, 100 pairs of arms stabbed into Qing Chou's body. Green-black blood oozed out and dyed the battlefield. Seeing this blood, a bright light shined on the face of Spectral Soul's angry head. He snickered coldly. Soul beasts have no blood, but your body seems to have changed under the influence of Hatred Gu's refinement. Interesting. After this battle, I will dissect your body before attempting good and thorough research. In other words, Spectral Soul was completely confident in taking down Qing Chou. Qing Chou growled in pain. Its snake-like neck struggled intensely. Its roars almost burst the immortal's eardrums. Its entire body emitted black smoke, almost the same as Spectral Soul. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-faced soul balls that were covered in lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on Giant Spectral Soul. It was like wind blowing on a tree. Even though the leaves were moving, the trunk remained still and motionless. Spectral Soul's arms that were stabbed into Qing Chou pushed deeper, trying to destroy its body from the inside. Qing Chou cried out continuously. It was heavily injured by Spectral Soul, unable to break free. Its blood flowed like a river. This was a gruesome sight. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take a risk. He quickly retreated. He decided that unless there was no choice, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed and moved like a cloud that could gather and split at will. They rushed towards the black soul giant's eyes, nose, and ears. Spectral Soul's cold head snorted as he breathed out black smoke from his nose. The smoke spread out. Wherever it went, army ants died without resistance. A large number of them fell at once. As expected of a former demon venerable. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined with bright light. He was full of praise. Spectral Soul unleashed his true strength. It immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Wei-yin and the rest had the territorial advantage as well as more people, they still got suppressed by him. Spectral Soul struck several times to completely block them. After that, he went back and stared at peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. 400 arms stretched out and clenched into fists. They punched at the rank 8 Earth Path Immortal Gu house with black chi covering the fists. Bam bam bam. Each punch caused peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to shake intensely. As countless fists rained down, black chi also invaded the Immortal Gu house. Soon, the fragments began to fall off peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress surface, shattering into pieces. Fan Yuan quickly used his killer move and added an Earth Path Gu worms to replenish it. But other trouble came at the same time. Inside his sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation transformed again. Almost all of the Heaven Path Dao marks gathered into a giant monstrous ball of flesh. The flesh ball floated in the air. It was large as a mountain, more than 10 times of Spectral Soul's size. casting a shadow down onto the ground. Countless black-colored holes appeared on the flesh ball's surface. As the holes expanded, they emitted a huge suction force. Soon, tornadoes began to form from these holes. As the tornadoes moved, countless resources in the sovereign immortal aperture, even variant humans, got swept away and sucked into the flesh ball. At once, growling and crying could be heard as fatalities rose. The flesh ball quickly digested them as it slowly expanded in size. "Oh no, I have never seen this myriad tribulation before. It also seems to be able to grow. It can get stronger and stronger." Fan Yuan's heart sank. He needed to deal with Spectral Soul's attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture. Either one required his full attention and strength. Nobody else could help him with this. Fan Yuan could not attend to both ends. He had to choose what to give up. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress can still last some time, but if I let the myriad tribulation grow further, it will exceed the limit of my capabilities. Realizing the greater problem at hand, Fan Yuan chose to deal with the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was placed in the sovereign immortal aperture. His manipulation of peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress became slightly slower. Combat Beast King had already awakened. He dragged his injured body and stood up while gritting his teeth, listening to Fan Yuan's orders. Shui controlled the situation on the ground, using the ice crystal formation to resist the suction of the tornadoes. The flesh ball monster floated towards her slowly while being firm as a mountain. There was a huge pressure placed on Shui. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark was still active. Fan Yuan had not stopped using it even for one moment. But now, its effect had fallen to its lowest point. Countless thoughts collided in Fan Yuan's mind. It was like a turbulent sea. The sight was spectacular. Fan Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Killer Move. The quantity of his thoughts expanded abruptly. Even his mind seemed small in comparison. A vast number of thoughts collided, allowing Fan Yuan to think acutely. He was able to use other killer moves now. There was no choice. Fan Yuan activated the Human Path formation to interfere with the Heavenly Tao's interference. As the formation activated, it created a buzzing noise as it shined with a brilliant light. At this step, over half of Fan Yuan's thoughts were already expended. If this continued, the consumption of thoughts would exceed the production. He would soon run out of thoughts and Fan Yuan would turn into an idiot instantly. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth but was not flustered. He was prepared for this. There were many of his wills in the Human Path formation. Fan Yuan's wills took charge of the formation as it operated, allowing his thoughts to accumulate again. Fan Yuan only had to do the first step of activating the formation. Again! Fan Yuan shouted internally as he activated the Wisdom Path Killer Move again. The thoughts in his mind burst out again like a tsunami. The quantity rose continuously, almost filling up his entire mind. For Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, having too many thoughts was a bad idea. They would take up all the space in the mind and prevent any collisions from happening. It was the worst-case scenario. Fan Yuan did not do something stupid. This was part of his expectations. Seeing that these thoughts were about to fill up his mind, he placed his concentration on the sea of clouds in the sky. It was a huge and wide sea of clouds. Chapter 2052. Eat Heart. Looming clouds spread out in the boundless sky, surging like tides as ripples splashed. It seemed like the sea, but it also resembled countless cloud mountains, changing forms at will, having unlimited possibilities. This was a killer move. This killer move was Fan Yuan's trump card. It was in fact his strongest offensive method at this moment. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Chi C. This move was mystical. After Fan Yuan's modifications, it not only used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Chi as the core, it also had more than 10 supplementary Chi Path Immortal Gu, as well as hundreds of thousands of foundational Mortal Gu. There were even Chi Path Immortal materials that could be expended to increase the power of this move. This move was incredible. It could use all of the kinds of Chi in this world: Life Chi, Death Chi, Sword Chi, Blade Chi, Dusk Chi, Dawn Chi. The more Chi Path Immortal materials stored in it, the more powerful this move would be. When used defensively, it would expend immortal essence and immortal materials. When used defensively, it would absorb external Chi currents. This move was powerful and unstoppable. Qi Xiang left this move behind, resulting in Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven surviving many myriad tribulations after his death. Myriad tribulations. Most rank 8 Gu immortals in this world did not even dare to challenge their first myriad tribulation. They desperately delayed the time in their immortal aperture. But Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit could use this move to get past myriad tribulations time and time again. After annexing this Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. After that, during this battle, he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall and shocked everyone, including Gu immortals, in the 5 regions. The primordial Qi wall was the creation of primordial origin. It not only had Qi Path immortal Gu but also Qi Path immortal materials. Qi Path had one trait: it was able to use Qi Path immortal materials in place of Gu worms to execute killer moves. Fan Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. He also absorbed the vast amount of Qi Path immortal materials inside the Qi wall. After the first time, Fan Yuan broke it again for a second time. Not long ago in Heavenly Court, he used unlimited Qi Si to absorb the immortal material Qi currents in the primordial Qi wall, breaking it apart. After absorbing 2 Qi walls and with Fan Yuan's exploration of Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he gained a huge amount of immortal material Qi currents. It caused unlimited Qi Si's storage to rise to an unprecedented amount. Thus, the power of this move reached a level that felt terrifying even for Fan Yuan. As Fan Yuan willed, he unleashed the killer move Unlimited Qi Si. The Sea of Qi rumbled. A huge white Qi pillar gathered in the sky and shot down at the giant flesh ball monster. The Qi pillar was extremely thick, reaching a level that had never been seen before. Even Qi Xiang would gasp at its majesty now. Not only that, the Qi pillar was covered in a layer of shining golden light. It gave off a tough feeling. It was extremely domineering. Before the white Qi pillar hit the flesh ball monster, a terrifying force acted on it from all directions, immobilizing the flesh ball monster in the air. Boom! The white Qi pillar crashed into the flesh ball monster like a falling monument, before rushing through it violently. The huge sound created even deafened Shui, who was far away from the battlefield. The Qi pillar had an intense white light. Shui, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, had to shut her eyes to prevent them from being blinded. The flesh ball monster could not resist the power of the Qi pillar. It was suppressed on the grassland of many northern plains. The grass and soil of the grassland had already been sent flying long ago by raging tornadoes before the Qi pillar struck. Thus, the flesh ball monster was pressed down on the barren grassland by the unstoppable Qi pillar. As the earth shook, hundreds of cracks formed below the flesh ball monster, resembling a spider web. The white Qi pillar was still continuing its assault. It had the power to destroy mountains and split seas. The great flesh ball monster made from the myriad tribulation got pressed on the ground like a defenseless chick, unable to struggle. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. As the flesh ball monster sank into the ground, its body became smaller and smaller. It continued to be disintegrated by the white Qi pillar bit by bit. The black holes all over the giant monster were shut. It tried to curl up. A pitiful cry could be heard from within its body. This was the cry of heaven's will. The white Qi pillar lasted for 20 breaths of time before fading away. Not only did the sea of clouds in the sky shrink by 80%, the remaining clouds were sparse and thin. Fan Yuan quickly moved them away. But the flesh ball monster was in a worse condition. Its mountain-like body had shrunk to the size of Dragon Palace. The flesh ball monster did not move. It remained in the pit like a corpse. This pit was over 1,000 feet deep. Fan Yuan's main body breathed roughly. His brain was hurting along with each breath. In order to use this move, he exerted his mind to its limit. He used up too many thoughts, beyond the capabilities of his mind. The myriad tribulation created from 3,000 heaven path down marks finally paused for the first time. It was as if it got beaten into shock by Fan Yuan. The opportunity was rare. Fan Yuan quickly hastened his action and used unrestrained heavenly mark to refine the heaven path down marks. In a short while, Fan Yuan refined more than 100 heaven path down marks. Together with his earlier gains, he had already refined over 160 heaven path down marks. When Fan Yuan refined over 200 heaven path down marks, the heavenly Tao finally reacted. The flesh ball in the hole vanished as it started to hail. However, even though Fan Yuan could take advantage of this chance, he could only sustain this situation as he was forced to place his attention back to the outside world. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was heavily damaged beyond repair. Giant spectral souls attacks were increasing in frequency. He had made huge advancements. Spectral souls swore to kill Fan Yuan. Lu Weiyin and the rest tried to restrain him, but giant spectral soul ignored their attacks and endured them, while maintaining his firepower on Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan was doing his best to repair his immortal Gu house, the situation was going downhill. Bam! Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress could not take it anymore. A hole was created, it connected to the outside. Through this hole, giant spectral soul's 4 eyes emitted cold killing intent as he looked at Fang Yuan who was sitting inside. He saw that Fang Yuan's expression was pale after unleashing unlimited qi. Fang Yuan was in bad shape now. Spectral soul had a realization. His incredibly deep battle experience made a decision for him. Similar to Fang Yuan, he was going to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Eat Heart. I comprehended this move in my later years from the legends of Renzu. Fang Yuan, it is over. The current peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress has no way of blocking this attack. Spectral souls surged with killing intent. And like what he said. At the next moment, Fang Yuan grunted, his face became distorted, he grasped his chest in pain. The intense pain in his heart felt like it was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 33, Renzu stared at the skeleton head. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament's body. Strong Gu laughed. This is a stupid move. O human, your choice is extremely foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrank. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire, burning Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, charging at Renzu as his bones cracked. The tribulations were like wind and rain, sweeping at Renzu's lone body. The tribulations were like flashing lightning, striking on Renzu continuously. Fear Gu shouted, "Oh heaven, this is too scary, that human will die for sure at this rate." Courage Gu encouraged. "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self Gu and Attitude Gu shouted together. "I am very strong, I am very strong, all tribulations are mere drizzles, they are insignificant breezes." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew together, wanting to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, quickly run. Don't believe in Self Gu's words, it has already been deceived." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When tribulations loom over you, it is not a simple matter of running away. "This is too scary, let's go, forget about the human." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu, and Fear Gu flew away together. "You traitors!" Self Gu was furious, it grabbed onto these 3 Gu and bit them all. The 3 Gu were injured but they were not stopped by Self Gu, they quickly escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them but rules and regulation Gu urged. Don't chase them. Escaping when tribulations strike due to fear and weakness, betraying one's self and courage in the process, it will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they are gone? Weak Gu and Betrayal Gu are unable to help us, as for Fear Gu. If the tribulations did not appear, fear would have been pointless. But since the tribulations are here now, fear will only lead to greater pain in the human. You are absolutely right. Self Gu stopped. Hope Gu flickered with light as it supported Renzu. O human, as long as you still have hope in your heart during the tribulations, there will still be hope in this situation. Strong Gu could not stop laughing. O human, you are truly pitiful, you easily believe in the words of hope. Don't you know? Having only hope during the tribulations will only cause them to continue longer. Hope is the thing that lengthens the person's pain. When you stop bearing any hope, you will feel relaxed in the tribulations. Renzu did not speak, he endured the attacks of the tribulations with great difficulty. No matter how bent his body became, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's feet, there was a pair of independent wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped stubbornly, helping Renzu to stand up despite everything. Strong Gu continued to demoralize Renzu. Oh human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you are going to fall soon. Look at your bones, they are covered in cracks now due to the tribulations. Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were shiny and intact, there were no cracks at all. Now, his skeleton was covered in cracks, it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. All the other Gu worms were silent, only Hope Gu gave out light. Oh human, don't give up. Tribulations are not scary, the scariest thing is a person who has lost hope. The light of Hope Gu penetrated the cracks of Renzu's bones, into his bone marrow. In the life of everyone in this world, cracks would always form at some point, but those were the times where the light of hope would shine in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope, they started to engulf the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a huge mouth, the larger the crack, the larger the mouth, and the more tribulations it could devour. How could this happen? Strong Gu was extremely shocked. The more tribulations that Renzu's skeleton devoured, the stronger and firmer his bones became. Tribulations could destroy people, but they could also toughen oneself. Chapter 2053. Finding a way out of a desperate situation. As the tribulations continued, Renzu's bones started to shine in a golden light. The tribulations became wilder as Renzu's bones burned in flames, becoming dazzlingly golden. Renzu started to straighten his back, he raised his head and puffed his chest. After enduring countless tortures, his skeleton shined like a golden pillar, he stood directly inside the tribulations. This was the myriad tribulation golden skeleton. And on Renzu's skeleton head, a crown grew out naturally, it was the heaven-connecting bone crown. All of the tribulations and disasters that people suffer would become their crowns of achievement in the future. Even though the tribulations had not ended, Renzu could already speak at this time. I know, fate has arrangements, tribulations are the arrangements it makes for people. But I can persevere, any tribulations that seem unendurable are all in fact endurable to me. Strong Gu was shocked and bewildered. Self Gu realized at this time. I understand. O human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss, that is why you can endure these tribulations that are impossible to endure. Strong Gu saw that the tribulations could not take down Renzu, it forced itself to stay calm. O human, don't forget, as long as you have hope Gu, these tribulations will not stop. Are you going to delay our bet from earlier? I don't care. I will treat it as if you passed the tribulations. Now, it is our turn to eat you. Which part of me do you want to eat? Renzu sighed. Strong Gu laughed loudly, pointing at Renzu's chest. Next, I will eat your hearts. Renzu shook slightly, Strong Gu's choice was too fatal, how could a human live without his heart? Quickly take out all of your hearts, let us eat them. Strong Gu shouted in excitement. Renzu sighed as he hesitated, before taking out the heart of sympathy. Strong Gu directly placed the heart of sympathy into the predicament's neck as the heart fell into its stomach. The predicament's stomach expanded slightly. When faced with predicaments, people often lose their hearts of sympathy first. Renzu took out his heart of nobleness next, the predicament ate it as its stomach expanded some more, it seemed to have problems digesting it. Renzu took out his original heart next. Oh Hope Gu, leave now. I do not want to implicate you. Hope Gu resided in Renzu's original heart, it did not fly out, instead it said, I am not leaving, this is my home. Oh human, just toss me in along with it, I do not blame you. Renzu had no choice, as Strong Gu rushed him, he gave his original heart to the predicament as food. After the predicament ate it, its belly expanded again. Predicaments often cause people to lose hope as well. Without Hope Gu, all of the tribulations around Renzu vanished. This caused the pressure on Renzu to fall, but he felt deep melancholy as well. Quick, O human, take out your final heart and let us eat it. Strong Gu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Renzu's chest. Renzu hesitated as he felt troubled. The heart of loneliness did not only contain his self Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Renzu might die. Strong Gu laughed and threatened. Quick! If you do not take it out yourself, we will make our move and eat you entirely. Self Gu had already been deceived, it called out in nonchalance. O human, just give it to them. I do not care, you will not die either. We are the strongest. Give it to me. Strong Gu grabbed the heart of loneliness in Renzu's hand and stuffed it into the predicament's stomach through its exposed neck. At this point, Renzu lost all his hearts. He fell onto the ground, losing all signs of life, he could not stand up anymore. Renzu died. O human, you died, we have regained freedom. Rules and regulation Gu flew away. There is no helping it, the human met with the greatest predicament in his life. Courage Gu and Edge Gu flew away as well. On Renzu's corpse, only Self Gu remained, it flew around him. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but Self Gu grabbed onto it, forcing it to stay. Strong Gu laughed happily. Ha ha ha, O human, you are nothing impressive after all. Predicament, what's wrong? The predicament that Strong Gu was attached to grabbed onto its bulging stomach as it rolled on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest, the stronger the predicament, the lonelier one would feel. Boom! Suddenly, the predicament's belly burst open. Renzu's heart of loneliness, his skin and flesh fused to create a boy. Strong Gu was flabbergasted. Who are you? The boy said. I am Renzu's son, great strength true martial. Before finishing his words, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu tried to struggle while Self Gu used the opportunity to approach and take a bite of it. Strong Gu was injured, it got weakened. Where are you trying to go? Great strength True Marshal shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and stuffed it into his chest. Strong Gu went into his chest and got imprisoned in his heart, unable to escape. Don't waste your effort, this is my heart of ambition, you cannot escape. Great strength True Marshal laughed. Next, he found Renzu's other hearts from the corpse of the predicament, and placed them back into his chest. Renzu was revived once again. Undeniably, a person's heart was the source of their vitality, one of the most fatal weaknesses of a human's body. The food path killer move Eat Heart that Spectral Soul created was a greater creation than Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss. Even if these two moves hit his enemies, they could only tilt the balance of victory and defeat. Meanwhile, Eat Heart was a fatal attack. Once hit without ample preparation, it could decide the outcome almost instantly. This was a method that could claim victory. Fan Yuan was hit. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had outstanding defense without doubt. But among all the Gu immortal paths, Food Path was extremely well hidden, there were few defensive measures against it. Thus, during the Fate War, Western Desert's Gu immortals were all without options against Heavenly Court's combination killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty, they were all hit by it. Fan Yuan also had a Food Path inheritance, he also knew that Spectral Soul had a deep attainment in Food Path. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was assembled by Fan Yuan, it could defend against Food Path originally. But now, Spectral Soul broke a hole in this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Even the complete Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have difficulties blocking the killer move Eat Heart entirely. Fan Yuan would still be affected regardless. At this moment, the intense feeling of death assaulted Fan Yuan. He could not struggle, he had no way to struggle. The heavenly Tao in the sovereign immortal aperture seemed to have noticed this. It stopped conjuring new myriad tribulations as the Tao marks scattered all over the aperture, trying to restrain Fan Yuan's entire body. Fan Yuan could not use any defensive methods, he could only wait for death. Lu Weiyin saw that the situation was bad, he quickly activated the Earth Path battlefield. Yellow sand gathered into dragons that coiled around giant Spectral Soul, squeezing and attempting to immobilize Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, hundreds of arms blocked them as he defended easily. His 4 eyes were still staring at Fan Yuan, most of his attention was spent on sustaining Eat Heart. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's heart sank. Qixi Ancestor and Wu Shuai also felt chills flowing down their spines. They tried to desperately attack, but Spectral Soul did not even turn around for a moment. Spectral Soul would rather suffer heavy injuries to make use of this opportunity. He wanted Fan Yuan dead no matter what. Is everything going to end like this? Fan Yuan's mind was still quite empty. He did not have many thoughts left. This was the aftermath of using unlimited Qixi. Spectral Soul was just too strong. Worthy of the former demon venerable. The man who was invincible in this world during his era. During that time, he killed until the world became shrouded in darkness, nobody dared to make a sound, all of the living beings in the world could only tremble under his shadow. Only until the appearance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he spent his entire life to mend the wounds and scars of the hearts of the people. Before Spectral Soul went all out, his battle strength was not much higher compared to the rest, yet he still had a firm control over the situation. After he used his full power, his battle strength rose greatly, he immediately surpassed everyone. The most despairing thing was that each of his decisions carried immediate effect, he did not give his enemy any opportunities to recover, there was no way for them to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I need to do my best. Fan Yuan could not use any methods, even if he could use a killer move, he could not block the killer move Eat Heart. Unless it was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The pain on Fan Yuan's face vanished, his lips curled up as he revealed a mysterious smile, it was extremely unusual. At the next moment, he shouted loudly. If you do not take action now, when will you ever get another chance? Qi Ju! A pair of Spectral Soul's pupils expanded, while another pair of eyes squinted. Is Fan Yuan trying to deceive me? No, wait! One of his heads turned around, he saw Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacking. Boom! Demon Immortal Qi Ju activated his killer move, the Shiland on top of his head flew down like a comet, crashing into Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul was greatly impacted, he also fell to the ground. Puff puff puff. Countless holes appeared on his body, it was like a deflating balloon, dark soul Qi spewed out of the holes towards the outside. Not only that, 100 arms of spectral soul immediately fell onto the ground like decaying tree branches. Chapter 2054. Spectral soul, you are too poor. All. Qi Ju! Spectral soul screamed, staring at Demon Immortal Qi Ju with deep anger. Demon Immortal Qi Ju retrieved Qi Land as he retreated, guarding against Spectral Soul's retaliation. You idiot! Spectral Soul stepped on the ground as a loud sound echoed. He finally stabilized his footing. Even someone like him who had lived for so long became furious this instant. He was about to kill Fang Yuan, but his ally actually attacked him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju floated in the air, staring at Spectral Soul with deep vigilance. He first frowned as he recalled Fang Yuan's expression. It was evident that Fang Yuan did that on purpose so Spectral Soul would expose a weakness. Was Fang Yuan really at his wits' end at that time? No, this is more likely Spectral Soul's deception to distract me. The truth is, even if I was deceived, at this point, I can only continue to attack Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju made up his mind very soon. With each heart broken, Spectral Soul suffered a backlash. During this time, Fang Yuan quickly repaired Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At the very least, he fixed that hole on it. While recovering, Fang Yuan did not forget to attack using words. Spectral Soul, don't be too angry now. The truth is, before you contacted Qi Ju, I had already reached an agreement with him. You made an agreement? Impossible, I checked secretly. You do not have any alliance agreements on you. Spectral Soul retorted. I have just been revived. I will not trust any information path methods. Oh Spectral Soul, you tempted me with benefits, but Fang Yuan did that even earlier. And he is much more generous than you. Before Demon Immortal Qi Ju finished his words, he attacked again. A Qi Path killer move erupted. The attack swept towards Giant Spectral Soul like a storm. Lu Weiyin and the rest saw this. They felt overjoyed. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor were unaware of this cooperation. Seeing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's betrayal, they became very excited. The situation was tight earlier, but with Demon Immortal Qi Ju's action, the situation was immediately flipped around to their advantage. Lu Weiyin pondered and quickly realized. After the Fate War, I used Lord Paradise Earth's methods to confirm that Spectral Soul had not only regained freedom, but was also getting stronger. Soon after, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture got exposed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. When I contacted Fang Yuan secretly to inform him, I wanted to cooperate with him to deal with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect. But initially, Fang Yuan did not fully believe me. But soon after, Fang Yuan contacted me and agreed to this alliance. Now it seems that he had already contacted Demon Immortal Qi Ju and used him to confirm my information. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. The Venerable had spent his entire life restoring peace to the world. He was at odds with Spectral Soul. The reason why Lu Weiyin participated in the Fate War was to get rid of Spectral Soul's remnant soul for good. But even after it ended, Lu Weiyin did not find Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Lu Weiyin naturally did not give up. He paid a huge price and used Paradise Earth's method to deduce Spectral Soul's current condition, but he could not find his location. Thus, Lu Weiyin thought of Fang Yuan. If Spectral Soul wanted to regain full strength, he would need to kill Fang Yuan. After killing Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul would regain Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu as well as his personal dream realms and attainment levels. Lu Weiyin used Paradise Earth's method and contacted Fang Yuan after great difficulty, but the latter was very wary in regards to him. Fang Yuan had been reborn. He knew that Lu Weiyin was not what he seemed like on the surface in supporting Heavenly Court. He had his own personal objectives. Also, because Fang Yuan did not see Spectral Soul during the Fate War when he invaded Heavenly Court, he trusted some parts of Lu Weiyin's information. Soon after, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Body was exposed in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It made Fang Yuan believe his words even more. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived, Fang Yuan tried to contact him in secret but did not succeed once. But coincidentally, Demon Immortal Qi Ju went to approach Qi Si Ancestor for trouble. Using Qin Dingling's reinforcement, Fang Yuan managed to force Demon Immortal Qi Ju to retreat, but the truth was, he secretly made a deal with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. In order to gain Demon Immortal Qi Ju's trust, Fang Yuan told him that Qi Si Ancestor was his disguise. Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained this hold on Fang Yuan, and immediately understood that Fang Yuan was sincere in this cooperation. Demon Immortal Qi Ju lacked knowledge of the Gu Immortal world at that time. Fang Yuan attended to his needs. he used his various true inheritances as the transaction goods. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was greatly moved, but he was still very wary. He did not want to set an alliance agreement with Fan Yuan. He was afraid that Fan Yuan would use unknown information path methods to harm him. Fan Yuan did not force him. They eventually came to a relaxed agreement that could not have any restraining power to either of them. Fan Yuan provided true inheritances of various paths to Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, while the latter gave Fan Yuan the secret of his Chi path resurrection. Furthermore, he even followed Fan Yuan's arrangement and sold a huge amount of Chi path immortal materials and treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase inheritances of all paths. Fan Yuan learned of the secret regarding Chi-Ju's revival. He immediately gained a huge breakthrough in resolving the Chi harvest fruit. Thus, Chi-Si ancestor was able to get rid of it. After that, Fan Yuan's clone used Heavenly Court's Chi harvest fruit to create the Chi-Si clone successfully. The truth was, with just Fan Yuan's Chi path attainment, he could not resolve the problem of the Chi harvest fruit so quickly. But Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was contacted by Spectral Soul in Treasure Yellow Heaven some time after that. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was greatly shocked. After hearing Spectral Soul's words, he understood Fan Yuan's intention. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Fan Yuan had a lax agreement. They could betray each other easily. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not consider Fan Yuan's benefits. He immediately negotiated with Spectral Soul in secret. But soon, he realized that Spectral Soul's offer was far inferior to Fan Yuan's. How can a great demon venerable be so stingy? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju first held disdain before he pondered. Oh, I get it. Spectral Soul is the pioneer of Soul Path. He also has a Food Path true inheritance, but he wants to keep them and refuses to transact these two. Even though Shadow Sect had existed for so long, they only found very few venerable true inheritances. But Fan Yuan is the crucial pawn of Heaven's will and the 10 venerables. Many of these venerables invested in him. Thus he possesses Red Lotus true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Reckless Savage's true inheritance, Primordial Origin's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and Limitless true inheritance. Other than these, he also has Langya's true inheritance, the Dragonman race's true inheritance, Food Path true inheritance, Bo Qing's Sword Path true inheritance, and many more. Damn. How can this one guy have so much wealth? After Demon Immortal Chi-Ju understood the reason, a complex feeling emerged in his heart uncontrollably. Fan Yuan could be said to be the wealthiest person in terms of true inheritances throughout history. Even though Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect had searched for such a long period of time, obtaining venerable true inheritances took a lot of time and effort, and they were usually incomplete. Every venerable would make each inheritance with a specific purpose. Even if Spectral Soul destroyed them, he would not gain much. His greatest gain was still that Red Lotus true inheritance, and that was left to him intentionally by Red Lotus Demon Venerable to allow them to cooperate. Regarding Fan Yuan's gains, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju felt jealousy, envy, and hatred. Fan Yuan was too rich, even though Spectral Soul was a Demon Venerable. Compared to Fan Yuan in this regard, he was simply too poor. After comprehending this, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gained a deeper understanding of Fan Yuan. No wonder this guy was chosen to be the crucial person to destroy fate. He is making use of me to defend against Spectral Soul while also harming him. He also knows my wants, so even without an agreement, I would not betray him easily. Fan Yuan had abundant wealth. He also knew that Chi-Ju would go against Spectral Soul. He naturally acted very generously. Spectral Soul was kept in the dark. He had to deal with the crafty Demon Immortal Chi-Ju that showed signs of this betrayal. It was a stark contrast from Fan Yuan. Of course, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not side with Fan Yuan simply because of this. He took advantage of both sides. On one hand, he told Fan Yuan about the price that Spectral Soul was paying. On the other hand, he requested for more things from Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had been trying to gain the maximum benefits for himself all along. Up until he attacked Spectral Soul earlier, he had been interacting with both parties. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation was not optimistic. The myriad tribulation transformed again. It became a boundless gray wind. Wherever the wind blew, ash and sparks would appear. In the end, it would burn and destroy everything. The gray wind would sweep through, leaving a huge empty land behind. It was the myriad tribulation, spark-blowing gray wind. The heaven path Dao marks turned into wind path and fire path Dao marks, creating this myriad tribulation that Fan Yuan had trouble dealing with immediately. Not only did the gray wind appear in the mini-5 regions, it also affected the mini-9 heavens. A lot of resource points were destroyed. The sovereign immortal aperture had always been developed by Fan Yuan. It reached 20% development, but now, half of that was gone. During this time, Fan Yuan could only try to save the people instead. There were many humans and variant humans living in the sovereign immortal aperture. They were gathered in cities, mountains, or valleys. This was huge wealth. Fan Yuan could give up the rest, but he had to preserve the lives of these people. Cough, cough. Inside Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Fan Yuan continued to cough out blood. He was heavily injured. This was the result of Spectral Soul's Eat Heart killer move. The scene earlier was too dangerous. If it lasted for a few more breaths of time, Fan Yuan would have died. Even now, if Spectral Soul uses Eat Heart on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress again, Fan Yuan would not escape death. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not fully resist the power of Eat Heart. However, Spectral Soul no longer had a chance. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's betrayal changed the entire situation. Earlier, Demon Immortal Chi Ju had Chi Lan that countered Chi Si Ancestor. He could shoulder some pressure for Spectral Soul. Now, Demon Immortal Chi Ju became the most troublesome person for Spectral Soul to deal with. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Hand Explosion. Chi Si Ancestor activated his killer move. Spectral Soul sensed it, immediately moving 100 arms as black smoke appeared around him. Chi Si Ancestor's face flushed red. He felt like he was squeezing an expanding piece of metal. His killer move was about to break. Immortal Killer Move, Upper-Lower Breathless Chi. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju attacked with his killer move, directly hitting Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul soon felt his breath going out of sync. His immortal essence flow became choppy. His defensive method that resisted Great Chi Hand Explosion became much weaker. Using this chance, Chi Si Ancestor exerted more strength into his move. Boom! Great Chi Hand Explosion was successfully used, and at this moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju used a supplementary method to double the strength of this Great Chi Hand Explosion. Giant Spectral Soul was sent flying from the impact as tens of black arms exploded. He was covered in dust and smoke. Chapter 2055. Countering Spectral Soul. Swoosh! Some parts of Giant Spectral Soul's body broke out with countless holes of various sizes. From these holes, black soul chi spewed out rapidly. As the soul chi leaked out, Giant Spectral Soul's huge body started to shrink at an observable speed. Seeing this, Lu Wei Yin's eyes shined with bright light. No wonder Spectral Soul used a physical body to fight earlier and did not turn into the giant immediately. This move gives him a temporary power boost, but it cannot be sustained for long. It also has a severe problem in it. Giant Spectral Soul quickly healed his wounds and mended the holes, preventing soul chi from leaking further. As he healed, he attacked in place of defense. Hundreds of arms danced around and slammed at Lu Wei Yin and the rest, causing them to scatter and dodge. Spectral Soul was actually even fiercer than before. But Lu Wei Yin and the rest were calm. Their morale rose as they saw the hope of victory. Create an opportunity for me. Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly transmitted to Lu Wei Yin and the rest. Lu Wei Yin did not hesitate. He immediately activated the battlefield. A sandstorm concealed Demon Immortal Chi Ju's traces. Within the sandstorm, Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a solemn expression. Almost all of his concentration was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new killer move was carefully prepared by him. It was taking shape. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss. He immediately charged into the sandstorm, attempting to disrupt Demon Immortal Chi Ju's mysterious killer move. Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai desperately tried to stop him, but they could not stall Spectral Soul at all. Qing Chou rammed towards Spectral Soul but was easily dodged. Seeing that Spectral Soul was about to reach Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Lu Wei Yin stepped in. He had outstanding defensive methods. Even though he lacked offense, he was the one who could stall Spectral Soul for the longest time now. Giant Spectral Soul fought with Lu Wei Yin, causing the latter to bleed from his nose and mouth. But he was unable to advance any further due to this obstruction. Getting some crucial time, Demon Immortal Chi Ju took a risk and completed his killer move preparation. Immortal Killer Move, Shi. The Shi land above his head shined with profound light, directed at Spectral Soul. Seeing this, Spectral Soul roared with a trace of panic in his voice. The profound light pillar emitted an intense suction force, forcefully draining the black soul chi from Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul's body shrunk rapidly. All of his soul path methods fell drastically in strength. Spectral Soul had a grim expression. He unleashed food path killer moves, Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss. Demon Immortal Chiju got hit by them. His body shook. He almost failed to sustain the killer move. Spectral Soul nearly escaped. But at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin strained his mind and pointed at Demon Immortal Chiju, shooting out 2 yellow lights. One yellow light landed on Demon Immortal Chiju and spread around the battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. All life is bitter. Instantly, all of the immortals here felt bitterness. Even the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was sharing the burden of experiencing the killer move Bitter Taste. The second yellow light entered Demon Immortal Chiju's body. Immortal Killer Move. Suffering loss is a blessing. Demon Immortal Chiju benefited from this. His body's injuries started to recover. He laughed loudly in satisfaction. Spectral Soul's expression was dark. After Lu Weiyin used both killer moves, his aura diminished to an extreme low. He immediately escaped using the sandstorm. From within the sandstorm, his voice was firm. Spectral Soul, you committed too many sins and caused great harm to the world. Back then, countless Gu immortals fell victim to your 2 food path killer moves. Thus, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created these 2 moves specially to deal with you. They were his direct counter. Spectral Soul was stuck in a passive spot instantly. His 2 killer moves were broken. Once a killer move was broken, the user would fall into a passive state. Even Spectral Soul was no exception. Simply because he was dealing with another Venerable, someone who had opposed him over his entire life. Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss were countered. Spectral Soul wanted to use Eat Heart now. This move was created in his later years. It had almost never been used. There was almost no possibility that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a counter to it. But Spectral Soul could not use it. When he used Eat Heart earlier, many Soul Path Immortal Gu were destroyed. He also expended a huge amount of Food Path Mortal Gu. He had paid a huge price to forcefully activate it. Simply put, he could not use Eat Heart for the following short period of time. Precisely so, Spectral Soul had been holding back Eat Heart, not willing to use it without a good reason. After Spectral Soul escaped, he first ransacked Heavenly Court's storage before devouring Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, taking its entire foundation. Spectral Soul recovered his strength. He rose up again with great efficiency. However, it was undeniably that his gains in Food Path Immortal Gu were minuscule. He could not truly exert the full strength of his Food Path. Food Path was very rarely passed down. This was both Spectral Soul's advantage and disadvantage. Because there were too few Food Path Gu immortals, there were also very few Food Path Immortal Gu around. All in all, Spectral Soul had too little time to recover. Ever since this battle to chase Fang Yuan started, Spectral Soul had been using countless Soul Path killer moves that were tough to deal with. But in terms of Food Path, Spectral Soul only had 3 killer moves. Among which, Eat Heart was only used with great difficulty. It was a one-time use trump card. Spectral Soul had countless Soul Path killer moves with terrifying and peculiar effects. They were hard to counter. But in terms of Food Path, there was nothing special. He only had 3 moves. For Lu Weiyin and the others who had fought him for so long, it was hard to not accustom themselves to these moves. It was like Fan Yuan's peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. When he used it earlier, it was shocking. But after a while of fighting, with its foundation exposed, Spectral Soul and Chiju quickly familiarized themselves with its weaknesses. Trump cards were things that were best left unused as much as possible. Spectral Soul's 2 Food Path killer moves were countered by Lu Weiyin. He immediately suffered a backlash. His injuries were severe. Killer moves could not be used carelessly. Once they were broken, the outcome would be terrible. But this was not Spectral Soul's mistake. In the earlier situation, Soul Path killer moves could not turn the situation around. Food Path was the wisest choice. But Lu Weiyin was someone with deep schemes. He was just Paradise Earth's inheritor. He was not the Immortal Venerable after all. Thus he kept these 2 moves concealed as trump cards. Even though Spectral Soul used the 2 Food Path killer moves earlier, he did not show any hints. At the most crucial moment, he unleashed his counter and achieved the best result. Mingyu, I will kill you! I will kill you! After Spectral Soul suffered heavy injuries, Qing Cho attacked while roaring loudly. It was like a mad beast. Its expression was distorted and its eyes were red, bursting open and bleeding with green-black blood. Its body was covered in hundreds of holes. Blood spewed out continuously. Its injuries were scary to look at. Truly an amazing creation. For a moment, Giant Spectral Soul squinted his eyes. Spectral Soul's attainment in Soul Path was definitely unsurpassed in the world. He created Soul Path, causing soul beasts to exist in the world. Thus, his understanding of soul beasts was extremely thorough, nobody could know more than him. And yet, Qing Chou was different, a qualitative change had occurred within its body. Facing Qing Chou's attack, Giant Spectral Soul became overjoyed instead. Since the fight started, Spectral Soul had gained great benefits from Qing Chou. For others, Qing Chou would be a huge problem, it was quite fatal. But for Spectral Soul, it was like a gentle rain, it came at a good time to allow Spectral Soul to absorb its strength and recover rapidly. Qing Chou charged with extreme speed, it did not care about its own life. The sole enemy in its life was right before it. But as memories surfaced, its vision blurred again. Escape, quickly escape! Can anyone save me? Oh, ancestors of Qing clan, why are you not taking action? Father! Mother! Where are you? Cries resounded, screaming filled the entire Qing oasis. Rough winds howled in the desert, while the oasis carried a warm breeze. This was Western Desert Qing clan's blessed land headquarters. It was situated in a beautiful oasis of Western Desert. The sandstones were like mountains, the still lake were like the sea, and the trees were lush and vibrant. However, this utopia that was Qing clan's beautiful home turned into living hell. A terrifying slaughter was ongoing, blood flowed into rivers, countless Gu masters retaliated desperately but were unable to cause any problems for the perpetrator. The young spectral soul, Mingyu from southern borders Gu immortal world, wore a black robe, he stood proudly in the sky, each time he attacked, he took away thousands of lives. He looked down on the ground, countless people were running in the face of death, they were like pitiful ants. Qing clan, you are a great Western Desert superforce, how long are you going to hide? Mingyu snickered and taunted. It is too disappointing, are you going to watch your clan get slaughtered like this? Hee, the so-called Qing clan is nothing amazing after all. Qing clan did not have many Gu immortals left. Right now, they were in the deepest part of their blessed land headquarters. Hearing Mingyu's voice, they felt extremely furious. This demonic path scoundrel is too arrogant and hateful. To think that our second Supreme Elder would die at his hands, this is truly too unbelievable. Our great Qing clan actually ended up in this situation. Nobody dares to go out and fight just this mere Mingyu alone. No, this is not all Mingyu's credit. Don't you all find it weird that news of Divine Being Palace was leaked out? Qing clan's Gu immortals discussed. Some were sad and dejected, some felt they were helpless to do anything. Cough cough, you are right. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder woke up from his coma. First Elder! Qing clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed, they cheered. You are finally awake. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder still had a purplish complexion, his aura was extremely weak. He barely sat up on his bed as he said, Mingyu has likely cooperated with the other forces to deal with us. He is an open blade while the other forces are restraining us secretly, they are too vicious. Not long ago, to settle some territorial dispute and get a giant resource point, I was sneak attacked and suffered heavy injuries, I have no battle strength now. Recently, our clan's giant resource points have all been attacked by demonic path Gu immortals. After sending our immortal Gu houses to deal with them, our headquarters have fallen into a state of absolute weakness. Cough cough. First Supreme Elder, you need to rest, don't exert yourself. Yes, we will handle this. As long as Qing clan survives this crisis, we will definitely take revenge on those vicious scoundrels. Qing clan's Gu immortals quickly assured. But Qing clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. Don't go and waste your lives. Mingyu has incredible battle strength, he possesses an immense innate luck, he is not a simple character. We were too careless earlier. By the time we realized this and want to deal with him seriously, the other forces already started to restrain us. We need to be very vigilant in dealing with him now. Qing clan's Gu immortals were discussing earlier, but hearing the first Supreme Elder's words, it seemed like he had other plans. Chapter 2056. Qing Chou. First Supreme Elder, what idea do you have? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder forced a smile. The cause of everything, the origin of Qing clan's predicament, is just one thing, Divine Being Palace. Other than us, nobody wants to see Qing clan refine Divine Being Palace successfully, even if we exert all our strength and give up our territories, even if we defeat Mingyu, how can we deal with all the super forces? Cough cough. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder paused before continuing. So our best counterattack is to refine Divine Being Palace. An anxious Gu immortal immediately asked. How can we refine Divine Beam Palace rapidly? Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. There is one method we can try. Qing Clan's immortals were very excited. They looked at Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder fixedly. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly explained. Earlier, we used Hatred Gu to get past Divine Beam Palace's defense. We made huge progress. We just need some time to refine it now. However, we lack the time we need. We can only take a risk and use that killer move now. What killer move? Don't tell me. Some Qing Clan Gu immortals had perplexed expressions while some had changing expressions. They recalled some vague rumors they had heard. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder nodded. Excitement showed on his tired face. This killer move was created by second Supreme Elder and I. He was the main user with my assistance. The killer move has extraordinary might. I will activate it while all of you participate and help. As long as we can unleash it, the current Divine Beam Palace cannot block it. Any rank 8 Gu immortal will need to avoid it as well. No matter how strong Mingyu is, he is still rank 7. We will do that. First Supreme Elder, what do we name it? First Supreme Elder shook his head as he smiled bitterly. Second Supreme Elder died before we could name it. This old man was silent for a while before replying solemnly. Let's call it Qing Chou. This is the revenge of Qing Clan. Divine Beam Palace was the cause of our predicament and suffering. Qing Clan needs to take revenge. We will use Qing Chou to refine Divine Beam Palace completely. These super forces with ill intentions will also face the revenge of our Qing Clan one by one. That arrogant and vicious Mingyu who caused us great harm will also face our revenge. Using Qing Chou, we will take revenge. We will repay this debt 1,000-fold to those who hurt us. In this aspect, we will not be stingy. We will repay them fully. These words raised the spirits of the immortals. Qing Chou. Truly a good name. First Supreme Elder is right. We must take revenge. Let Qing Chou be the sign of our Qing Clan's rise to greatness. Qing Chou. Qing Chou. Qing Chou? Qing Chou. Qing Chou's vision cleared up at once. It recalled everything. Its memories were fully restored. Facing Mingyu's assault, Qing Clan first decided to use the killer move Qing Chou to refine Divine Beam Palace. Next, they would go and fight to claim victory. However, the Qing Chou killer move that they entrusted their hopes to did not fully refine Divine Beam Palace. Instead, it triggered a mysterious resonance with Divine Beam Palace. The entire sky shined with jade green light. The mysterious light devoured Qing Clan's immortals. It digested the entire Qing Clan headquarters, including Qing Oasis. It covered the surrounding 10,000 li. Mingyu was forced to retreat. After the mysterious light faded, the super forces came to check what happened. They saw that the great Qing Clan territory was reduced to a huge and vast ruin. The indignant Western Desert Gu immortals searched the entire place thoroughly, but they could not find anything. As time passed, people went from disappointment to despair. They left this lifeless desert eventually. Only in some corner, a rank 8 Woodpath Immortal Gu house with a dim hall and Hatred Gu as the core within the hall was activating a killer move. This killer move was called Qing Chou. The killer move Qing Chou did not fail. It was only influenced by something and mutated in essence. It turned into a life form. Countless vengeful souls who died terrible deaths fused together. A soul beast with Hatred Gu as the core was born. Initially, it was very small like a baby. It opened its eyes, its gaze was crystal clear. Next, it grew up continuously, without any idea of what was happening. Its body started to grow as its physique became clear. It had claws, a tortoise shell, and a head with long hair. Its size was initially the same as a rabbit, next it grew to a wolf's size, before a bull and then an elephant. Eventually, it became as large as a mountain. Countless vengeful souls cried out. From the moment it was born, they had been screeching in its ears, reverberating in its heart. Every time it grew, these resounding voices would become louder and more muffled. They were screaming, they were howling. Qing Chou could not hear them clearly. It felt greatly troubled. These voices were too annoying and muffled. They went on without stopping. It became confused, it became frustrated, it became angry. Its thoughts became more chaotic, it became more ruthless and aggressive. It growled, it slashed the ground of the hall with its claws, it crashed into the pillars using its shell, it bled from injuries as its hair covered its face. The hall rapidly repaired itself, but the voices still continued. They were getting more muffled and loud. Qing Chou could do nothing. It became dejected eventually. It wanted to give up, it wanted to die. But it did not do so. those vengeful voices were trying to remind it of something. What was it? What were those damned voices trying to say? Tell me, why are you torturing me like this? Why don't you just let me die? Ever since the chaotic battle started, Qingqiu's sensed spectral soul, its consciousness fell into chaos due to hatred goo. Even though it was conscious, its mind was not clear. It only knew how to kill, it knew how to charge and advance, it only knew how to fight. It wanted to exert itself, to use every drop of blood in its body to kill spectral soul, to exterminate spectral soul. But now, Qingqiu's mind was no longer in chaos, it regained clarity. It was as if the clouds parted in the sky, everything was clear now. Its memories were complete, it understood the whole situation from start to finish. It could finally understand the words of those vengeful souls. These vengeful souls were screaming and crying all the time, they had never stopped or weakened at all. Qingqiu heard them clearly now. These vengeful souls were not screaming in pain or bitterness. They were not crying out in grievance, they were not screaming their innocence. They only said one thing, Qingqiu. 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 You must remember the purpose of your existence. You must remember the burden that you bear. You must remember all your enemies. Don't forget it for even an instant, don't give up even for an instant. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Those clansmen who died pitiful deaths, those Qing clan members who had yet to fulfill their aspirations, we need to take revenge for the pain and suffering that was inflicted on us. Spectral soul! Qingqiu screamed. Have a good taste of this. This is the revenge of Qing clan, after 100,000 years, the killer move that has been nurturing for 100,000 years, Qingqiu. Oh no! At this moment, Giant Spectral Soul's expression turned cold, his heart sank. A qualitative change occurred in Qingqiu's body. Rank 8 immortal goo hatred, which had been growing the entire time, finally broke through at this moment. It became a genuine rank 9 immortal goo. Qingqiu's mountain-like body shot out a jade green light that was familiar to Spectral Soul. Within the green light, Qingqiu's body transformed like flowing water. It stood straight up, its four limbs turned into human hands and legs. The huge pair of wings that it had turned into a full body armor. Its shell turned into a shield, held by its left arm. Its snake neck contracted rapidly, allowing its neck and shoulder to have the perfect proportion. Next, a huge lump of light flowed from its long tail and snake neck, transferring to its right palm as it extended into a terrifying spear. Giant Qingqiu charged towards Spectral Soul. The vast green light condensed and went into the tip of its spear. The long spear stabbed forward with great force. Giant Spectral Soul changed moves. He had to make a change. If he used his earlier method on Qingqiu again, he would be courting death. Spectral Soul grunted as he retracted his move, causing him to suffer backlash. But he achieved his goal, he successfully changed killer moves. At the crucial moment, rumbling black smoke gushed towards Qingqiu, stopping its attack. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, Qixi ancestor, and demon immortal Qi Ju stared with wide eyes. This seemed like a long process, but in fact, it occurred too quickly and suddenly. Qingqiu suddenly became stronger, it turned into a giant with a huge rise in battle strength. Before Wu Shuai, Qixi or Qi Ju had time to celebrate, Giant Spectral Soul withdrew his killer move and retaliated instantly. Seeing that this fatal killer move was mostly blocked by Spectral Soul, Wu Shuai, Qixi, and Qi Ju felt greatly disappointed. They could not help but admire Spectral Soul's resolve and method. He could actually swap killer moves within such a short time frame. However, Lu Weiyin smiled. At the next moment, Giant Qingqiu's messy hair rose up and tangled together like vines, gathering into the appearance of a huge tree. This tree had lush leaves, it was a massive cover over Qingqiu's head, it emitted a jade green light again. Spectral Soul's rumbling smoke was all blocked by this powerful light. This is a venerable method! Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Karma Divine Tree Killer Move! Qixi, Qi Ju, and Wu Shuai were shocked. Swish! Giant Qingqiu's attacks were no longer obstructed. The terrifying spear pierced through Giant Spectral Soul from the front to the back. Following that, the green spear turned into jade green light and flowed into Giant Spectral Soul's body like a torrent of water. Giant Spectral Soul took several steps back, his aura weakened to an extremely low level. Spectral Soul was covered in holes as Soul Chi leaked out along with some jade green light. Hundreds of arms covered these holes but could not stop the overwhelming green light from shining. These mysterious lights were like swords or spears, bursting out of Spectral Soul's body, radiating the entire battlefield. Spectral Soul lost. This was a truly fatal blow. Spectral Soul's expression was cold as he muttered, "Genesis Lotus, Paradise Earth. Good, you guys are really impressive." Next, he smiled coldly, his killing intent surged instead, reaching an unprecedented level. "Long ago, I swore that I would only make others struggle in the face of death. Are you all prepared for that?" Spectral Soul's words made everyone's expressions change. "Oh no! Get away from him, quickly! He is going to self-detonate! All of you die with me!" Spectral Soul roared. Boom! Note: Cho means revenge. Chapter 2057. Spectral Soul's death. Quickly, we need to be faster! Fairy Ziwei continued to urge herself internally. She was the only Wisdom Path Great expert here. The duty of unraveling this battlefield killer move ended up on her shoulders. Fairy Ziwei's soul was modified by Spectral Soul. She was loyal to him. She exerted herself in trying to unravel this battlefield killer move. However, Lu Wei Yin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not a simple battlefield. This Earth Path battlefield is extremely sturdy. It also has a layer of vagueness. I'm afraid it uses Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation and was modified from that. Fairy Ziwei was frowning deeply. Her mind was heating up. With her full effort, she managed to deduce some useful information. But there was little progress overall. Firstly, the battlefield killer move would shrink into a tiny spot once they were activated, isolating the inside and outside. Be it from within or externally, it was hard to unravel. Initially, Fairy Ziwei was able to break Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield in Langya Blessed Land because she had Feng Jiuji's Fate Armor Immortal Gu to locate Yama battlefield. By combining both internal and external influences, she had a breakthrough in unraveling that battlefield. Secondly, illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. It was the work of a venerable, improved upon by future generations. It was already amazing that Fairy Ziwei could find the exact location of the battlefield so quickly. It showed her incredible wisdom path attainment. Fairy Ziwei continued to use various methods. Sometimes, she activated individual immortal Gu. Sometimes, she used wisdom path killer moves. Sometimes, she even asked the Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court Gu immortals to probe the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield continuously. This was truly an unthinkable sight. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court were actually working together closely. At the outer periphery, the Black Bat group was like a raging black tide that attacked constantly. Heavenly Court's immortal Gu houses were guarding against them, forming a tight defense that killed all the black bats that were daring enough to approach them. In the inner area, Fairy Ziwei was high in the sky with Old Man Jingyuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin protecting her. At the center, two immortal Gu houses were situated beside each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board. Each time Fairy Ziwei gave instructions, these two immortal Gu houses would cooperate and use their methods to attack a corner of the battlefield. Qin Dingling and Bing Sichuan did not doubt Fairy Ziwei's anxiety. They also lacked a Wisdom Path Great expert. They were willing to put in effort for this. Everything they did was for the eventual goal, Fang Yuan. Originally, these three forces restrained each other while chasing Fang Yuan. They had their own vigilance. But now that the battlefield killer move enveloped Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul, these three forces started to work together, exerting their effort and energy into unraveling this battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's craftiness and viciousness was deeply etched in everyone's minds. Since he put up an ambush here, he definitely had ill intentions. The three factions' Gu immortals felt something amiss. They quickly worked together, attempting to thwart Fang Yuan's plans with all their effort. It was truly a wise decision. But Guh. Fairy Ziwei suddenly shook as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh! Seeing this change, all of the Gu immortals' attention was drawn. Fairy Ziwei wiped the blood off the corner of her lips. Her expression was pale, but she gritted her teeth, continuing her deduction. Heavenly Court nurtured a great immortal. For her master, she is really giving it her all. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan sneered as he tried to attack the two forces with words. Within the immortal Gu house, Qin Dingling snorted coldly, frowning. Why is my luck wavering so much? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan suddenly took action. Profound light flickered. The Shadow Sect immortals were all enveloped, before they shot outside like a meteor. Bing Sichuan and Qin Dingling's hearts jumped. They did not think anymore, quickly controlling the immortal goo houses to follow after Fairy Ziwei. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred at this moment. Calamity Luck Altar had just started to move when an immense force assaulted it from the back. Bing Sichuan growled. Ziwei harmed us! Calamity Luck Altar suffered a huge blow, but its momentum rose as it charged towards Fairy Ziwei with killing intent. Within Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing lacked experience compared to Bing Sichuan and Qin Dingling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still staying motionless on the spot. Thus, Demon Judgment Board suffered much greater damage than Calamity Luck Altar. At once, Fang Jing felt like he had fallen into a tsunami. He was caught unguarded. The entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. Rumble! This explosion was created by Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three forces Goo Immortals who did not know what happened were greatly affected. Both Immortal Goo Houses, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board, were heavily damaged. Even though Fairy Ziwei deduced the explosion slightly earlier, there was too little time. The explosion quickly implicated them. They were sent flying everywhere. The numerous Heavenly Court Immortal Goo Houses were also sent flying like kites, blown away by the intense force. The Black Bat Group was even worse. Hundreds of thousands of bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces. The ground shook as the world seemingly collapsed. The entire scene was very chaotic now. An extremely damaged fortress appeared in the air. Qin Chou, which had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces. It landed on the ground. Shiland was greatly damaged. It was originally complete and intact. Now only less than 30% was left. Demon Immortal Qiju was covered in blood as he flew out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. He had a sharp gaze as he fixed his eyes on the fortress. It was Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This rank 8 Immortal Goo house truly had top-notch defense. Even though it was heavily damaged, it still managed to block the force of Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was stored into Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. This Immortal Goo house was too slow. It could not be relied on all the time. Fang Yuan appeared. Instantly, he attracted the attention of all the Goo Immortals. But Fang Yuan was not alone. Lu Weiyin and Wu Shuai were also around him. Let's kill Fang Yuan! Calamity Luck Altar was not in good shape. Bing Sichuan gave up on it and let the rest repair, while he went to kill Fang Yuan himself. This rank 8 great expert who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan did not conceal his deep killing intent towards the latter. Fang Yuan, what did you do to Master? Fairy Ziwei stopped escaping. She screamed out as blood oozed out of her nose and mouth. Demon Immortal Qiju had a childlike appearance but an elderly voice. He smiled coldly. Didn't you all feel the severity of the explosion earlier? Spectral Soul has already self-detonated and died. What? The Immortals heard this and were intensely shocked. The great Spectral Soul actually died? The explosion earlier was too terrifying. It was clearly a Soul Path killer move. Was it Spectral Soul's final attack before dying? But how can this be? A great demon venerable. No, Spectral Soul is no longer a demon venerable. Even so, he still has the #1 battle strength in the world. To think that he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan actually killed Spectral Soul? The Immortals' expressions changed. Their pupils contracted as all of their gazes focused on Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul's death was caused by everyone's effort, Fang Yuan was undeniably the main perpetrator. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. He is too scheming. He actually managed to kill Spectral Soul, that is a former demon venerable. He even destroyed Fate Gu. It is not strange that he managed to achieve this. Kill him, we cannot let him escape. This demon being alive is truly the greatest misfortune of all lives in this world. Yes, even if he was acting earlier, after killing Spectral Soul, he must definitely be in bad shape. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The Immortals shouted in unison. Fang Yuan, even if I have to die here, I want you dead. Fairy Ziwei's expression was distorted. She gritted her teeth as she attacked. On one hand, Fairy Ziwei was modified by Spectral Soul and became extremely loyal to him. His death angered her deeply. On the other hand, she had constantly experienced failure as a result of Fang Yuan. In Heavenly Court, she failed. In Shadow Sect, she still failed. She kept losing to this Fang Yuan. Kill him. If Fang Yuan is not dead, the ones to suffer will be everyone present here. Demon Immortal Chiju called out as he attacked Fan Yuan as well. At the same time, he secretly transmitted to Fan Yuan while chuckling. Fan Yuan, when Spectral Soul self-detonated earlier, you did not let me into your peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. I'll forget that. If you want to escape now, you will need my help. Take out some venerable true inheritances. Show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Chiju's Shiland was greatly damaged, but he retained most of his own battle strength. This old demon was still working with Fan Yuan to fight Spectral Soul 1 moment ago. Immediately after, he flipped and changed sides, using the three forces to threaten and extort Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan was really not in good shape. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Weiyin had a pale expression. His body was wobbling around. It would not be surprising if he fainted at the next moment. Wu Shuai was looking terrible. Even though his rank 8 aura was not stable, he still retained some battle strength. Right now, he could only be sacrificed to try to stall for time. Even so, there was no guarantee regarding how much time he could fight for. As for Qixi Ancestor, he was already put into Fan Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Within it, Combat Beast King was still unconscious. Fan Yuan needed a Gu Immortal expert to manage the situation. If not, Qixi Ancestor would be forced by the situation. To protect his main body, he would need to expose his identity. At the crucial moment, without any better options, I will need to sacrifice the Qixi clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time. Fan Yuan thought. He transmitted to Lu Weiyin. What is the escape method that you mentioned earlier? When Giant Spectral Soul self-detonated, Lu Weiyin made his move, forcefully activating the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield and suppressing the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it only lasted a few breaths of time, it managed to successfully gain them some time. Using this time, Fan Yuan's Qixi and Wu Shuai clone managed to hide inside peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. During which, Lu Weiyin transmitted to Fan Yuan that he had a way to escape and leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fan Yuan let Lu Weiyin into his peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved both of Fa Yuan's clones. That was a move demonstrating great sincerity. Secondly, because Lu Weiyin's battlefield killer move was broken, he suffered an immense backlash. His battle strength plunged and his threat level also diminished. Fan Yuan did not fear him now. Chapter 2058. Helping Fan Yuan become venerable. Lu Weiyin replied Fan Yuan immediately. Fan Yuan, follow me! However, Fan Yuan replied, no rush. At the next moment, he smiled coldly. His arms were folded behind him. Looking at the three groups of Gu Immortals and their immortal Gu houses, he spoke calmly and casually. Very good, which of you want to die first? Saying this, intense aura burst out of his body. His rank 8 aura was fully intact and not weak at all. All of the immortals stared with wide eyes. Wasn't he at his limit already? All of the excitement to attack was doused. The immortals became hesitant. Using this timing, Fan Yuan laughed loudly as he activated an immortal killer move, bringing Lu Weiyin and the rest away. They turned into a sword rainbow, flying far away. Different from earlier, Fan Yuan had already refined many Heaven Path Dao marks. He had already gotten some freedom from the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks. It was many times easier for him to use immortal killer moves now. Although he still needed to use the human path formation to attack the Heaven Path Dao marks, he could already use other methods now. Fan Yuan escaped, chase him! He was toying with us. The immortals realized at once. They started to pursue him relentlessly. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, bombarding Fan Yuan and the rest. It was as if the situation had returned to before, except Spectral Soul, Qixi Ancestor, and Qin Chou were gone. In exchange there was Lu Weiyin instead. But everyone be very careful. The final struggle of this demon Fan Yuan cannot be underestimated. Let the other two forces fight. Let's save our energy. Fan Yuan is too scheming. In my opinion, he might still have a second battlefield killer move or an immortal formation. That's right. In the southern border battle, Fan Yuan used the time path formation to trap the allied forces of southern border's righteous path. Lu Weiyin is also a devious person. He set up the earth path formation to trap Spectral Soul. He did the same thing as Fan Yuan. I was wrong about him. The Great Paradise Earth's southern border inheritor actually collaborated with Fan Yuan so shamelessly. The immortals' words were filled with righteousness and heroism against the evil enemies. They transmitted thoughts and exchanged conversations, trying to come up with a plan. They chased with a huge commotion. but they were all feeling internally fearful. The current situation was already very different from earlier, it had changed almost completely. Fan Yuan managed to kill Spectral Soul. This incredible feat made all three forces very wary and fearful. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was devious and crafty, he was ruthless and vicious, his battle achievements were deeply etched into everyone's hearts. The three forces Gu Immortals were filled with trepidation. On one hand, even if Fan Yuan was near his limit, his final struggle would cause any of them to suffer huge losses, their plans would fail completely. On the other hand, the three forces were not just fighting Fan Yuan, they were also mutual enemies. Earlier, Spectral Soul and Qi Ju took on the role as the vanguard. The three forces were happy to follow behind them and try to reap some benefits. But now, Spectral Soul was dead. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju appeared imposing, he was secretly extorting Fan Yuan for his personal gains. Why would he really fight with his true strength? Speaking of which, the three forces Gu Immortals were wary of Fan Yuan, but was Demon Immortal Qi Ju not wary of him? Fan Yuan did not fight much in the few battles earlier. How much did he actually recover? Looking at his killer moves, they are clearly more complex and numerous. How much strength is he concealing? Does he have a fourth Immortal Gu house? Demon Immortal Qi Ju thought to himself. Earlier, Fan Yuan lost Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. He immediately took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These three Immortal Gu houses were all rank 8. They were peak creations of Enslavement Path, Time Path, and Earth Path. Fan Yuan's abundant wealth truly shocked Demon Immortal Qi Ju. He would not be surprised even if Fan Yuan took out a fifth Immortal Gu house at this point. Just how deep is Fan Yuan's foundation? Aren't the past venerables investing too much in him? Demon Immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth. As Fan Yuan retreated, he suggested transacting using true inheritances. His attitude was tough at times. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not make up his mind. Should I attack at this time? How much strength does Fan Yuan have left? Would my gains be higher if I kill him? But now, chasing and collecting true inheritances seems pretty good too. Among the people, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the best time during this chasing period. We arrived! It is below this place. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fan Yuan controlled the rainbow, he suddenly changed directions, he instantly broke through the rock layer, entering the next layer. Rumble. Fan Yuan and the rest heard loud rumbling noises around them. A boundless Earthji river surged intensely as tides raged. Fan Yuan and the other two were surrounded by it. They felt like ants in the river, being extremely insignificant. This is the manifestation of an earth vein? Fan Yuan was stunned before he soon realized it. Lu Weiyin nodded as he smiled. Indeed, with the 5 regions becoming one, the earth veins have merged as well. With the movement of the earth veins, they will manifest themselves. It is about to reach that island. Fan Yuan activated his killer move with difficulty as the sword rainbow shot down. The sword rainbow was hard to maintain, it finally dissipated in the air after some time. The 3 immortals fell onto a brown island, they were in sorry states. This island was very small, it was only a few square kilometers in size. The island was deserted without any living beings, it had a plain terrain, there were 3 huge rocks at the periphery that resembled pillars, embedded into the grand earth vein. Precisely because of these 3 rock pillars, the island remained unmoving despite the earth vein's movement. Fan Yuan, where are you running? Chase! What is this place? At this time, the 3 groups of pursuers also arrived at this layer. Someone activated a killer move but found that the earth path down marks here were too dense. They suppressed almost all other paths. Gu Immortals had to spend a lot of effort activating killer moves unless it was earth path. Otherwise, only immortal Gu houses could still move around freely. Oh no, Fan Yuan came here with a plan in mind. No matter what he is trying to do, we must stop him. Quickly destroy that island. The 3 forces Gu Immortals had imposing aura, they quickly got close. However, Fan Yuan, Wu Shuai, and Lu Weiyin attacked suddenly, destroying the 3 huge rock pillars on the island. Without the support of the rock pillars, the island started to float away along the earth vein. The 3 forces Gu Immortals chased but the island moved rapidly, the difference between the two was just too big. The island quickly pulled apart some distance, and in a few breaths of time, shook off the 3 forces Gu Immortals. The 3 forces Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. What the heck was happening? It was just an island but it actually moved so quickly. We really escaped from them. What is this island? Where will it bring us to? Wu Shuai touched the hard ground of this island with his hands as he asked in amazement. Lu Weiyin continued to cough blood. Destroying the rock pillars earlier caused his injuries to be aggravated. He did not answer Wu Shuai, he looked at Fan Yuan instead. Fan Yuan, you must have recalled it already? Fan Yuan nodded. The moment he saw this island, a flash of inspiration struck in his mind. By the time he landed, he had already recalled it. This is Flying Earth, Fan Yuan told Wu Shuai. Even though Wu Shuai was his clone, Fan Yuan did not give him a copy of all his memories. This was a precaution. If Wu Shuai got captured in the future and got his soul searched, these memories would end up helping his enemies after all. In the previous life's 500 years, the 5 regions became one, the 2 heavens combined, the earth veins of the 5 regions also merged and created many unique terrains. The people in the world called them the 10 Earths. They are Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Earth, Flying Earth, Formation Earth, Treasure Earth, and Tomb Earth. This island is one of the 10 Earths, Flying Earth. It is formed from the Earth vein. It can move around in the Earth vein as quickly as flying, its speed cannot be matched normally. Wu Shuai finally understood. So that's it. He continued to sigh. With the changes in the world, the underground has also become much more interesting. He knew the essence of this island, he asked. Then where can we go? Fan Yuan shook his head. I have only heard of Flying Earth, I have never interacted with it. We can only follow along its trail now, we cannot control the direction. Lu Weiyin, I wonder if you have any method? In this ambush battle, Lu Weiyin's performance was very outstanding. Fan Yuan saw much value in him now. This current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth had incredible power. He first set up illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, which was powerful enough to trap Spectral Soul and Shiju. It perfectly displayed the might of a proper battlefield. Next, Lu Weiyin controlled the battlefield and allowed the immortals to cooperate tightly while dealing with Spectral Soul. During the intense fight, Spectral Soul wanted to target Qingqiu but was obstructed by Lu Weiyin multiple times. After that, at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin displayed a powerful defensive killer move that blocked Spectral Soul's rampaging attack, allowing Qingqiu to have enough time to use his 11-11 killer move. This was the turning point of that battle. In addition, Lu Weiyin used all life as bitter and suffering loss as a blessing to counter Spectral Soul, causing him to suffer an intense backlash. Finally, he forcefully maintained the battlefield and suppressed Spectral Soul's self-detonation, allowing Fan Yuan's clones to escape the crisis. After the battlefield was destroyed, he was the one who guided Fan Yuan to this Flying Earth and escaped successfully. Lu Weiyin's battle strength was definitely top tier in the current world, but Fan Yuan admired his nature even more. He was adept at enduring and persevering. He used the 2 killer moves. All life is bitter and suffering loss is a blessing, at the crucial moment to cause Spectral Soul to suffer a huge setback. With his deep shrewdness and wisdom, Fan Yuan believed that Lu Weiyin definitely had a method to control Flying Earth. After all, this involved Earth Path. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's greatest expertise. And as expected, Lu Weiyin did not disappoint Fan Yuan. He smiled and nodded. I am not so skilled, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a relevant method to control Flying Earth's direction and decide the place to stop at. Wu Shuai heard this, his pupils shrank, he became quite cautious. Lu Weiyin seemed to have not noticed as he kept up his smile. This earth vein travels along western desert, towards eastern sea, before reaching southern border and northern plains after that. I wonder where you want to stop at, Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan smiled too. Didn't you invite me to be a guest of your Mushroom Man paradise earlier? Lu Weiyin nodded. Fan Yuan, now that Spectral Soul has been killed by us, I am sure you know of my sincerity already. This is not just my sincerity, this is also the sincerity of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though I am not sure of the details, there is something written down in the inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind. Guyu Fan Yuan is the Paradise Earth inheritor of the 5 regions. All of Paradise Earth's forces will help him. They will assist him to become a Gu Venerable with their full strength. Chapter 2059. Paradise Earth's Deeper Intentions. What? When Wu Shuai heard this news for the first time, he was stupefied. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was well reputed to be benevolent and kind. Who did not know of his nature? He spent his entire life cleaning up the mess that Spectral Soul created. He did not have a single offensive method. All of his actions and words were meant to lead people to the path of kindness. He took joy in helping people. Among the people he helped were the numbers merely millions or tens of millions? In fact, not only humans, even variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts received his help. He even took action many times to repair mountains and rivers. He managed the natural resource points of heaven and earth. Southern borders Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, as well as the Blue Dragon Whale, had all received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he did not want to see bloodshed between Central Continent Gu immortals. He used it to resolve their conflicts. And Fan Yuan? He killed people like cutting grass. He was cold and callous. For his personal benefit, he destroyed fate. Gu and disregarded the prosperity of humanity. In order to cultivate, he plundered resources everywhere. He extorted, he stole, he snatched, he used all methods possible. Everywhere he went, there was blood, there was disaster. And now that spectral soul was dead, Fan Yuan became the genuine #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable managed to deduce the existence of Fan Yuan. All the other 9 venerables had done the same. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fan Yuan to become his inheritor. He wanted all of the forces of Paradise Earth to help Fan Yuan ascend to the position of a venerable. This was simply bizarre beyond belief. Has Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable gone mad? Wu Shuai's first thoughts after reacting were as such. Immediately after, Wu Shuai thought, "Don't tell me Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants my main body to become a kind person? This does suit his style of action." Indeed. Fan Yuan was a demon. After news of the earlier battle spread out, it would shock the world. Fan Yuan's title as the #1 demon in the world would gain everyone's agreement. If such a demon could turn over a new leaf and become righteous, it was definitely good news for the world and the people living in it. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fan Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any external emotions. Because he had already heard such words before he communicated with Lu Weiyin. Fan Yuan recalled the scene back then on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable arrived at the Stone Lotus Island. When he spoke with Red Lotus Will, he did mention that he wanted to snatch Fan Yuan as his inheritor. For this purpose, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took away Regret Gu and placed it inside the Blue Dragon Whale. Because of this, future events happened. Fan Yuan entered the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven Paradise, taking Regret Gu and releasing Xunshan. Back then, the ultimate mission of the Merit Board seemed to have intentions of inviting Fan Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven, to accept the mission and become the new owner of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fan Yuan did not give in to temptation. He chose to leave and participate in the Fate War, to destroy Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Weiyin contacted Fan Yuan, stating that he wanted to help the latter. These two matters were related in essence. Thus, it was not so hard for Fan Yuan to accept this. Ever since I was reborn, I obtained many venerable true inheritances. These are the investments of the past venerables. They used me as a tool to destroy Fate Gu. I originally thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had deeper intentions. Thoughts continued to flicker and collide in Fan Yuan's mind. This was the greatest predicament of his life. It was truly a near-death experience. The most dangerous moment was when Giant's spectral soul used the killer move Eat Heart on him. Fan Yuan was truly defenseless at that moment. He had to gamble. Thus, he forced himself to laugh and put up a perfect disguise, successfully hoaxing Demon Immortal Qi Ju to attack and betray Spectral Soul. That interrupted Eat Heart and allowed him to survive. At that time, Fan Yuan was half a step from entering his grave. What was the cause of this precarious situation? Externally, Spectral Soul was chasing after him, trying to regain Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and the Dream Realms. Internally, there was Red Lotus Demon Venerable Scheme. He used the 3,000 Heaven Path Down marks to restrain Fan Yuan and forced him to be unable to fight. Fate Gu was destroyed. Fan Yuan had no value remaining. However much help he had received in the past, he would suffer a proportionate backlash at this moment. All of the venerables who invested in Fan Yuan also abandoned him. They had resolute killing intent. In such a situation, one venerable stood out from the rest. He lent a helping hand at the crucial moment, pulling Fan Yuan up from the abyss. What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention? What did he want from Fan Yuan? Why did he think that Fan Yuan would become a venerable? Why did he want to help Fan Yuan become a venerable despite the huge cost? Surrounded by brown soil, Earth Chi rumbled. Flying Earth continued to move within the Grand Earth vein. According to my understanding, In the prophecy of 3 venerables, the next venerable is Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable think I have the capability to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he broke the silence, probing as he asked. Lu Weiyin replied. The prophecy of 3 venerables is well known to everyone, but now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, the future is no longer certain. It is possible that Great Dream Immortal Venerable will emerge. It is also possible that this will not happen, right? Fan Yuan, no need to say any more. Once you visit Mushroom Man Paradise and receive Paradise Earth's true meaning, you will understand everything. At that time, I will definitely welcome you enthusiastically. Lu Weiyin smiled but was not willing to speak anymore. After this battle, he was certain that Fan Yuan would go to Mushroom Man Paradise, but he would not go now. Lu Weiyin knew of Fan Yuan's vigilance. He was a ruthless person, but he was incomparably careful. Even though Lu Weiyin made such a huge contribution in this battle, if there was a chance, Fan Yuan would definitely kill him. But Lu Weiyin had been cautious. Fan Yuan had no such opportunities. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, he saved Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor, expressing his goodwill, while also telling Fan Yuan he had a way to escape. That was the reason Fan Yuan let him into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. When they got to Flying Earth, because he had a method to control it, he retained his value. Fan Yuan was unwilling to kill him. But if he fainted, Fan Yuan would definitely deal the fatal blow, before soul-searching Lu Weiyin and learning of all the details. Eventually, Fan Yuan chose to leave mid-journey. He was pestered by the myriad tribulation. The most important thing now was to resolve it. His battle strength was low now, otherwise he would have attacked the weakened Lu Weiyin. Before departing, Lu Weiyin spoke to Fan Yuan, expressing great sincerity. Fan Yuan, I am sure you are deeply aware of the situation now. All the venerables want to kill you. This will not be your only predicament. We have very little time now. The actual circumstances are even more dangerous than during the Fate War. If we act slowly, we will end up with terrible deaths. Thus, I hope you will come visit the Mushroom Man Paradise as soon as possible. Fan Yuan nodded, bringing Wu Shuai and leaving. The 2 immortals left the earth vein, moving upwards. An hour later, they arrived at the surface, appearing in a desert. There was nothing in the surrounding 1,000 li. Wu Shuai suddenly smiled. Lu Weiyin seems to be in trouble. By helping us this time, and also being the leader of a variant human force, he is going to face the pressure of Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan nodded. This is indeed problematic for him. Southern Border's righteous path is led by Wu Clan, while Wu Clan's leader, Wu Yong, is an ambitious and formidable person. He will not let go of this chance. But with Lu Weiyin's political skills, I am sure he already has a way to resolve it. Wu Shuai asked again. Before parting, was Lu Weiyin simply trying to scare us? Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. He shook his head slightly. Wu Shuai's mood became heavy. Let's go, we will recuperate now, we really have no time left. Fan Yuan said. Earth Vein. That demon Fan Yuan really escaped. Inside Heavenly Court's Immortal Gu House, Qin Dingling stared with wide and furious eyes as she gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly. This was the situation that she had not wanted to see, but it happened anyway. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan also let out a sigh. He did not think that this would happen. The powerful and imposing spectral soul died while Fan Yuan, who was escaping from them, managed to flee. The biggest surprise was Lu Weiyin. This inheritor of Paradise Earth was simply not worthy of being in the righteous path. He was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disgrace. Of course, there was also the Earth Vein and Flying Earth. The 5 regions were unified, the regional walls vanished. Gu immortals of the 5 regions focused their attention on the Fate War. The aftermath of the war had not settled, but Qi tides already started to emerge. All Gu immortals were busy dealing with them. Almost nobody had the time or energy at this time to explore the changes underground. The Earth Vein was grand and vast. It was like a rumbling yellow river, creating huge commotions and sounds. Traveling around this turbulent Earth Vein was simply not easy. The flying Earth that Fan Yuan was on had already gone missing. The immortals traveled with great difficulty underground. Their expectations regarding catching Fan Yuan became increasingly lower. Wherever the immortals' gazes landed, they would see an abundance of Earth Path resources around the Earth Vein. And within the Earth Vein, there were even higher quality immortal materials. With the changes in heaven and earth, even the earth has become so foreign and unfamiliar. These Earth Path resources are very heavy. It is too troublesome to take them from the Earth Vein, that is, unless one has exceptional Earth Path attainment. Just these Earth Path resources that we saw along the way, if we can use them well, we can definitely change the situation. Ancient Soul Sect, who owns this Earth Abyss, is going to benefit. If they can absorb these resources, they will definitely become a much more powerful force. These were elites among the highest tier of Gu immortals. They had excellent knowledge and understanding. The resources underground were too abundant. This would have great implications. The way to extract these resources efficiently and make use of them would affect the entire world's situation in the future. Quick, take out some spare Gu worms. Another 300 were destroyed. Who can help me to replace the new Gu worms together? When immortal Gu houses moved in this Earth vein, they would suffer the invasion of these Earth Chi. There would be increasingly more Earth Path down marks carved on the immortal Gu houses. That was unless it was an Earth Path immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses of other paths could not stay inside the Earth vein for too long. Fan Yuan has disappeared for a long time already. Unless we can find another flying island like what they had, otherwise. That Lu Wei-yin clearly had a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path primarily. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals did not say it explicitly, but they had intentions to retreat already. Qin Dingling kept silent. She was unwilling, but Fan Yuan was actually going to successfully escape in front of their very eyes. She knew that Fan Yuan had already escaped for quite some time. There was almost no hope in catching him now. But she still subconsciously kept silent. After this battle, her trepidation towards Fan Yuan rose by several times. Spectral Soul went after him personally but could not kill him. Instead, Fan Yuan managed to kill Spectral Soul in reverse. Gu Fan Yuan. I underestimated you after all. No wonder even the Wisdom Path cultivator Fairy Ziwei faltered in your hands time and time again. Wait, where are the Shadow Sect members? Chapter 2060. By Ningbing vs. Fang Zheng. Countless rock pillars flashed by with speed that resembled illusory figures. These rock pillars were located in Earth Abyss. They naturally could not move. What was moving was Fairy Ziwei's group. Since Fan Yuan can kill Master, he definitely has a method to escape. I have fought against him many times. I understand him too well, Fairy Ziwei said. After Spectral Soul's death, the weakest group became Shadow Sect. Earlier, Fairy Ziwei purposely shouted and drew Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court's attention to Fan Yuan. She secretly transmitted and directed these Shadow Sect immortals to escape mid-journey. After that, she did not even get to the layer with the Earth vein. She directly left the battlefield with these Shadow Sect immortals. No! While flying, Fairy Ziwei suddenly stopped, saying, even though I am not sure how long Fan Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and Heavenly Court will fight, we need to make some preparations in advance. Fairy Ziwei cast her gaze towards Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miaoyin, and Lady White Rabbit. Farewell to the three of you. Fairy Ziwei's tone became extremely cold. Fairy Miaoyin's expression turned ugly. Evidently, Fairy Ziwei was going to discard them as used pawns. Lady White Rabbit was feeling uneasy, while Bai Ningbing smiled as she rubbed her chin, nodding cheerfully. Interesting. Getting chased like this is common, but I have never experienced such a status myself. Even if they objected, what could they do? Fairy Ziwei was a rank 8 great expert. She could suppress the three of them. Fairy Ziwei nodded, bringing old man Jingyuan and Yingwu Xiaowei, quickly vanishing from the sights of Bai Ningbing and the rest. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked. She was lost and unsure. Bai Ningbing chuckled. We are in big trouble. I am sure we will be caught very soon. White Rabbit stared with large and clear eyes. She asked, are you sure? Bai Ningbing nodded but said, we can't be too sure, but Fairy Ziwei is a Wisdom Path great expert. Seeing her action earlier, doesn't it tell you the truth? Even though we have low cultivation level, we have our value. Didn't they find out Fan Yuan's traces using us as the connection? But now, Fairy Ziwei gave up on us instantly. It meant that she gave up the method to detect Fan Yuan. This shows how much danger we are currently in. What should we do? Let's leave now, Lady White Rabbit said anxiously. Why don't we split up? Fairy Meowing asked. Whoever gets caught will be the unlucky one. White Rabbit, go with me. Among Fan Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Meowing and Lady White Rabbit had the closest relationship. In this critical moment, she wanted to bring White Rabbit along with her. We can't escape, but I have a good plan, Bai Ningbing said. Bright light flashed in her eyes. What plan? Lady White Rabbit was curious. But after Bai Ningbing told them, the two rejected it instantly. Isn't that too risky? Lady White Rabbit was tongue-tied. You want to return to the Black Bat lair? You lunatic! Fairy Meow-een rolled her eyes. Bai Ningbing replied. It seems dangerous there, but the truth is different. With a vast number of bats in there, even pursuers will not detect us. They might go to the next layer while passing us by. White Rabbit was dazed. It seemed that Bai Ningbing's words made sense. Do you think Lord Fan Yuan will return to save us? Lady White Rabbit suddenly asked. Fairy Miao Yin's expression sank. Don't forget that we participated in the chase against him earlier. White Rabbit was anxious. But we were forced to, there was no choice. Lord Fan Yuan is so wise, why wouldn't he understand it? Bai Ningbing sneered. You two are still hopeful about him? Not to mention that he is currently busy trying to save his own life, even if he could. With that cold aloof nature of his, why would he even come to save us? In fact, he would rather we die now. After we are dead, there will not be sufficient clues to deduce his location. Lady White Rabbit was speechless. Fairy Meow-een gritted her teeth. No need for more talk, White Rabbit, come with me. As for you, Bai Ningbing, farewell. Fairy Meow-een had no interest in Bai Ningbing's suggestion. After much interaction with her, she knew that this person was a lunatic. Bai Ningbing shrugged her shoulders. Go ahead. As she said that, an intense wind blew, the odor of blood spread throughout the area. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board arrived. Fan Zheng's cold voice could be heard from within. Where are you trying to go? Bai Ningbing and the others were physically and mentally shaken, to think that their pursuers came so quickly. Why was Fan Zheng here? It turned out that after Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and Demon Immortal Qi-Ju lost sight of Fan Yuan, they lost hope while moving along the earth vein. They started to have other thoughts. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju was the first to strike, attacking Calamity Luck Altar. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan was prepared for this. He blocked Demon Immortal Qi-Ju's attack. Seeing that his attack failed, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju did not feel dejected. He called out, Heavenly Court! If you do not fight Calamity Luck Altar now, are you going to wait until Longevity Heaven invades Central Continent? Bing Sai Chuan heard this. His heart sank. You are not wrong. Qin Dingling laughed as she gave orders to Heavenly Court's Immortal Goo houses, launching their attack as well. However, Heavenly Court did not just encircle Calamity Luck Altar, they even targeted Demon Immortal Qi-Ju. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju snorted coldly. Heavenly Court, your appetite is simply too big. Qin Dingling replied arrogantly. Qi-Ju, after that intense battle, how much battle strength do you have left? Go ahead and show us. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju was silent. There was nothing wrong with Heavenly Court attacking him, it was a wise decision. However, Qin Dingling is acting resolutely. Is she putting up a farce or? Demon Immortal Qi-Ju had no time to think. Heavenly Court's attacks already arrived, and he had to defend himself. The three parties fought above the earth vein. Fan Jing, quickly go to the upper layers and pursue Shadow Sect. Fairy Ziwei is able to use Bai Ningbing and the rest to deduce Fan Bing's location. We can also do that, go capture these people. As for Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan. Saying this, Qin Dingling hesitated. But soon she continued with a firm tone. As for the two of them, kill them if you can. Yes. Fan Jing acknowledged her orders. He controlled Demon Judgment Board and left the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi-Ju were trapped. They watched as Demon Judgment Board left. Fan Jing flew rapidly within Demon Judgment Board, using the Immortal Goo House's ability to find the traces of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's members were all on the board list. Fan Jing quickly found Bai Ningbing and the other two immortals. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Demon Judgment Board. Lady White Rabbit's and Fairy Meow Yin's hearts sank. They felt a huge pressure. They wanted to tell Fan Jing about the direction that Fairy Ziwei escaped to, but there was an alliance agreement made earlier. If they betrayed Fairy Ziwei, the consequences would be severe. Cold light flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Even with an enemy in front of them and possibly others behind, she still had an excited expression. It's you, I know that voice, Guyu Fangjing. Guyu Fangjing had a flickering gaze. He looked at Bai Ningbing through the Immortal Goo House. Bai Ningbing, to think that we would meet here at this time. Memories from before surged in his mind. It was as if he had just drunk some liquor before the battle. His entire body was filled with heated battle intent. Bai Ningbing! He shouted loudly. Do you still remember Guyu Qinshu? In Fan Zheng's heart, Guyu Qinshu was more of a brother than Fan Yuan to him. He was caring, he was gentle, he was responsible, he was admirable. When he lived in Guyu village, even though Guyu clan leader took care of Fang Jing and taught him personally, he was still a senior. The care and concern that Guyu Qingshu gave to Fang Jing had always been kept in Fang Geng's heart. But such a person was killed by Ningbing. Fang Jing witnessed the entire battle that involved Qingshu's death. Guyu Qingshu? Ningbing was slightly dazed. How could she forget? Back in the day, she fought against Guyu Qingshu. Even though she killed the latter, she also lost an arm because of him. But at the next moment, Ningbing turned a deaf ear. She laughed in disdain. I would have forgotten if you did not mention him. That was an insignificant ant after all. Guyu Fang Zheng's eyes widened in response. Blood filled his eyes as killing intent surged in his body. Ningbing, die. Chapter 2061. Demon Judgment Board. Dan. Danger. Lady White Rabbit's expression turned pale. Quickly dodge it. Fairy Miaoyin screamed. Demon Judgment Board became larger in the three immortals' eyes, quickly filling up their field of vision. The intense winds made Lady White Rabbit's breathing turn difficult. Bam! At the next moment, earth shook, rocks were sent flying. Demon Judgment Board slammed into the tough ground with great intensity. Ningbing and the rest split up and moved towards different directions. At the crucial moment, they evaded the attack. Demon Judgment Board rose up, it charged again. This time, it targeted Ningbing. So quick. Ningbing's pupils shrank, she focused herself to deal with the situation. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a light red halo, granting it even more speed. It did not use killer moves, it only charged wildly with rapid attacks. Ningbing had to dodge continuously, spending her effort on evasion and having no chance to retaliate. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Miaoyin had an ashen expression, she replied. Let's go! This is their old grudge, let the two of them fight it out. Lady White Rabbit was dragged by Fairy Miaoyin as they tried to escape the battlefield. Where are you going? Guyu Fangjing suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Ningbing deeply, he did not forget Qin Dingling's instructions. White Rabbit and Miaoyin were crucial clues to find Fang Yuan. How could they be allowed to escape? Demon Judgment Board let out a wave of powerful blood-red light. It radiated in the battlefield. Ningbing and the rest were enveloped by this blood-red light. Their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt the blood in their bodies drawn by a powerful force. It was as if the blood in their bodies was getting sucked into Demon Judgment Board. It was very uncomfortable. If we do not resolve this problem, we might get sucked dry of all our blood, Fairy Miaoyin said solemnly. Immortal Killer Move by Xiang. On the other hand, Ningbing successfully unleashed her killer move. She turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light instantly became ineffective on her. The killer move by Xiang was the famous trump card of the Southern Border Rank 8 Gu Immortal. It allowed the Gu Immortal to temporarily convert their body into another type of life form. This move was incredibly powerful. It created the white terror that once shook Southern Border, leaving its own mark in history. Once Ningbing used it, she changed her circumstances. The ice giant did not have any blood in its body. Demon Judgment Board's killer move was useless against it. Fairy Miaoyin's heart sank. With Ningbing's current condition, she could easily escape. But Ningbing did not do that, she attacked instead with great excitement and enthusiasm. This lunatic! Fairy Miaoyin muttered, experiencing a complicated feeling. However, when Ningbing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they was like waves hitting the reef. No matter how Demon Judgment Board was attacked, it did not even move one bit against the currents. Fairy Miaoyin frowned deeply as she called out, White Rabbit, use that move! Lady White Rabbit nodded solemnly. She quickly used the killer move, protecting herself and Fairy Miaoyin. Fairy Miaoyin took a risk and accepted her protection. Using this chance, she unleashed her killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She grew 5 new arms, causing her to have a total of 7 arms. The 7 hands moved by themselves, the smooth long fingers were moving in a dazzling motion. Ding ding dang dang. Cling cling clang clang. With the movement of her fingers, sharp sounds could be heard whenever they touched. The sounds even caused sound waves to start appearing in the surrounding air. Sound waves moved like a storm, creating a huge commotion as the attacks landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Miaoyin, 37th position on the Demon Judgment Board. She has rank 7 cultivation level and the profound sound true inheritance. Among which, Her wondrous hand profound sound killer move can be raised alongside the core immortal goo until it reaches rank 8. Fang Jing muttered to himself. On top of his head, countless texts in blood gathered to form a scarlet name list. Be they Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ning Bing, their names were present. Fairy Miao Yin and Bai Ning Bing worked together, while Gu Yu Fang Jing still had a calm expression. After all, he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, rank 7 Immortal Gu houses could resist rank 8, they were the foundation of super forces. As for top-tier rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, they could resist pseudo-immortal venerables. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan used Myriad-Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. In the earlier battle, he used 3 Immortal Gu houses against Spectral Soul, they were all rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also rank 8, but it was specialized in investigation. Against rank 7 Gu immortals like Bai Ning Bing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior, it could not be matched. Waves of blood-red light shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These blood-red lights shot down like rain, targeting Bai Ning Bing with an unceasing quantity. Bai Ning Bing turned into a white ice giant. Even though it was large and bulky, the giant's movement was actually very agile and flexible. She dodged continuously, none of the blood-red lights managed to hit her once. But as long as I get hit once, I will suffer heavy injuries. Bai Ning Bing knew this in her heart, she focused and fought, the dangerous situation was making her more excited and thrilled. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook lightly, Bai Ning Bing got immobilized. Bai Ning Bing could not move, she was shot by tens of blood lights. The white ice giant was punctured in many places, it was reduced to ice shards in a few moments. Lady White Rabbit screamed while Fairy Miao Yin's heart sank, the difference in battle strength was too great, they could not claim victory with just an advantage in numbers. As the ice shards fell to the ground, an intense light burst out. Within the icy light, the white ice giant reappeared. Bai Ning Bing recovered fully. This was the strongest aspect of the killer move by Xiang, as long as one shard was left, it could fully recover rapidly. Fang Jing was not surprised, he knew a lot of information about Bai Ning Bing. Long ago, the two were already enemies, Bai Ning Bing had fought against them many times, why would Heavenly Court not collect her information? Furthermore, Demon Judgment Board had investigative abilities, the board list did not only include blood path demonic immortals. It was just that blood relation immortal goo made almost all blood path demonic cultivators unable to hide from it. Bai Ning Bing got up and fought against Fang Jing again, Miao Yin assisted her, half the blood-red light in the battlefield dissipated. As their blood was no longer affected, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out with preparation, they were about to escape. Fang Jing smiled lightly. Not so fast. The dissipated blood-red light turned into a ball that floated above the battlefield. Instantly the blood suction force that vanished amplified by several times of before. Bai Ning Bing shouted as she took action suddenly. Her ice path killer move hit the blood ball and caused it to scatter slightly. Surrender now! Fang Jing's lips curled up, he activated Demon Judgment Board, the formless pressure caused Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit's expressions to change. At the crucial moment, Lady White Rabbit suddenly became ruthless, black shadows surged around her, enveloping her body. Instantly, Black Tigress appeared on the battlefield. Her eyes were pure black, her pupils could not be seen, only a dark and cold light was moving around. The area around her eyes was dyed black, her entire disposition changed from pure and innocent to vicious and ruthless. Black Tigress took action, her dark path killer move landed on the blood ball with greater intensity than Bai Ning Bing's attack, causing more than half of it to vanish. Black Tigress and Miao Yin were almost killed by Demon Judgment Board, they managed to narrowly escape. Fang Jing was not flustered, he raised his hand, Demon Judgment Board's aura changed. With a change of method, he moved fluidly, blood chi surged, countless sand-like specks moved like stars, enveloping the entire battlefield. This is the killer move, Blood Spec Star Mark. When was it used? I did not sense anything at all. Even if Qin Dingling saw this, she would call out in praise. After Fang Jing became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he had improved greatly, he already learned to use the various methods of Demon Judgment Board, he could use the methods while managing to display his own style. This time, even Bai Xiang was not spared, it got hit. As the blood sand entered the three immortals' bodies, red marks started to appear, causing their movements to be restricted, their thoughts became slower, Their immortal essence could not be instilled smoothly, they felt like they were trapped in quicksand. The difference between the two sides was just too big. Normally speaking, when two immortals fought, if one side wanted to escape, it would be hard to stop them unless a battlefield killer move was successfully used to trap the enemy. But Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal goo house. It was initially created to hunt demonic path goo immortals. Thus, other than investigative methods, even though Demon Judgment Board could not create a battlefield, it had ways to stop demonic path goo immortals from escaping. Bai Ningbing and the rest were about to be captured by Fang Jing, but the ground suddenly shook as earth chi spewed up from the lower layer. The currents actually managed to pierce through the tough layer of ground. With a loud sound, the brown earth vein rushed up like a grand river. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the other two did not know what was happening. They were shocked. Even though Fang Jing knew, at this moment, he felt like he was seeing evil dragon Di Zhangxing. As earth chi surged and flooded this battlefield, the earth path Dao marks took over everything here. They corroded the surroundings. From the surging earth vein, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly emerged. Shiland was above Demon Immortal Chi Ju's head. Even though this secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely damaged now, it was still useful. It was used earlier to draw all of the earth chi upwards earlier. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar was in charge of changing the direction of the earth vein on top of that effect, eventually creating this scene where the earth vein surged upwards. Longevity Heaven actually worked together with Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Fang Zheng was internally shocked. Originally, under Qin Dingling's deployment, Heavenly Court's immortal goo houses encircled Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The two sides fought intensely. Heavenly Court was unable to defeat them, while Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju could not escape either. Bing Sichuan thus communicated with Demon Immortal Chi Ju. They knew the situation was not looking good. The two were genuine experts with lots of experience. They were suspicious about Qin Dingling's attitude and felt deeply worried. Thus, the two sides cooperated seamlessly. Chapter 2062. Insanity. In order to break Heavenly Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven and Demon Immortal Chi Ju collaborated. They made use of the earth vein to find a way out of Qin Dingling's arrangement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi Ju left the earth vein, they quickly split up as they ascended to the upper layers. Heavenly Court's immortal goo houses also appeared after them. Qin Dingling transmitted her voice to Fang Jing. Stop them! Even before her order, Fang Jing was already prepared to do so. Boom! Demon Judgment Board shook intensely. A huge blood-red beam of light shot towards Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. The terrifying power of the attack made Miao Yin and Black Tigress shake internally. In order to capture the three of them alive, Fang Jing had been quite restricted. Its current attack displayed the true power of Demon Judgment Board. The intense blood-red light assaulted. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi were obstructed for a moment. They swiftly blocked it. Qin Dingling quickly arrived and tangled with them. Good job, Fang Jing! After you're done with those three immortals, come here and work together to deal with these people. Qin Dingling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju's battle strength had fallen greatly after the fight against Spectral Soul, but as long as he worked with Calamity Luck Altar, they were evenly matched with Heavenly Court. Where was Qin Dingling getting her confidence from? Yes. Fang Jing had a serious expression the moment he received his orders. Bai Ningbing attacked abruptly. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path killer move had been prepared for some time, but Fang Jing did not pay any attention to it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path Goo Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was attacked by the Snowman race's Immortal Suppression Coffin killer move. Fang Jing still had a deep memory of that battle even now, compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Bai Ningbing was just rank 7, she was far inferior to him. However, after Bai Ningbing activated her killer move, Fang Deng's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack Demon Judgment Board, instead, she targeted Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress. Guyu Fang Jing could only change his tactic in a fluster. Blood-red fog enveloped Miao Yin and Black Tigress at the crucial moment, blocking Bai Ningbing's attack. Bai Ningbing, are you crazy? You actually attacked us! Fairy Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat as she screamed. No! This might be the best way. Black Tigress' expression was shaken, but she quickly understood it. Fairy Miao Yin was dazed. Soon, she also got it. Fairy Ziwei was once the leader of Heavenly Court. She knew everything about Heavenly Court. She had informed Ing Wuxie and the rest about the details of the immortal goo houses. Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and White Rabbit were naturally not kept in the dark. Because earlier, even though Spectral Soul led them, Fairy Ziwei and the rest did not have an immortal goo house, they were weaker compared to Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Thus, Fairy Ziwei used information to make up for this gap. Guyu Fangjing understood Bai Ningbing and the rest quite well, but similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest also had a good understanding of Fangjing and Demon Judgment Board. Especially the Immortal Goo House, its methods were difficult to change after creation. The more exceptional the Immortal Goo House, the more likely this was the case. Why? Taking Demon Judgment Board for an example, it was a top-tier rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Its abilities had reached the limit of a certain aspect. It was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be experimented on regarding this Immortal Goo House. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex and was made of countless goo worms. A single modification would change the entire structure. It would mean a complete makeover. That was as good as creating a new Immortal Goo House from scratch. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid, she had just failed to react at the first moment. Now, she started to understand. Southern Borders Tai Clan has Demon Suppression Tower. It most excels at imprisonment, but Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board does not use such methods. Heavenly Court must have ordered Fangjing to capture us all alive. Thus, when fighting, Fangjing is very restricted, only against Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Calamity Luck Alter earlier, he used his full strength. As for why he wanted to capture them, the answer was obvious, to find Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei had constructed the Wisdom Path formation in front of all these Heavenly Court Goo Immortals, finally managing to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Why would Qin Dingling not know about their value? Using this as the starting point, Fairy Miao Yin soon guessed. It seems that Fang Yuan escaped successfully. Heavenly Court wants to capture us and use us to find Fang Yuan in the future. Even though they lack a Wisdom Path great expert now, Central Continent's 10 great sects did not suffer losses. They have many Wisdom Path candidates. Furthermore, Fairy Ziwei's true inheritance has already been contributed to Heavenly Court. The Wisdom Path formation is likely part of the inheritance. Thinking of this, Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ningbing and gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing, you lunatic! But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with her eyes wide open. Bai Ningbing's insanity was beyond what she had expected. She actually dispelled the killer move by Xiang. She returned to a body of flesh and blood. Come, Fangjing, attack me! Bai Ningbing shouted as she moved like a white light, circling around Demon Judgment Board as she shot out countless icicles. The icicles landed on Demon Judgment Board but could not penetrate it, only leaving behind some icy marks. Ha! Black Tigress laughed loudly. She did the same thing as Bai Ningbing, dispelling her defense and joining the battle. She went insane too. Miao Yin sighed. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious. Her nature was the opposite of White Rabbit. When she resolved herself, she even disregarded her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress, who gave up on defense. They invested all of their energy into attacking. Fangjing was actually feeling quite troubled. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive. He did not want to kill them. Qin Dingling had already informed him. It would be best to get more clues to deduce Fang Yuan's location. If one of them was killed, it could lead to a failure in the deduction next time. Fangjing knew the heavy responsibility on him. But the Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board's weakest aspect was the lack of methods to capture others. When Demon Judgment Board was created, which person in Heavenly Court would consider this aspect? Demon Judgment Board, naturally by looking at its name, it meant killing demonic path goo cultivators. What was the point of capturing them? In this aspect, Qin Dingling seemed to have made a mistake in asking Demon Judgment Board to capture them, but she had no other choices at the moment. Among Heavenly Court's Immortal Goo Houses, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative ability. Even though Fang Yang's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had an abundance of rank 8 immortal essence, and the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. It could display its full battle strength. However, all Immortal Goo Houses had a fatal weakness. They were not flexible enough in terms of methods. Demon Judgment Board was no exception. It was a final product that could not be altered. After it was created, its methods had always been the same until now. There had been no changes. Fangjing fell into an awkward spot. Using Demon Judgment Board, he had the upper hand. Bai Ningbing and the rest were not his match. But just Demon Judgment Board alone could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility of methods, Gu Immortals far surpassed immortal Gu houses. In the past, when facing this situation, the Demon Judgment Board lords would take action personally. But Fang Jing only had rank 7 cultivation level. If he left Demon Judgment Board, Bai Ningbing and the rest would be able to turn this around. Right now, if Fang Jing had a rank 8 Gu Immortal helping him, it would be sufficient. But why would he be given an assistant? In the eyes of Qin Dingling and the rest, wasn't Demon Judgment Board enough? He still needed more help? Heavenly Court's manpower was extremely lacking now. They could not deal with the situation easily. No, Lady Qin Dingling's arrangement was logical, but I actually encountered 2 lunatics. It made the logical deployment completely illogical. Fang Jin thought. Who would be so crazy as to give up on defense against a strong enemy and only choose to attack? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress did that. And amazingly, the results were quite favorable for them. During the intense battle, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Gu Fangjing, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Come take action. Gu Fangjing was silent. Bai Ningbing continued to provoke him. This is why you are just a dog that Heavenly Court adopted. Your enemy is right in front of you, but you do not even have the courage to try killing me. You are far inferior to your brother Fan Yuan. Hearing her provocative speech, not just Fairy Miaoyin, even Black Tigress was stunned. She thought, Humph, I thought I was crazy enough to give up my defense. But looking at Bai Ningbing, I pale in comparison. Fairy Miaoyin and Black Tigress were very worried while Gu Fangjing fell into silence. Hearing Gu Fanyuan's name again, he could not help but raise his head, looking at the blood text above his head. The blood text formed into a giant name list. The rankings and names on it changed constantly. Not long ago, Spectral Soul, who stood at the top of the list, vanished. Replacing him was the person at the second position, Gu Fanyuan. Defeated Heavenly Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul. The number 1 demon of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Jing smiled bitterly. Regardless of time and place, even though he was the great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Fan Yuan's name was still hanging above his head. Fan Yuan was still casting a shadow down on his life. Killing everyone on the Demon Judgment Board list is the grand ambition of the past generations of owners. But I know that I am not Fan Yuan's match. For all my life, I could only look at his shadow and hear about his legends. But, Bai Ningbing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Where does your confidence come from? Fang Jing shouted loudly as Demon Judgment Board charged ahead as he spoke. In a breath of time, he arrived in front of Bai Ningbing. Intense winds blew towards her. Bai Ningbing had no time to dodge. At the next moment, Demon Judgment Board would crush her entire body to a pulp. She would die undoubtedly. No! Fairy Miaoyin shouted in her head as her 7 hands moved, shooting out profound sounds. The profound sounds were multi-layered and attacked rapidly, but they could not stop Demon Judgment Board. Black Tigress spat out a mouthful of blood. She activated a method to block it, but Demon Judgment Board still rampaged unhindered. The 2 immortals could only watch in despair as Demon Judgment Board crashed into Bai Ningbing and pressed down on her harshly. Chapter 2063. Number 1 Immortal Gu House in the World. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom! Hit by Heavenly Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression inside it. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Liqiu exploded and shouted, "Let this Grandpa Mao go out and kill them all!" 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place has a huge hole, we need to repair it together." Mao Liqiu snorted as it helped to repair Calamity Luck Altar. It mumbled, "Taking hits like this feels really terrible. Bing Sai Chuan, Calamity Luck Altar was given to you to control. Don't ruin Master's reputation and prestige." Bing Sai Chuan frowned as he answered, "Mao Liqiu, take a look outside, there is someone who is even worse than us." Demon Immortal Qiju was the one that Bing Sai Chuan referred to. He was indeed in a sorry state. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused his Shilan to suffer huge damage, but it was his greatest reliance since reviving. Even though he had many exceptional true inheritances, he did not have time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi-Path methods were all old-fashioned. Only killer moves that used Shilan as the core were strong enough to be used in the battlefield. But now, Shilan was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's battle strength fell sharply. This cannot go on. Heavenly Court likely has strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju transmitted with great difficulty. Right now, Heavenly Court is at its weakest throughout history. Why would they have reinforcements? Mao Liqiu mumbled. Don't be careless. Nobody can truly assess Heavenly Court's foundation. After replying to Mao Liqiu, Bing Sichuan agreed to Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's request for cooperation. He had also sensed something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar first exploded with a strong attack and shielded Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Next, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth and summoned Shiland, drawing upon the endless Earth Chi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, pulling upon the gradually declining Earth vein. Humph, trying the same trick again, you all are simply looking down on me. Qing Dingling suddenly left the Immortal Goo house. She came to the outside world and used a Luck Path killer move. The killer move's golden light shined everywhere. Bing Sichuan's expression changed. He quickly withdrew his hand like it was bitten by a snake. South close. This killer move vaguely counters Calamity Luck Altar. If I was slow, Calamity Luck Altar would have to resist the pressure of the Earth vein. It would be suppressed and unable to escape, becoming an easy target. Bing Sichuan sighed to himself. Qin Dingling's method was out of his expectations. Without Calamity Luck Altar's guidance, the newly rising Earth vein started to fall again. But Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillars of Earth vein tributaries spewed out randomly in all directions, towards the sky and ground. An Earth vein tributary that was like a yellow-brown river flowed across the battlefield of Demon Judgment Board and by Ning Bing's group. The three immortals were sustaining the battle with difficulty, resisting Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang once again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the Earth vein tributary. Even heaven is helping me! Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light. She felt surprised and joyful. Her body suddenly expanded from 15 feet to over 20 feet instantly. The time to escape is now! Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands to Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before allowing Bai Ningbing to grab onto their hands. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She jumped into the Earth vein tributary immediately. Don't think of leaving! Fang Jing gritted his teeth as he drove Demon Judgment Board into the tributary as well. The Earth vein was extremely large, even the tributary was huge. After Demon Judgment Board entered it, it was like a small fish had entered the river. No, we can't escape. Demon Judgment Board is a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was pale. After a short while, Bai Ningbing was already unable to hold on. A vast amount of Earth Path Dao marks corroded her body. Bai Xiang was on the verge of collapsing, even though Miao Yin and Black Tigress were doing their best in terms of defense. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly. She was not flustered. Of course we cannot match Demon Judgment Board, but now, it will depend on how resolute Guyu Fangjing is. Hee hee. At the moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing actually laughed. She turned around and dispelled Bai Xiang, exposing her true body. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress had already resolved themselves. They charged towards Demon Judgment Board alongside Bai Ningbing. You people? Guyu Fangjing was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing and the rest dispelled their defenses. He had to use a rainbow of blood-red light to envelop the three immortals. After receiving Demon Judgment Board's help, the three immortals were saved from the outcome of getting crushed by the Earth vein. Yu Fangjing felt a huge rock weighing on him internally. What was this? He actually became the one who helped Bai Ningbing and the rest. But Guyu Fangjing had to do this. He had to complete the mission given by Qin Dingling and capture them alive. Guyu Fangjing, do you have any method to capture us? If Demon Judgment Board had it, you would have used it already. In this situation, you will need to leave the Immortal Goo house and use your own methods. Come, let us take a chance. Bai Ningbing could not speak. She could only think internally. If they lost, they would be captured and left helpless. Once their value was extracted, they would be killed, becoming the sacrifices to raise Heavenly Court's reputation. Guyu Fangjing stared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth tightly. Bai Ningbing had won this bet. Fangjing did not have any special method to capture them. Unless he took a chance and brought all three immortals into the Immortal Goo house. But if Fangjing did that, he would be too stupid. because that was simply letting the enemies into his territory. Just Fang Jing alone could not deal with the three immortals. You are very crafty, but so what? Fang Jing said through the gaps between his teeth. If I capture you, you will still live for some time. But now you will die. Congratulations, your efforts in battle have reaped you such great rewards. Fang Jing spoke sarcastically before abandoning Bai Ningbing and the rest, leaving the Earth Vein using Demon Judgment Board. The strong Demon Judgment Board could not stay in the Earth Vein for long. Just this short period destroyed most of Demon Judgment Board's mortal goo. Without Demon Judgment Board's protection, Bai Ningbing felt an immense pressure. Their lives were at stake. They struggled at death's door. Maybe Fang Jing was right after all. Fairy Miao Yin smiled bitterly. Bai Ningbing snorted. What's that? Black Tigress suddenly shouted. The three immortals were like tiny bugs flowing along the Earth Vein tributary. From the boundless brown color surrounding them, a dark hole suddenly appeared. Go! The three immortals had no choice. At the crucial final moment, they went into the dark hole precariously. At almost the same time, in a dense and lush forest on the surface, Fairy Ziwei, Ying Wuxie, and Old Man Jingyuan were traveling. This distance is not safe enough, we will continue moving. Fairy Ziwei saw that Ying Wuxie was moving slowly, she quickly reminded. Ying Wuxie gritted his teeth, but his expression was dazed. He said dejectedly, My main body has died, what do we? Fairy Ziwei looked at Ying Wuxie solemnly. Even if the main body is dead, we still have you. Ying Wuxie, you are his split soul, from today onwards, you are our master. But Ying Wuxie was not feeling happy at all, he was in low spirits. Even my main body died in battle, this entire world is no longer in Spectral Soul's era. Fairy Ziwei frowned slightly. She was about to console him when Old Man Jingyuan suddenly spoke. Something is up, don't move, let me deal with it. At the next moment, he activated his killer move, his body shot out white light that enveloped the three immortals. After a few breaths of time, heaven and earth shook, birds flew out of the forest, a loud collision could be heard from afar, resounding throughout the place. The three immortals raised their heads, they saw that the sky was dyed green, a grand and majestic immortal goo house descended from the sky. It shrouded even the sun itself, moving rapidly even though it seemed slow. This immortal goo house was so big, it was definitely the number one in the world in terms of size. Its rank 8 aura was vast as the sea, intimidating all living beings. Within the immortal goo house, clamor could be heard. It was filled with human vitality, seemingly comprising all kinds of people. This is Divine Emperor City? Ying Wuxie was shocked. Divine Emperor City was created by combining Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Isn't it stationary at the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein? It could actually move. Old Man Jingyuan was shocked as well. Fairy Ziwei pondered. This immortal goo house was made by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. There must be a reason for its movement. Strange, why didn't Qin Ding Ling relocate this house into Heavenly Court during the battle earlier? So that's it. Old Man Jingyuan used his human path methods to investigate. He found something. Too strong. This immortal goo house is too strong. Old Man Jingyuan's body shook. He was greatly shocked by his discovery. This immortal goo house contains countless people. It is filled with the profundity of human path. It can actually relocate the human vein gathering point with ease. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is too amazing. His goals were too far-sighted. He only exposed it now. Divine Emperor City gathers the strength of all the people inside. Be they goo immortal, goo master, or mortal, they are gathered together and used in unison. Currently, this is likely the number one immortal goo house in the world. Old Man Jingyuan praised. He sighed deeply. So that's it. It was a pity that Genesis Lotus miscalculated. This Divine Emperor City did not make it to the Fate War in time. Ying Wuxie said. Fairy Ziwei shook her head lightly. How can a venerable fail his schemes so easily? There are extremely deep secrets behind all these. Don't come up with a conclusion so casually. The three immortals stopped in their tracks and hid in the forest, concealing their auras. As Divine Emperor City went past them and entered Earth Abyss, they finally let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Ziwei was ready to move. But Old Man Jingyuan stopped on the spot, smiling bitterly. I cannot follow after the two of you anymore. Ying Wuxie was surprised. Why? Old Man Jingyuan sighed. That Divine Emperor City has already become the gathering point of human path in the world. Since I cultivate human path, I am restricted by it. Earlier, It probably sensed me, but because there was something more important, it chose to ignore me. To play safe, I should part with Master and Ziwei. Ing Wu Xia's expression was grim. They suffered a setback again. Before this battle, Shadow Sect was full of people and prospered for some time. Now, only him and Fairy Ziwei were left. It was truly pitiful. Maybe trying to kill Fan Yuan was a terrible mistake. Ing Wu Xia gritted his teeth. He felt extremely bitter internally. Chapter 2064. Captured alive. Divine Emperor City was filled with noise and commotion. The hundreds of thousands of people living in the city were looking towards the sky. Profound green light had covered the sky of Divine Emperor City. Not only this, the city gates were also closed and guarded heavily. What in the world is going on? You don't know? There were notices posted at the city gates, announcing the city will be closed for a period of time. During this time period, there will be abnormal phenomena and there is no need to panic. I also heard of this notice, but I did not expect such a huge and grand phenomenon. The city residents discussed with relative calmness. No large-scale chaos emerged. Northern city area. Where did that fellow Hongyi go? Chao Yu sighed as he walked out of a dark alley. Accompanying him was Xia Lan. The two were Universal Life Academy's disciples, who were ordered to search for Hongyi after he disappeared. Regretfully, they had been at Divine Emperor City for 2 to 3 months now and had yet to make any progress. Xia Lan frowned. We have almost finished combing through Divine Emperor City by now and have contacted a dozen or so information path Gu masters, but have not gotten any news regarding Hongyi. This is probably the worst-case scenario. Chao Yu's eyes opened wide. Are you saying Hongyi entered a painting world? How can that be? Xia Lan looked around in a hurry and lowered his voice. Keep your voice down, such secret news have been circulating in the city recently. Painting worlds were arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. They can take in the city residents and return them safely after a period of time. Especially these days, how many Gu masters have come to Divine Emperor City because they heard this rumor and wanted to find an immortal opportunity. Chao Yu was at a loss. If Hongyi really is inside a painting world, how are we going to find him? Xia Lan was silent for a while before saying with a sigh, if that is the case, then we can only wait. Eastern City Area. Master, please take care. A female Gu master sent her master off. Most of the surrounding pedestrians were staring at the phenomenon in the sky. Only a few were astonished at this sight. The female Gu master was a renowned refinement path master who was ranked among the top 100 in the refinement path convention, and she was actually being so courteous to an unknown Gu master. This unknown Gu master was wearing a long robe and a straw hat which hid his appearance under the shadows. The unknown Gu master moved cautiously and maintained his silence as he disappeared into the corner of the street. What exactly is going on? Such a phenomenon is definitely a Gu immortal's doing. The unknown Gu master moved along the empty alley and raised his head slightly to glance at the strange scene in the sky. Sigh, I did not expect to encounter such trouble in this trip to exchange Gu materials in the city. I just hope my identity won't be exposed. Just in case, I will choose a remote tavern to stay in until the city gates open again. The unknown Gu master was worried. This person was Ben Duoi, who was taught the nature Gu refinement technique by Gu immortal Yu Mu Chun. He cultivated day and night, making huge progress. However, the cost of cultivating refinement path was high, and with no one else to depend upon, he had to frequently sell the refined Gu to purchase cultivation resources. He was a hairy man and was hiding his appearance by using Gu worms. He had to move with caution in this gathering area of humans. All kinds of people lived in Divine Emperor City. There were even rank 6 Gu immortals. But no one could imagine that under the cover of the profound green light, Divine Emperor City had not only left its original spot, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and entered Earth Abyss to fight Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer move struck Divine Emperor City, but it only raised slight ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the #1 immortal Gu house in the present age. Even a person like Demon Immortal Chi Ju felt demoralized. His current strength was simply unable to shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Ding Ling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan looked extremely serious. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In this confrontation between the two, Divine Emperor City firmly won against Calamity Luck Altar, and by a huge margin. Calamity Luck Altar was not huge, and when compared to Divine Emperor City now, it looked even smaller. The number one large-size immortal goo house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a colossal jade cloud that seemed to cover heaven and earth as it obstructed Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And in the rear, Qin Ding Ling led the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals. Among the several immortal goo houses, Demon Judgment Board was at the front, taking the position of the vanguard. As the intense battle started, Divine Emperor City suddenly let out loud human voices, following which, the profound green light bubbled and formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool blew out spiraling green wind that covered Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's expression changed greatly. He could only take out the damaged Shiland. But Shiland was also unable to block this move, and at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was absorbed into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were horrified. Even if Demon Immortal Chi Ju only had the damaged Shiland, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They did not expect there to be no disturbance in Divine Emperor City after he was absorbed. Divine Emperor City's might shook the minds of Longevity Heaven's immortals. It was no wonder Qin Ding Ling confronted them resolutely, and had such a huge ambition as well. This is an emergency. Bing Sai Chuan exclaimed in fright and activated the strongest method of Calamity Luck Altar without hesitating anymore. Golden lights shot out from Calamity Luck Altar and covered the surroundings. The lights formed a broken path. The path extended far away, passing through the surface layer without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you trying to go? Qin Ding Ling was aware that it was the crucial moment. She resolutely attacked and disturbed Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path and opposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable her whole life, and being an immortal concubine of Giant Sun before, she had a deep understanding regarding Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's method was disturbed by Qin Ding Ling. The golden path started shaking immediately, unable to maintain stability. At this moment, the profound green light around Divine Emperor City formed another whirlpool. Are we also going to be captured by Heavenly Court? He Lu Lan's heart sank as she sensed the worsening situation. At this crucial moment, Five Elements Grandmaster hesitated for a bit before coming forward. Let me hold them back, you should all leave. No, little fellow, you cultivate formation path which will be very useful in the future. I, Grandpa Mao, am most suitable for this. Mao Liqiu pushed Five Elements Grandmaster aside. Grandpa Mao. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. Mao Liqiu's status in Longevity Heaven was much higher than his. He had thought that sacrificing himself was the most sensible arrangement in this situation, but did not expect Mao Liqiu to stop him. Under this situation, Heavenly Court would never go easy on them. Mao Liqiu would probably lose its life if it went. Bing Sai Chuan took a deep look at Mao Liqiu. Mao Liqiu, however, said casually, Bing Sai Chuan, I will leave Longevity Heaven to you. Don't bring shame to Grandpa Mao, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master, otherwise I will haunt you even if I turned into a ghost. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Humph, so much nonsense. Even if you die, make sure you die in the most brilliant way. He had fought alongside Mao Liqiu many times before and had deep friendship, although they were quite rude towards each other. It was the way of these northern plainsmen, they only knew to express themselves with rough language. Mao Liqiu laughed heartily. Then you can rest assured, I am most proficient in this. Bing Sai Chuan quickly opened the immortal goo house and closed it immediately. In that single moment, Mao Liqiu had charged out. Come fight me, little ones of Heavenly Court! Mao Liqiu charged forward bravely. In an instant, Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Liqiu. Mao Liqiu fought madly and was soon soaked in blood with many bone fractures. Its laughter, however, became more resonant, and its aura kept on rising. Divine Emperor City activated the spiraling green wind towards Calamity Luck Altar again. Mao Liqiu clicked its tongue as it flew forward and blocked the spiraling green wind with its body. At the next moment, like Demon Immortal Chi Ju, it was locked onto by the green wind and absorbed into the profound green light. Using this crucial time, Calamity Luck Altar turned into a lump of light that escaped through the golden path. Divine Beam Palace, Painting World. Boom! Boom! Within short intervals of time, two enormous explosions reverberated throughout the whole painting world. What's going on? Fairy Bai Xia and the rest were shocked and bewildered. They were cultivating with all their efforts inside the painting world and were completely unaware of what was going on outside Divine Emperor City. Something big has happened, Fang Dichang. Xinshang went up to Fang Dichang with an excited expression. Fang Dichang was curled up in the corner of the alley. He was dirty and messy and his clothes were ragged. There was a bamboo cane beside him and a broken bowl in front of him. He raised his head to look at Xinshang and begged, "Lord, please give me something to eat. I have not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights now." While secretly, he transmitted his voice. "Brother Shen, what happened?" Xinshang transmitted his reply. "I am not sure about the exact details. But 2 large paintings have been added at the edges of the painting world. Chi currents are gathered in one painting with wind howling all the time. The other painting is mysterious with beastly roars resounding again and again." Fan Dichang's eyes shined with bright light. He felt deep interest. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus's will, and his will had to escape secretly. With Xinshang's help, the situation was showing improvement. Fan Dichang did not know what happened outside the painting world. But this situation had appeared for the first time in the painting world. Maybe they could probe the deeper secrets of the painting world through this. Some days later, at some part of southern border, the fog in the valley dissipated and 2 people walked out. One had a handsome face with dragon horns on his head and imposing dragon pupils. He was rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortal Wu Shuai. The other was wearing white clothes, had black hair, deep pupils and fair skin. He was Gu Yu Fan Yuan. "Over 3,000 heaven path down marks have been refined. What should we do next?" Wu Shuai asked. "Should we go meet up with Lu Weiyin first?" Fan Yuan, however, was staring at his palm with a complex expression. There was slight loss, some curiously, and some excitement on his face. His lips curled up into a captivating smile as he gave an irrelevant answer. "These 3,000 heaven path Dao marks are really amazing." Chapter 2065. Compound Killer Moves. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. 3 yellow leopards charged out of the dense shrubs that resembled a huge forest. There were 2 female leopards and 1 male. They were growling at Yifan, while showing their sharp fangs that still had some bloody flesh hanging from them. Yifan was surrounded. His heart shook slightly. "The concealment ability of these 3 leopards is so strong, I only sensed them when they moved. As for their battle strength, I will know after fighting them." Thinking of this, Yifan immediately threw out several goo worms. Boom, boom, boom. White smoke burst and spread. 3 valiant warriors appeared around Yifan. Human Path Goo Worm, Vagrant Warrior Goo. Go! With Yifan's command, the 3 vagrant warriors immediately split up to deal with 1 leopard each. Humans and beasts fought. After 10 or so rounds, 2 of the vagrant warriors won, while 1 lost. Yifan slightly nodded his head as he appraised inwardly. Vagrant Warrior Gu is rank 3 and is specialized in fighting enemies on the move. These 3 leopards are also very nimble and have around rank 3 battle strength. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Yifan had been cultivating inside the painting world. He not only had rank 5 Hero Gu and rank 3 Vagrant Warrior Gu, he also had corresponding killer moves as well as relevant cultivation methods, so his progress was great. Even so, he was frowning slightly at this moment. "I have just entered the outside periphery of this growling beast painting world and there are already rank 3 strength enemies. It seems the level of this painting is rather high. I wonder what progress Hongyi is making over there? It is time, I should return and join with him." Yifan only came to probe some information. He was in charge of the growling beast painting world while Hongyi went to inspect the Qi howling painting world. Yifan turned around and met Hongyi along the way. The 2 were like heroes who admired each other and had already become sworn brothers. While cultivating in the painting world, the 2 relied on each other as well as competed. The feeling of brotherhood deepened even more. After learning of the situation on the other side, the 2 brothers walked while pondering over it. There is more to this than meets the eye. Why would 2 paintings appear all of a sudden? Could it be, the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are indeed unfathomable. We cannot completely explore these 2 new worlds with just us 2. The best thing is to borrow the strength of the residents of the painting world. Yes, that makes sense. Soldiers guarded the city gates. People continued to move out of the city while a small portion entered from outside the city. The 2 newly added paintings brought a huge impact to the painting world. The painting world had limited space, while these 2 new paintings had vast space which attracted attention from everyone in the city, thus giving rise to a large wave of crazed exploration. Yi Fan and Hong Yi blended into the crowd and returned inconspicuously to the city. But the two were unaware that the moment they appeared in the city gate, they were noticed by some people. Xinshan was sitting on the second floor of a tea house near the city gate and was watching Yi Fan and Hong Yi, while talking with Fan Dichang through voice transmission. Look at these two, they have made a lot of progress again. Their bodies are emitting dense human qi, extraordinary, they will definitely have outstanding achievements in the future. Brother Fan Dichang, if you return to your main body one day, you can inquire about these two. You might be able to make great use of them. Fan Dichang was sitting near the entrance of the street in a beggar's appearance. He replied secretly, "There is not much gap between immortal and mortal in the painting world. They have cultivated for so many days in here and are like fish in water, their strength can be said to be at the top level in here. Their exploration this time was quite short. If I had to deduce their journey, they probably only explored the periphery of the two paintings. From this, it can be deduced that these two painting worlds are very large, even Yi Fan and Hong Yi don't want to enter the inner parts rashly." Xinshan chuckled. "As expected of Brother Fan, the former wisdom immortal of Fan clan, you are able to see the overall situation from just a few clues. Yi Fan and Hong Yi want to borrow external force, we might as well save our energy for now. Look, the 10 children of human path are here." In fact, even without Xinshan's reminder, there was already commotion at the other side of the street. With Xiao Qixing at the front, Fairy Bai Xia, Sun Yuanhua, Sun Yao, Ing Xingji, Chen Dejiang, and the rest appeared together, immediately causing a disturbance. The passers-by glanced at them and praised these 10 people. Fan Dichang's gaze concentrated slightly. Xiao Qixing's group was the one that Xinshan called the 10 children of human path. Xinshan had already explained this, saying these 10 had abundant human qi. Although it was inferior to Hong Yi and Yi Fan, it far exceeded ordinary people and they would have their own unique splendor in the future. This was only natural. These 10 were selected from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were Gu immortal seeds Heavenly Court was cultivating. They were the ones who were specially supported to develop human path Gu immortals. Even a pig which obtained the full support of Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would have great accomplishments in the future. The 10 children of human path showed their brilliance during the expedition against Fan Dichang. Their talents were showcased even more over this period of time and their progress was astonishing. They had become famous people in the painting world and were recognized by the city's higher-ups. Almost all the important tasks were entrusted to them. The painting world was currently in an uproar with the addition of the 2 large paintings. The 10 children of human path received the command to become the main force in exploring them. Besides the main culprit, Genesis Lotus's will, these 10 were the ones who forced me to escape with my will, my soul being destroyed. Don't let me get any opportunity, otherwise I won't mind cutting down your numbers. Fan Dichang snorted coldly. Although only a will remained of him, his strength had recovered by a lot. This was all thanks to the mysterious and mystical human path. When Fan Dichang was cultivating silently, he gained a much deeper understanding of human path. The most striking characteristic of human path was having a Gu worm transform into a human. For example, Hong Yi's scholar Gu could transform into a scholar. Yi Fan's hero Gu could transform into a hero. After transforming into humans, these scholar and hero Gu worms would have a common man's wisdom. Their disposition, thoughts, and way of doing things would become different depending on their types as well. The most important thing was, when these Gu worms transformed into humans, they could use other Gu worms. Moreover, their proficiency in using them originated from the Gu cultivator. This was a terrifying thing. Transforming the Gu worm into a human and giving them a group of Gu worms could instantly produce a Gu cultivator. Mortal-level Gu worms that transformed into humans and could use other Gu worms were essentially regarded as Gu masters. Immortal Gu transformed into humans were considered Gu immortals. Fan Dichang could not help but think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's effect and abilities were naturally not on the same level as these human path Gu worms, but they had a lot of similarities. People crowded around the 10 children of human path and moved out of the city gate. This was the largest exploration scale. After quietly looking at this scene, Fan Dichang returned to the deserted alley and silently waved his hand. Men! Immediately, several beggars hurried towards him from their respective corners and greeted him with incomparable respect. Sect leader, what instructions do you have for us? Send some brothers to follow the crowd. They only have to probe for information. Fan Dichang instructed. Although the current him was formed from a beggar Gu, he was already a rank 5 bags beggar. This was not all. He borrowed Shinshang's help to purchase large amounts of beggar goo, and used a sect token goo to form a killer move, establishing this beggar sect. At present, most of the beggars in the whole city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble! With a loud sound, a grand waterfall appeared. The silver waterfall was majestic and vast. It fell from the sky onto a hill. Each drop of water in this waterfall was a thought. It had the appearance of a sword. Within a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fan Yuan stopped the killer move. The hill was completely gone and a shallow pool appeared in its place. The gurgling water was made of flowing sword thoughts. Indeed, the killer move's power has been increased by several times and it activates even more smoothly. Fan Yuan meticulously observed the effects of the heaven path down marks. After resolving the myriad tribulation, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to meet Lu Wei-yin and instead searched for a place to rest and reorganize. The reason he used Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall was because this was not an ordinary killer move. Most killer moves were based on a single path and goo worms of other paths could only be supplementary even if they were mixed in. For example, Rule Paths 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi and Time Paths Time Cutting Edge. And there were some exceptional killer moves. They were compound killer moves which used 2 or more paths primarily. For instance, this Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall which was formed from the combination of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fan Yuan had a lot of such killer moves. Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. To go into details, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move formed from Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. Great Thief Ghost Hand was formed from Soul Path and Theft Path. Jade Flow Pearl was formed from Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex. It was formed from the merging of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Emperor Yama, and Familiar Face. Every usage of Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon expended 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks from Fan Yuan's body. These compound killer moves were much more powerful than single path-based killer moves. Enemies had to consider 2 or more paths to think of a countermeasure, so they were much more difficult to resist as well. These compound killer moves were normally used by Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths. For instance, Qin Baishin cultivated Soul Path and Metal Path. He had a killer move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold which was a compound killer move formed from Soul Path and Metal Path. Every Gu immortal who cultivated 2 paths had such killer moves. Heavenly Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch had them because she cultivated Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had them as well. Because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals who successfully cultivated multiple paths were very rare, so compound killer moves were also very rare in Gu immortal world. Fan Yuan was able to cultivate many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, so he accumulated many compound killer moves. But even so, these compound killer moves could hardly be used at the top level. This was because although Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, the compound killer moves themselves would have a large internal friction because of their own conflicting Dao marks, resulting in wastage of power. But Heaven Path Dao marks have greatly improved this situation. Fan Yuan was able to sense this acutely, and even verified his guess. Right now, when he used compound killer moves like Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, because of the reduced internal friction, the power had increased by several times. According to my deduction, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the previous consumption of 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks would be reduced by a lot. Because of the reduced internal friction, I don't need to expend so many Soul Path Dao marks to balance the strength of various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks still cannot remove this kind of internal friction completely. But what if the number increased even further? In the future, can I use the help of Heaven Path Dao marks to create a killer move that contains every path? At this point, besides the exception of certain unique methods, Fan Yuan no longer had interest in single-path killer moves. He had discovered a new and vast world ahead of him. Note, the Beggar Sect in Jin-Yong novels uses the setting where each member carries at least one pouch-like bag and the number of bags he/she carries indicates his/her rank in the sect. Chapter 2066. Never give up until my road ends. Fan Yuan was holding an information path Gu worm in his hand. The Gu worm had records of the previous battle of pursuit. Its contents were roughly: Heavenly Court had a huge victory, Spectral Soul was dead, Fan Yuan escaped, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chiu were suppressed, Old Man Jin Yuan was taken captive, Shadow Sex Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wu Xia were still on the run, Qi Si Ancestor, by Ning Bing. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Meow Een were missing, the probability of them being dead was high. In this current age, even if there is no ranking chart of immortal goo houses, Divine Emperor City is worthy of being the number one immortal goo house. Fan Yuan sighed. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the Five Regions Chaotic War, Information Path great experts had jointly let out many ranking charts. There was fierce competition on every ranking chart. Immortal Goo House ranking was also the same. But Divine Emperor's City had not appeared back then. Fan Yuan's rebirth had led to all kinds of huge changes. Now, even before the Immortal Goo House ranking was published, Divine Emperor's City firmly held the position of number one. If this continues, even if there is an Immortal Goo House ranking in the future, Divine Emperor City's number one position will be immovable. Fan Yuan estimated. Divine Emperor City could suppress Mao Li Chiu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Fan Yuan was not astonished by this. Divine Emperor City was created by merging Divine Being Palace and Emperor City. Although it did not have a rank 9 Immortal Goo and was not a rank 9 Immortal Goo House, it contained painting worlds. This was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Contented Lifestyle killer move. It was a human path killer move with painting path effect that formed paintings of the lives of people. It was a rank 9 level Venerable killer move. Against Venerable methods, Duke Long was defeated and Di Zhangxing was brought to its knees. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Shiland was not damaged, he would still only be at pseudo-venerable level, and Mao Li Chiu was some distance away from being at pseudo-venerable level. My myriad-year flying warship and dragon palace are destroyed. Even if they were still here, they would only be at peak rank 8 level. Divine Emperor City can be considered to be half a rank 9 Immortal Goo House. If 88 True Young Building had not been destroyed back then, it could contest for the number one position. 88 True Young Building was refined by Long Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable together. It was divided into countless small towers that gathered wild goo worms. After combining into one, they would form the main building and could even dispel calamities and tribulations. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away, he had left behind 88 True Young Building, which could control the whole of Northern Plains' political situation even though Giant Sun had already died. Northern Plains held countless imperial court contests, and the Huang Jin bloodline was able to hold supreme status in Northern Plains' immortal and mortal world mainly due to 88 True Young Building. At present, Divine Emperor City was the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human veins. It was the largest storage and cultivation ground of Central Continent's geniuses, a sacred land of human path. Looking at the setup, it was similar to 88 True Young Building. Even Fan Yuan felt wariness towards such an immortal goo house. As for why Heavenly Court publicized this battle information, Fan Yuan understood it fully. Heavenly Court was in dire need of a surge in morale. Ever since their defeat in the Fate War when Fan Yuan destroyed Fate Goo in front of the whole world, Heavenly Court was simply stripped of its backbone. They lost their spiritual banner, and it was even trampled on by Fan Yuan. This outcome had enormous influence. The whole of Central Continent was covered in looming shadow. Heavenly Court's Goo immortals were furious and filled with hatred but were already fearful. The morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fell much more and most were dispirited. Central Continent was facing 4 regions and its situation was truly dangerous. If they were thought to be weak and easily bullied, when the 5 regions chaotic war starts, they would be besieged by the other 4 regions. At that time, even if Central Continent was strong like a tiger, they would still be torn to pieces by the hyenas. Releasing this information would stabilize the internal forces and also frighten external forces, and Qin Ding Ling had to do this. Hiding the battle results might have some tactical advantages, but Qin Ding Ling was the leader of Heavenly Court and had to consider the whole world. So, she chose to give up the tactical advantage to recover the declining situation. Heavenly Court is filled with talents, even without a great expert like Fairy Ziwei, they have Qin Ding Ling to stabilize the overall situation. Heavenly Court's foundation is extremely deep, it is not just a front. Fan Yuan sighed, he approved of Qin Ding Ling's decisiveness. He would do the same if it were him. At their level, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were a chessboard. Fighting each other without any plans or vision might let them show off their strength for some time, but it would lead them to a disastrous defeat. Looking back at the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, there was no doubt that the biggest loser was Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul with pseudo-venerable battle strength died, while the members were dead, missing, fleeing, or captured. Next was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's losses were severe. Currently, the whole sovereign immortal aperture was in a miserable state. The vibrant mini-southern border was turned into ruins with only a few resource points remaining. The other 4 mini-regions and the mini-9 heavens were also not much better. Many variant humans and humans died despite receiving Fan Yuan's protection. The previous combat Beast King had fallen into a coma after blocking the myriad tribulation and had yet to wake up. The loss in immortal goo was also the largest that Fan Yuan had ever experienced in his life. First, 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses were destroyed. Dragon Palace's core immortal goo, Dream Token, was preserved, along with myriad year flying warships. Years flow like water, but they were injured and needed to recuperate. Many other immortal goo were destroyed in the battle, including Precaution, Fight, and so on. There were many losses to Earth Path goo worms as well. Although Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress still remained, Spectral Soul's self-detonation was terrifying. By blocking this attack, Fan Yuan had lost 7 Earth Path immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was heavily weakened as a result. Over this period of time, Fan Yuan had experienced the Fate War, defended against myriad tribulations and the pursuit of others. His rank 8 immortal essence was already close to drying up. He had almost finished all the immortal essence he had painstakingly accumulated before the Fate War. He had just made some progress in the 12 Zodiac battle formation, but after the battle with Spectral Soul, he had to gather them again. There was only a little of Reverse Flow River left, it could not be used. Unlimited Chi-Chi's strength had fallen to rock bottom, and could no longer be considered a trump card. Fan Yuan did not obtain any battle spoils from Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's self-detonation had destroyed everything completely. Undoubtedly, Spectral Soul was extremely hard to deal with. Even in death, he did not leave behind any benefits to Fan Yuan. After the chase, Fan Yuan's greatest gain was preserving his life, as well as over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks and the Chi-Si clone. He did not possess them originally, they were his gains from the Fate War and from scheming against Heavenly Court. They had no association with Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul was dead, Fan Yuan also suffered in the aftermath. Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan were losers, so was Longevity Heaven. They lost Mao Li Chiu, a legendary immemorial beast, and did not have any battle gains. It was just that when compared to Shadow Sect and Fan Yuan, their losses were much fewer. After this was Demon Immortal Chi Ju, who lost a lot but also made a few gains. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had extorted many inheritances from Spectral Soul and Fan Yuan with no lack of venerable true inheritances. But his Shiland was heavily damaged, and he lost his freedom as well, imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. So, this battle's biggest winner was Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul died and Fan Yuan escaped with heavy losses. Heavenly Court then defeated Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar escaped Central Continent in a panic. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Mao Li Chiu. Qin Dingling's group captured Old Man Jingyuan and put up a bounty for Fairy Ziwei and Ing Wu Xie. Chi-Si Ancestor, Bai Ningbing, White Rabbit, and Miao Yin were speculated to have died in battle. Such a battle result was truly impressive. It was a huge surge of morale to everyone in Central Continent. Heavenly Court's battle result was spread all over the world. It was not just Fan Yuan who analyzed wins and losses. All the Gu Immortals were analyzing the overall situation too. Among them, one person was the happiest. Brilliant, brilliant! On the main seat in the hall, this Gu Immortal was holding the information Gu while praising repeatedly with joy in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and sharp eyebrows. His expression revealed tyranny and some hints of ruthlessness. He was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Wind Path Gu Immortal, a formidable expert of the present age, Wu Yong. Sitting on the first seat to the left was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Bachong. His battle strength was not outstanding in Wu Clan, but he had the highest seniority, was steady, and dared to take on responsibilities. Previously, when every large force was creating difficulties for Wu Clan, he came forward to stabilize the situation. He was a core member of Wu Clan. Wu Bachong asked Wu Yong respectfully, "I am not sure what good there is in this. Please enlighten me, my lord." Wu Yong put down the information path Gu Worm and explained with a burning gaze. "In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the strong are respected. The so-called general trend is nothing more than the fight between those peak experts. Only when the strong ones are in a stalemate will the weaker ones and super forces have space to grow. If the Venerable is born, they would be invincible and rule as the sole leader, and all the heroes would have to lower their heads. Currently, with no venerable, the general trend flows with 4 people: Spectral Soul, Gu Yu Fan Yuan, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qi Si Ancestor. Besides them, there are super forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven who can take part in the fight, with immortal Gu houses like Calamity Luck Altar and Divine Emperor City to influence the overall situation. Wu Ba-Chong felt puzzled and asked, Divine Emperor City is publicly recognized to be the #1 immortal Gu house as it could suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Calamity Luck Altar is slightly inferior but is also a very strong immortal Gu house that showed its splendor in the Fate War. Why put Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven below those 4 people? Wu Yong replied with a smile. These 2 immortal Gu houses are indeed strong, but they can only be strong for some time. The greatest flaw of immortal Gu houses is that their methods are fixed. Once those methods are known, they can be targeted and countered. Immortal Gu houses are difficult to modify. They are far inferior to individuals with pseudo-venerable battle strength who can adjust themselves depending on the situation. Divine Emperor City is very strong since it could suppress pseudo-venerable Demon Immortal Qi Ju. But when its methods are known clearly, its threat will fall by a level. Heavenly Court lacks a pseudo-venerable, it is their greatest weakness. If Qi Si Ancestor had not stood by Heavenly Court's side in this battle, Qin Ding Ling would not have had such success. So it is like that. Wu Ba-Chong realized. I now understand Lord's happiness. In this pursued battle, Spectral Soul died, Fan Yuan fled in distress, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was suppressed, Qi Si Ancestor is missing with a high probability of being dead. This means the 4 pseudo-venerables are mostly gone, and it is the perfect opportunity for us to develop. Wu Yong nodded. Naturally, it is better if such experts are dead. The most regrettable thing is Fan Yuan managed to escape. Sigh, this demon is unfathomable. He cannot be evaluated by common sense. Maybe, when he appears again, he would be even stronger than before. Wu Yong's expression turned heavy when he mentioned Fan Yuan. Wu Ba-Chong was also filled with worries. Fan Yuan had deep conflicts with Wu Clan, and now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If he recuperated and came to attack Wu Clan, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Wu Yong continued, We can do nothing about pseudo-venerables. So we should take this chance to develop and strengthen ourselves. When Fan Yuan comes to trouble us in the future, we can at least have strength to fight back. If this situation doesn't happen in the future, it will be preparation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. Central Continent and Northern Plains are guarded by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. They have been operating for countless years and are like iron fortresses. Let's not talk about them for the moment. As for the remaining 3 regions, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea are all disunited. The wave of the Great Era has already risen. Wu Clan needs to ride this wave and rise up. Western Desert is filled with sand and countless oases. It is easy to defend but hard to attack. Eastern Sea has plenty of resources but has never produced a venerable. Their nature is the most gentle. We should first integrate the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world, then capture Eastern Sea and Western Desert. With resources of 3 regions to help me, I will pass my tribulation and become a pseudo-venerable, then cultivate rank 8 Gu immortals and construct a peak-level immortal Gu house. Finally, we will attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Lord! Wu Ba-Chong was hearing this for the first time. His eyes opened wide in excitement, but he felt nervous at the same time. This was an aspiration to take over the world. Can Wu Yong bring Wu Clan to the peak? Or will they be turned into dregs by the tides of the era? There has never been a venerable in Wind Path. If there is a possibility, maybe I can fill this gap. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wu Yong only thought this inwardly and did not say it out loud. He was sitting on the main seat but his gaze seemed to pierce through the hall and into the sky. At the next moment, Wu Ba-Chong heard Wu Yong's recital. The mirage of eternal life is not my pursuit. Longevity without accomplishments is no less than shameful. Regional walls vanish as chaos ensues. The destruction of fate brings freedom to all. Eagle rules the sky and whale dominates the sea. Without trying, who knows if I am a dragon or worm? How can plain commoners ever understand why? I will never give up until my road ends. Wu Ba-Chong was deeply moved as he stood up and knelt on the ground, swearing with a trembling voice. This subordinate is willing to follow by Lord's side. For the grand ambition of Wu Clan, I will use every ounce of my strength and lay down my life. Chapter 2067 7-7 Profound Soul Bird. Wu Ba-Chong, get up quickly. Wu Yong's laughter resounded in the hall. Wu Ba-chong immediately felt a formless wind lifting him up firmly and gently. With your help, I will have nothing to worry about. Wu Yong was satisfied. I am ashamed. Wu Ba-chong bowed his head and cupped his fists. My cultivation level is not enough to bear Lord's expectation. But from now on, as long as Lord gives a command, I will stake my life to accomplish it. Wu Ba-chong was not acting, he had wholeheartedly pledged his allegiance. Wu Yong was truly a formidable leader. The moment he took his position, he got rid of the spies inside Wu clan. Although there was the matter of Fan Yuan disguising as Wu Hai to make use of Wu clan as well as secretly stealing dream realms, Wu Yong put in vigorous effort, and had taken back all the lost territories of Wu clan. In the southern border giant dream realm event, Wu Yong and Heavenly Court had reached an agreement. They returned the super clan's immortal Gu, allowing him to gain incomparable prestige. Later, he led the southern border immortals to hunt down Fan Yuan, forcing Fan Yuan to flee from southern border to western desert in a miserable state. During the 5 regional mountain range battle, he suffered a slight setback due to the schemes of Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin. But after the event, Lu Weiyin could not defeat him, and Wu Yong became the Southern Alliance's leader in the end. During the Fate War, Wu Yong took the initiative to lead the Southern Alliance's champions in the battle, disregarding Fairy Ziwei's threats. In this battle, Wu Yong led the Immortals and attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He unhesitatingly used the killer move Unlimited Wind, which expended his wind path Dao marks permanently. Be it his heroic bravery in the battle or the contributions he made, they were all deeply engraved in the minds of Southern Border's Immortals. After the Fate War, Wu Yong returned to the clan to rest and recuperate. He modified and improved his killer moves as well as Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. At the same time, he handled Wu clan's affairs, ensuring there was order and stability in Wu clan, which was growing day by day. Whether it was in terms of cultivation, talent, battle strength, or leadership, Wu Yong was a rare genius from Wu Ba-chang's perspective. Even his mother, Wu Du-xiu, was below Wu Yong in the current opinion of Wu Ba-chong and many other southern border Gu immortals. I am getting old, this is all my life will amount to. It is my honor to be able to follow a person like Wu Yong. I am really looking forward to seeing how far Wu clan can grow under his leadership. These were the inner thoughts of Wu Ba-chong. Swoosh. With a soft whistle, an information path Immortal Gu flew into the hall from the outside and landed on Wu Yong's hand. Wu Yong probed with his divine sense and immediately learned of the content. Wu Ba-chong guessed. It is definitely a huge matter if an information path Immortal Gu is sent to deliver the message. I wonder if it is good or bad news. Shortly after, he saw Wu Yong smile. Good news keeps coming, take a look. Wu Yong handed the information path Immortal Gu to Wu Ba-chong. Wu Ba-chong received the Gu and inspected it carefully. He then understood Wu Yong had made a big accomplishment from his scheme. He had successfully lured the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts into the formation. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, they really are the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. Wu Ba-chong was excited. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were a famous demonic path group in Southern Border's Gu immortal world comprising 7 members. Every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts brought a huge disturbance, and many losses to Southern Border's righteous path. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were arrogant, and even infringed upon Wu clan's benefits many times. As the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, Wu clan naturally had to come forward to deal with this issue. Thereupon, Wu clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts could be said to be at odds. Every generation's first supreme elder of Wu clan dedicated themselves to exterminating the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. And every generation's Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts provoked Wu clan. As long as the colossal force Wu clan showed any weakness, they would attack like dogs hiding in the darkness, biting off a piece of flesh of Wu clan and run away immediately. Wu clan was a super force and stably held the throne in Southern Border. But the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were not ordinary. There was much evidence that suggested their inheritance was very likely to be from spectral soul demon Venerable. As long as there was one person living in every generation's Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, the inheritance would continue. And with time, there would be another 6 demonic immortals besides the survivor. The life and death battles in every generation made it so that Wu clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts had a reconcilable conflict. Wu clan became the biggest enemy of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, while the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts became a sore point of Wu clan that could not be gotten rid of. Every new member of the 7 Ghosts was committed to taking revenge against Wu clan. Wu Duxiu had mentioned 3 regrets in her last words. One of them was regarding the fear-scourged 7 ghosts. In her life, Wu Duxiu had commanded from behind the scenes and even personally attacked and killed over 10 members of the fear-scourged 7 ghosts, but had not been able to get rid of all of them at once. As long as there was one survivor of the fear-scourged 7 ghosts, they would bide their time patiently and fill the vacancies. But now, according to the information in the Immortal Goo, all of the fear-scourged 7 ghosts had ended up in Wu Yong's trap. It was no wonder Wu Bachong was so excited. Wu Yong took back the information path Immortal Goo and walked towards the outside while instructing. The fear-scourged 7 ghosts are a disaster that Wu clan must get rid of. If we ignore them, they will definitely cause trouble for us and drag us down in the future. To be on the safe side, I will personally make a move this time. Wu Bachong followed closely behind and asked for permission to take part in the battle. If they could kill the fear-scourged 7 ghosts completely, it would be extremely significant to Wu clan. But Wu Yong refused him. I will take clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building with me. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. You need to guard the headquarters while I am gone. Yes. Wu Bachong could only helplessly accept the command. Under his anticipating and respectful gaze, Wu Yong flew to the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Wu clan's headquarters was located on Wuyi Mountain, and Wuyi Mountain was located at the extreme southwest of southern border. If you looked at the whole southern border from high above, you could roughly see the intersection of Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River formed an X, and Wu clan's territory was at the lower part of this X. Shang clan was on the right side. Among all the southern border superforces, Wu clan was at the extreme south. Wu Yong was very satisfied with this location, as Wu clan would not be surrounded by enemies from all sides like Central Continent. The surroundings of Wu clan's territories were isolated by Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River. The geography was highly beneficial to the clan's rise. The biggest weakness of Wu clan currently is insufficient Goo Immortals. Even if we annex the surrounding lands in the future, we won't have enough Goo Immortals to guard them. As Wu Yong pondered over this, he thought of Fan Yuan. It was Fan Yuan who created problems and havoc in southern border, making southern border go through many large battles. Not only Wu clan, the whole of southern border's Goo Immortal world lost many people. Wu Yong was flying towards the northeast extremely quickly. After some time, a corpse mountain was already in his sight. This corpse mountain that was beside the river was thousands of feet tall, and there were large numbers of zombies living in it. It was close to the whirlpool at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. More accurately speaking, this corpse mountain was called Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. In the past, a rank 8 southern border Goo Immortal turned into an immortal zombie, and fought against allied attacks of superforces in this peak, finally dying here. As time passed, on the mangled corpse of this rank 8 immortal zombie, due to the nourishment of the natural essence from the river, along with the aquatic plants in the river that rooted themselves, this place turned into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain produced transformation path zombie Goo, as well as chi path zombie chi Goo. Before the headquarters of Southern Border's Zombie Alliance was exposed, they had targeted this precious area and wanted to pay a high price to buy it from Wu clan to make it their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Later, Yao clan seized it from Wu clan. Wu Yong brought out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and took back the corpse mountain. Because this resource point had high productivity and was also located at a strategic position, Wu Yong had stationed rank 7 Goo Immortal Wu Jin here. After the Fate War, Chi tides emerged in the 5 regions. Chi tides swept the whole world, not only forcing the 5 regions' Goo Immortals to recuperate, they even exposed many true inheritance secret areas and grotto heavens of the 2 heavens. Blood Chi Immortal Goo, which Demon Immortal Chi Ju had seized in Western Desert, was one of the Blood Sea true inheritances. Its traces were exposed because of Chi tides. A true inheritance had appeared on Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian as well. All the traces revealed this true inheritance was left behind by that rank 8 immortal zombie back then. A true inheritance of this level might not catch the interest of Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Fan Yuan, but it was a rank 8 great expert's inheritance after all. It was enough for any super force to give it attention. It was reasonable for the fear-scourged 7 ghosts to be tempted. Wu Yong thus arranged traps, and now, the fear-scourged 7 ghosts were all drawn into the trap and were just waiting for him to catch them. An intense battle had already continued for some time at the peak of the Corpse Mountain. Cardinal directional wind formation. Such a pity that we, the fear-scourged 7 ghosts, have a deep understanding of your Wu clan, This large formation cannot trap us. The moment the formation breaks will be the moment your life ends, Wu Jin. Wu Jin, the Corpse Emperor true inheritance appeared on Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but you intentionally concealed the information. Even if Wu Clan's reinforcements arrive, you won't face a good outcome. How about you betray Wu Clan and join us? The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts started to attack the wind path formation in 4 directions. They had a lot of understanding of this formation because the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had tackled the cardinal directional wind formation many times over the generations. The formation was already on the verge of collapse. Wu Jin, who was controlling the formation from the outside, was riddled with wounds. Suddenly he received Wu Yong's voice transmission. His face immediately brightened as he activated some methods. The cardinal directional wind formation changed immediately. A gentle wind blew in and turned into Wu Yong. What? This formation actually changed. Wu Yong came. Wu Clan's reinforcements came so fast? Damn it, this was a trap. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were shaken, but after the shock, their ferocity was stimulated. Kill. Even if we die, we will make Wu Clan suffer disastrous losses. If we kill Wu Yong, Wu Clan will only be a joke. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charged towards Wu Yong, but they were secretly discussing on how to break through. Since it was a trap by Wu Clan, the longer they stayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Moreover, Wu Yong was a powerful expert in the present age. He was a person at a level that was just under pseudo-venerable. The present Gu immortal world publicly recognized Wu Yong, Qin Dingling, Bing Sai Chuan, Thousand Transformations ancestor, and other experts to be on the same level. They were all experts merely below pseudo-venerable level. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts knew they were not Wu Yong's match, but they still had hope. Wu Yong used this cardinal directional wind formation to lure these Gu immortals. Although there were some changes to it, it was still the original cardinal directional wind formation. It was because this large formation was not a battlefield killer move that the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts let down their guard and attacked rashly. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charging towards him, Wu Yong sneered. Cowards putting up a strong front, you are nothing much. At the next moment, strong winds appeared and frosty air blew. Winds roared and snow started pouring down like a blizzard. 3 ghosts of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were frozen solid, and after 2 breaths of time, 2 of them died from the coldness. What killer move is this? It is so cold. This was the killer move that Wu Yong had created during his recent closed cultivation session, Snowy Wind of No Return. The fierce Gorge 7 ghost formation was in chaos. Wu Yong's eyes shone with sinister light. Cowards, you are not qualified to be my enemies. Green leaves emerged from the bodies of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. Branches grew rapidly. The remaining 5 ghosts screamed miserably as their life force was completely seized. Lush willow branches grew on the corpses. It was another creation of Wu Yong, Willow Wind. The 7 ghosts died, but their souls flew out of the corpses and merged into one, becoming an immemorial soul beast. The soul beast had the appearance of a bird, its whole body was completely black and it had 7 heads. Wu Yong's expression was uplifted. So it was the 7 ghosts' true inheritance. It is the incomplete product of spectral soul when he attempted to create the immemorial soul beast, 7-7 profound soul bird. Jade building, come to me! Wu Yong waved his hand, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building crashed towards the 7-7 profound soul bird like a green meteor. The 7-7 profound soul bird struggled with all its strength, using all kinds of killer moves. Unfortunately, its consciousness alternated between clear and chaotic, and was finally suppressed by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building in the end. Lu Weiyin, I should not have trusted you. The 7-7 profound soul bird let out an indignant cry at the last moment before falling unconscious. Chapter 2068. 2 choices. Lord! Wu Jin put away the cardinal directional wind formation in excitement. He personally witnessed Wu Yong sweeping away the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts with methods that were never heard of before and were also extremely powerful. Everyone knew of the price Wu Yong paid to use unlimited wind in the Fate War. Wu Jin had not expected Wu Yong's strength to increase so much in this period of time. In the whole battle, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were unable to counterattack at all. Sensing the reverential gaze of Wu Jin, Wu Yong smiled. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts are rank 7 at most. We could not deal with them properly because they rarely move together. If they were not dealt with at once, our efforts would only be in vain. Wu Yong's expression turned slightly heavy. You heard what the 7-7 profound soul bird said just now, what do you think? Wu Jin immediately revealed a serious expression as he analyzed. From their dying words, all of the fierce-gorged 7 ghosts attacked Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian not only because of our scheme. Lu Weiyin had been urging them from behind the scenes as well. Lu Weiyin. He could actually influence the fierce-gorged 7 ghosts. Maybe we can make use of this. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Not bad, Wu Jin, well said. Wu Jin had already guessed Wu Yong's next plan. In Wu Yong's plan, the first step was to unite southern border. And the greatest obstacle to do this was Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was the current inheritor of Paradise Earth and southern border. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence, and his contributions to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong could not easily make a move against him. But who could have expected that during the pursuit against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin actually helped Fang Yuan? This gave Wu Yong the perfect reason to make a move. And this time, Lu Weiyin was secretly involved with the 7-7 Profound Soul Bird. This gave Wu Yong the perfect excuse to lead the Southern Alliance and destroy the Mushroom Man Paradise in the name of justice. Take care of your injuries. Next, we will make a move against Lu Weiyin and destroy Mushroom Man Paradise. Wu Yong's eyes shone with cold light and imposing battle intent. Wu Jin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lord, isn't it too early now? When Chi tides appeared, many inheritances emerged in southern border. The Corpse Emperor True Inheritance is only one of them. Currently, the Southern Alliance's super forces are all actively exploring and gathering these true inheritances. If we hastily summon them, wouldn't only a few show up and the other super forces conceal their strength? Wu Yong smiled and nodded. You are right. The things you mentioned are one of the difficulties in attacking Lu Weiyin and the Mushroom Man Paradise. Besides this, there are several other difficulties. Firstly, Lu Weiyin is extremely shrewd. He has all kinds of plans and unique methods. He is definitely not an ordinary opponent. Secondly, Mushroom Man Paradise obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Its foundation is deep and is not any inferior to the super forces. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin helped Fan Yuan escape. If we attack him, we might have to fight Fan Yuan as well. Fight Fan Yuan? Wu Jin's face immediately turned pale. The current Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Just the possibility of having to fight him was enough to make a rank 7 Gu immortal like Wu Jin feel uneasy. Wu Yong laughed, his tone rising slightly. But these difficulties are only difficulties. If we are afraid to take action because of difficulties, nothing can be accomplished. Farmers need to farm, but if they don't cultivate the land because they are afraid of drought, there would not even be a single grain of harvest. When fishermen fish, if they don't spread the net because they are afraid of drowning, their baskets will definitely be empty. Will our Wu clan retreat because of these difficulties? Wu Jin's expression became solemn and he quickly cupped his hands. Thank you for the guidance. Wu Yong's gaze was deep as he continued to explain. This is the best time to attack Lu Weiyin. A person like Lu Weiyin will only make more preparations if he has more time, and Mushroom Man Paradise will be increasingly hard to attack. It is obvious that Fang Yuan escaped because he did not have strength to fight. If we miss this chance and he recovers, there will be no hope of destroying Mushroom Man Paradise. As for those Righteous Path super forces concealing their strength? Do they think the Southern Alliance is so easy to join? As the Alliance leader, I will gain the chance to reorganize the Southern Alliance once and for all. Wu Jin no longer had any worries and was completely persuaded by Wu Yong's plan. I am willing to follow you, Lord, and go on the expedition against the Mushroom Men. Wu Yong nodded, saying a sentence before leaving. Tend to your injuries first. The path of Wu clan's domination will require your contribution as well. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere was tense in the discussion hall. Over 10 variant human Gu immortals were divided into 2 groups and were in a standoff. On the left side, Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord, Rotten Egg Grotto Lord, and Hair Monster Grotto Lord were clustered around Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right, Xiaohe Jian led Green Forest Great Sage and Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. There was also a third group formed from human Gu immortals, having Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine in it. During the pursuit battle against Fan Yuan, these variant human Gu immortals were abandoned by Fan Yuan. After they escaped Heavenly Court, they returned to Eastern Sea. Without Wu Shuai controlling the situation, these Grotto Heaven Lords of the 2 heavens were feeling panicky. Over these days, they were still pondering over how to resolve the Qi harvest fruit disaster in their Grot Heavens, but made no progress. Xiaohe Jian, are you prepared for when Lord Wu Shuai returns? I want to see how you will explain to Lord Alliance Leader why you promoted Lady Cold Ash repeatedly before. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the lead to reprimand his political rival. Xiao Hejian's expression was dark. Back then, he had promoted Lady Cold Ash to gather Gu Immortals and grow his force in contesting with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. He had never expected Lady Cold Ash to be Spectral Soul's disguise. Not only this, at the crucial moment, Spectral Soul made his move and chased Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan, eventually destroying Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul created such huge losses to the Two Heavens Alliance, and Xiao Hejian naturally had to be held responsible. Xiao Hejian's expression was ashen in face of the accusation. He stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. It is not up to you to decide how much responsibility I bear. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, don't forget, we are both Vice Alliance leaders, we have equal positions. I am aware of how big a mistake I made. I am willing to accept any punishments from Lord Wu Shuai. But this is not only my responsibility. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, could it be that you didn't make any mistake? Think about it. Who invited Lady Cold Ash into our alliance? Was it not you? You not only invited Spectral Soul, you even took in Heavenly Court's spy, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Your responsibility is bigger than mine. You! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious. After the defeat in the battle, Xiao Hejian had already realized his predicament. He had already made sufficient preparations for this meeting. Hee. Speaking of which, isn't it all caused by humans? Be they Lady Cold Ash or Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, they are both humans. Human Gu Immortals cannot be trusted. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother added sinisterly. She was an Inkman Gu Immortal. Her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had been invaded by Heavenly Court and suffered heavy losses. Later, the Two Heavens Alliance organized a rescue, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had been worried about his own Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven back then and disregarded Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. Thus, there was a crack in the relationship between Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Xiao Hejian had sensed it and recruited her. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, whose strength had greatly fallen, became a member supporting Xiao Hejian. Green Forest Great Sage was also a mini-man like Xiao Hejian, so he had a natural closeness to the latter. With these two supporting Xiao Hejian with all their strength, Xiao Hejian was barely able to contend with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. But it was only barely. This time, Spectral Soul's attack created a huge trouble for Xiao Hejian. Thus, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother saw that the situation was bad and diverted the attention to the humans. Her words immediately resonated with other variant human Gu Immortals. That's right, humans are crafty, they cannot be believed easily. In my opinion, our Two Heavens Alliance should be a pure variant human alliance. The performance of these human Gu Immortals in the battle was truly bad. Variant human Gu Immortals resonated with the words and looked at the human Gu Immortals in the hall with unfriendly gazes. Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine were pale, and were standing close to each other. The Two Heavens Alliance had been established not long ago. They had formed for an extremely short period of time. Now that they lost their powerful leader, they immediately showed signs of collapsing. Right at this time, a majestic sound reverberated throughout the Blessed Land headquarters. All right, stop fighting! Following which, a golden light shot down like a heavenly pillar. The golden pillar of light dissipated, revealing two immortals. One was wearing a white robe, with dark hair and deep pupils, while the other was tall and handsome, resembling a heroic champion. They were Gu Yufan Yuan and Wu Shuai. All the immortals in the hall were shaken. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian taking the lead, everyone knelt down on one knee and greeted. Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader! After hesitating for a moment, they greeted again. Greetings to Lord Fan Yuan. Wu Shuai raised his hand. Get up! He was standing beside Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan was grandly sitting on the Alliance Leader's seat. The immortals had different expressions seeing Wu Shuai's subordinate-like attitude towards Fan Yuan. Wu Shuai directly said, You don't need to guess I am a dragon man, but it is a fact that I am Fan Yuan's clone. The immortals were stunned for a bit before reacting. Their expressions were even more complicated. They were not overly shocked by this relationship. After Heavenly Court spread the battle results, the relationship of Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan was widely speculated. After all, Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan's cooperation was extremely close in the battle. They were too trustful of each other. This was not common among demonic immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals had already heard of these rumors. They appeared loyal and devoted on the surface but had many guesses inwardly. So when Wu Shuai admitted it, the immortals did not find it hard to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason I gathered everyone is to rally our forces and vie for supremacy, while also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit disaster in your grotto heavens." The immortals' eyes shone. One of them asked, "Could it be that Lord Alliance Leader has a way to resolve it?" Wu Shuai smiled. "I naturally don't have a way to deal with it, but my main body has." The immortals cautiously looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan wore no expression and his gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time. "Right now you have two choices. One is to let me annex your grotto heavens. Only through this way can the Qi harvest fruit calamity be resolved." The immortals turned pale. Some were furious but dared not to say anything. At once, the hall fell into silence. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fan Yuan leaned back on the wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is that you will all be killed by me. Thereafter, I will annex your grotto heavens." All the immortals were deathly pale and it was a scene of complete silence. Chapter 2069. Eastern Seas Alliance Army. Facing the extremely forceful Fan Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals gritted their teeth and their gaze flickered with dark light. Many glanced around, hoping someone would speak up. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was currently the #1 demon in the world. Even Spectral Soul had died in his trap. His demonic prestige was increasing rapidly, and the variant human Gu immortals dared not to touch his nerve. No one dared to resist Fan Yuan, but no one surrendered and offered their headquarters either. Anyone could see these Gu immortals were not willing to. Their grotto heaven headquarters was the place where they lived day and night. It was their home and their sacred land. If they really offered their home to Fan Yuan, their friends and family would definitely blame them for the betrayal, and their own conscience did not allow it. Back then, when Heavenly Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch directly staked his life and did not hesitate to expend his lifespan to activate the killer move Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly sold the racial inheritance regarding the Qianquan Crystal Wall to Wu Shuai to save her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. All these showed that the Grotto Heavens of the two heavens had great significance to the variant human alliance's members, and they held an important position in their hearts. But what could they do? Fan Yuan's power was known to the whole world. He was currently the #1 demon, Heavenly Court was defeated by him, Fate Gu was destroyed by him, and now, even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursued battle, although Fan Yuan had only rested for a little over 10 days, which was a brief time, the variant human Gu immortals in the hall had no doubt that Fan Yuan could exterminate all of them. Their only hope might be external reinforcements. But where would these variant human Gu immortals find external reinforcements? Should they approach Heavenly Court or Longevity Heaven? What a joke! An even more crucial point was that almost all the two heavens grotto heavens were facing the Qi harvest fruit disaster. If they did not surrender to Fan Yuan and let these Qi harvest fruits grow, their grotto heavens would be destroyed. But if they surrendered to Fan Yuan, they would be giving their lives to Fan Yuan. After they joined his side, it would be easier said than done for them to leave him again. Fan Yuan's ruthlessness was already known to all. Previously, he had dispatched many of his subordinates to attack Central Continent, but after the Fate War, Fan Yuan only escaped by himself. These subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. And just recently in the pursuit battle, Fan Yuan and Wu Shuai had left Heavenly Court using Dragon Palace, leaving the variant human Gu immortals behind in Heavenly Court. Who could feel safe following such a leader? Have you all thought it through? My patience is limited. Fan Yuan's expression was indifferent as he gave an ultimatum. The immortals' minds shook, many were pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the human Gu immortals felt the most regret. If they had known this, they would have directly surrendered to Heavenly Court. In the present age, humanity was the ruler, and they would not accept the surrender of variant human forces. But it was a different concept if humans were to surrender. In fact, during the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, when they were escaping Heavenly Court, it was not that they did not think of imitating Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and surrendering to Heavenly Court. But they simply did not have the chance with the variant human Gu immortals watching them like hawks. So, it was not without reason that these variant human Gu immortals showed doubt and suspicion towards the human Gu immortals. The hall was still deathly silent. Fan Yuan's expression was indifferent, but the variant human alliance members felt increasing pressure. Fan Yuan had not used any killer moves, But most of the Gu immortals felt like they were suffocating and their thoughts were being suppressed. Unable to endure such pressure, one of the Alliance members, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, clenched his teeth and agreed, offering his immortal aperture to Fan Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a rank 8 hairy man Gu immortal. He had his own reasons for doing this. He knew Fan Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land and had rarely sent Langya sex hairy man Gu immortals into battle. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch surrendered to Fan Yuan, thinking he would receive similar treatment. Hairy men were proficient in Gu refinement. This had an enormous value which might preserve the lives of the people of Golden Fur Grotto Heaven and even give them high statuses. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fan Yuan and forcefully annexed. With Golden Fur Immortal Monarch agreeing, the remaining people felt even more pressure and urged to follow suit. It was like a gap appearing on a large dam and causing the flood to gush out of it. But right at this time, alarms rang. A large group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals were approaching this place with several immortal Gu houses. Wu Shuai glanced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded lightly. Wu Shuai turned around to look at the immortals. The enemies have arrived, we will talk after repelling them. The immortals finally let out sighs of relief. If it were normal times and Eastern Sea's righteous path had organized a joint attack on them, these people would be extremely worried and fearful. But right now, they felt the pressure on them going away and were actually grateful instead. Immediately, Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan stayed behind the scenes, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian led the Variant Human Alliance to meet the Eastern Sea Alliance Army. The Eastern Sea Alliance Army had many people. Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder Shin Songxing, along with Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder and Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, were personally taking part in the battle. There were many immortal Gu houses as well, over 10 at least. Eastern Sea was rich and populous, and was the number 1 region in terms of resources, so it was also the number 1 in terms of the number of immortal Gu houses possessed, surpassing even Central Continent. Naturally, they had very few peak rank 8 immortal Gu houses like Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship. Among the immortal Gu houses present, there was only one rank 8 immortal Gu house, Green Cloud Spark Warship, which belonged to Eastern Sea's Hua clan. Rank 6 immortal Gu houses were most numerous, after which was rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder walked out of the Eastern Sea Alliance army. It was rank 7 Gu immortal Xia Reiji. Despicable Variant humans, you disturbed Eastern Sea and invaded my home. Your sin is too heinous. Today is the day you will all die. Xia Reiji shouted with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered. Cowardly rat, you actually dared to come and court death. Xiao Hejian also ridiculed. Homeless dog, what gives you the confidence to challenge us? Xia Reiji's face reddened with anger. He said through clenched teeth. Variant humans, you deserve to die. I will fight first. Who among you dares to face me alone? Xia Clan's territory was seized by the Variant Human Alliance. As the victim, Xia Reiji naturally wanted to start the fight. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said. A mere rank 7 dares to start the fight. Never mind, my Variant Human Alliance has no need to bully the weak. We will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instruction, a rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal flew out and fought Xia Reiji. Both sides had just fought 3 rounds when Shin Songxing stood up. Who wants to fight me? Shin Songxing was rank 8. His battle strength was also publicly recognized to be at the peak of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not dare to be overconfident. Under Fan Yuan's secret command, Xiao Hejian personally came out to fight. Shin Songxing and Xiao Hejian fought for a while, when another rank 8 Gu Immortal from the Eastern Sea Alliance army challenged, but he was not at Shin Songxing's level. The Variant Human Alliance had many rank 8 Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought for a while before sending a rank 8 Rockman Gu Immortal to meet the challenge. Chapter 2070. Huge Victory in Battle. The two armies confronted each other, and the intense battles in the 3 battle circles attracted countless gazes. Xiao Hejian was a rank 8 expert, and in terms of strength, he was at the same level as a Heavenly Court member. And after returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Shin Songxing also had a great improvement in his strength. The two were evenly matched. But in the other 2 battle circles, the Variant humans were at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal was already showing signs of defeat. His opponent was Xia Reiji, who might be only at rank 7 but was Xia clan's first supreme elder after all. He had abundant resources and many methods. After several more rounds, Xiao Reiji suddenly shouted and used a fatal killer move to strike the Snowman Gu Immortal. The Snowman Gu Immortal could not dodge it, his expression turned to despair. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly attacked Xiao Reiji with an Ice Path killer move. Eastern Sea's Alliance army was furious. They took actions to protect Xiao Reiji while blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sudden attack. Taking this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled back that rank 7 snowman to his side. Very inhuman Gu Immortals, you don't have any sense of honor indeed, losing the battle as well as disgracing yourselves. It was a one-on-one fight and you actually interfered to save your people? Alright, since you don't respect rules, then we shall attack together. Kill! Slaughter these very inhuman Gu Immortals! The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious. The whole army charged towards the Variant Human Alliance like a rushing tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was fierce. Over 10 Immortal Gu houses took the lead and wreaked havoc. Comparatively, the Variant Human Alliance had more rank 8 Gu Immortals, but they lacked an Immortal Gu house and could only use their own bodies to fight. Right at this crucial moment, an ant army suddenly appeared, forming a dazzling torrent that charged at the Eastern Sea Alliance army. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was immediately obstructed by millions of ants. Many of the Immortal Gu houses were infiltrated by the ants, and could only use all their strength in defending. At once, the formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai slowly showed himself. Even without Dragon Palace, he was still a rank 8 expert. Lord Alliance Leader! The Variant Human Alliance's morale soared immediately. On the contrary, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were pale in shock. Why is Wu Shuai here? Wasn't he together with that demon Fan Yuan? If he is here, what about Fan Yuan? As if answering the questions of the Eastern Sea Immortals, Fan Yuan's figure also appeared. You guys have a lot of guts. Fan Yuan waved his hand with a slight smile. A 5-colored ray of light shot out. A rank 7 Immortal Gu house was struck by the 5-colored light. It started shaking violently for a few breaths of time before it was no longer able to resist and exploded violently. The Gu Immortals inside were horrified as they exclaimed, "This is a compound killer move. It actually contains metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a total of 5 paths." Fan Yuan snapped his fingers. Countless butterflies made of light flew out. The butterflies of light flew in the sky and charged upon all the Immortal Gu houses like a rainstorm. Immortal Gu houses used their abilities and resisted with all their strength. The light butterflies changed their colors and ingeniously dodged most of the attacks as they infiltrated the Immortal Gu houses. This is also a compound killer move. It contains the profundities of Transformation Path and Refinement Path. Don't let these butterflies near the Immortal Gu houses. They can forcefully refine Gu worms. The Eastern Sea Alliance army shouted in chaos. The Variant Human Alliance's immortals were dumbfounded. With just his strength, Fan Yuan disrupted the whole Eastern Sea Alliance army. This was pseudo-venerable battle strength. This was the strength of the number 1 demon of the present age. Fan Yuan, how have you been? At the crucial moment, Qi currents surged like the roars of tidal waves. Qi Sea Ancestor appeared. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's morale finally stabilized. Qi Sea Ancestor is making a move. He also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. Only he can fight Fan Yuan. Qi Sea Ancestor also returned? Wasn't he missing? The Variant Human Gu Immortals were astonished, their expressions turning heavy. The reason that the Eastern Sea Immortals organized this army to attack the Variant Human Alliance, aside from Xia Clan actively contacting other forces and taking the initiative to offer many resources, was because Qi Sea Ancestor had secretly returned and gathered these immortals. Fan Yuan, let's go! Qi Sea Ancestor broke the heavenly wind Qi wall and entered immemorial white heaven. Fan Yuan laughed. Since you are in such a mood, then I shall accompany you. Saying so, he also charged into immemorial white heaven. No one dared to follow them. The sky over the Eastern Sea was already in chaos at this moment. The fight between Fan Yuan and Qi Sea Ancestor in immemorial white heaven shattered the sky and caused darkness to loom over Eastern Sea. Suddenly Fan Yuan's cold laughter could be heard. Qi Sea, I am no longer the same as before. This is the killer move Sword Feather Blade Wing. Let me see if you can block it. When his words ended, the immortals saw countless sword feathers in the sky that pierced the heavenly wind Qi wall and floated down, shrouding the whole battlefield. Shortly afterwards, countless sword feathers formed into bright blade wings which rapidly cut everything in their path. The immortal goo houses appeared extremely fragile in front of these blade wings. Only the rank 8 immortal goo house Green Cloud Spark warship was able to resist them. Xia Clan's immortal goo house, whale fishing boat, had its final layer of defense penetrated. Over 10 blade wings flew in and started a rampage. Ah! Xia Reiji let out a mournful howl. He was actually killed inside the immortal goo house. The immortals were horrified. Look at another move of mine, heartache crying blood. After a while, Fan Yuan's voice appeared again. The Eastern Sigu immortals immediately felt extreme heartache, and large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouth, eyes, and nose. This was a compound killer move formed from Blood Path and Wisdom Path. There is also Thunder Note Stream. After another while, Fan Yuan's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Countless formless chi currents slashed the sky. Chi currents weaved into a net that covered all the goo immortals and immortal goo houses, engraving lightning and chi path Dao marks on their bodies. Too horrifying! This is a compound killer move of Refinement Path, Lightning Path, and Chi Path. As long as we are trapped inside, we will constantly receive injuries. Retreat, retreat! Both sides could not continue to fight. They started retreating madly without daring to stay even a second longer in the battlefield. Fan Yuan, you have actually progressed so much in just over 10 days. Qi Si Ancestor's voice finally spread. His voice vaguely contained shocked emotions. The Eastern Sigu immortal's heart turned cold when they sensed his tone. Qi Si, you are still injured. How can you be my match? Today will be the day your life ends. Fan Yuan said. His voice was sonorous and resounded through the heavens, further horrifying the Goo immortals. Boom, boom, boom! Loud explosions resounded like countless firecrackers were set off near the ears. Both sides' immortals looked up at the sky and saw chi waves fiercely moving around. The sky changed colors as if signifying the end of the world. The enclosed heavenly wind chi wall fluctuated intensely. Right now, the thick chi wall gave people a feeling of fragile paper that was being torn by countless beasts. Large amounts of powder scattered down. This was the powder from splitting the heavens. Qi Si Ancestor and Fan Yuan had shattered the sky. Shortly after, the immortals heard Qi Si Ancestor's exhausted voice. Fan Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but you are dreaming if you think you can kill me. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Qi Si, where are you going? The terrifying explosions in the sky seemed to be showing signs of slowing down. Both sides let out sighs of relief. The aftermath of these two pseudo-venerables' fight were too terrifying. They shattered the heavenly wind chi wall. These immortals could not imagine what the consequences would be if they were in the range of this fight. What are you in a daze for? Attack! Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the stupefied immortals. Qi Si is defeated. We must trap these remaining people here. Our victory is secured when Fan Yuan returns. Attack! The Variant Human Alliance was roused. Their morale rose to the peak from these words. The immortals charged towards the immortal goo houses. They were attacking immortal goo houses with their physical bodies. This battle tactic was obviously not sensible. But all the Eastern Sigu immortals inside the immortal goo houses were ashen and their hearts were cold. If they said they were not afraid, they would be lying. Even the immortal goo houses were unable to give them any sense of safety. Retreat! Retreat! Shin Tsungxing shouted. The Eastern Sea immortals fled without any hesitation. The variant human goo immortals were most proficient in fighting these kinds of advantageous battles. They chased without resting and with imposing momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fan Yuan returned and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army looked extremely fragile in front of him. Most of the immortal goo houses were directly shattered. Obediently surrender now, offer up your immortal goo and you can still live. Fan Yuan called out. All members of the variant human alliance, listen to my command. No one is to attack those who surrender. The variant human alliance won a huge victory in this battle. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties and even more were taken captive by Fan Yuan. Many Eastern Sea Goo immortals chose to believe in Fan Yuan. Seeing that this was a certain loss, they surrendered and gave up resisting. Although Fan Yuan was the #1 demon in the world and was extremely vicious, he had once captured southern border immortals, and as long as the ransom was received he released them alive. Chapter 2071. Eating Fruits, Devouring Heavens. No doubt, this is a very rewarding victory. Eastern Sea's righteous path is no big deal. I wonder if Qi Si Ancestor died in battle? If he is dead, the whole of Eastern Sea will be ours. The Variant Human Alliance Gu Immortals were extremely excited. Fan Yuan detained the captives while commanding the Variant Human Gu Immortals to clean up the battlefield. Lord Fan Yuan, I am willing to follow you and offer my Golden Fur Grotto Heaven. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch suddenly knelt before Fan Yuan and proclaimed loudly. The immortals were silent for a while before cries of pledging allegiance came from everyone. The entire Variant Human Alliance submitted to him without exception. Wu Shuai was inwardly happy upon seeing this, while Fan Yuan was still indifferent. This scene was within the expectations of these two. If Fan Yuan forced these alliance members earlier, he naturally could suppress them even then, but it would not be like now when these people were willingly following him. This arrangement that Fan Yuan and his two clones planned gave them a lot of gains. One was the huge external pressure brought by the Eastern Sea Alliance Army's attack. The members of the Variant Human Alliance was forced to unite. They observed the dangerous external environment and the deep malice held towards the Variant humans by the entire human Gu immortal world. The other was that Fan Yuan displayed his peak-level battle strength, leading the Variant Human Alliance to a massive victory. This gave a deep impression to the Variant Human Alliance immortals that they could not oppose Fan Yuan, and also made them feel some sort of anticipation towards their future after submitting to Fan Yuan. From the perspective of these Variant Human immortals, 1. All their grotto heavens were facing the Qi harvest fruit disaster. If they did not surrender to Fan Yuan, they would not be able to deal with it by themselves. 2. The outcome of going against Fan Yuan was displayed in front of them. They could not do this if they wanted to live. 3. Although Fan Yuan was ruthless, he was strong. Following such an expert would give them a much brighter future than fighting alone. Humanity had dominated the 5 regions for a long time. These Variant Human Gu immortals of the 2 heavens swallowed their anger and bore with it, and were already habituated to their lowered statuses. They lacked the spirit and state of mind that were possessed by the members of Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already shown in many of the past battles. The Variant Human Alliance's Gu immortals had low fighting spirit and prioritized their own safety. All these reasons made it almost certain that everyone in the Variant Human Alliance would surrender to Fan Yuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to count his gains. He sent a command. We will invade Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. The immortals were shaken, once again feeling Fan Yuan's forcefulness and tyrannical character. Even this large battle could not satisfy Fan Yuan's appetite. He still wanted to continue fighting and take down Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was a Soul Path Grotto Heaven secretly controlled by Spectral Soul when he was alive. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fan Yuan was going to exploit the weakness and wipe them out. As for Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, its previous owner, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, had surrendered to Heavenly Court, which was known by Fan Yuan and used to his advantage. Wu Shuai had killed Night Heavenly Wolf Lord in Dragon Palace, but to conceal the information, they had immediately invaded Heavenly Court and could not care about Night Wolf Grotto Heaven at that time. Now that Fan Yuan was free, he was going to take revenge and annex them. Thereupon, the Variant Human Alliance charged towards Immemorial Black Heaven majestically. The army drew closer, but before the battle even started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven opened its entrance. With Yiji leading them, the Grotto Heaven Gu immortals moved out of their home and bowed to Fan Yuan, asking him to accept their surrender. Fan Yuan did not start a slaughter. He took in all of them, then led the army towards Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. However, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. After Spectral Soul had possessed Lady Cold Ash's body, he had placed Sun behind in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven to take care of the logistics. After the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, only Fairy Ziwei and Yingwu Xie escaped among the Shadow Sect members. After Fairy Ziwei escaped, she immediately contacted Sun and ordered him to flee. Sun fled, but naturally not with empty hands. Besides emptying out almost all the storage, he even detonated the Qi harvest fruit before leaving, causing Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven to suffer severe damage. The remaining Gu immortals of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had just patched up the holes and not even rested for a few days when they were faced with Fan Yuan's army. Against Fan Yuan's army, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven did not have any strength to fight back and was conquered almost instantly. The remaining Gu immortals of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven were led by Enchom. These people's souls were not tampered by Spectral Soul and they had fought Sun before he left. They were all injured to some degree. Fan Yuan did not reject anyone and took them in as well. Now, it was time to create a new agreement. Fan Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He did not establish a connection with other subordinates, and let his clone Wu Shuai take his place. This way, even if a powerful enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wu Shuai's position through the clue from the agreement. Fan Yuan's main body would be secure. Now, Fan Yuan had completely taken over the variant human alliance. But this was not enough. The Qi harvest fruits in many two heavens grotto heavens had already become extremely large and were at the point of self-detonating. Fan Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under all the immortals' gazes, Fan Yuan raised his hand and released white light. The white light lingered around the huge Qi harvest fruit and turned into vast fog. The fog blocked investigative methods. Fan Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the immortals. "Get back! Don't use any goo worms or you might disturb my method." The immortals obeyed. White fog spread and shrouded Fan Yuan's main body. Outsiders were unable to tell what was going on inside. Fan Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture, from which the Qi Si clone flew out. The Qi Si clone went up to the Qi harvest fruit. His eyes glowed like he had seen the most exquisite delicacy. The Qi Si clone stabbed his hand deep into the Qi harvest fruit and used his Qi path method. Immortal killer move, Qi Ju revival. Fan Yuan had learned Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Qi harvest fruit revival method and modified it to create this method. He had used this move to create the Qi Si clone previously. Under the killer move Qi Ju revival, the Qi harvest fruits started to shrink, turning into large amounts of Qi path Dao marks that were directly added to the Qi Si clone's body. After devouring this fruit, I will gain about 60,000 Qi path Dao marks. Qi Si ancestor estimated with a joyous tone. This amount was very impressive. On average, an ordinary Grand Tribulation gave about 7,000 Dao marks, while an ordinary Myriad Tribulation gave about 80,000. If it were just Grand Tribulations, a Qi Path Gu Immortal needed to undergo 8 or 9 Grand Tribulations approximately to accumulate 60,000 Qi Path Dao marks. The new Dao marks from the Grand Tribulation included Dao marks of the Gu Immortal's main path as well as some Dao marks of other paths. From another perspective, as long as Qi Si ancestor absorbed this Qi harvest fruit, it was like passing half a Qi Path Myriad Tribulation without any risk. So, Qi Si ancestor could make enormous gains by absorbing the Qi harvest fruits. Fan Yuan inwardly estimated. The Qi Si clone was made from Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit. He possessed over 800,000 Qi path Dao marks the moment he was born. After absorbing 3 Qi harvest fruits like this one, the amount will cross 1 million. My own Qi path Dao marks is also at this level. When the Qi Si clone absorbs all the Qi harvest fruits in the two heavens grotto heavens, his Qi path Dao marks will surpass mine and accumulate to an unprecedented level. Fan Yuan's 1 million Qi path Dao marks were obtained from annexing Qi Si grotto heaven. The Qi Si clone was starting anew and accumulating by himself. But by relying on the killer move Qi Ju revival and the Qi harvest fruits, his accumulation speed became truly terrifying. Clearly, for a long time from now on, the Qi Si clone would become Fan Yuan's number 1 clone. Based on just battle strength, he would not be lower than the main body, and might even be stronger. There were many factors that influenced the Gu Immortal's battle strength, for instance the Gu Immortal's individual battle attainment, the battle environment, the level of the Gu Immortal's Gu worms, killer moves, Gu formations, immortal Gu houses, and whether the Gu Immortal had an excellent combat system or not. But the top of these factors would always be the Gu Immortal's cultivation level. 1,000 Dao marks could grant 100% amplification. Besides freaks and monsters like Fan Yuan, Feng Jiu Gu, and the past venerables, on average, rank 6 Gu Immortals had 0 to 9,000 Dao marks. Rank 7 Gu Immortals had 10,000 to 30,000. Rank 8s had 100,000 to 300,000. So, the gap between the battle strength of rank 7 and rank 8 far surpassed the gap between rank 6 and rank 7. The gap between the latter stages of Gu cultivation would become increasingly bigger, until they reached rank 9 Gu venerable level where an individual could become invincible in the world, dominating everyone and everything. Why was Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui, who was the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world? He was from the demonic path and lacked suitable immortal Gu. The main reason was his ice and snow path Dao marks far surpassed ordinary numbers. According to your estimation, how many Dao marks does Demon Immortal Qi Ju have? Inside the endless white fog, Fan Yuan asked the Qi Si clone. Qi Si clone absorbed the Qi harvest fruit while replying. Maybe over 500,000. Fan Yuan nodded in agreement. From the various traces in battles, Demon Immortal Chiju's Dao marks were slightly lower than Duke Long's. It was very likely because of Fan Yuan and the Southern Alliance disturbing the revival process, and causing Demon Immortal Chiju to hasten it. But Demon Immortal Chiju had Shiland. Shiland was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. A complete secluded domain of heaven and earth was a rank 9 level immortal material. So, as long as the Chi Path killer moves used Shiland as the core, they would gain terrifying strength. Even Spectral Soul could not face them easily. This was similar to how Fan Yuan had once used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to leave a group of enemies without options. Demon Immortal Chiju's killer moves were outdated and he lacked Immortal Gu. The two pillars that allowed him to have pseudo-venerable battle strength were down marks in Shiland. After Shiland was damaged, his battle strength fell sharply and he was finally imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. The Chi Si clone fully absorbed the Chi Harvest Fruit and returned to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fan Yuan withdrew the Endless Fog. The Alliance members rejoiced when they saw the Chi Harvest Fruit was completely gone. "We are saved, our homes are saved." As expected of Lord Fan Yuan, he is truly unfathomable and all-powerful. "Lord Fan Yuan, my home is in imminent danger, please save it first." All kinds of flatteries were thrown at Fan Yuan. Although not even a few of these Gu immortals were good at fighting, their bootlicking skills were deep and improving day by day. Fan Yuan then smoothly annexed this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and merged it into Sovereign Grotto Heaven. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 transformation path Grotto Heaven. It produced boar-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Fan Yuan's transformation path attainment level was at Great Grandmaster. He naturally could annex it. Why did he not annex it before? It was naturally because this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had fused with a 9 Heavens fragment, and had taken in Heaven Path Dao marks, which invaded the heavenly spirit and caused it to become powerless and dull. Fan Yuan could now refine Heaven Path Dao marks, expanding the food option of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. From now, all Grotto Heavens could be annexed by Fan Yuan, even if they had fused with a 9 Heavens fragment, as long as the corresponding attainment level was sufficient. Chapter 2072. Easily creating killer moves. Fan Yuan began to create compound killer moves once again. His divine sense was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, observing all sorts of mortal Gu. He casually took out 2 Wind Path Gu worms from them. Rank 1 Clear Wind Will Gu and Rank 2 Jade Wind Will Gu. When the former was activated, it would create a light green cyclone below each of the Gu Master's feet and increase their movement speed. The latter was one of the possible advancements of Clear Wind Will Gu. It could form a pair of jade-green cyclones which circulated around the Gu Master's arms like armbands, and could increase the Gu Master's punching speed. "I currently lack movement abilities in a large fight, why not use this as a base to create one?" Fan Yuan had an inspiration and fell into contemplation. Ever since he fought the Chi Si clone in Immemorial 2 Heavens, he had been thinking of this aspect. Although it was a show to trick Eastern Sea's Righteous Path and the Variant Human Alliance, Fan Yuan had truly fought with the Chi Si clone. If it were not real, how could there have been such terrifying phenomena? That fight had even cracked the sky and caused the powder of the heavens to scatter down. In this friendly spar, Fan Yuan had used all kinds of killer moves, most of them put up an excellent performance. Even the worst ones were at ordinary level, at least their performance was up to par, there was neither surprise nor disappointment. This spar made Fan Yuan understand his deficiency. Although he had already created many compound killer moves, they were mostly offensive or defensive methods, he lacked movement killer moves. The 2 Wind Path Gu worms gave Fan Yuan an inspiration. In his conceptualization, when he activated the Wind Path Gu worm, 2 cyclones would condense below his 2 feet and they would continuously rotate like 2 wheels. As long as some time passes, the wheels would rotate increasingly faster and thus increase Fan Yuan's speed continuously. "Let me see how many Wind Path Immortal Gu I have." Fan Yuan had very few Wind Path Immortal Gu on him, but the large battle earlier provided him many Wind Path Immortal Gu. The Variant Human Alliance members also had some. If it was still not enough, Fan Yuan could also extort the whole of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path and demand Wind Path Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had too many options. Soon, Fan Yuan obtained several Wind Path Immortal Gu from his subordinates, and they were all of rank 7 level. After pondering over it, and trying out many Wind Path Immortal Gu as well as referencing Wind Path killer moves, the initial form of Fan Yuan's Wind Path killer move was created. After the first activation, 2 cyclone wheels formed under both feet which could move the Gu Immortal's body. Fan Yuan frowned slightly after testing the killer move. He felt its greatest flaw. Although this killer move would become increasingly faster, its initial speed was too slow, and it would need some time for it to show even a slight improvement. How to improve it? This was actually a common issue with wind path killer moves. Be they a gentle wind or fierce gale, they both needed some time to reach their strongest state. But there were naturally many methods to push their strength to the maximum at the very start. If one's wind path attainment level was high enough, the killer moves could be modified to be extremely exquisite. They could also sacrifice a lot of time to prepare the killer move in advance and let it erupt at once. It was also possible to expend much more immortal essence to increase the strength. However, Fan Yuan threw these methods to the back of his mind. Because those were all ordinary solutions. Fan Yuan targeted Fire Path instead. Fire Path's explosive strength was far beyond Wind Path. Based on just burst potential, Fire Path was at the top 1 or 2 among all paths. After choosing several suitable Fire Path Immortal Gu, this compound killer move's modification was completed. Let's name it Firewind Wheel. Fan Yuan casually chose a name. The killer move Firewind Wheel had burst speed and could also become increasingly faster. The crucial points were that it consumed little immortal essence, and also did not need much mental control. Fan Yuan tried it once again and was rather satisfied with it. Firewind Wheel was a rank 7 killer move, but was at an extraordinary level that trampled upon at least 70% of all existing killer moves. However, it would be a different situation if this killer move were in the hands of other Gu Immortals. Almost no Gu Immortal with a clear mind would use it. Based on just the internal friction between Wind Path and Fire Path, this killer move's practical results were lowered to rank 6 level. Expending immortal essence for a rank 7 killer move but getting rank 6 effect. This killer move would be lower than low grade in other Gu Immortals' evaluation. This was the advantage of over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. It greatly reduced the internal friction between different Dao marks, giving hope to many killer moves in Fan Yuan's hands. Most importantly, the difficulty of deducing compound killer moves had fallen greatly for Fan Yuan. If they were ordinary Gu Immortals who primarily cultivated Wind Path and were to conceptualize a killer move like Firewind Wheel, they definitely would not foolishly choose to use Fire Path Immortal Gu as another core. At most, they would use some other path's low-rank Immortal Gu as supplementary, and the quantity would be few as well. The most common result would be to use countless Fire Path Mortal Gu to reduce the internal friction as much as possible. But with this, the killer move would include too many Gu worms. The difficulty of its activation would soar, the concentration required would increase, and the overall value of the killer move would also fall. For a killer move to be practical, there could not be too many Gu worms, the immortal essence burden could not be too heavy, the effect had to be good, and there could not be an obvious flaw. So, creating a killer move was an extremely difficult project. But for Fan Yuan, he could conceptualize compound killer moves with not only dual cores, but 3 cores, 4 cores, and more. Wind Path did not have burst potential, so he casually chose Fire Path. Single path killer moves had limited space for modification. Compound killer moves were even more so, because they had to consider internal friction, which caused the number of compound killer moves in history to be far fewer than single path killer moves. Single path killer moves had always been orthodox, they were the most mainstream. But Fan Yuan's current situation was completely different. Because of the great reduction in internal friction, he had much more room than ordinary Gu Immortals when creating and modifying killer moves. In his situation, the more paths there were in this world, the lower the difficulty of conceptualizing killer moves. Because of this, Fan Yuan could rapidly create a large amount of compound killer moves in a short period of time. He had countless Gu recipes and killer moves, so even if his Wind Path and Fire Path attainment levels were not high, he could find references and easily conceive a killer move like Firewind Wheel. When he sparred with the Qi clone before, Fan Yuan used killer moves like Sword Feather Blade Wing, Heartache Crying Blood, Thundernote Stream, and Refinement Butterfly. They were only a small portion of the outstanding ones in his collection. 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks might be few, but they truly opened up a brand new world for Fan Yuan. Since ancient times, countless heroes and experts had only lightly dabbled in this new world. They could only explore a few steps before they were forced to halt helplessly. But with the help of Heaven Path Dao marks, Fan Yuan made over 10 steps, or even 100 steps, easily obtaining an unprecedented achievement. Heaven Path is all-encompassing and emphasizes balance of all beings. It is truly wondrous beyond words. Over the next few days, Fan Yuan secretly created and modified compound killer moves, while leading Qi Ancestor and Wu Shuai to clean up every grotto heaven. Most of the Qi harvest fruits of the variant Human Alliance members were devoured by Qi Ancestor, while some were left behind to grow in the grotto heavens. Fan Yuan annexed 3 rank 8 grotto heavens: Transformation Path Grand Swine Grotto Heaven, Time Path Time Difference Grotto Heaven, and Rule Path Novelty Grotto Heaven. The 3 grotto heavens were rich in resources and had deep foundations. They were located on the nodes of heaven veins and had been taken care of by Heaven's Will for many years. Fan Yuan made ample arrangements. He split up these 3 grotto heavens and placed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. For instance, Grand Swine Grotto Heaven's 2 super resource points were Rolling Fall Cliff and Pin Tree Snowfield. Rolling Fall Cliff was home to a large number of desolate beast jumping pigs. These desolate beasts did not know how to walk and could only jump. When they grew to a certain size and their bodies were fattened enough, they would move to the tallest cliff and jump down. A majestic waterfall flowed down the cliff. The water of the waterfall was boiling, containing endless fire path and water path down marks, creating hot steam all year round. When jumping pigs jump into the boiling waterfall, 10% of them would die from the corrosion of fire and water path down marks, while the remaining 90% would receive severe burns as well as bone fractures from the fall, barely surviving. But as long as these jumping pigs survive, they would break through to become deadly fat pigs. Deadly fat pigs were not desolate beasts. Their life essence had broken through to another level, becoming ancient desolate beasts. Rolling Fall Cliff had an impressive number of deadly fat pigs and jumping pigs. The scale of the deadly fat pigs produced every year was number 1 in 5 regions and 2 heavens. And Pin Tree Snowfield was home to Grand Swines. The Grand Swine was an immemorial black pig, even its bones were black. Its body was as large as a mountain, and its movement was slow. Pin Tree Snowfield was extremely vast. Fan Yuan put it in mini northern plains, increasing the area of mini northern plains by 20%. There were over 500 grand swines of all sizes and ages. Fan Yuan had all of a sudden become the largest pig farm owner in the world. As for Time Difference Grotto Heaven and Novelty Grotto Heaven, they each had 1 super resource point. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had suffered severe losses due to the myriad tribulation. But annexing these 3 grotto heavens immediately showed an improvement, the development of the grotto heaven even increasing to 25%. This development was slightly higher than before the myriad tribulation. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture only had 1 super resource point. It was Danghun Mountain which produced Guts Goo. Next was the Dragonfish resource point, which Fan Yuan had invested a lot into and grown to a giant resource point. On one hand, Fan Yuan's management of the sovereign immortal aperture involved seizing grotto heavens like Heifan Grotto Heaven and Qi Grotto Heaven, but how could these 2 grotto heavens have the security of the variant Human Alliance's grotto heavens? Heaven's Will was even taking care of the latter. On the other hand, Fan Yuan's management also included creating Eerie Fire Dragon Python, Sand Gull Soil, and 5 Light Mountain. They were all at the initial phase and the investment in them was also little. Their growth could not compare to the resources in the variant humans' grotto heavens. Finally, Fan Yuan also focused on raising humans and variant humans but did not put his energy in investing resources on them. After annexing, the follow-up arrangements were extremely diverse and numerous. Fan Yuan handed these to the humans and variant humans in the immortal aperture to deal with. He started on refining the heaven path Dao marks contained in these grotto heavens. As for Qi Ancestor, he returned to Qi. Xia Clan's surviving Gu immortals were all in Qi and cried tears of joy when they saw Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor was still alive. This was the greatest news. Eastern Sea's large and super forces had sent representatives to station in Qi. The moment they received this news, they also let out sighs of relief. Without Qi Ancestor, they simply had no way to deal with Fan Yuan. This defeat is my fault. Qi Ancestor took the responsibility. Cough, cough, cough. Don't say that, Ancestor. It was my Xia clan who conceived the plan to attack the variant Human Alliance. Sigh, I am too ashamed to face those comrades who died in combat. Qi Ancestor looked up and sighed. His eyes were slightly red. Qi Ancestor, please heal your injuries for now. Tell us whatever resources you need, the whole of Eastern Sea will support you with all our strength. Eastern Sea's Shin Clan Gu Immortal spoke, Other superforces representatives also nodded with no objection. Under everyone's gaze, Chi-Si ancestor coughed a mouthful of blood and sighed. The important thing now is not my injury. Many of those in the two heavens who sided with me still have the Chi harvest fruit problem in their grotto heavens. I need to get rid of these Chi harvest fruits first. The immortals were immediately moved. The eyes of many Gu immortals of the two heavens turned wet with tears. Chi-Si ancestor, you are truly worthy of being the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Lord ancestor, we, the two heavens Gu immortals, will follow your lead without question. Chapter 2073. Enthusiastic Cultivation. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A new time path immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial point. Go. Fan Yuan willed. A large lump of cactus honey shot into the formation. This was a rank 8 time path immortal material. At the next moment, profound light erupted and turned into countless light specks, which then spread rapidly like silver-white fireworks. The light specks dissipated rapidly without any indication, as if the formation that Fan Yuan had constructed with great effort had completely failed. However, when Fan Yuan used his investigative killer move, he saw the phantom image of a pool in midair. This pool was similar to a year essence pool, but it was not big, only about 10% of the size of a year essence pool. Fan Yuan observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. This formation arrangement was a success. With a thought, he opened the rank 8 year essence pool in the mini 9 heavens. A tributary of the river of time flowed down and gathered into the newly constructed sub-pool. When the water of the river of time in the sub-pool had accumulated to a certain level, it started to operate on its own. The river water passed through the bottom and poured onto the ground below. At the bottom of the year essence sub-pool was an area of white fog. The fog covered a marsh which had a large number of desolate plants, extreme marsh flowers. Some of these flowers were in the shape of an erect bud that was the size of a house. Some were blossomed and looked like a trumpet with their petals connected, and strands of white mist constantly spread towards the outside from the pistil of the flowers. This was the flower mist extreme marsh that Fan Yuan had constructed meticulously. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Regrets food was the fresh extreme marsh flower mist. Under the irrigation of the tributary of the river of time, the whole flower mist extreme marsh's time was sped up. The water of the river of time continued to spread over the surroundings, but walls of blue translucent light appeared around the flower mist extreme marsh. As such, the time acceleration was only limited to the range within the walls. Success, it can even be said to be perfect. Fan Yuan inspected several times and was greatly satisfied when he found no issues. Fan Yuan had obtained the method of the light blue translucent walls from Time Difference Grotto Heaven. Time Difference Grotto Heaven's large resource points were all like this, encapsulated by walls of light. The rate of time inside was many times faster than other areas. Thus, Time Difference Grotto Heaven had an outstanding production of time path resources. Fan Yuan added the year essence pool on top of the original foundation. Every sub-pool was in charge of regulating the time of a time path zone. The rank 8 year essence pool was the main dam, and these year essence sub-pools were secondary dams. The tributary of the river of time drawn from the river of time was first gathered into year essence pool, and its largest distributary was spread over the whole immortal aperture, while many sub-distributaries gathered into secondary dams and sped up the production of the resources. Like this, Fan Yuan's resource production was accelerated by over 10 times. Naturally, this method was not just used to speed up the resource production, it could also be used on Gu worms. When the Gu worms were placed in a slowed time path zone, their food requirement would fall sharply. This method showed minimal effect in other Gu immortals' hands. The reason was simple: Dao mark conflict. The time path zones were a time path method in essence. If they were used on Gu worms of other paths, the higher their rank, the lower the effect they would have on them. Fan Yuan possessed heaven path Dao marks which could reduce internal friction. After he attempted this method, he found the effects were quite wonderful. On one hand, it could reduce the food requirement of the Gu worms. On the other hand, it could increase resource production. The issue of food for Gu worms was resolved before it even became a problem. Chi-Si ancestor left, but Fan Yuan was not idle during these few days. The blessed lands left behind by the dead Eastern Sea Gu immortals were almost all annexed by him. And regarding the two heavens grotto heavens, Fan Yuan intended to leave them alone for the moment. First, the sovereign immortal aperture needed food and had to annex a grotto heaven once in a while. It could also reset the countdown of calamities and tribulations, which allowed Fan Yuan to make arrangements flexibly. Secondly, grotto heavens were like flower pots that were growing the chi harvest fruits. Although there was not a big hope, if the chi harvest fruits could continue to grow, it would not only be a suppression towards the variant human alliance members, it could also nourish the chi si clone. As for the 3 grotto heavens that Fan Yuan annexed before, they were necessary. Fan Yuan urgently needed to replenish his immortal essence. The efficiency of using immortal essence stones was too low in replenishing rank 8 immortal essence. The main source was self-production. But the immortal aperture's immortal essence production depended on the immortal aperture origin core. And whether the immortal aperture origin core was strengthened or not, it depended on the immortal aperture's development. To increase the development, Fan Yuan had to annex those 3 grotto heavens. The Fate War had consumed a large amount of Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, Fan Yuan did not have any time to rest. He ran around many places during the Qi tides, searching for a way to deal with Heaven Path Dao marks. After finding the method, Fan Yuan entered Heavenly Court, which immediately started the pursuit battle. Over this period of time, Fan Yuan had fought too many battles, and almost all the battles were against strong enemies who were at the peak of the Gu immortal world. By now, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves had already fallen below the warning line. He needed to rest and recuperate, and could not fight anymore within a short period of time. Fortunately, I seized the Your Essence pool and have plenty of time path methods that are able to speed up my immortal aperture's time flow to the limits. Otherwise, my immortal essence would have already been exhausted. Such a pity that I don't have rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise I would not have to be worried about this. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce rank 8 Immortal Essence. Its owner, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, had been the Venerable with the largest Immortal Essence reserves. Since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable began his cultivation, he seemed to have never had to worry about Primeval Essence or Immortal Essence. On the contrary, his enemies would often fall into the awkward situation of using up all their Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence when fighting Genesis Lotus. Fan Yuan lacked Immortal Essence currently, and it was delaying his recovery. To explore Dream Realms, he needed Immortal Essence. To cultivate Soul Path, he needed Immortal Essence. He had lost many of his Immortal Goo and they needed to be refined. He had many low-ranked Immortal Goo which needed to be upgraded. The injured Immortal Goo needed to be repaired using refinement path methods, which also required Immortal Essence. Because of the lacking Immortal Essence, he had to reserve the final bit of it for any unexpected situations, so Fan Yuan could only put these tasks aside for the moment. Only because the difficulty of creating compound killer moves was very small, he was able to barely manage it. Testing new killer moves no doubt required Immortal Essence, but it was within an acceptable range. Besides accumulating Immortal Essence and deducing compound killer moves, Fan Yuan was relocating resource points as well as sorting out the immortal materials. The resource points of the 2 heavens grotto heavens that could be moved were all relocated by Fan Yuan. After all, these grotto heavens were in the immemorial 2 heavens. They had to defend a vast area and would not be able to defend against enemy attacks in time. The countless immortal materials were sorted out and stored in several storages within the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan imitated Heavenly Court and constructed several large disclosed storages as well as several highly valuable hidden storages. The variant human Gu immortals enjoyed the favor of Heaven's will and were truly rich. Among the resources, wood path immortal materials were most abundant. Because Xiaohe Jian and Green Forest Great Sage were mini-men, besides them, there were also 2 wood path grotto heavens. There were naturally many immortal materials of other paths as well, but what gave Fan Yuan a pleasant surprise was he was able to get luck path immortal materials, and at an astonishing scale at that. For example, luck path ancient desolate beast rolling cat. After collecting all of them, Fan Yuan discovered he had gathered dozens. This small cat was extremely exquisite and could roll around on an adult's stretched palm. The rolling cat looked extremely endearing with its snow-white fur, tender claws, and large shiny black eyes. Its purring sound was also extremely delicate, meow meow meow. The listener's heart would go wild. There was also Lucky Jade. This was a rank 8 luck path immortal material. It let out dazzling light from time to time, and contained a dense number of luck path down marks. Tooth Gap water was another luck path material. It looked no different from ordinary spring water, but if one drank it, it would get stuck in the gaps between teeth. It was not only extremely unpleasant, it even reduced the Gu Immortal's luck sharply. The variant human alliance does not have anyone cultivating luck path. But these people were able to develop a utopia away from the rule of humanity. They secluded themselves from the world and propagated. Their luck naturally would be high. Let alone when they have the favor of heaven's will. Fan Yuan carefully pondered. It made sense to gain these luck path immortal materials. These luck path immortal materials were highly valuable to Fan Yuan, and they came at the right time. Because he needed to advance many luck path immortal goo but had only raised the rank of cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot's rank was somewhat too low for the current Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan estimated he would earn a large amount of immortal materials and even immortal goo in the future. Because those Eastern Sea goo immortal captives were still locked in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan's extortion letters were already sent to every large force of Eastern Sea. After the heads of Eastern Sea's righteous path received the extortion letters, they sent them to Qi Ancestor, hoping to listen to his opinion and ask him to decide. Qi Ancestor had just finished running around all the 2 heavens grotto heavens that had allied with him and absorbed all of the Qi harvest fruits. Currently, his Qi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Qi clone's strength rose explosively at a shocking rate. The Qi clone did not publicize and hid it for the moment. He would hide it however long he could. If those remaining Qi harvest fruits could grow up again, it would be better. Qi Ancestor secretly hoped, but he knew there was not much chance of this happening. The Qi harvest fruits were produced because of Qi tides. Almost all the grotto heavens were sitting on heaven veins, so they had major issues with this. In the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, the 5 regions Qi tides showed no movements, which signified the merging of the 5 regions Qi was near completion. Qi Ancestor was also pondering about his own cultivation. He did not lack Dao marks nor immortal essence, but killer moves. Qi Ancestor only had few presentable killer moves. Although he obtained Primordial Origin's true inheritance, Heavenly Court was too familiar with the killer moves in it, and they needed to be modified. Qi Ancestor's ambition naturally was not limited to just this. He wanted to create his own combat system. His killer moves alone could bully some rank 8 experts, or the weaker pseudo-venerables. But when facing people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an excellent combat system. The main factor that influenced the Goo immortal strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, immortal Goo, immortal essence, favorable conditions, and so on also were influencing factors. For instance, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow the Goo immortal to bypass ranks in battle. A combat system was also one of the factors. To most Goo immortals, a combat system was not necessary. Because the mentioned factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength and decide victory or defeat. But to Fan Yuan and Qi, a combat system was a must. Because when cultivation level, killer moves, immortal Goo and other common factors could not decide victory or defeat, it would depend on who had a mature and more outstanding combat system. Fan Yuan's extortion letters made a round before finally arriving at Qi Ancestor's desk. Qi Ancestor did not even take a glance at them, because he was aware of the content. My injuries are not light. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Qi Ancestor's one sentence made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fan Yuan. Even Qi Ancestor did not stand up. Who else could resist Fan Yuan? Pay the immortal materials obediently to get back their clan's Goo immortals? Qi Ancestor spoke once again. I have already contacted Heavenly Court. Maybe they will send their troops to reinforce us. The Eastern Sea righteous path Goo immortals felt complicated emotions and could not say anything. After all, Qi Ancestor was heavily injured and he even contacted Heavenly Court for them. He did not act indifferent towards them. As a lone cultivator who sided with the righteous path, Qi Ancestor had already done what he could. As for those Xia clan Goo immortals, they rested and recuperated inside the Qi formation. Their first Supreme Elder was already killed by Fan Yuan. The remaining few Goo immortals became much more obedient. They had been anything but obedient before, especially when the variant human Goo immortals escaped from Central Continent. These Xia clan Goo immortals had been extremely happy and thought the chance to regain their home had come. The result was, the Qi clone went along with and made use of their plan. Their last immortal Goo house was dismantled, their first Supreme Elder was killed. Chapter 2074. Contribution Board. Eastern Sea, Hot Springs Blessed Land. Ever since Fan Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation within Xia clan's headquarters. And the Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai was representing him in handling the alliance's daily affairs. I have taken note of your contributions, you may leave now. Wu Shuai's voice rang in the hall. This subordinate takes his leave. At the next moment, the palace door opened and two mini-Mangu immortals flew out. They were Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the palace, the respectful expressions on their faces disappeared and were replaced by grief and helplessness. The reason the two immortals were summoned was because Fan Yuan had taken a fancy to their woodpath immortal Gu. Under Wu Shuai's persuasion, the two immortals could only offer their woodpath immortal Gu. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted his voice that was filled with anger. Lord Xiao, what do we do now? My forest Gu is the core for many of my killer moves. I have lost almost all my battle strength without it. Xiao Hejian's expression was unsightly as well. Humph, you only lost rank 7 forest Gu. I had to offer rank 8 Gu myself. The two naturally were not willing to contribute, but the situation was beyond their control. What could they do about it? In fact, this situation had been happening often recently. Alliance members were all furious but did not dare to revolt. The list has been published. Suddenly, an excited voice reached the two mini-Mangu immortals' ears. The two immortals changed direction and arrived in front of an information path Mortal Gu House. There was a list pasted on this Mortal Gu House, and there were two large words written at the top, Contribution Board. Looking below that, Xiao Hejian was listed at the top, his contribution points as high as 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, although he was not among the top 3, he was top 10 as well. Green Forest Great Sage became slightly happier. Lord Xiao, look, you are in first place. Alliance leader did not deceive us, he really remembered our contribution to the Alliance. He was depressed earlier, but now his mood had gotten much better. Xiao Hejian snorted while commenting in his head. This is just an exploitation method of the higher-ups. I did not expect this demon Fan Yuan to have such political skills as well. Sigh, I don't have such indomitable strength like his and my headquarters still have the Qi harvest fruit. In the current situation, what else can I do other than follow Fan Yuan? Xiao Hejian had outstanding strength and was not any weaker than a Heavenly Court expert. Unfortunately, even with his strength, he could only lower his head in front of Fan Yuan. He was not willing to do so, but what could he do? Circumstances often gave people no choice. Contribution Board? Soon, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also learned of this significant news. Over this period of time, Alliance members were frequently summoned and pressured to offer Immortal Gu. Even Xiao Hejian was not exempted. What should I do? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was worried. My name has not appeared on the contribution board. This is not a good thing as a Vice Alliance leader. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was feeling somewhat anxious. But he was reluctant to part with his Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu. If so, I need to gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them. I have to be among the top on the contribution board. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch soon made up his mind. Naturally, Fan Yuan could force all of his subordinates to hand over their immortal Gu. But this action would be too unsightly. The tiny bit of unity gathered would dissipate. If this happened, Fan Yuan's previous efforts would have somewhat been in vain. Although Fan Yuan was a demonic overlord, he was also deeply aware of the righteous path's tricks. Putting up a contribution board could ease many conflicts and could also stimulate the enthusiasm of others. Naturally, it was still the same in essence, the strong were exploiting the weak. On the very day Fan Yuan put up the contribution board, a major event happened on Qi Si's end as well. The Gu Immortals of Eastern Sea's righteous path had gathered in the hall and appointed Qi Si Ancestor as the alliance leader of Eastern Sea's righteous Qi Alliance. Fan Yuan led the variant human alliance which became a huge threat to Eastern Sea's super forces. Especially the miserable defeat not long ago, it had increased the wariness and worry of Eastern Sea's large forces regarding Fan Yuan's force. Facing the bullying of the strong, the weak naturally had to work together. Forced by Fan Yuan, every super force's intention to unite had never been so strong. As for the alliance leader's position, there was no space for competition. All the clans jointly appointed Qi Si Ancestor. Only Qi Si Ancestor, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, could openly face Fan Yuan. The Qi Si clone did not pretend to be modest. This situation was within his expectations. Since I am the righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader, I will give commands for the overall situation. I hope everyone will not merely pretend to obey the orders. Qi Si Ancestor said solemnly. We don't dare to. Eastern Sea's righteous path immortals responded. There are 3 major tasks presently. Shi's ancestor went into details. First is the creation of an alliance storage. Every clan has to offer a certain amount of resources, including not only immortal materials, but immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. The second task is to immediately create a contribution board and mission board. It will be fair and impartial. Anyone who contributes to the alliance from now on will have their merits known to everyone. The Righteous G Alliance's affairs should be handled by people who are qualified to take on the tasks. The third task is that alliance members should help and protect each other. If there is a traitor, other members must ally to get rid of the traitor. There must be no conniving. Reasonable, very reasonable. The immortals agreed. They all knew that they could only create the foundation of the alliance by doing this. Otherwise, the Righteous G Alliance would only exist in name, and would be better off not established. Shi's ancestor held the first group discussion. The first topic was regarding the exchange of true inheritances and the communication of geniuses across various clans. Some clans had many refinement path goo immortals, while some were strong in wisdom path. Such collaboration could truly strengthen the whole Righteous G Alliance's strength. The second topic was a discussion on how to negotiate with Fan Yuan and get back the captured goo immortals. All the clans hoped Fan Yuan could return the intact goo immortals with their immortal apertures. For this, they were willing to make a concession in terms of ransom. The third topic was to contact Heavenly Court openly with the Righteous G Alliance's name, hoping to ally with Heavenly Court and establish an even stronger alliance army to exterminate Fan Yuan and the variant human alliance. After receiving this information, Wu Yong pondered quietly in the study room for an entire afternoon. Recently, Wu Yong got rid of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, increasing his reputation even more. However, soon afterwards, news of the fight between Fan Yuan and Qi as well as the defeat of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path was spread all over the world. The following developments made Wu Yong feel like they were too much to take in. Eastern Sea had split into two large alliances which entered the stage of confrontation. Lord Wu Bachong sought an audience. Looking at Wu Yong's solemn expression, Wu Bachong knew of the situation and his tone became much more gentle. The changes in Eastern Sea's situation were a heavy strike to Wu Yong's ambition. Wu Yong had intended to invade Eastern Sea after uniting southern border. But now, Eastern Sea underwent a complete change, let alone the matter of two large alliances. Fan Yuan was openly occupying an area of Eastern Sea. Wu Yong's great plan that was just about to start was showing signs of failure already. Lord, do we still attack Mushroom Man Paradise? Wu Bachong asked. Wu Yong's gaze flashed. He was too familiar with Wu Bachong and asked directly. What happened this time? Wu Bachong handed an information path mortal goo. Wu Yong received and browsed it. He crushed the information path mortal goo and slammed his fist on the desk. Bang! The brushes and papers were scattered everywhere. These cowards, scoundrels! Wu Yong clenched his teeth, his gaze carrying a trace of malevolent light. The information stated that a large number of southern border clans had secretly contacted Lu Weiyin. Their reason for doing this was clear. Fan Yuan displayed the might of the number one demon in the world, which struck fear in these super forces. They might not want to be directly affiliated with Fan Yuan, but not long ago, Lu Weiyin had collaborated with Fan Yuan and ambushed Spectral Soul. So these super forces secretly contacted Lu Weiyin to ally with him. This was the way of survival for these super forces. On the surface, they could not tolerate the existence of demon Fan Yuan, but secretly, there was communication between them. In case something happens in the future, there would be a trace of friendship and an opportunity to survive. Lord, demonic forces are rampant currently. Since Lord has the great ambition of uniting the world, why not endure for some time and wait for a good opportunity? Wu Bachong persuaded. Wu Yong fell into silence. He was aware of his plan and knew its pros and cons very well. In the goo world, strength ruled above all. In ancient times, primordial origin Immortal Venerable led humanity in overthrowing the rule of the variant humans. And at present, pseudo-venerables like Fan Yuan and Shi's ancestor were leading the whole world. The result of their confrontation would influence the politics of all 5 regions. An alliance of weaklings to fight the strong? History proved that this would always end up badly. The conflict of Dao marks made numbers lose their advantage. Since ancient times, it was not that no predecessors thought of putting effort in this aspect. Ancient battle formations and immortal goo houses emerged at opportune timings, but what of it? Look at the Fate War. The main characters were Duke Long, Fan Yuan, Feng Jiuge and others. They were all goo immortals. Even Demon Judgment Board, Dragon Palace, Di Xing and others only served as support. Naturally, Wu Yong's plan was not making an alliance of weaklings to fight the strong. He wanted to plunder enough resources through the alliance to increase his cultivation and battle strength to pseudo-venerable and even venerable level. Developing a force was only a method to grow stronger. It could gather resources and pressure enemies. In the end, everything depended on oneself. Looking at the history of the 5 regions, superforces were no more than vassals of the strong. A superforce's prosperity and decline was determined by the condition of their top experts. After a long while, Wu Yong broke the silence and spoke. Wu Bachong, your suggestion is reasonable. All right, we will put off the attack on Mushroom Man Paradise for the moment. We need to do several things now, Wu Yong said while tapping the desk with his finger. 1. Actively search and plunder all kinds of inheritances. Strive to find venerable methods so that we can openly resist existences like Fan Yuan. 2. Spread rumors boasting about Fan Yuan's strength. Emphasize on the conflict between Fan Yuan and Heavenly Court, and try to make them fight each other. 3. Secretly take part in internal affairs of other southern border clans. Assassination, instigation, temptation, no matter what methods are used, I want them to be more obedient. Chapter 2075. Venerable Revival. Central Continent. Flowing silver blessed land. Spare, please spare me. Retreat, she is demonic immortal Ziwei. She is not someone we can fight. Such bad luck, we just invaded and demonic immortal Ziwei arrives. The Central Continent Gu immortals sighed as they escaped everywhere in a hurry. Did I let you leave? Fairy Ziwei sneered, purple radiance spreading from her whole body. The radiance shone upon half the sky. Most of the Central Continent Gu immortals died miserably, and only one escaped alive. Fairy Ziwei was a rank 8 Gu immortal and a wisdom path great expert. Against these rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals, she displayed absolutely despair-inducing battle strength. After easily killing the Gu immortals, Fairy Ziwei waved her finger. The Gu immortals' souls were pulled to Yingwu Xie. Master Soul Foundation will greatly increase once again after devouring them, Fairy Ziwei said with a smile. Yingwu Xie, however, did not feel joy and was low-spirited. Sigh, even if my foundation is stronger, so what? The main body is dead, I am merely a lingering split soul that is barely living. Master, don't lose spirit. And Sun quickly persuaded. I have brought almost all the soul path resources of soul pacifying Grotto Heaven, they are food for your cultivation. During this period of time, and Sun had already joined with Fairy Ziwei and Yingwu Xie. After urging Yingwu Xie, and Sun said to Fairy Ziwei, Lady Ziwei, did you intentionally let that transformation path Gu immortal leave? Why did you do that? Are you hoping for him to bring in even more Gu immortals? And Sun's soul was tampered by spectral soul and had extreme loyalty towards Yingwu Xie. He would object to anything that went against Yingwu Xie's benefits. Right now, he was staring fixedly at Fairy Ziwei with a questioning look. Fairy Ziwei sneered and did not respond. Yingwu Xie quickly lightened the mood. If I am not wrong, that transformation path Gu immortal should be Steel Rush Warrior. He is Fan Yuan's subordinate, a Gu immortal of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War, he has been drifting about in the outside world. And Sun frowned and felt indignant. It was Fan Yuan who killed our master's main body. He is our sworn enemy. There is even more reason not to let him leave. Yingwu Xie sighed. At present, Fan Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming. He has completely subdued the variant human alliance, and is occupying a region of Eastern Sea. When he fought Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength, and should have already broken free from the shackles of the Heaven Path Dao marks. He is now calling his subordinates to return. Do you think any superforce will dare to block them? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are turning a blind eye to it. Fairy Ziwei added. Fan Yuan is crafty, despicable, sinister, and vicious. In his youth, he slaughtered his whole clan and relatives to increase his aptitude. He is cold and heartless, be it the Fate War or the recent battle against Heavenly Court, he threw those subordinates away without any hesitation. Even if we killed this Steel Rush Warrior, can we inflict any loss to Fan Yuan? Damn it! And Sun clenched his fists as he realized. This demon's dominance has been established, we cannot destabilize him indeed. Not only this, even killing his subordinates poses a huge threat should Fan Yuan decide to investigate it. Since this demon has already recovered his battle strength, why has he not gone to fight Heavenly Court? Fairy Ziwei analyzed while looting flowing silver-blessed land. I have a suspicion that is Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is very likely he lacks immortal essence currently. He may only have been putting up a front when fighting Qi Si ancestor. Currently, he should be completely focused on recuperating. Are you sure? And Sun's eyes shone. Maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Ziwei fell into silence once again. Ing Wuxia gave a bitter smile. Do you know what our greatest gain in fighting with Fan Yuan is? What? It is that this person, Fan Yuan, can never be estimated with common sense. According to the previous battle's intensity and frequency, it is common sense for him to be lacking immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how many venerables have provided resources for him, what miraculous methods he has brought back from his rebirth. Even my main body fell to his trap. It was not easy for us to escape. It is better if we don't try to provoke him. Ing Wuxia explained. Fairy Ziwei frowned. Ing Wuxia's words did not upset her. Instead, she felt somewhat worried about Ing Wuxia's morale. Fan Yuan showed astonishing performances so frequently that Ing Wuxia was now filled with fear. This was not the disposition of the grand spectral soul. Ing Wuxia was not just a split soul of spectral soul, he was the master whom Fairy Ziwei and Insun had devoted their loyalty to. They were looking forward to his rise. To lift Ing Wuxia's spirit, Fairy Ziwei pondered for a while and said slowly, Fan Yuan is terrifying indeed. He has always been pressured by all forces. Be it the forceful push by great venerables or the pursuit of Heavenly Court when I led it, he had to keep on wandering around from place to place for a long time in a precarious state. According to my guess, Fan Yuan was only a chess piece, and the moment he destroyed Fate Gu, the venerables who supported him abandoned him. Not only abandoned, they even want to get rid of him. Be it the shackles from Heaven Path Dao marks or Spectral Soul's pursuit, they are both evidence of this. But now, Fan Yuan has escaped the shackles and killed Spectral Soul. He is free from the Venerable's arrangements, and obtained freedom. He never had the time to develop himself properly, but now he has. Currently, he is growing stronger with every moment of time at an unknowable speed. Even though I am a Wisdom Path great expert and have fought Fan Yuan many times, I am unable to estimate how strong he will be the next time he makes a move. But no matter how strong he becomes, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Ziwei changed the subject. Ing Wuxia gave a bitter smile. Who can say for sure, Fan Yuan might have already become a venerable the next time he makes a move. No. Fairy Ziwei smiled. The realm of venerable is not that easy to reach. Since ancient times, there have only been 10 of them. Venerable ascension holds an enormous secret. All the clues point out that the venerables who help Fan Yuan will not inform him of this secret. So that's it. And Sun clapped and said excitedly, This is too good. As long as Fan Yuan does not become a venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable. No matter how strong he is, there will be limits. Be they Qi Si ancestor or divine emperor city, they both can fight him. Ing Wuxia let out a breath of air. That means, as long as Fan Yuan does not become venerable, we still have hope? Fairy Ziwei nodded. Although Fan Yuan is strong, there are many restrictions on him. Fate Gu is destroyed, the order of the world has turned chaotic. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived, could venerables not revive as well? That would not make sense. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was only a pseudo-venerable. And Sun's heart shook. Lady Ziwei, you once led Heavenly Court, can it be that you have some clues on venerable revival? Fairy Ziwei shook her head slightly. This is only my guess, I have no evidence. But one thing is obvious, the stronger the Gu Immortal, the more difficult it is for them to revive. Demon Immortal Qi Ju consumed a grotto heaven and also borrowed the help of the Qi harvest fruit. Even so, because of the severe interference during the revival process, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's strength was not consistent with Heavenly Court's records, it fell after the revival. A venerable's revival will be countless times more difficult than Qi Ju's. As she said this, Fairy Ziwei could not help but think of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She already had many suspicions. These last days, although she and Ing Wuxia were pursued, Heavenly Court did not chase them intensely. After carefully thinking of it, although Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements showed up during the Fate War, they clearly were not focused on guarding Heavenly Court. Under the control of Genesis Lotus Will, Divine Beam Palace and Emperor City combined, forming Divine Emperor City. But during the Fate War, it only stayed in Central Continent, and did not move. And the battle not long ago proved Divine Emperor City could move. And after the bamboo tree painting that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable arranged at the topmost floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower absorbed many of Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts, it flew out of Heavenly Court and left without a trace. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had left behind various methods, but Fairy Ziwei all along felt Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's focus was on other things, and not on defending Heavenly Court and protecting Fate Gu. Fan Yuan might have also sensed this, so he did not attack Divine Emperor City, I assume? Fairy Ziwei gazed towards Eastern Sea. It was unknown who released the rumor in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but rumors that were luring Fan Yuan and Heavenly Court into fighting were spreading wildly. There was only one discussion in the whole of the world of the 5 regions immortals. The fight between Fan Yuan and Heavenly Court's Divine Emperor City would decide who was the ruler of the world. Wu Yong only started it: Western Deserts Gu Immortals, Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, and even the 2 Heavens Gu Immortals had strong motives to secretly give momentum to this rumor. This plan is quite good, but what kind of person is Fan Yuan? Will he fall for it? Fairy Ziwei sneered. The world's game of chess that involved all living beings was decided by the fight between several people. Although Fairy Ziwei did not have the strength to participate, as a Wisdom Path great expert, she had the ability to observe this game. Flowing Silver Blessed Land was looted completely, and Fairy Ziwei successfully obtained the Flowing Silver Inheritance as well. This was a Metal Path inheritance created by Silverhorn, a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Central Continent. It did not have much value to Fairy Ziwei. Ingwu Xie and Insun also cultivated Soul Path, so the true inheritance's value was not big. The useful part of it were the immortal materials in the Blessed Land. After making sure they did not miss out on anything, Fairy Ziwei and the group immediately left this place. Immemorial Black Heaven. Under Bing Sichuan's lead, He Lu Lan arrived in front of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven actually hid such a trump card. He Lu Lan was inwardly shaken. The rank 8 Immortal Gu house in front of her was much larger than Calamity Luck Altar. Its grand dark golden body revealed signs of vicissitudes that spanned across countless years, but had a disposition of being firm and unshakable. I brought you here to seek an audience with a person. Bing Sichuan led He Lu Lan inside the depths of Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are? He Lu Lan's eyes widened as she saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on a cushion mat. The intense reaction from her bloodline and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance made He Lu Lan quickly confirm the identity of this person. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed. This unfilial descendant greets Ancestor Giant Sun. Good child, get up. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled kindly. A formless and gentle force lifted the agitated He Lu Lan. She had just stood up when she heard Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continue. You are my outstanding descendant. If we talk about who is unfilial, those Gu Immortals of He tribe were the unfilial ones. They are cowards who actually surrendered to an outsider, that Junior Bai Zhu. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun paused before continuing. He Lu Lan, from today onwards, you will cultivate in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the future, you will go to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Chapter 2076. Earth Treasury. Bai Ningbing opened her eyes and the first thing she saw was warm yellow light. You are awake. A seemingly familiar voice resounded in her ears, but she could not be certain. A few breaths of time later, Bai Ningbing's vision became clearer. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ningbing barely had any strength left. She used her hands to push her upper body up. Where is this? She looked around and saw she was in a cave. The cave was extremely peculiar. Its form was like a sphere, and Bai Ningbing's group was at the bottom of the sphere. The spherical cave's inner walls had large patches of scattered yellow soil. From time to time, red lights flashed, like they were flowing on the yellow soil which seemed to condense into blood veins. Wait a moment, these are... Bai Ningbing was bewildered. She saw immortal materials embedded in the inner walls at set intervals of distance. The first material she saw was a piece of copper near her. The copper was firm and dominant. It was inlaid in the soil and glittered with cold metallic light. Isn't this rank 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ningbing recognized it. She then saw a pure white iron lump not far from the domination copper. The iron lump's aura was even stronger than the domination copper. It was the rank 8 immortal material white snow iron. What's going on here? In the production area of domination copper, there would not be other rank 7 metallic materials. But just a brief look and I can see more than 5 types of rank 7 metallic materials. And white snow iron only appears in rooster iron mines. How could there be lone white snow iron here? Looks like even you don't recognize this place, Bai Ningbing. Black Tigress said with disappointment. Fairy Meowing said with a smile. We only woke up a while earlier than you and are also greatly puzzled about this place. This place is too fantastic. It seems to be a storage for immortal materials. Not only Meadow Path immortal materials, there are also materials of other paths. Take a look over there. Fairy Meowing pointed towards the left of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked towards the direction and saw a small patch of soil where a dozen or so large round turnips were growing. I know, this is white wine turnip. White wine is produced inside it. Although it is only rank 6, it is a rare food path immortal material, said Bai Ningbing. Now look here. Fairy Meowing pointed again. Bai Ningbing discovered a lump of wind. This wind had condensed into a lump, the size of a woolen ball. It was dark green and its sounds were low and deep. Bai Ningbing had obtained Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven and followed Fang Yuan for a long time. She could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. After seeing this lump of wind, she narrowed her eyes as she thought of its relevant records. This is Profound Eerie Wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It only appears deep in the underground. Even Heavenly Court's Gu immortals have a huge desire for it. Metal path immortal materials like Domination Copper, White Snow Iron, and others. Food path immortal material White Wine Turnip. Wind path immortal material Profound Eerie Wind. Besides these, Bai Ningbing and the rest also discovered Red Snake Iron, Orchid Vitality Chi, Dream Soil, and so on. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the group saw a small fox above them. Its hairy tail and limbs were all trapped in the soil. When it saw Bai Ningbing's group had discovered it, it curled into a ball from fear and let out soft whimpers. The 3 female immortals' eyes widened. They were dazed for a while before they said in unison, Blue Smoke Fox Child. This was a rank 8 transformation path immortal material. Even the legends of Renzu had records of it. What place is this? Blue Smoke Fox Child is already extinct, but this place has it. The 3 immortals then discovered Purple Manor Soil. This was a rank 8 immortal material which looked like a patch of soil with purple grains. Purple smoke rose above from the ground. The purple smoke could only rise half an inch before it condensed back to even smaller grains that fell on the Purple Manor soil. This Purple Manor soil had long been completely extinct. Because its effect was too powerful, it only appeared for a brief moment in history. Fairy Meowing said with certainty. Purple Manor soil's effect was extraordinary. A strand of purple smoke, when put inside an aperture, could raise a mortal Gu master's cultivation level. And when enough Purple Manor soil was put inside an immortal aperture, it could similarly raise a Gu immortal's cultivation level. The 3 immortals searched roughly for a while and found that there was many kinds of immortal materials here. Although the quantity of each material was slightly little, their overall value was enormous. Crystal essence is the highest in quantity here. Earth path crystal essence, water path crystal essence, lightning path crystal essence, and so on. Could this be the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth, Huland? Black Tigress guessed. Fairy Meowing shook her head. Although the legends of Renzu did not record it in details, since Huland is mentioned together with Shiland, it should be similar to Demon Immortal Chi Ju's Shiland. Bai Ningbing smiled. It is really amazing and mysterious. There are even heavenly crystals here. Aren't heavenly crystals a product of the 9 heavens? We should be deep underground right now. The 3 immortals continued to discuss and soon rejected the previous assumption. So crystal essence is not the highest in quantity here. It is the blood veins buried in the soil. At every set interval of time, the earth blood veins would shine and flow like blood capillaries had grown in the ground. Because of them, Bai Ningbing had discovered the flowing red light before. Following the blood veins, the 3 immortals discovered its source, which was also their most important discovery. A delicate little black-yellow heart. With it as the source, the net-like blood veins spread out widely. The 3 immortals looked at each other before shaking their heads. None of them recognized the history of this black-yellow heart. But this is clearly a luck path immortal material. It is rank 9, the most valuable immortal material here. There are no signs of humans here. The work of nature really leaves one dumbstruck. The world is vast, it is truly mysterious and interesting, spectacular and exquisite. If us Gu immortals don't live a brilliant life, then we truly would have lived in vain. What meaning is there in such a life? Bai Ningbing was full of praise. Fairy Miao Yin looked at Bai Ningbing's expression and sighed helplessly. Bai Ningbing was such a person, she concentrated on herself and pursued excitement, she did not care about life or death, let alone talk of any morals or ethics. Fairy Miao Yin disliked Bai Ningbing before, but if not for Bai Ningbing risking her life to fight in the previous battle, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit would have been Heavenly Court's prisoners. Black Tigress said, "This is great, these immortal materials will definitely be of huge help to Master." The master she was talking of was naturally Fang Yuan. Fairy Miao Yin glanced at her, sighing helplessly in her mind once again. She knew, Lady White Rabbit was not much different from Bai Ningbing, she was also an abnormality. Lady White Rabbit's true inheritance was extremely strange and was a top-tier dual-path cultivation technique. Lady White Rabbit cultivated light and dark path, following the idea that light cannot exist without darkness and darkness cannot exist without light. When Lady White Rabbit's cultivation was rank 6, her transformation, Black Tigress, would be rank 7. When Lady White Rabbit possessed rank 7 cultivation, Black Tigress would possess rank 8 cultivation. But this inheritance had a huge influence on the cultivator's mental state. Lady White Rabbit was pure and kind while Black Tigress was fierce and ruthless. Both had extreme characters. Not only this, once the feelings of acknowledgement and reverence were accumulated in the depths of White Rabbit and Black Tigress, they were unable to be changed. After the pursued battle against Fang Yuan, Black Tigress was even more in admiration regarding Fang Yuan. Because even Spectral Soul was killed by Fang Yuan. Hearing that Black Tigress wanted to offer these immortal materials to Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing's face immediately turned dark. Her eyes let out a dangerous light as she took a step forward. "You actually have such a stupid thought? Are you calling me stupid?" Black Tigress raised her brows and said furiously. "You really think I am afraid of you? You too!" Fairy Miao Yin immediately stood between the two. "It was not easy for us to escape here. Our lives and freedom that we obtained by using all our efforts should not be used on strife between ourselves. What we need to consider is what we should do next." Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress were persuaded as they stopped with a snort. The three immortals continued to explore. They dug a small hole and saw the raging earth chi outside the cave. "We are still in the earth vein. What do we do? With just our strength, even if we collaborate, the risk is too high." This discovery worried the immortals. Fortunately, this place did not restrict communication with the outside world. The three immortals easily connected with Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly understood the situation after the pursued battle against Fang Yuan, as well as the rising storm in Eastern Sea during this period of time. Black Tigress was exulted. Master finally broke free from his predicament and became the #1 demon lord. Fairy Miao Yin was somewhat worried. "I did not expect Heavenly Court to still have a trump card like Divine Emperor City. Even the powerful demon Immortal Chi Ju was captured. Sigh, Heavenly Court's foundation is truly too deep." Black Tigress snorted. "What is a mere Immortal Goo House? Its methods are fixed and hard to change. As long as Master probes all the methods of Divine Emperor City, it will be easy for him to crack this Immortal Goo House." Black Tigress' eyes were shining as she said in a firm tone, "I am going to return. Master has already sent the word and summoned his subordinates. I will immediately return and continue to follow Master." Fairy Miao Yin nodded, approving of Black Tigress's thoughts. She knew the 5 regions' regional walls were gone, Fate Goo was destroyed, and it would be a chaotic world in the future. To survive in this chaotic world, it was best to rely on the strong. Naturally, Fairy Miao Yin knew of Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness, but she had nowhere else to go now. Compared to Black Tigress, Fairy Miao Yin had limited loyalty towards Fang Yuan. What she cared about was mainly herself. So, when Fairy Ziwei captured Fairy Miao Yin had cooperated. But the current situation was different. Fang Yuan was now recognized as the #1 demonic immortal in the world. Even Heavenly Court was vaguely suppressed by him. Even if Fairy Miao Yin wanted to side with other forces, who would dare to accept her? Would they not be afraid of Fang Yuan knowing about it and coming to settle the score? Bai Ningbing sneered at the other two. "Looks like you still want to follow Fang Yuan. Hee, do you have a brain or not? Who do you think is the cause of our situation? Wasn't it Fang Yuan who abandoned you? He could abandon you once, he can naturally abandon you a second time, or even a third time. Why do you always want to rely on others? This is the best opportunity to gain freedom. Although our alliance agreement with Fang Yuan is still there, it has already been suppressed by Fairy Ziwei. The world thinks we died in battle, even Heavenly Court is in the dark. You still want to return? Fairy Miaoyin sighed. Bai Ningbing, don't forget our status. We are wanted demonic immortals, listed on the Demon Judgment Board and hunted by the righteous paths of the 5 regions. What else can we do if we don't go to Fanyuan? If we fight by ourselves, we will be discovered one day and be hunted for bounty by waves after waves of Gu immortal experts. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Running for our lives will definitely be exciting. Don't you have any anticipation towards it? Fairy Miaoyin rolled her eyes. Black Tigress snorted. Even if Lord Fanyuan abandons me again, I am still willing to follow him. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miaoyin were speechless. Chapter 2077. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fanyuan's months of arrangements in the Immortal Aperture's time had reached the crucial moment. Within a square-shaped pool, there was a small pavilion situated at the center. Following Fanyuan's will, a Gu worm slowly flew towards the pavilion. This Gu resembled a round pearl. It was as large as a goose egg. The pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around. They were brilliant like a blooming field of lotuses, or the rumbling of clouds. It was Blood Asset Immortal Gu. This was a unique Gu created by Langya Land's spirit by combining some Blood Path Gu recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Blood Asset Immortal Gu's effect was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or Gu worms during refinement. If the refinement failed, some of these immortal materials or Gu worms could be restored afterwards using Blood Asset Immortal Gu. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was originally only at rank 6, but not long ago, Fanyuan had used the long hair refinement path formation to refine it to rank 7. Blood Asset Immortal Gu House slowly flew to the top of the pavilion where a golden seat was constructed. Inside Fanyuan's mind, thoughts surged like tidal waves. This step looked simple from outside, but in actuality, Fanyuan spent 100,000 thoughts every second to complete this final step. Splat. With a soft sound, Blood Asset Immortal Gu finally landed on the golden seat. Shortly after, as Fanyuan transferred his immortal essence, the golden seat produced an attraction force that fixed Blood Asset Immortal Gu in place. Blood Asset Immortal Gu burst out with dense blood light. The blood light was like water as it flowed down from the roof of the pavilion, dyeing everything in its path. The white jade-like pavilion was dyed crimson red. After it dyed the pavilion, the blood light continued to spread and covered the calm pool. The pool water became red like blood. Slight waves appeared on the surface of the pool. Burble burble, waves struck the squarish rock walls surrounding it, but the waves immediately disappeared, as the pool became calm once again. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's construction was finally completed. Fanyuan wiped off the sweat on his forehead. After maintaining the tense state for over a month, he could finally relax. He immediately felt an extremely intense exhaustion spread from his bones to his entire body. I consumed too much mental energy. A lot of immortal essence was also expended. Fanyuan was aware of it. His mind was exhausted, and he wanted nothing more than to fall asleep without caring for anything else. He did just that. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Thereafter, he finally recovered his spirit. Shortly after, Fanyuan used his divine sense to inspect this 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. After inspecting once and finding there were no mistakes, he nodded in satisfaction. To construct this refinement pool, he had racked his brains and spent an enormous effort. And after paying such a price, the constructed 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was without any doubt the peak creation of refinement path in the present world. Fanyuan's 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pools was conceptualized by merging immortal Gu houses and immortal formations together, such as Regret Pool, Refinement Cauldron, and Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. Regret Pool was one of the 3 legendary pools of the world along with Heavenly Pool and Wine Pool. They were all famous in history. When Gu immortals refined immortal Gu successfully in it, they could leave an insignia behind. When the immortal Gu was destroyed, Regret Pool could be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved insignia to refine the immortal Gu again. The success rate was about 50 to 60%. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Longevity Heaven, imitated Regret Pool and constructed a Super Gu formation, fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven for old ancestors Shui Hu. Refinement Cauldron was the most proud masterpiece of Long Hair Ancestor. It possessed the ability to forcefully refine immortal Gu. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Langya blessed land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of enemy attacks. The immortal Gu of the Gu immortals who invaded the blessed land were forcefully refined, and countless Gu immortals were captured like this. Long hair refinement path formation was even more so the strongest foundation of Langya's sect, the essence of its trump cards. The formation was extremely outstanding and only hairy man Gu immortals could control it. In history, Long Hair Ancestor had refined Immortal Gu for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable by using this formation. Before the Fate War, Fan Yuan had refined many Immortal Gu by similarly relying on the grand might of this formation. If Fan Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels were not at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, he would never be able to think of such a design. Just the design of this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was unprecedented, and it was likely that no one in the future would be able to accomplish it as well. The price that Fan Yuan paid to construct this immortal Gu house was shockingly high. First of all, Fan Yuan dismantled the long hair refinement path formation that had a long history and was unparalleled. One of its cores, Rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, was still used as a core, becoming a portion of the foundation of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Secondly, Fan Yuan used Rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, which was the essence of Regret Pool, to construct the pavilion in the pool. Thirdly, Fan Yuan specially constructed a Year Essence sub-pool outside to lead a tributary of the River of Time into the square pool. To accomplish this step, Fan Yuan arranged 3 Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu, Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn from 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Finally, Fan Yuan even put the incomplete form of Refinement C into the pool. Langya Land Spirit had heavily invested in Refinement C because he wanted to create a refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully put in the incomplete form of Refinement C, Fan Yuan had to use Rank 8 Immortal Gu Water Refinement as well. The entire 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 4 main cores: Rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, Water Refinement, Regret, and Rank 7 Immortal Gu Blood Asset. Thus, it was named 4 elements. There were over 20 supplementary Immortal Gu, Rank 8 Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn were among the top ones. As for Mortal Gu, there were over 100 million, their types were as numerous as stars. This was simply unheard of. Fan Yuan had used almost all his Refinement Path Immortal Gu in this. Time Path Immortal Gu, Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and other paths Immortal Gu were also not invested in small numbers. Fortunately, he controlled the Variant Human Alliance, and also extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous G Alliance. Only then did he have a sufficient number of suitable Immortal Gu. With such an amazing investment without any regard for the cost, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the abilities of long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement C, and so on. It was infused with various refinement path techniques like flesh body blood refinement technique, 7 kill blood path Gu refinement method, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method, and so on. It could utilize refinement path killer moves like Slumbering Lightning Python, Wind Grind, Reflect Snow, Muffled Thunderstone Drum, Dragon-Shaped Blizzard, Heavenly Light Ring, Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower, Omnipresent 4 Cs, and even one step back, Sea and Sky Expands. As soon as 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was constructed, it became the number 1 refinement path Immortal Gu house in the entire history of Gu cultivation. There was no debate, nothing could rival it. If news about it is spread, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool can absolutely compete with Divine Emperor City and 88 True Young building for the position of the number 1 Immortal Gu house. Divine Emperor City was a human path sacred land, while 88 True Young building controlled northern plains, raising the Huangjin bloodline to its height. And 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was as good as them. It merged the essence of human style Gu refinement and hairy man nature Gu refinement. With it, not only could the cost of refining Immortal Gu decrease sharply, the success rate had also increased beyond imagination. Whoever controlled this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would have an unceasing supply of Immortal Gu. But 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool is not comprehensive. It is heavily focused on Gu refinement, and has almost no strength in other aspects like offense, defense, movement. Moreover, in this world, only I, Fan Yuan, can construct it. Even if other Gu immortals get its blueprint, they can do nothing with it. If a Gu immortal saw Fan Yuan's design, they would praise it endlessly at first. But when they started delving deeper, they would begin to curse and feel disdain. they would think this design was too naive and absurdly impossible. Because the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the case of conflicting Tao marks in almost all the areas. Only inside the sovereign immortal aperture, where there were no conflicting Tao marks, could 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool be turned into reality. In fact, as long as Fan Yuan took out 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool from his aperture, this immortal goo house would automatically collapse because of the severe internal friction and rejection of different Tao marks. In fact, it would not have been possible to construct this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool when Fan Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Tao marks. It was because Fan Yuan annexed 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, Grand Swine, Novelty, and Time Difference, and refined their heaven path Tao marks, that he was able to meet the lowest requirement for refining 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Each of these 3 grotto heavens had merged with a 9 heavens fragment before, and the 9 heavens fragments contained heaven path Tao marks. Time Difference grotto heaven possessed over 700,000 time path Tao marks, and had over 800 heaven path Tao marks. Novelty grotto heaven contained over 1,600,000 rule path Tao marks, and had over 1,900 heaven path Tao marks. Grand Swine grotto heaven had the most Tao marks, with over 3,200,000 transformation path Tao marks and over 3,300 heaven path Tao marks. At present, Fan Yuan's heaven path Tao marks had already grown to over 9,000. Chapter 2078. Targeting luck path first. Most of the 2 heavens grotto heavens possessed a vast number of Tao marks. The main source of these Tao marks were not tribulations but the contribution of generations of Gu immortals. For instance, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had over 7 million Soul Path Tao marks. With such an amount of Soul Path Tao marks, the Grotto Heaven contained a large number of super resource points. At the start, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven only had over 100,000 Soul Path Tao marks. After it fused with a large 9 heavens fragment, it was free from calamities and tribulations. With the favor of Heaven's will, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven produced Gu immortals generation after generations. These Gu immortals were humans. Although they could casually choose their cultivation paths, most of them chose Soul Path. Because the Grotto Heaven had all kinds of Soul Path Tao marks, it could be said they would enjoy a natural advantage in cultivating Soul Path. Even if Gu immortals chose other paths, their number was extremely few and it was many times more difficult for them to obtain cultivation resources of other paths. In fact, the 2 heavens were not places where ordinary rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals could explore. Normally speaking, only a few rank 7 experts and ordinary rank 8s could take the risk to explore the 2 heavens to gather resources. And after these Soul Path Gu immortals died, almost all of their immortal apertures merged with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Although these Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, and there would be a lot of internal friction when merging immortal apertures, because their Tao marks were mainly Soul Path Tao marks, there was much more benefit than loss in merging. As this continued for generations after generations, it had accumulated to the current number of over 7 million Tao marks. Since the moment he started cultivating, be it in his previous life or now, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was Fan Yuan's largest investment. He had thrown in all the resources of refinement path into it, even using time path, rule path, wisdom path, blood path, and other paths. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fan Yuan's refinement path ability had a massive increase, becoming the number 1 in refinement path in the present world. Adding on his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, even over the long span of history, he was absolutely among the top 3 in refinement path. But because he had invested many immortal Gu of time path, rule path, and other paths, the relevant path's foundation had subsequently decreased. Over this period of rest, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress had yet to be repaired, immortal essence reserves had already returned to normal, many immortal Gu were invested, but because of a massive surge in his major paths Tao marks, Fan Yuan's overall strength had not decreased but increased instead. Fan Yuan's days were getting better. Thinking of before, Fan Yuan had lived almost every day in a precarious state. He was forcefully pushed forward by schemes of venerables and hunted down everywhere by Heavenly Court. And now, Spectral Soul was dead, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were recuperating. Fan Yuan no longer had a lot of external pressure, and he could formulate his cultivation plan much more relaxedly. From a long-term view, constructing 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was absolutely a highly rewarding project. Now, it is time to refine and advance my luck path Immortal Goo to rank 8 level. Fan Yuan looked at 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool with pride. He already had a plan. When Fate Goo existed, the ratio of fate and luck in the world was about 9-1. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, Luck Path's influence had no doubt surged. Especially when the 5 regions' chaotic war was in accordance with the overall situation. The more chaos there was, the more effects Luck Path could display. My current immortal material reserves have already reached an unprecedented level. I have the capability to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Goo. But it is still not enough to construct a complete refinement C. Just as Fan Yuan was pondering, he suddenly received Black Tigress' message through Treasure Yellow Heaven. They are still alive and trapped in an earth vein. Interesting, they are hiding in Earth Treasury. This is good. Earth Treasury is one of the 10 Earths. Every Earth Treasury holds abundant immortal materials, especially the rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material, Favored Heart. It is perfect for my current usage. Fan Yuan could not help feeling happy. Rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material could refine rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo. But just a single Earth Treasury's Favored Heart was far from enough. Among Fan Yuan's Luck Path Immortal Materials, most were rank 7 while a small portion were rank 8. He clearly did not have the foundation to try refining rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo. But using rank 9 Immortal Material to refine rank 8 Immortal Goo could slightly increase the success rate as well. With Favored Heart, Fan Yuan was like a tiger who gained wings. Southern Border, Qi Clan Headquarters. Bam! The current Qi Clan First Supreme Elder slammed the table fiercely and said through clenched teeth. Outrageous! This rank 7 Goo Immortal, who looked rather young, had pale white skin and dark eyes that showed signs of excessive drinking, was furious at this moment. It was Qi Bang. He was Qi Chuyu's son. Qi Chuyu had greatly supported him and had internally appointed him as the next First Supreme Elder. Although Qi Chuyu died in the Fate War, because he had made sufficient arrangements, Qi Bang succeeded in inheriting the position. After Qi Bang got the position, he sensed that the situation was greatly different from before. Previously, he was under his father Qi Chuyu's protection. There was Qi Chuyu to shelter him from any trouble. But now, he had to face the pressure directly. This time, Southern Border's Super Force Yang Clan had given him a tough problem. The cause of this was a Sound Path inheritance. This Sound Path inheritance was called Roar. It had a long history and its reputation was spread far and wide. It had been passed down since long ago. The previous generation Roar inheritor was only rank 7, but the one before that was a rank 8 Goo Immortal. That was to say this Roar Sound Path inheritance could let someone cultivate to rank 8, it had high value. More importantly, this Roar inheritance was in Qi Clan's territory, but was extremely close to Yang Clan as well. After Qi Chuyu died, Qi Clan lost its only rank 8 Goo Immortal and Qi Clan was weak internally. Yang Clan decisively made its move, encroaching on Qi Clan's border and surrounding the inheritance ground. At present, they were actively exploring that Sound Path blessed land. Qi Clan had to do something about Yang Clan's conduct. Their territory was invaded and this concerned their reputation. If they did not handle this properly, Qi Clan's reputation would drop to the floor. But what could Qi Clan do to protect their prestige? Could Qi Clan beat back Yang Clan's invading force? Could they fight? How would they fight? If they could not fight, what should they do? This was the problem Qi Bang was facing. What do you three think? Qi Bang inquired the 3 rank 7 Goo Immortals in front of him. Qi Depai immediately said with a loud voice. Of course, we fight back and kill those scoundrels of Yang Clan. Keep your voice down. Qi Bang quickly shook his head and looked at Qi Gui. Qi Gui frowned. First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this properly. What are you afraid of? Qi Depai opened his eyes wide. Yang Clan does not have a rank 8 Goo Immortal, they only sent 2 rank 7 this time. If our Qi Clan does not fight back, we would be the laughing stock of all of Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Gui heaved a sigh. Even though they only sent 2 people, they are famous experts. Yan Yin Guang is proficient at freezing Soul Profound Light, which is very hard to defend against. The other, Yan Wenkui, dual cultivates Wisdom Path and Information Path. He is the brain of Yang Clan. According to our investigation, Yang Clan's other Goo Immortals are stationed in Yang Clan's territory, but we cannot say for sure that Yang Clan is not pretending and is secretly transferring their forces. Even if Yang Clan is not pretending, we need to consider Yang Clan's Immortal Goo House as well. Since Yang Clan invaded our territory, it is very likely that they have mobilized their immortal goo house, and it is being stored inside the immortal aperture of one of the 2 Yang clan immortals, just that they have not used it yet. Yes. Qi Bang nodded, then looked towards Qi Shang. What do you think about this? Qi Shang wore a white robe. He was handsome, but his gaze looked somewhat distant. Qi Shang? Qi Shang? Qi Bang called out softly. But Qi Shang seemed to have not heard anything. His eyes looked towards the front in a daze. The 3 immortals looked at each other before sighing in unison. Clearly, Qi Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the most hopeful genius of Qi clan to become a refinement path great grandmaster. He was called the formation devotee and would often blank out. He would even forget to eat when he thinks of a formation path problem. If not for the clan's care, he would have likely forgotten to eat and died while immersed in his thoughts. Qi Shang did not pay attention to Qi Bang. Qi Bang was inwardly furious, but he had to treat him nicely. Before participating in the Fate War, Qi Chuyu had summoned Qi Bang to the study room and said to him, Qi Shang is the perfect helper that I am leaving to you. In fact, the 3 Qi clan rank 7 Gu immortals in the study were the trusted aides that Qi Bang relied on. But these trusted aides were unable to help him resolve this issue. Qi Bang had to make the decision himself. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm was passed on through Treasure Yellow Heaven. After Qi Bang browsed with his divine sense, his eyes brightened in joy. Excellent! Alliance leader Wu Yong heard of this matter and is willing to cooperate with our Qi clan. After expelling Yang clan, they won't take the Roar inheritance, and will even send their immortal Gu house to help us. But they want us to reach a further agreement with them, mainly wanting our clan to set up many immortal formations in Wu clan's resource points. There is such a good thing? Qi Gui was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were extremely good, and he was inwardly moved. What do you 2 think? This time, Qi Bang directly ignored Qi Shang, asking only Qi Depai and Qi Gui. Qi Depai cupped his fists. The decision is completely up to you, First Supreme Elder. Qi Gui hesitated slightly. If we rely on Wu clan to beat back Yang clan this time, it looks as if we have profited greatly. But Wu Yong is a formidable character. Why would he make an unprofitable transaction? Qi Depai said. Did you forget? Back then when Wu clan was weak, Yang clan seized Wu clan's poisonous waterfall and went after their corpse mountain. Lord Qi Chuyu took an immortal Gu house to drive them away, then Wu clan seized back poisonous waterfall. Wu clan and Yang clan have enmity. Qi Bang patted his forehead. Right, Qi Depai is correct. Talking about it, Wu clan seems to have always been trying to rope us in. Back then when Etian Mountain's dream realms still existed, Wu clan brought our Qi clan along whenever they did the immortal opportunity business. Wu Yong is a formidable character, and although my father has passed away, my Qi clan still has value. This time, let Wu clan work for us while we sit back and relax, haha. Qi Gui saw that Qi Bang had already made the decision and could only suppress the unease in his heart. He thought for a bit and added, This time, if we ally with Wu clan, we need to consider Ba clan's feelings and thoughts. Right, Ba clan. Qi Bang felt a headache. Super forces had been in power for a long time and had complicated relationships with each other. It was extremely troublesome to deal with them. Ba clan wanted to get the position of overlord in southern border and wanted to replace Wu clan. There was a great deal of conflict between Ba clan and Wu clan. And Ba clan had a close relationship with Qi clan. They were not merely allies, they had an alliance marriage. Chapter 2079. Rank 8 Dog Shit Luck. My Qi clan is facing difficulties, but Ba clan is not doing anything to help. They even tried to interfere and support Qi Suji when I was about to take my position. Ever since that damn Qi Suji married a female immortal of Ba clan, his ambition has been rising day by day. Qi Bang's tone was filled with hatred as he recalled. He slammed the table. I have decided to agree with Wu clan's alliance. As for Ba clan, I will send a letter of explanation and hope they can understand. The news of Qi Bang's agreement to cooperate reached Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily. This young Qi Bang is no cause for concern. Clearly, Wu Yong's plan was working smoothly. With Qi Chuyu dead, Qi clan's internal structure was weak. Ba clan had a change of leadership. The previous first supreme elder, Ba Shi Ba, was captured by Fan Yuan and lost his immortal aperture, as well as his cultivation. After Bada took his position, Ba clan became unstable. Wu Yong intuitively sensed the crack in these 2 clans. The incident regarding the Roar inheritance was like a heaven-sent opportunity to Wu Yong, How could he not grasp it? Good news, I have good news. At this time, Wu Ba-chong suddenly came before the door and sought an audience. Come in, Wu Yong said. What's the news? He rarely saw the stable Wu Ba-chong express such joy. Wu Ba-chong said, when Wu Bei was exploring Space Comprehension Pit, he unexpectedly discovered a large amount of dry clear qi. Wu Yong was slightly dazed before applauding. This is indeed good news. Wu Du-xiu had 3 regrets in her life. The first was the group, Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, that Wu Yong had already eliminated. Second was she was not able to refine 8-Face Prestige Wind Goo. Wu Clan had been gathering immortal materials for 8-Face Prestige Wind Immortal Goo for many years, and only lacked one main material, Dry Clear Qi. Wu Bei unexpectedly obtained Dry Clear Qi this time, which was enough for Wu Clan to refine 8-Face Prestige Wind Goo. Wu Bei is indeed my clan's lucky star. Reward him. Wu Yong quickly thought before speaking. 8-Face Prestige Wind Goo is a rank 8 immortal goo. It is a major matter if we are to refine it. We must treat it seriously and make many preparations. Everyone in Wu Clan needs to give their all for this refinement. As Wu Yong said this, he sighed. Refining rank 8 immortal goo is difficult, truly difficult. Even Fan Yuan, with Langya Blessed Land's help, will struggle with refining rank 8 goo. This is a serious matter. We might have all the immortal materials, but we need to consider this carefully. Wu Ba-chong's excited state slowly calmed down. Lord is right, I was too rash. Wu Yong was able to maintain calm and logic. Wu Ba-chong felt even more admiration towards him. Wu Yong said, we will put aside refining 8-Face Prestige Wind Goo for now. Qi Bang has already agreed to ally with us. What we need to do now is to pressure Ba Clan and make them unable to interfere in this matter. Wu Yong took precautions and thought of everything. He had already started to get rid of this future obstacle in advance. It was another round of planning and arrangements. Wu Ba-chong left the study room while praising inwardly. Lord Wu Yong has both battle strength and a strategic mind. Would my Wu Clan even have to worry about not accomplishing great things under his lead? Days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fan Yuan's Time Path clone was controlling 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Rise! The Time Path clone shouted, rank 8 Immortal Essence poured in crazily. Boom! The blood-like water in the square pool suddenly rose towards the sky like a reverse waterfall. The whole 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool began making noises. It was activated to its limit. The blood waterfall rose in the air and formed a whirlpool at the top. The whirlpool rotated rapidly while letting out brilliant radiance. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Finally, an immortal goo flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated. The reverse flowing blood waterfall also fell down to the square pool. Only some blood water remained in the pool. Blood red light retreated like birds returning to their nests, to the top of the small pavilion in the pool. That was the position of blood asset immortal goo. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone regulated his breath for a while before moving his will. The immortal goo that was floating in the air flew into his palm. This immortal goo looked like a dung beetle. Its whole body was golden yellow. It had 3 parts to its body: head, stomach, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel which had paddle-like tentacles in its sides. Its stomach had a horizontal ridge, and its tail was oval. It had 2 pairs of legs and a pair of tails. Every tentacle was rough and thick, and had hard black barbs on their ends. It was dog shit luck immortal goo. After having gone through Fan Yuan's refinement, it had advanced to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal goo was the core immortal goo of Cooking Luck Pot. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path and left 3 great true inheritances: Self-Luck, All Living Beings Luck, and Heaven and Earth Luck. Cooking Luck Pot was the peak creation of the essence of Self-Luck True Inheritance. Before the Fate War, Fan Yuan had thrown in almost all his Luck Path Immortal Goo into Cooking Luck Pot. This time, he dismantled Cooking Luck Pot and advanced the rank of all its Luck Path Immortal Goo. Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo was the primary target, but Fan Yuan succeeded in his first attempt at refinement. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had 50 to 60% success rate even when refining rank 8 Immortal Goo. This was such a terrifying success rate that if news about it were to spread, it would shake the whole Goo immortal world. It might even lead to crazed attacks by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. With rank 8 Dog Shit Luck, Cooking Luck Pot's rank had already advanced to rank 8. If one were an ordinary Goo immortal, they would stop here. But Fan Yuan was far from being satisfied. He He would now advance Chi Luck Immortal Goo, Connect Luck Immortal Goo, Luck Plan Immortal Goo, Luck Inspection Immortal Goo, and so on. The Time Path clone maintained the activation of 4 elements Swear Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Following the rapid expenditure of Rank 8 Immortal Essence, the almost used-up pool water began to fill up again. This pool water was the refinement water of the incomplete refinement sea, which was mixed with the water of the River of Time, and had gone through refinement path methods using water refinement Immortal Goo as the core, to form this wonderful creation. The Time Path clone opened the hidden door of the Immortal Goo House's storage. The Luck Path immortal materials inside began to fall into the pool. Among them was the favored heart. Fan Yuan had already brought back Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Ying. What he used was a killer move involving fixed immortal travel. The killer move Jade Flow Pearl was no longer suitable for the current Fan Yuan because of his enormous Dao marks. But it was of no issue. Fan Yuan had created many compound killer moves and had already created the new Heaven and Earth Travel killer move. With the help of over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, Heaven and Earth Travel directly sent Fan Yuan to the nearby Earth Treasury. In the heart of the mighty Earth vein, Fan Yuan withstood the strong pressure leisurely and stored the whole Earth Treasury into his immortal aperture. Bai Ningbing had already left secretly, but Fan Yuan did not care about her. There was clearly no reason to waste time on her at this moment. After refining Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, Rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material Favored Heart shrunk a little. Another layer of its surface was refined and merged into the pool water. Such usage of immortal materials had already reached the peak of brilliance. Blood red light once again spread from Blood Asset Immortal Goo and covered the whole pool. The pool water billowed, the immortal materials inside it melted and mixed with the blood water. After a while, everything was in place. 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's efficiency in processing immortal materials was astonishing. The Time Path cloned through Luck Inspection Immortal Goo into the water. The second round of refinement had begun. Immemorial Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. A tribulation had just dissipated in He Lu Lan's blessed land. He Lu Lan revealed joy at the impressive gains of this tribulation. She could not have passed it alone, but with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's guidance and Bing Sichuan's protection, she easily succeeded. It has not been long since I came to Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, but over this period, I have already gone through many calamities and tribulations. My strength has been increasing rapidly day by day. My previous feeling was not wrong. It seems Longevity Heaven really wants to heavily nurture me. He Lu Lan inspected her immortal aperture. After she came and met Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for the first time, Bing Sichuan used time path methods to increase her immortal aperture's time flow to an astonishing level. At the same time, Longevity Heaven supported her with an endless stream of strength path immortal materials. There was simply no hidden threat of advancing too rapidly. With such an abundant amount of strength path immortal materials, it would naturally attract strength path calamities and tribulations. Longevity Heaven held the strongest luck path methods in the world, which were extremely helpful in undergoing tribulations. He Lu Lan only had to sit back and enjoy the spoils. With the support of the second largest superforce in the world and being valued highly by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, He Lu Lan deeply felt the advantage of relying on a force. She did not need to worry about nurturing and refining goo, and also did not need to go gather goo recipes, killer moves and so on. Someone would directly send them to her. Even the management of Immortal Aperture, and the arrangement of resource points were planned for her by specialized Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. He Lu Lan only needed to ponder on the usage of goo and train her killer moves. Although she was a descendant of the Venerable, her life was full of hurdles, and after meeting Fan Yuan, she had to endure even more hardship and face life and death situations many times. So, after obtaining the huge support, besides being extremely thankful, she cherished this opportunity even more so. She was deeply aware of how precious such an opportunity was and how difficult it was to come by. She cherished every minute and every second of her time, and besides the necessary rest, she cultivated hard every day. Once in a while, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would summon her to evaluate and guide her. This time when he called for her, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was no longer able to watch He Lu Lan train in such a self-damaging way. He urged, "He Lu Lan, my descendant. Don't be overly harsh on yourself. Everything in the world emphasizes on balance between work and rest. Goo immortal cultivation is also the same. If you carry on like this and stay in a tense state all the time, it will instead be harmful." He Lu Lan faced Giant Sun Immortal Zombie but still insisted on her thoughts. Lord Ancestor, the toughness I am experiencing is not too much to handle. In the past, I cultivated beside Fan Yuan and saw the effort he made. The world thinks he got his current accomplishments because of the help that Venerables gave. But in my opinion, even if no one helped him, based on his character, he would still be able to stand out and wreak havoc in a region. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly stunned before smiling, appreciating He Lu Lan even more. Looks like you are regarding Fan Yuan as your enemy, and the goal to surpass. Good, with such determination and spirit, you are worthy of being my, Giant Sun's, descendant. But, it will be very difficult for you to surpass Fan Yuan. It is simply like a mortal trying to ascend to heaven. I won't conceal it from you, Fan Yuan's strength has been increasing rapidly in this period of time. The speed is extremely astonishing. He Lu Lan looked at Giant Sun Immortal Zombie doubtfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun explained. Although Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is no longer with me, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace contains similar Luck Inspection killer moves. Moreover, because it has been here for too long, all the luck of the 5 regions and 2 heavens are in my sight. Recently, I have been looking at Eastern Sea repeatedly, over at Xia Clan's headquarters. The luck has been rising constantly and fiercely. Even I have rarely seen such a case in my life. Spectral Soul, Heavenly Court, and my Calamity Luck Altar failed to kill Fan Yuan, finally giving him the chance to develop. He obtained the help of several venerables and has excellent character, as well as plenty of experiences from several rebirths. The more time he has, the stronger he will grow. If you want to catch up to him, you will only have a trace of hope if you make a desperate effort. He Lu Lan's expression was serious as she asked firmly. Please instruct me, Ancestor, what way is there? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head slightly. It is not time yet, continue to cultivate hard for now. Chapter 2080. Fan Yuan's Luck. Over 2 months had passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A brand new cooking luck pot finally presented itself before Fan Yuan. Its whole body was shining in golden light. When observed carefully, a platinum light would occasionally shine inside and outside the pot, giving a strong sensation of richness. The sides of the pot were as thick as a child's fist. There were 8 lifelike dragon statues around the outer edges of the pot. These 8 dragons' tails were all at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. The 8 dragon tails pointed in 8 different directions, towards the north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Each dragon claw was attached to the surface of the pot. The dragon bodies moved upwards as the dragon heads hung on the edge, looking inside. The dragon eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Cooking Luck Pot was now a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. Compared to before, not only had its size increased, the 8 dragon statues were clear and vivid, unlike the blurry and crude image when Cooking Luck Pot was rank 7. The current Fan Yuan possessed over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. The difficulty in conceptualizing compound killer moves had decreased sharply. So, even though Fan Yuan's luck path attainment level was not high, he had the ability to modify Cooking Luck Pot and make it even stronger. But after careful consideration, he gave up on this idea for the moment. If Cooking Luck Pot were to be made like 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, then when it was used outside his aperture, its might would be reduced greatly. And Cooking Luck Pot needed to be used outside the aperture. When Fan Yuan fought Qin Dingling before, Qin Dingling targeted Fan Yuan's luck, but at the crucial moment, rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot appeared above Fan Yuan's head to block Qin Dingling's rank 8 luck path killer move. At Fan Yuan's level, because the enemies were too strong and had many methods, his defense had to be all-round. Fan Yuan not only needed to protect his body and soul, he needed to maintain his luck as well. The strongest experts placed great emphasis and importance on their own luck, because it could affect a major part of their strength. Even the recently revived demon immortal Qi Zhu had such thoughts. Back when he fought Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Dingling above Qi Si, in order to preserve his luck, he chose to retreat wisely. Fan Yuan raised the rank of Cooking Luck Pot to protect his luck. Cooking Luck Pot's structure and origin made it such that it was weak in offense and strong in defending the Goo Immortal's luck. Luck Path offensive methods were mostly in the true inheritances of all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck. The Luck Path Immortal Goo used in Cooking Luck Pot were all rank 8, and were enough to defend his luck. Naturally, Cooking Luck Pot still had Immortal Goo that were not rank 8. For instance, Food Path Immortal Goo Cook was still at rank 7. It was not that Fan Yuan did not want to raise its rank, he lacked the corresponding rank 8 Food Path Immortal material. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's blood asset immortal goo's situation was also the same. It was still at rank 7 due to the lack of rank 8 blood path immortal materials. Rank 8 food path immortal material and blood path immortal material were not easy to gather in a short period of time. This was greatly related to their paths. The more flourishing the path was, the more corresponding immortal materials there would be. They would be easier to gather, and there would be many more immortal goo. There would also be a lot of goo immortals cultivating that path. In goo immortal cultivation, the more immortal goo recipes were created, the more immortal materials were cultivated, which then added on to the prosperity of the whole path. Food path and blood path were never truly prosperous. There were also few goo immortals who cultivated them. Compared to food path, there were more blood path cultivators, but most of them were only goo masters. There were few blood path goo immortals, which was not much help in making blood path popular. On one hand, it was because of Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board. On the other hand, Blood Sea Ancestor, who created Blood Path, was only at rank 7. Speaking of it, Luck Path was also never prosperous, but because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created and developed it, its reputation was spread far and wide. Goo immortals who truly cultivated Luck Path were not numerous. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away, there were almost no Luck Path experts in history. Maybe only Qin Ding Ling could be barely considered one. The main reason was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had hidden his 3 true inheritances deeply, and did not spread them wantonly. Qin Ding Ling could become a famous Luck Path expert because she had derived some foundation from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and later, she changed her original path and spent countless years in comprehension before she was able to reach the success of today. So, Fan Yuan felt extremely fortunate for being able to raise the ranks of so many Luck Path Immortal Goo. Because Luck Path was not prosperous, it was difficult to gather Luck Path Immortal materials. He was able to loot so many Luck Path Immortal materials from the 2 heavens grotto heavens, which was something that would not happen frequently. Naturally, the success in refinement was mostly due to 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Without 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, then it would have been impossible. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 50 to 60% success rate in refining rank 8 immortal goo. This success rate was enough to mass-produce rank 8 immortal goo. A higher success rate led to lower expenditure of immortal materials, which saved Fan Yuan a large amount of Luck Path immortal materials. If it were an ordinary goo immortal who had all of Fan Yuan's Luck Path immortal materials and they were able to advance just 1 rank 8 immortal goo successfully, they would already be immeasurably thankful. When ordinary goo immortals refined rank 8 immortal goo, their expenditure of immortal materials would be at least more than 10 times of what Fan Yuan used. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was a good example. To gather materials to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, he spent all of his accumulations and even squeezed his subordinates dry, finally leading to the collapse of the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This was still the case when Old Ancestor Shui Hu had captured Ma Hongyun, which saved him a large amount of Luck Path immortal materials. Forget about Old Ancestor Shui Hu, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to cooperate with Long Hair Ancestor for goo refinement. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fan Yuan's refinement path strength was absolutely among the top 3 in all of history. This advantage was just brought into play and had already shown a frightening performance. The benefits it brought were unimaginable for outsiders. At least, Fan Yuan was aware that even Long Hair Ancestor, who had once cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, did not have as high of a success rate as him. A new issue propped up in front of Fan Yuan. He was slightly worried of being too successful in advancing his immortal goo to rank 8. With too many rank 8, he would have to worry about their food. The food of rank 8 immortal goo was a lot more difficult. Back then, to feed regret goo, Fan Yuan directly created an enormous flower mist extreme marsh. But Fan Yuan was already prepared in this aspect. His wisdom path attainment had always been supporting him silently. Fan Yuan learned from Time Difference Grotto Heaven and did not hesitate on spending a large amount of material resources and effort in constructing Year Essence sub-pools, which he spread over the whole of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, creating various time path zones. With these zones and the help of over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, the problem of feeding rank 8 immortal goo was alleviated to a huge degree. Fan Yuan willed and activated rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck. Cooking Luck Pot quietly floated above his head. It was slightly drifting earlier but was now stationary as it started to rotate slowly. The previous cooking luck pot's rank was lower than Fan Yuan's, which led to Fan Yuan being unable to inspect all of his luck. Every time, he could only inspect the portion inside the pot. But now, cooking luck pot could bear all of Fan Yuan's luck. Fan Yuan could finally witness the complete form of his luck again. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was slim, it was tall, shooting towards heaven, seemingly trying to pierce the sky. At the bottom of this dense pure silver light pillar, there was a lump of yellow qi guarding it, looking like a dust cloud that seemed to support the pillar. At the top of the pillar there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden and dazzling, one was shining with starlight. Such a scene made Fan Yuan fall into contemplation. After a long while, he collected his thoughts and observed the luck again. But this time, he did not observe his own luck, but looked at his clone's luck outside cooking luck pot. Among the clone's luck, the most majestic and grand naturally belonged to the Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor's luck was like the ocean. Milky white Qi currents flowed, becoming endless sea waves. The Qi-Si clone's luck fits his name, they are both the Qi-Si. Fan Yuan knew the reason. The luck's appearance was tightly connected with the individual's condition. Qi-Si ancestor's Qi-Si luck not only originated from his name, but also because he took command of Qi-Si and controlled the Qi-Si formation. More importantly, several days ago, Fan Yuan had completely handed the killer move Unlimited Qi-Si to the Qi-Si clone. It was because the Qi-Si clone wanted to create his own combat system and wanted Unlimited Qi-Si to be its core. The Qi-Si clone possesses over 2 million Qi Path Dao marks, has many Qi Path Immortal Gu along with the complete Primordial Origin Qi Path True Inheritance, and is also the Righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader. All these reasons gave birth to such a boundless white Qi-Si luck. But although this white Qi-Si is enormous, the Qi currents are moving in disorder and chaos, which shows hidden undercurrents and threats. Fan Yuan thought carefully and felt this hidden threat originated from 2 aspects. First, the Qi-Si clone was attempting to create a combat system which was causing his thoughts to be in chaos. If he succeeded, maybe the Qi-Si would recover. If he failed, this internal chaos might still continue. Second was the Qi-Si clone's clone identity. The relationship of the Qi-Si clone and the main body was not exposed, but there was the danger of it being exposed at any time. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju already knew this but was suppressed by Divine Emperor City. Once this secret was revealed, it would have a severe impact on Qi-Si clone, which was why there was a possibility of the Qi-Si luck falling apart. The Qi-Si clone is my strongest clone, he has rank 8 cultivation and pseudo-venerable battle strength. So, he has such a vast milky white Qi-Si luck. But it can be seen from this that the Qi-Si clone has a flaw. There is limited space to progress and grow. Fan Yuan compared his own pure silver light pillar with the milky white Qi-Si luck. He could clearly see that the pure silver light pillar was shooting up towards the sky while the Qi-Si luck's foundation was unstable. It could only suppress his current situation. If the Qi Harvest Fruit plan shows results, maybe the Qi-Si luck could reach the clouds as well. Unfortunately, the Qi Harvest Fruits left in the 2 heavens grotto heavens are showing extremely slow growth. It will be very difficult for them to give any Qi Path Dao marks to the Qi-Si clone anymore. Chapter 2081. Luck of Fan Yuan's clones. Second to the Qi-Si clone's luck was Wu Shuai's luck. His luck had weakened by a lot. Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be constructed within a short period of time, the 4 dragon generals were dead, and even Di Zhangxing was suppressed in Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai's luck still had the flying dragon's form. This was closely related with his Dragon Man identity. When observed carefully, Wu Shuai's dragon luck seemed to be formed from ants. The countless ants gathered to form an ant dragon luck. Besides handling the variant human alliance's affairs as my representative, Wu Shuai is researching enslavement path methods to increase his battle strength. This is why there is the ant dragon luck. Fan Yuan observed his time path clone's luck. The time path clone's luck was still in the shape of a miniature river of time. But compared to before, it was much more vast and the water was flowing rapidly. Zhan Budu's eagle luck had not changed much. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change in appearance. His luck had been a blooming flower with thin layers of nectar in its pistil, which signified how Li Xiaobai's cultivation would improve back then. But now, his luck's appearance had changed into a white wall. There were 3 poems on the wall with different lengths. When read carefully, it was clear they were the 3 masterpiece poems that Li Xiaobai had created. Every letter of the poem was pitch black, which was even more conspicuous on the white wall. Moreover, countless dark, inky characters were flying around the white wall, about to fly into the wall. This is his poem Wall Luck, Fan Yuan realized in his mind. After Li Xiaobai obtained the book house inheritance, he progressed rapidly, walking on the path of becoming renowned in the world. Not only did he change his vital goo, he also roamed the world to collect poems, and formed 3 killer moves with the poems he created, copied, and stole. These 3 information path killer moves made him the #1 goo master in profound literature Grotto Heaven and also the goo immortal seed who was looked upon favorably by countless people. There were even discussions saying he was a talent that was hard to come by in several hundred years. Li Xiaobai's outstanding achievements naturally attracted old immortal Huayu's attention. There were all kinds of indications that old immortal Huayu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his strength. The Qixi clone and Fan Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's recent condition, but they did not interfere and only watched from the side. Back when Fan Yuan had created Li Xiaobai, it was to scheme for profound literature Grotto Heaven's information path inheritance to fill the deficiency in his information path aspect. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven with extremely strict monitoring, Fan Yuan could not give too much support, and Li Xiaobai had to move ahead by himself. The result was that only after Fan Yuan had gone through the Fate War, the pursued battle, killed Spectral Soul, and resolved the issue of Heaven Path Dao marks did Li Xiaobai finally show some advancement and progress. Moreover, profound literature Grotto Heaven was also in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Most of the contents of its information path true inheritance could be obtained through the internal exchange between Righteous Qi Alliance members. This was life. Sometimes, plans could not keep up with changes. Sometimes, changes could not catch up to plans. Like this, the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. So, Fan Yuan was going to let him develop naturally. Last was the Pure Dream clone's luck. The Pure Dream clone was still at rank 5 level. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body would attract dream path calamities and tribulations when undergoing immortal ascension. Even the current Fan Yuan did not have confidence to deal with it. But the Pure Dream clone's luck had also changed. His luck was like a drifting pink fog that fluctuated constantly. But this lump of pink fog had condensed now, becoming a sandbox. The sandbox was still pink in color. It was very small, but yellow sand entered it continuously, turning into pink sand that strengthened the sandbox. Sandbox luck. What is this trying to say? Even Fan Yuan was puzzled. After activating wisdom path methods, Fan Yuan's eyes shone sharply as he made some guesses, but they had to be confirmed. Fan Yuan counted. Unknowingly, he had already created 8 clones. Creating these clones was one of the gains Fan Yuan had from studying Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul relied on clones to create Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan's clones also gave him huge help. Among the 8 clones, only Fan Dichang was sacrificed. Huh! Wait, this is... Fan Yuan suddenly discovered a piece of luck. This piece of luck was vague, almost transparent, and gave an extremely weak feeling. Fan Yuan had almost missed it, but after carefully observing it, he showed pleasant surprise. This is Fan Dichang's luck? He is still alive! During the Fate War, Fan Yuan was schemed by Genesis Lotus, not only losing Divine Beam Palace but also Fan Dichang. Such a long time had passed, Divine Beam Palace had already combined with Emperor City to form Divine Emperor City, becoming the #1 immortal goo house in the world. Fan Yuan thought Fan Dichang was already done for. But he had never expected to gain some clues from this round of luck inspection. How did I not discover it before? I see. Cooking Luck Pod has just advanced to rank 8. My luck inspection method is many times more powerful than before. Also, it is clear that Fan Dichang made some progress in this recent period of time. Combining both of these causes, my connection with him was strengthened by a lot, and I am able to see his luck now. Although Divine Emperor City possessed Painting Worlds, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had left behind the killer move Contented Lifestyle, was active before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of this, Divine Emperor City was rather weak in the aspect of luck path. Discovering Fan Dichang was alive and strengthening himself, this was a pleasant surprise. But Fan Yuan did not change his plan. He had no plans to attack Divine Emperor City in the short term. Divine Emperor City was not a goo immortal, its methods were fixed and hard to change, it was not a problem to let it be. And Fan Yuan was a pseudo-venerable who had finally gotten the opportunity to rest and recuperate safely. It was a splendid time for him to focus on cultivating. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was constructed and most of the Grotto Heavens had yet to be devoured. Fan Yuan's strength would soar without stopping now. Why would he take the risk during this precious period of time to fight Divine Emperor City? After inspecting his and the clone's luck, Fan Yuan understood a lot. Cooking luck pot could allow Fan Yuan's main body to greatly increase his clone's luck, but Fan Yuan did not do so. On one hand, the situation of both the main body and the clones was much better. After getting through the previous predicament, their luck was spontaneously rising. It was the so-called when misfortune reaches the limit, good fortune starts to rise. So there was no necessity. On the other hand, what this consumed was not immortal essence, but the luck of Fan Yuan's main body. After all, it increased the clone's luck by using the luck inside the pot. I should refine Woodpath Immortal Goo now. Fan Yuan once again invested in his goo refinement project. As for why he chose Woodpath, the reason was simple. Fan Yuan had gathered a lot of Woodpath Immortal materials and they were enough for refinement. The variant human alliances Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage were rank 8 Miniman Goo Immortals. Their Grotto Heavens were Woodpath Grotto Heavens which provided enough Woodpath Immortal materials. Let's first raise Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. In the newly added Growling Beast Painting World, a camp was being constructed rapidly. The camp's location was selected after careful thought. It was in a strategically located area and there was a stream flowing near it. Zhao Shuyi was standing on a boulder and commanded the 100 craftsmen in constructing the camp. Although craftsman Gu has weak battle strength, it has broad usage. Fairy Bai Xia was standing beside Zhao Shuyi and praised as she looked at the busy work site. Zhao Shuyi's head immediately lifted as he said proudly, "It is our Fairy Bai Xia who has good foresight. Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief Gu, Soldier Gu, and Officer Gu. Besides processing immortal materials and constructing Gu houses, it can also refine Gu." Fairy Bai Xia nodded. "Yes, if not for your craftsman Gu, how could we have constructed 10 camps and explored deeper into the Growling Beast Painting World? But how can you control so many craftsmen alone? This is an enormous burden to the mind. Did you use Organization Gu?" Organization Gu was a type of human path Gu worm which allowed human Gu to form a group. Fan Dicheng's sect token Gu was also of this type. Zhao Shuyi laughed heartily and did not hide it. "Right, I used Labor Union token Gu and constructed a labor union. I am carrying Union Head Gu and gave Supervisor Gu to 12 or so high-ranked craftsmen Gu. I have given 1 Vice Union Head Gu out as well and still have 3 in my hand. No need to hurry. As my labor union continues to grow, they will have ample scope to show their abilities." The two were discussing when the emergency bugle was played. Fairy Bai Xia's expression had a slight change. Beast groups came to attack again. Zhao Shuyi said indifferently, "With Xiao Qixing and others here, we don't need to worry." Sure enough, at the next moment, Xiao Qixing's voice spread throughout the camp. "All forces, attack!" Thump 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 thump. There was a series of footsteps, and as the white smoke was blown away by the wind, the wide camp was filled with soldiers. Soldier Gu were in the highest number. There was the small group leader level Sergeant Gu, Lieutenant Gu, the higher ranked Captain Gu and even Chief Captain Gu were used. The size of Xiao Qixing's army had increased again in this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the sacred land of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide, both sides collided like huge sea waves. After the stalemate lasted for a while, the orderly battle lines began to show uneven gaps. A large number of wild beasts and soldiers had died in the most intense areas. Immediately after, these gaps were filled by soldiers and beasts. Roar! Several powerful beasts appeared. Their size was clearly larger than others, like fortresses rampaging on the battlefield. Xiao Qixing's expression showed a trace of seriousness. "The deeper we go in, the stronger the beast groups are. Everyone please make your moves." "All right." Qindijiang, Gu Ting, and the rest began to attack. This large battle lasted for an hour. The beast tide retreated, and there were casualties in Xiao Qixing's group as well. After half a day, the camp's construction was finished. The supply group along with merchants, peddlers, citizens, and even beggars settled in the camp. These camps were like the strongest nails that were firmly fixed in their position, becoming the support for the 10 children of human path to explore deeper. Chapter 2082. Defeated Army. Sect Leader. Sect Leader. Fan Dichang walked to a hidden corner of the camp where he was greeted by 2 to 3 beggars. Fan Dichang also had a beggar's appearance with ragged clothes and foul odor coming off of him. The 10 children of Human Path organized a large army and entered the newly appeared Growling Beast painting world, playing the role of pioneers. At every set interval of distance, they would construct a stable camp before the logistics and support came to fill the camp, giving ample supplies to the army led by the 10 children of Human Path. Fang Di-chan had been following in secret, and also mobilized Beggar Sect to look for an opportunity. "How is the situation?" Fang Di-chan asked. "Our sect brothers have been following the pioneering army. Sect leader, the situation is good. We gathered many wild beast corpses and valuable skin and fur. We are going to be rich. It is just that we got into a conflict with some merchants and guards because of this." Fang Di-chan frowned. "What are the casualties?" His beggar sect developed quickly. Its members were not only the Human Path goo worms he used, there were also many of Divine Emperor City's native beggars. Hearing the number of casualties, Fang Di-chan's frown became deeper. "Although beggar sect is easy to grow, beggar goo are the cheapest Human Path goo worms with very low battle strength. They are disadvantaged when facing merchants, guards, and others. Only by uniting and forming a numbers advantage will they not suffer losses." Fang Di-chan sighed inwardly. Beggar sect seemed to be enormous, but it did not have much strength. It was not reliable to use beggar sect to deal with the 10 children of Human Path in the future. Fang Di-chan entered the 10th camp, but the 10 children of Human Path had already marched even further and were constructing the 12th camp. "I can only rely on the beast tide now. The deeper we enter Growling Beast painting world, the stronger the beasts become." Fang Di-chan's only hope was for the beast tides to defeat the 10 children of Human Path. Not only defeat, it would be even better if they suffered serious loss with casualties. Only then would Fang Di-chan have an opportunity to exploit. "I can do nothing about this, my current strength is too low. The only thing I can use is beggar sect. The 10 children of Human Path are all goo masters and possess primeval essence. They can only maintain their Human Path goo worms for some time. But I am using Xinshang's immortal essence, which is akin to unlimited primeval essence, so I can maintain these beggar goo all the time." As Fang Di-chan thought up to this point, his gaze suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness spread from the depths of his body. Fang Di-chan quickly took out human will goo and placed it in front of his nose, breathing in deeply. A gust of human will was absorbed into his body and merged with his will. Fang Di-chan's body was formed from a beggar goo. It did not have a soul and only a will. And a will was difficult to maintain, and would be expended rapidly when thinking. Fortunately, in Divine Emperor City's painting world, there was human will goo. Human will goo produced human will, which could change into any form of will. With its help, Fang Di-chan's will could continue to exist and be active. At this time, in the depths of the Growling Beast painting world, a lifelike will was floating in the air. He was wearing a green and white robe, he had a gentle demeanor, and had a smile on his face. He was Genesis Lotus Will. And below him, Mao Li Chiu was lying on the ground in a curled-up position. It was bound by a huge formless force, making it unable to even budge. Not only this, another powerful force was constantly extracting its Tao marks. "Dog shit Genesis Lotus, release me and fight me if you have the guts!" Mao Li Chiu shouted. Genesis Lotus Will shook his head. "Mao Li Chiu, are you still not conceding? You are in a hopeless situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives and comes to save you, your death is certain. And you yourself are aware that there is no hope for that. Your only chance at survival is to surrender. Otherwise, as time passes, your strength will continue to fall. Until you die." Genesis Lotus Will urged. His voice was persuasive and his expression was kind. Mao Li Chiu, however, roared in fury. "Then so be it, I don't want it, you can take all my Tao marks." Genesis Lotus Will was astonished. At the next moment, Mao Li Chiu not only released all his defense but also cooperated with the absorption force, abandoning his Tao marks. Amidst the dazzling profound light, countless Tao marks spread towards the surroundings and entered Growling Beast painting world. Some Tao marks fell to the ground, turning into giant beasts of all kinds of sizes and shapes. Some Tao marks flew to the sky, condensing together into vicious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely profound. It could collect external Tao marks and paint them into all kinds of birds and beasts. But at this moment, with Mao Li Chiu's full cooperation, the painted beasts surged in amount and soon surpassed the safety boundary. Oh no! The expression of Genesis Lotus Will changed, not having expected Mao Li Chiu to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world, although it had a way to attack, it still had enough strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Therefore, Genesis Lotus Will came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Liqiu, the most sensible path would be to let the painting world wear down its strength bit by bit while holding on for as long as possible. Like what demon immortal Qi Ju was doing, he was suppressed by Divine Emperor's city and could not break free on his own, but he placed his hopes on the future. Who could be certain of the future? But Mao Liqiu did not follow this logic. It went against the plan of Genesis Lotus Will. An unprecedented violent beast tide formed and rushed madly towards the army of the 10 children of Human Path. The 10 children of Human Path had a huge change in their expressions the moment they saw the beast tide. Retreat, this beast tide is too fierce. Even if we use all our strength, we are not their match. Retreat, the urgent matter is to preserve our energy for later. The 10 children of Human Path were all elites, they retreated without hesitation. But retreating was not easy. The beast tide was like a tsunami that threatened to drown the world. Many birds moved faster than the beasts and pestered the pioneering army. The 10 children of Human Path fought a bloody battle and were finally able to carve a path out. When they reached the 11th camp, the whole army was reduced by half. They suffered immense losses. The beast tide continued to rush forward as if it was endless. The camp was constructed properly and had thick defense, but it was quickly showing signs of collapsing under the beast tide's charge. Heavens, looks like we have completely angered these beasts. This beast tide is so fierce, even if we had all the previous beast groups, they are not even 1/10 of this. Retreat! The 10 children of Human Path retreated to the 10th camp. Fang Dichang had already left earlier. He had already received the information, and understanding the strength of the beast tide, he knew the 10th camp was definitely going to collapse. Although he wanted to look for an opportunity to retaliate, he did not want to disregard his own safety. In fact, with just beggar's sex strength, he might not be able to get revenge even if he staked his life. The 10th camp also fell and was run over by the beast tide. The 10 children of Human Path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid the price, but the scale was truly too large. It could completely bear the price. Finally, the terrifying beast tide chased away all the humans. The painstakingly built camps were destroyed with not even one remaining. Not even 10% of the troops following the 10 children of Human Path survived. The other residents of the painting world faced even more severe losses. The surviving group of people were in an extremely miserable state. They were all shocked and terrified. The city gate closed shut. The city guards looked solemn. The beast tide had arrived in front of the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop and began to attack the city. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 nights. The city was actually on the losing end. Many times, giant beasts directly climbed the city walls and carved a path of blood on their way to the inner areas, causing massive casualties. At the crucial moment, large numbers of Divine Being soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, beating back the beast tide. The Divine Being soldiers are working for us. Right. This was Divine Being Palace's killer move, and after we succeeded in slaying the immortal, the Divine Being soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of Human Path were shocked and joyous, as well as deeply regretful. Their losses were too severe this time. Almost all their previous accumulations were gone. The only fortunate thing was that none of them had died. Fang Dichang had already left this city to a much further area. Beggar's sex losses were also big. The crushing defeat that Fang Dichang hoped for had happened, but this level surpassed his expectations. Still, the 10 children of Human Path helped each other and were united. He did not find any chance to attack them. The beast tide disappeared. The large number of wild beasts returned to Growling Beast's painting world. They scattered everywhere, making the difficulty of exploring Growling Beast's painting world much higher than before. The painting world was like a huge beast that was licking its wound. The claw that had stretched into Growling Beast's painting world earlier had almost shattered. I did not expect Growling Beast's painting world to be so dangerous. It can be deduced the other paintings should also be at a similar level. Xinshang found Fang Dichang. The two exchanged information. Fang Dichang informed Xinshang about the intel collected by Beggar Sect, for instance, the losses of the 10 children of Human Path, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this expedition. And Xinshang informed Fang Dichang of a huge discovery. Xinshang was the person who had explored the deepest, and he witnessed the scene of the beast tide transformation. Using Dao marks to paint, sure enough, painting path's methods are mysterious and exceptional. But if so, Fang Dichang analyzed. It seems like growling beast painting world is suppressing a great enemy of heavenly court in its depths. The battle between the beast tide and the humans is essentially a method to weaken this enemy and increase the suppression. Xinshang approved of Fang Dichang's analysis as he said, I wonder who is being suppressed inside. They are at least a rank 8 Gu immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, we might have a chance of cooperating. The losses to the army were severe this time, only 1/10 survived. In a short period of time, it should not be possible to organize an exploration army. Do we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting? Fang Dichang shook his head. No, those beasts don't care about anyone. Xinshang nodded. The gap between immortal and mortal is not large in this painting world. It seems we can only wait for the exploration army to be organized again. We can then take the chance to go deeper. When the large battle between the humans and beasts had settled in the painting world, Fan Yuan had secretly arrived in Mushroom Man Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully raised to rank 8 and Fan Yuan also created a large number of compound killer moves. Over on the Chi Cyclone's end, the Chi Cyclone contacted Heavenly Court again and again to organize an alliance army to attack Fan Yuan's variant human alliance. But although Heavenly Court had agreed, they did not show any signs of taking action. Such an attitude made Fan Yuan believe the severity of the situation. Mushroom Man Paradise's entrance opened. Lu Weiyin personally welcomed Fan Yuan to the depths of the blessed land. They had just sat down when Fan Yuan asked, Is Spectral Soul still alive? Chapter 2083. Lu Weiyin's invitation to tea. Gurgle gurgle. The tea was boiling and was letting out yellowish-brown strands of steam. In the small wooden cabin atop the mountain, experts that could influence the world were sitting in front of a small tea table. One was the #1 demon in the current world, Guyu Fang Yuan. The other was Southern Borders Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Weiyin. His comprehensive battle strength might not reach pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive prowess was enough to compete against a pseudo-venerable. The fresh mountain air blew in from the open window, mixing with the fragrance of the tea. Fan Yuan gazed afar. Outside the window were tall mountains and clean rivers, looking like utopia. Cranes flew, apes shrieked, desolate beasts and plants were abundant and docile. There were tree houses and villages around the mountains. Lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs. There were columns of smoke rising from houses. It was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the sky, there were many floating mountains. These mountains were made from float soil and could stay in the sky. There were many specialties in each mountain. Their environments varied. Some had long green vines that extended like hair. Some had drizzles and beautiful rainbows. Some had waterfalls with huge crashing torrents that gathered in huge pools. And this mountain that Fan Yuan was on stood majestically on the ground and was the tallest mountain in Mushroom Man Paradise. Fan Yuan had just sat down when he asked Lu Weiyin, was Spectral Soul still alive? Lu Weiyin only smiled and did not reply, instead concentrating on making tea. The tea was prepared. This was extreme serene mind tea. It was created with rank 8 immortal materials. The tea fragrance was refreshing and seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, the location, and Mushroom Man Paradise itself seemed to complement each other. Right now, they were not distant immortals who were high and mighty, but were instead experiencing the joy of an ordinary farmer's life and the tranquil state of mind. Please! Lu Weiyin handed the teacup to Fan Yuan with both hands. The tea had been boiling hot just earlier, but in just a few breaths of time, the steam disappeared and the tea turned into cooled tea. Fan Yuan took a sip, but Lu Weiyin directly lifted the large bowl-sized cup and took huge mouthfuls. Fan Yuan's eyes shone. He gained some insight and copied Lu Weiyin's drinking method. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved up and down as Fan Yuan took a large mouthful of tea. This time, Fan Yuan had a very different feeling. The tea was not ice cold, but there was a gentle coolness that seeped into Fan Yuan's organs and intestines. His internal heatiness was swept away. The tea was mellow and refreshing along with a trace of sweetness. Gulp, gulp, Fan Yuan finished the whole cup of tea. Good tea. He had a peculiar expression when he placed the teacup down. That one bowl of tea had added 1,000 Earth Path Tao marks in his body. When a Gu immortal passes a heavenly tribulation, they would only obtain 750 Tao marks. And earthly calamities normally gave 250. This extreme serene mind tea actually increased so many Tao marks. It was akin to a Gu immortal risking their life to pass a heavenly tribulation and an earthly calamity. Lu Weiyin spoke slowly. This mushroom man blessed land received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help and turned into a paradise, thereby being free from calamities and tribulations. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also left behind his virtue true inheritance here, so this mushroom man Paradise's name became Virtue Paradise. Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable, he cultivated and studied in this place. When he became venerable, he changed this place into Virtue Paradise and lived here for some time. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created Extreme Serene Mind Tea during this period of time. Although food path was passed down, it was kept secretive by Spectral Soul and was almost never exposed to outsiders. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable spent his life mending the disaster caused by Spectral Soul and brought order to the chaotic world. Thus, he did a deep research on food path. He left behind many of his food path gains and virtue true inheritance. In his view, food path had huge potential, but there were too few people cultivating it. If it was truly developed, it could bring fortune to the world. For instance, this Extreme Serene Mind Tea is essentially a food path killer move formed from expending rank 8 immortal materials. So, it can add earth path down marks. The talent of a venerable is truly deep and unfathomable. Fan Yuan praised. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the killer move. Suffering loss is a blessing and all life is bitter to counter Spectral Soul's food path methods. These two methods played a crucial role during the ambush of Spectral Soul. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stop here, he pushed food path to an even higher level. In the present 5 regions Gu Immortal World, almost all the tea and wine were incomplete food path Gu recipes. This was already acknowledged by Gu Immortals. Just drinking wine or tea was merely to delight the taste buds and show off one's wealth, or maybe display the results of one's refinement path improvement. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, completed this aspect and turned tea and wine into food path killer moves. Like this, food path finally showed its own unique splendor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's food path methods can change tea and wine into killer moves. After tasting the food, Gu cultivators can increase their Dao marks. This is a method that can change the entire structure of the Gu Immortal World. Fan Yuan realized. The influence of this method was enormous. In history, the main source of Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. But this food path method broke away from this situation. Fan Yuan had eat strength Immortal Gu and could do this. But Immortal Gu were unique, while Paradise Earth's food path method could be learned and referenced to create a number of other similar killer moves. Eat strength Immortal Gu could not be popularized, but killer moves could be spread everywhere. These were two different concepts. Fan Yuan's gaze turned deep and dark. Just this Extreme Serene Mind Tea was enough to show Lu Wei Yin's deep accumulation and foundation. This Virtue Paradise had deep foundation and did not lack rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Lu Wei Yin could simply use this tea to accumulate Earth Path down marks beyond common sense. It was no wonder he could fight Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan looked beyond the window once again, and at this Mushroom Man Paradise. His previous evaluation of this place was raised by several times. This food path method was extremely beneficial to Gu Immortal cultivation. Virtue Paradise had many Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortals' strength very likely surpassed other same-ranked Immortals. But since the start, Lu Wei Yin had only moved around by himself and did not reveal these other Gu Immortals. This person's shrewdness and patience made Fan Yuan have a different view of him. Sensing the deep meaning in Fan Yuan's gaze, Lu Wei Yin said modestly, "Fan Yuan, do not overestimate me and this Virtue Paradise. Although we have this food path method, the cost to use it is truly high. Virtue Paradise produces large quantities of Earth Path resources, but besides me, who cultivates Earth Path mainly, most of the Gu Immortals here are mushroom men and what they cultivate is Poison Path. There are also a few human Gu Immortals who cultivate Wood Path and Water Path. This food path method's efficiency is not that high. For instance, this bowl of Extreme Serene Mind Tea used a large number of rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials to only give several hundred Earth Path Dao marks. Of course, Fan Yuan, you have the sovereign immortal body which does not have conflicting Dao marks, so your gains should be greater than normal." Lu Wei Yin concluded. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his last words that this food path method is not even worth mentioning when compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and other venerables. Venerable methods were extremely majestic and could change the world. For instance, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity's uprising and founded Heavenly Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and tricked Heaven's will, setting the foundation for Heavenly Court to stand for countless years. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind his bloodline and created 88 True Yang Building, taking the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable made arrangements that spanned over 1 million years to destroy Fate Gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind his methods to create Divine Emperor City. The painting world developed and established the foundation of human path. These were all arrangements that influenced not only one generation, they would result in endless development throughout the whole world. Fan Yuan frowned as he guessed something from Lu Weiyin's tone. He directly asked, since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his last words, did he already know Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable would create Divine Emperor City? Lu Weiyin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable roamed the world and saved lives everywhere, he got familiar with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Being Palace to restrict Spectral Soul and to plot against him when he had yet to be a Venerable. Qin Chao's core is Hatred Gu, which was formed through Divine Being Palace. The relationship between Qin Chou and Divine Being Palace is extremely close. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qin Chou, Divine Being Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect Heavenly Court. However, a mishap occurred before this time. Fan Yuan, you collaborated with Fan Clan to drive away Qin Chou and seize Divine Being Palace. Even though Divine Being Palace merged with Emperor City afterwards, it lacked Qin Chou. Without Qin Chou, Divine Emperor City's strength was incomplete. The will of Genesis Lotus inside it probably wanted to protect the human path gains, so it did not participate in the Fate War. Fan Yuan's expression was complex. So it was like this. Genesis Lotus' plan was originally perfect. During the Fate War, Qin Chou could sense the existence of Spectral Soul's damaged soul. It would possess rank 9 Hatred Gu and have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long to guard Heavenly Court, it could even exterminate Spectral Soul's damaged soul. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan unintentionally destroyed this plan. Originally, Qin Chou had been nurturing Hatred Gu inside Divine Being Palace and strengthening itself. But after being driven away, this process was disrupted. Thereupon, during the Fate War, Qin Chou did not have the expected battle strength and it was separated from Divine Being Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis Lotus Will contacted Qin Dingling, which was why Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy collaborated and secretly moved to bring back Qin Chou to Heavenly Court. So in fact, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who plotted against Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan who first broke Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan. This led Genesis Lotus Will to have no options left other than to appear suddenly during the Fate War and modify his plan. So then, why was Fan Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fan Clan to drive away Qin Chou? The crucial key was Great Thief Immortal Gu. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Gu, Fan Yuan created Great Thief Ghost Hand with the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core, and the rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu as a supplement, forcibly stealing rank 8 Soul Beast token from Qin Chao's body. Without Soul Beast token, Qin Chao's strength fell sharply, which led to Fan Clan's victory. And where did Great Thief Immortal Gu come from? It was obtained by Fan Clan from their Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Chapter 2084. Spectral Soul's True Main Body. So Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not just arrange Heaven form, this is also another arrangement, but I did not notice it earlier. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He suddenly had a thought as he asked, is Qin Chou also alive? Towards the end of the pursued battle against Fan Yuan, Divine Emperor City came to participate in the battle, causing a huge commotion. Was it really to suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Longevity Heaven? Fan Yuan thought about the fragments of Qin Chao's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's true motive? It was a debatable question. Lu Weiyin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only got an answer after returning here and recuperating for some time. What was the main reason why Divine Emperor City joined the battle? In that situation earlier, the aura of rank 9 Hatred Gu was completely gone, it seemed to have been destroyed. However, Qin Chou is a living being formed from a killer move. I cannot be certain if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is simply too unfathomable, we can only sigh in amazement. Turning a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast was simply too profound, even Fan Yuan and Lu Weiyin could only watch without being able to decipher it. Lu Weiyin continued. I cannot deduce Qing Chao's current state, but regarding Spectral Soul's situation, I am very clear about it. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Please tell me. Lu Weiyin beat around the bush for so long, he finally got to the main point. He answered. Spectral Soul can be said to be both alive and dead at the moment, because his true main body has always been inside the door of life and death. Fan Yuan nodded as he sighed. As I had expected. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, Fan Yuan already felt something amiss. After refining all of his heaven path down marks, Fan Yuan thought back about the situation and had even more suspicions brewing. The great Spectral Soul actually died like this? Spectral Soul was the most heaven-defying one out of all the venerables after all. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was around while Shadow Sect hid in the dark. Spectral Soul secretly controlled the whole of Heavenly Court. Duke Long did not appear at all, he was evidently harmed by Spectral Soul. He even plotted against Feng Jiuge, using that chance to seize Lang Blessed Land. He controlled the overall situation and was the mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable did not appear, Spectral Soul would be the greatest winner in this situation. Thus, Fan Yuan invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was aided by Song Zhong, managing to kill Feng Jin Huang. Who was Feng Jin Huang? In her childhood, Dreamwing's immortal Gu came to her. Feng Jin Huang was the prospective Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who was Fan Yuan? He was an otherworldly demon. Before fate was destroyed, he was the only one who could create different outcomes. And who was Song Zhong? He was publicly Song Zixing's son, but in reality, he was created from his blood fetus. And Song Zixing? He was known as the Blood Dragon. He was a member of Shadow Sect, one of Spectral Soul's split souls. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, there were many hidden truths. At that time, Fate Gu was not destroyed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not revive, the other venerables could only watch as Spectral Soul wreaked havoc. Spectral Soul was too overbearing. In the end, Heavens will had to choose Fan Yuan to return to the past and change everything. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, on the surface, Fan Yuan successfully stopped Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? Spectral Soul knew that Fan Yuan had been reborn as a result of Heaven's will. According to his original plan, he would be able to control Heavenly Court and manipulate the 5 regions' chaotic war, but Heaven's will would still obstruct him. If Fan Yuan failed, a second or third otherworldly demon might appear. Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his plan. At that moment, he started working together with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually, he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to Fan Yuan, creating a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed by Fan Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to reclaim the Sovereign Immortal Body. His plan was perfect. He had no lack of soul path attainment level. With the Sovereign Immortal Body, he would be able to annex soul pacifying Grotto Heaven and others, instantly regaining his strength. Thus, he would be ahead of the other venerables, he would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. If Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the strongest person, the entire world would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted against him. While the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Fan Yuan, they also protected him. Spectral Soul did not regain the Sovereign Immortal Body. His growth became very different. While chasing after Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven worked together. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables Inheritor Lu Weiyin also interfered, eventually managing to kill Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan tried to put himself in Spectral Soul's shoes. If he were Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus, he found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan. It was too risky. During the Dream Realm battle, Duke Long defeated Purple Mountain True Monarch and broke into the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul and taking the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life was in the hands of Heavenly Court. If Fairy Ziwei did not go after information and clues but killed Spectral Soul right away, would that not ruin everything? Fan Yuan would not make such an arrangement if it were him. What about Spectral Soul? Even though he had the strongest killing nature, he was not stupid at all. Thus, the most likely case was that the captured Spectral Soul was not the true main body of Spectral Soul. If Fan Yuan were Spectral Soul, he would also create a clone to disguise as his main body and let Heavenly Court capture him. Firstly, it would lower the enemy's guard. Secondly, the clone was a trap as well. Fairy Ziwei fell right into it. Thirdly, the amount of information and true inheritances that the clone had would not be the same as the main body. Even if he was captured, the enemies would not gain much. And finally, even if the clone was killed, the main body would not be affected. Fan Yuan had two pieces of evidence regarding his suspicions of Spectral Soul. The first one was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the crucial person in their pursuit of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan and Spectral Soul used their respective true inheritances to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju into becoming their ally. Eventually, Fan Yuan won Demon Immortal Qi Ju over. Spectral Soul was forced to self-detonate and died. After the battle, Fan Yuan recalled this contest. He felt that victory was simply too easily obtained. It was quite different from his expectations. But if Spectral Soul was just a split soul, everything would make sense. Spectral Soul did not predict the rebirth of Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Because Fate Gu was destroyed, all fixed traces were erased, the future was uncertain. Spectral Soul's plan was for his split soul to get captured by Heavenly Court. He would only place certain memories into it. These memories would not make Heavenly Court suspicious, but they would also not contain precious information like valuable true inheritances. Thus, Fan Yuan won against Spectral Soul in this aspect. The second piece of evidence was obtained by Fan Yuan recently. Through luck inspection, he checked his own luck and found that at the top of his pure silver pillar of light, there were 3 clouds. Among them, one was pitch black like ink. Who could cause such disturbance to him? This black cloud was obviously pointing towards Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul was still alive, would he let Fan Yuan off? Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent years of accumulated resources and even the 10 extreme physiques to create sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Would Spectral Soul let Fan Yuan off? Impossible. On the other hand, with the revival of Demon Immortal Qi Ju, the world knew that it was possible for Venerables to be revived now. Spectral Soul's main body had likely already planned for his revival long ago. In fact, did the other Venerables not have such plans? In the past, due to Fate Gu, nobody could revive. But now that it was destroyed, who would not want to revive? Nobody knew which Venerable would be the first one to revive fully. Nobody was clear when they would revive. It was even possible that a Venerable would revive at the next moment. Thus, the situation was quite precarious for Fan Yuan. Once a Venerable revives, the value of his pseudo-Venerable battle strength would fall greatly. His status as the number 1 demon in the world would turn him into a target instead. After the battle, Lu Weiyin told him to use his time well before departing. This was what he meant. Fan Yuan did exactly so. After the battle, he used his time to its limit. He did not relax for even a moment. Once his strength returned and was able to deal with risks, Fan Yuan came to Virtue Paradise. He came here not for Lu Weiyin, Paradise Earth's true meaning, or to inherit Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He only had one objective. Tell me, Lu Weiyin, how do I become a Venerable? Fate Gu was destroyed, the future of the world became uncertain, anything could happen now. Not only the Gu immortal world, even Gu masters were starting to see the turbulence of the future. Fan Yuan was fighting, the mortal Gu masters were also struggling. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. 4 Gu masters traveled together, they entered deep into the mountain range for investigation. They had rank 4 cultivation level, together, they could resist rank 5. In Central Continent's Gu Master world, they were famous demonic path experts. They were the 4 great obscenities: Eastern Obscenity Chenin Dao, Western Thief Yu Baguang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern Squandering Fan Chen Yao. Sorrowful winds are blowing again. Yu Baguang alerted the rest. Among the 4, he had the most effective investigative methods. Quick, take out the Gu house! Chenin Dao immediately ordered. He was the leader of the 4. The Gu house was kept by Fan Chen Yao. He was in charge of healing and support. The 4 Gu masters quickly hid inside the Gu house. Sorrowful winds blew outside the Gu house. The entire place was creaking and shaking. From time to time, Fan Chen Yao had to replenish Gu worms in place of those that died from the sorrowful winds. A terrible loss, this is a terrible loss! Fan Chen Yao shouted in grief. Along the way, we already lost so much by resisting the sorrowful wind. Is there really anything good in this sorrowful wind mountain range? Chenin Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that, but as long as there is some hope, we need to take a risk. Not long ago, Gu immortals fought on sorrowful wind mountain range. They might have left something behind by chance. It may allow us to ascend to immortal. The moment immortal ascension was mentioned, the other 3 Gu masters started to breathe heavily. As long as we become immortal, Who would dare to attack us for immortals? We will no longer be pursued by anyone. Once we become immortals, those high and mighty female goo masters will all be at our mercy, right? Ha! You need to be more ambitious. After becoming immortal, what's the point of going after mortals? We can target immortal fairies. The goo masters looked at each other and started to snicker pervertedly. What they did not know was, Heavenly Court had already cleaned up the battlefield. All those immemorial year beast corpses were taken away already. The four of them came to the ruins and searched for 7 days but found nothing of value at all. Just as the four were anxious and furious, preparing to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Quickly come. What's so strange about seeing a person? There are so many corpses here. They are the villagers living on the mountains. No, this person is still alive. And there is a weird phenomenon around him. What? The other 3 goo masters rushed up and saw Wang Xiao'er, who had tightly shut eyes. He was still barely alive. Around him, there were several wild flowers and grass. They were rapidly blooming and wilting, alternating between green and gray with his every breath. Chapter 2085. 4 Conditions to Become Venerable. In this goo world, looking at the past to the present, in the period of over 3 million years, 10 goo cultivators stood at the peak of the world, looking down on all the living beings. In the long river of history, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 goo immortals were each like suns. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Their glory had never faded, their legends continued to be widespread. They were the 10 great venerables. From the start of history until now, they were, 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable. 1 million years ago, olden antiquity era, limitless demon venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, red lotus demon venerable. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era, Genesis lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal venerable. 100,000 years ago, late antiquity era, spectral soul demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable. These 10 stood at the apex, dominating the world with unparalleled might. They suppressed their entire era with no rival that could match them. Their methods were terrifying. Even after a long period, they still remained like eternal arrangements. Their intelligent schemes spanned across the eras, existing throughout the past and present. They used all living beings as their pawns. Even after death, they still continued to influence countless future generations. Towards these people, Fan Yuan had the deepest feelings in this aspect compared to everyone else in the world. Fan Yuan was extremely clear about the gap between him and these venerables. Even though he was the number 1 demon of the current world, having pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not confident in fighting against the venerable. Venerables dominated heaven and earth, everyone else other than them were ants. The Fate War was a huge lesson to everyone. Any method left by any venerable could turn the entire situation around just like that. Only a venerable could resist another venerable. Putting it crudely, the reason why Fan Yuan succeeded in the Fate War was because he struggled and managed to survive while sandwiched between the battle among the 10 venerables and heaven's will. Towards these venerables who invested in him and treated him as a pawn, for every bit of admiration that Fan Yuan held towards them, there was also an urge to challenge them. For every bit of wariness he felt towards them, there was a bit of desire to match them. If they could become venerables, why couldn't I, Fan Yuan, do it? Furthermore, in order to pursue eternal life, the so-called rank 9 venerable cultivation level was merely the stepping stone for Fan Yuan. The plan to become venerable had already been set the moment he was reborn. Years ago, when Fan Yuan had just been reborn, he looked up at the sky during those nights, viewing the moon. He felt incredibly minuscule. But now, he had already risen to the skies. Venerable level was merely his next step of advancement. But how could he become a venerable? Fan Yuan did not know, he was uncertain, he did not understand. There was a huge secret behind the ascension of a venerable. This secret had never been publicly spread. The 10 venerables seemed to have some sort of tacit agreement. They kept this secret together. Nobody in the world could find out. They could only analyze using some clues and common traits that everyone knew. Among the 10 venerables, there were 9 males and 1 female. This meant that there was no gender restriction in becoming a venerable. It was possible for both sexes. Venerables possessed invincible battle strength, but they were not omnipotent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo with them. Two kings could not exist at the same time. In every great era, there was only one venerable. There had never been two venerables in the same time period. Contests between venerables were limited to the type in the Fate War, where they competed using methods they left behind. Each venerable possessed immense innate luck. Phenomena could be seen for some when they were born. Their lives were smooth sailing, for example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Some were not apparent in their early days, they only grew explosively after a certain period of time. Seemingly, in the growth of every venerable, there would be one Tao Guardian in existence. Each Tao Guardian played a monumental role in the journey of the venerable's growth. They could be either friend or enemy. It was publicly recognized that every rank 9 venerable's main path was at Supreme Grandmaster. The venerables were still restricted by lifespan. There were records in history where venerables used their full strength to hunt for lifespan goo. The 10 venerables were all humans. There had never been a variant human venerable. However, just this information could not truly deduce the secret of venerable ascension. One of the most successful deductions in history was the prophecy of 3 venerables. Immortal Yin said that in the future, there would be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This deduction did not involve the details of the secret of venerable ascension. Furthermore, after Fan Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this prophecy was no longer set in stone. Then, what was the secret of venerable ascension? Fan Yuan needed to know about this secret urgently. Demon Immortal Qiju's success was the best example. It was likely that the venerables were going to revive. Thus, the best way to deal with this possibility was for Fan Yuan to become venerable himself. Fan Yuan understood deeply. No matter how many grotto heavens he annexed or how many immortal materials and Tao marks he had, he could not become venerable. Thus, the most important reason why he came to Lu Wei Yin was for the secret of venerable ascension. Other things, like Paradise Earth's true inheritance or Paradise Earth's true meaning, were just secondary gains for the current Fan Yuan. Sitting opposite each other, Lu Wei Yin drank his tea as he smiled. He was not surprised by Fan Yuan's question. He raised his head and placed down his teacup. He raised 3 fingers and said directly, "There are 4 conditions to satisfy if you want to become a venerable. First, the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture origin core has to produce white lychee immortal essence. Second, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path needs to have at least 300,000 Tao marks. Third, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path needs to be at least Supreme Grandmaster in attainment level. Fourth, after meeting the first 3 conditions, the Gu Immortal has to break through the heavenly Tao blockade, after which the immortal aperture origin core will undergo a qualitative change and produce rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence." Out of Fan Yuan's expectations, Lu Wei Yin actually told him the secret of venerable ascension directly and honestly. Fan Yuan originally thought that Lu Wei Yin would make a transaction regarding this and list some conditions for Fan Yuan. Or more accurately, there had to be a reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable chose Fan Yuan as his inheritor. Fan Yuan did not know what Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was plotting. But he had already decided that as long as he could obtain the secret of venerable ascension, he would be willing to give in to some extent and work with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. However, Lu Wei Yin did not conceal this secret, he directly said it to Fan Yuan. This was like a transaction where both parties were meant to hand over the goods and money at the same time, but suddenly, the trader tossed the goods to the buyer first. Lu Wei Yin's action did not make Fan Yuan relax. He instead became more alert. Lu Wei Yin had a deep scheming mind. Fan Yuan had lost to him once in the past and failed to regain upper extreme heavenly eagle. During the battle to pursue Fan Yuan, Lu Wei Yin worked with him and killed Spectral Soul together. This battle even showed Fan Yuan his strong mental fortitude and endurance. How could such a person be so unwise? Fan Yuan carefully thought about the 4 conditions of venerable ascension. The first 2 conditions are basically those of a rank 8 Gu Immortal who has passed 3 myriad tribulations. I have already met this condition in Qi Path, Time Path, Refinement Path, and Transformation Path. As for the 3rd condition of the main cultivation path being Supreme Grandmaster, I have not fulfilled this criteria yet, but my Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path are already quasi-supreme. The difference is not huge. As for the 4th condition, breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade, Fan Yuan frowned slightly as he asked, "What does the heavenly Tao blockade refer to?" Lu Wei Yin continued to explain for Fan Yuan. "The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. so all things are in balance and mutually restrict each other. A tall tree is the first to face destruction. Soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. But the way of humans is the exact opposite. It reduces the deficits and builds up the surpluses. By devouring the weak and continuing to learn, one can grow and make up for insufficiencies to become even stronger. The heavenly Tao does not want the number of Gu immortals to increase while they at the same time get stronger, thus calamities and tribulations occur. Calamities and tribulations are part of the heavenly Tao blockade. Before becoming a venerable, the heavenly Tao will send a tribulation far greater than any myriad tribulation. Other than that, there is lifespan Gu. Lifespan Gu is a heaven path Gu worm. It cannot be refined by people. Even though the 10 venerables were invincible in their eras, they were still bound by it. During an era with a venerable in existence, natural production of lifespan Gu will continuously fall. The third blockade is fate Gu, but you have already destroyed it. Fan Yuan pondered. There are basically 3 types of heavenly Tao blockades. Fate Gu has been destroyed while lifespan Gu is of no concern for now. The remaining tribulation blockade is the greatest hurdle that I will face. Is there a way to deal with the heavenly Tao blockade? How did the venerables in history get past it? Fan Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin answered. There are ways to take shortcuts. Luck path is one of them. The venerables in history all have immense innate luck. It mostly comes from 2 sources. The first is the favor of heaven's will, the second is the adoration of human path. 3 million years ago, the variant humans were strong and disrupted the balance. The heavenly Tao sought to deal with them, so heavens will favored primordial origin and allowed him to become an immortal venerable. The best example of human path adoration is Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is a child of humanity. He has extremely dense innate luck. When he was born, tribulation struck. The 3 dukes of heavenly court had to intervene and block the tribulation for Red Lotus. Fan Yuan raised his brows. Thinking about it, can human path methods be a way of breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade? Earlier, Fan Yuan had used human path methods to interrupt with the heavenly Tao, allowing him to gain time to take action. In this aspect, he was quite experienced. Lu Weiyin nodded. Indeed, human path methods are a good way of breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade. Precisely so, the various venerables had a common trait. They all comprehended something from the legends of Ren Zhu and created their own top-tier human path killer moves. They continued to converse for some time. Lu Weiyin answered every single one of Fan Yuan's questions to the best of his knowledge. Fan Yuan finally understood the conditions to become venerable. He fell into deep contemplation. After careful analysis, he found that only 2 points restricted him from becoming venerable. One was attainment level, the other was the heavenly Tao blockade. The latter could be dealt with eventually. Fan Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path, he also had human path methods, he just had to elevate and develop them further. The true problem was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grand Master attainment level. It seemed very close to the genuine Supreme Grand Master, but that was actually very hard to reach. If there was a suitable environment and sufficient time, Fan Yuan could work hard in cultivation and continue to deepen his comprehension. He believed that in this lifetime, he could definitely reach Supreme Grand Master in at least one path. But now, the revival of venerables had started to cast a shadow on his future. What method is there to allow me to get past this problem? Dream realms? Obviously not. Fan Yuan had already found out that the dream realms originating from spectral soul could only reach great grandmaster attainment level at most. True meaning? He thought about it. Don't tell me, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind his true meaning so that my Earth path could reach Supreme Grand Master? Seemingly sensing Fan Yuan's thoughts, Lu Weiyin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can only allow you to reach Earth path Great Grand Master. However, there is a solution in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Fan Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Weiyin, an obscure light flashed in his eyes. Oh, please do tell me. Lu Weiyin thus said. Fan Yuan, you have read the legends of Ren Zhu, you must know this secluded domain of heaven and earth, primordial domain. The truth is, if one can enter primordial domain, they would be able to make one of their paths reach Supreme Grand Master. Primordial domain? Fan Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Lu Weiyin's eyes flashed with bright light. At the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2086. The Secret of Venerable Invincibility. Primordial domain. Is at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave? At once, thoughts collided in Fan Yuan's mind rapidly. The legends of Rinzhu did mention primordial domain, but the description was vague and ambiguous. It depended on the reader's own perspective and comprehension. Even if primordial domain has such power, is it really at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Fan Yuan would not believe Lu Weiyin's words so easily. But this was quite possible. Fan Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave. He had observed then that Paradise Earth went there and even created his own Dao field. Fan Yuan could not enter the deepest layer, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable. His ability could not be easily assessed. If this is real, then Paradise Earth's objective is in Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan's mind was turbulent, but his expression remained unchanging. Lu Weiyin looked at his expression as he sighed internally. This Guyu Fan Yuan is the number one demon in the world after all. No wonder Heaven's will and the Venerables chose him as their pawn. Just this information is not enough to gain his trust. Lu Weiyin had no choice but to continue speaking. Primordial domain is indeed at the bottom of Crazed Demon Cave. It is quite unique. It is both the beginning and the end. It contains the supreme profundity of the whole of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it, and rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the cores to derive new worlds and create brand new heaven path Dao marks. In a way, Crazed Demon Cave is far more important than even Heavenly Court. Lu Weiyin said slowly as he exposed even more secrets. During the olden antiquity era 1,000,000 years ago, humanity's first demon venerable, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Heavenly Court and threatened to destroy it, forcing star constellations will to engage in a game of chess with him. The chessboard was secretly linked to Crazed Demon Cave. As the two venerables schemed, their thoughts collided and new ideas were born. They created brand new heaven path gains. These gains went into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping Limitless with his derivation. Star Constellation pretended to be unaware, but she was prepared for this long ago. She went along with the plan. The venerables of the future, like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion and knew of the two venerables' game. They understood the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. During the Fate War, the silhouettes of both venerables vanished within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but this was only the end of a segment of their game. The true place to decide victory was still Crazed Demon Cave. All the venerables knew this. They all took part in some way. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created his Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made his Yellow Earth Great World. This way, the situation became more complex. Fan Yuan was shaken internally. This has been one of my deepest suspicions so far. A portion of the venerables spent so much effort to create their Dao field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Why did they want to defend their own big world so much? Unless they are also after primordial domain? Venerables have already become venerable. Primordial domain is not necessary to them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of inspiration sparked in Fan Yuan's mind. He saw through the fog and observed a corner of the truth. Ha! Lu Weiyin laughed loudly. Fan Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation. You are someone who did not falter to the venerables' plots no matter how many were in your way. You have already understood a portion of it. Indeed. Lu Weiyin continued. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Venerables can revive now. However, the stronger the Gu immortal, the more troublesome and bigger the price their revival will be. If they are careless, even if they revive, they will not have their former strength. For example, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was interrupted by Yu and Wu Yong. His strength fell and he was no longer in his peak condition. Venerables are the same. After they revive, even though they will not have their venerable blockade and will be able to regain rank 9 cultivation level, the competition between venerables will be intense. Even though venerables left behind revival methods, they are still limited in the end. Thus, the venerables want to make their revival certain. It would be best if they had their former peak battle strength the moment they revived. Fan Yuan nodded continuously. He could understand the venerables' mentality. When Fate Gu was around, everyone was unable to revive. But all the venerables still left behind some methods. Once Fate Gu was destroyed, these methods would activate and allow them to revive. However, venerables were in opposing factions. They had their own perspectives. They also schemed against each other. Who would not want to be the strongest person in the world? Who would want the existence of venerables other than themselves? The venerables were wary of each other. They thwarted each other's plans. Even though they were dead, they still competed with each other in the dark. Due to the long duration of history, this type of competition would usually benefit the venerables of the future eras. For example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But nothing was absolute. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable came before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his arrangements, Divine Emperor City and Chincho, still managed to harm Spectral Soul. Or the situation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entering the Red Lotus Stone Island and taking away Regret Goo, it was an easy task. But all in all, this was the general trend. Later venerables had a greater advantage in this contest, because the entire Goo cultivation world was continuously developing and growing. In the remote antiquity era, in primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, there were only 4 to 5 paths. Chi path was the strongest. But now, there were paths of all kinds, mainstream paths numbered to at least 20. Taking Divine Emperor City as an example, it was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable using his peak wood path and painting path attainment at that time. It could even mimic human path. But in terms of luck path, it was quite lacking. After all, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only appeared after Genesis Lotus. In fact, it was not certain if Divine Emperor City was still the peak product of wood path at this current time. 300,000 years had already passed since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era. During this long period, wood path had grown tremendously, countless geniuses emerged, they had their own developments, they promoted wood path to a new level. Only painting path was still at its peak. Why? Painting path had been kept as a secret by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it was not leaked to the outside world. Thus, the current painting path was still kept at its peak state from back then. This was also why a portion of the venerables held on to their own paths' true inheritances, and did not spread them widely. Like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritances. Lu Wei-yin continued to expose more secrets. Fan Yuan, do you know that Duke Long had moved the door of life and death into Crazed Demon Cave before the Fate War? Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. Heavenly Court knows that Spectral Soul's main body is inside the door of life and death, so they moved it away in advance and prevented him from succeeding his plot? No wonder Spectral Soul and Fairy Ziwei could not find the door of life and death even after ransacking Heavenly Court's treasuries. Lu Wei-yin drank some tea before continuing. Duke Long did not just relocate the door of life and death, he even moved a portion of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan was stirred. This means that I only destroyed a portion of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard, the rest is inside Crazed Demon Cave. Is this the backup plan that Heavenly Court had? It does seem like the way of a righteous path superforce. After all, Heavenly Court had limited Goo immortals, even if they woke up, they could not retain their peak battle strength. Star constellations will also need some Goo immortals to hibernate and support her. I was about to get to star constellations will. Lu Wei-yin's gaze was bright as a torch, he stared at Fan Yuan. Do you know that for a long time, Star Constellations will has not showed herself to tell Heavenly Court what to do? Fan Yuan was finally moved, he understood the implicit meaning behind these words. Fan Yuan stared at Lu Wei-yin. You mean to say Star Constellation has already revived using her will? Lu Wei-yin nodded. Although I am not certain, this is very likely to be the case. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she would definitely lurk in the 8th layer and try to obtain the 9th layer's primordial domain. Once she enters it, she will regain her Supreme Grand Master attainment level and wisdom path. She will be able to use the primeval energy of the world for herself and become a complete and genuine Tao Lord. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He had originally thought that no venerable had revived yet. But from this conversation he knew that it was likely at least one venerable had already revived. And this revived venerable, the only female among them, was terrifying, the only wisdom path venerable. This woman was so strong that even after her death, she could scheme against 3 demon venerables of the future. Even though the true details were quite different from what Heavenly Court publicly announced, it was true that Heavenly Court was saved by Star Constellation schemes and arrangements, surviving the onslaught of 3 demon venerables. This contribution was undeniable. Every time Fan Yuan thought about it, he could feel how terrifying it was. As for why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Fan Yuan knew clearly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. Too much time had passed. Wisdom Path had developed until today, it had already undergone a complete revolution in terms of improvement and elevation. Quasi-Supreme Grand Master meant that the Gu Immortals' understanding of the path was already at the limit of heaven and earth. They were already touching that ceiling, they had almost completely understood the profundity of the path. But they were just inches away, unable to break through. As for Supreme Grand Master attainment level, not only did they need to comprehend the full profundities of the path, they also had to innovate further. At this level, each time the Gu Immortal improves, it would be an unprecedented feat. It would elevate the upper boundaries of the entire path. It would even elevate the whole of heaven and earth to some degree. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master attainment level back in the day was no longer Supreme Grand Master in today's world. Even though she merged with Heaven's Will and studied Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path research results at all times, this was still true. Forget about the difference between Star Constellation's will and a clone. Just Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path research results alone only represented a portion of the whole of Wisdom Path. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain could her Wisdom Path attainment level return to Supreme Grand Master. She would become a Tao Lord again. What is a Tao Lord? Fan Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Wei-yin once again. This journey to the Mushroom Man Paradise was truly valuable. He had already understood the conditions of Venerable Ascension, he also learned of the Venerable schemes, and now, the term Tao Lord was likely concerning the secret of Venerable Invincibility. As expected, at the next moment, Lu Wei-yin smiled. Why could the past Venerables be invincible in the world? The difference between Venerable and Pseudo-Venerable lies in the concept of Tao Lord. Why could Venerable methods remain for so many years without dissipating? This is also due to the concept of Tao Lord. Before Fan Yuan could ask him, Lu Wei-yin immediately answered. The so-called Tao Lord refers to the Lord of a certain path. When a Gu Immortal becomes Venerable and has Supreme Grand Master attainment level, they will be the leader of that path. Their own improvement would signify the improvement of the path. That would also be the improvement of heaven and earth. That person is a Tao Lord. As a Tao Lord, the Gu Venerable can sense all of the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth of that particular path and refine them. After refining the Tao marks, the Gu Venerable can manipulate them at will. Fan Yuan could not help but feel shaken. Refine them? Manipulate them at will? Lu Wei-yin continued to speak. After every Venerable becomes Venerable, there will be a period of time when they roam the world. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable or Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But the truth is, during this period, they are refining the natural Tao marks of the world, they are turning the entire world into their personal battlefield killer move. This was the secret of Venerable Invincibility. Chapter 2087. Obtaining Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. So this is the secret of Venerable Invincibility. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom Man Paradise was truly not in vain. Fan Yuan obtained a lot of secrets involving Venerables. He also had some sort of guess towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's motive. At this point, the signs shown in Fan Yuan's luck inspection were verified. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was slim, it was tall, shooting towards heaven, seemingly trying to pierce the sky. At the bottom of this dense pure silver light pillar, there was a lump of yellow chi guarding it, looking like a dust cloud that seemed to support the pillar. At the top of the pillar there were 3 clouds, one was black as ink, one was golden and dazzling, one was shining with starlight. These 3 clouds were phenomena that seemed to be obstructing Fan Yuan's luck from rising further. The black ink cloud should be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After all, the current Shadow sect was already left with few members, it had little threat. The starlight cloud was most likely the revived Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It radiated mystery, it had an aura filled with wisdom. As for that golden cloud, there was no need to guess, it was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In the Fate War earlier, Giant Sun's attack came from northern plains with imposing might, arriving in Heavenly Court with unparalleled strength. During the battle to pursue Fan Yuan, even though they lost one legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall much. They still retained their foundation. The Huangjin family was like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It dominated Northern Plains and ensured that the whole of Northern Plains was controlled by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendants. Crazed Demon Cave was in Northern Plains. There was no way to avoid Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Longevity Heaven. Maybe Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to create Longevity Heaven in Northern Plains not because he was a Northern Plainsman but because of the crucial Crazed Demon Cave. He wanted to make his arrangements. Fan Yuan had many thoughts. He pondered about the deeper meaning of this. If it were him, he would make the same arrangements. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would not matter. But once it was destroyed, the Venerables could revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Kray's demon cave would have the clear advantage,